Yesterday, the 1175th Legion of the Dawnrise Corporation landed on Chelan Island and hunted down the 7th-tier Monarch Lord Dominus the Tyrant Serpent. The Legion commander, Jason Lin, was injured but is now out of danger. At 3 a.m. today, due to lax supervision by a temporary worker, a 6th-tier White Fox Lord escaped from the 7th Research Institute in South City. Authorities are conducting an urgent manhunt. Residents are advised to keep doors and windows closed and minimize outdoor activities. After 5 years, the SWW laboratory in the beautiful nation has successfully developed another artificial SSS tier psychic, marking the world's third case of such. It is expected that within 10 years, this research will be widely implemented across the beautiful nation. Jason turned off the TV, took the lunchbox from his bag, and set it on the table. Then, he glanced at the hospital bed where Lily lay, a porcelain doll-like little girl with not a trace of color on her face. "Your surgery's tonight. If you don't rest well, do you plan to sleep on the operating table?" Lily's sharp reply came without hesitation. "If I don't sleep, should I chat with the doctors about how they're about to cut me open?" Jason, by now accustomed to her feisty remarks despite her being only 8, didn't take offense. He casually passed her a bowl of millet porridge. Dressed in her blue and white striped hospital gown, Lily looked at the porridge and immediately lost her appetite. "Brother, I don't want millet porridge. I want roast duck." "You can't. Since your powers were stripped away, your body's functions are deteriorating rapidly. Greasy food is something you simply can't digest." Hearing that, Lily immediately shrank back under the covers, seeming determined to skip breakfast. Jason, however, pulled a packet of pickled mustard stems from his pocket. "But you can eat some of this." Her eyes lit up when she saw the pickles. She quickly slipped out from under the covers, snatched the packet, tore it open, and devoured 2 stems right away. "Hee, I knew you'd spoil me." "Hey, don't just eat pickles. Drink the porridge, too." Okay. Jason sighed softly, glanced at the hospital bill taped to the foot of the bed, and quietly slipped it into his pocket. He then looked back at his little sister. Though only 8 years old, Lily's body had aged like that of an 80-year-old. This was the devastating consequence of forcibly having her powers drained. Generally, once a psychic's abilities are taken away, they can survive at most 3 years. This year marked the 3rd. Each day could very well be Lily's last. Yet the little girl appeared to have grown used to it, even managing to turn a humble packet of pickles into a delicacy. While packing up his things, Jason's mind wandered over the past 3 years since he had crossed into this world. Usually, psychics awaken their abilities between 16 and 18 years old. But some are gifted beyond measure, like Lily, who awakened on her 5th birthday, and not just any ability, but an SS tier power called Ashen Flame. To clarify, psychic powers range from the lowest F tier to the top SSS tier, spanning 9 levels. Most ordinary people's powers fall between E and B tiers. An A tier ability is rare, and S tier and above are practically legendary. Since the arrival of the beasts, over the past century, fewer than 10 SS tier psychics have emerged in Windforest City, highlighting just how precious such powers are. Yet for a powerless family to possess an SS tier psychic was not a blessing but a curse. When word got out about Lily's awakening, her birthday candles never got blown out that night. Instead, a group of uninvited guests arrived the Windforest City Psychic Bureau. They claimed that Lily's powers posed a danger and forcibly took her to their lab for examination. Everyone in Windforest City knew the Bureau's psychic threat theory was a facade. They used covert methods to drain high-tier powers, then sold them to the powerful and influential. The Bureau served only the elite. Common folk were nothing but cash cows to them. 3 days later, Jason's family was summoned to the hospital, where they found Lily barely clinging to life. His parents, heartbroken, demanded answers and were promptly detained for 2 months. Shortly after their release, they both passed away. Not long after, the daughter of Dawnrise Corporation's vice president Emily Lin miraculously awakened the same SS tier power, Ashen Flame. Unable to bear the pain, Jason's previous self succumbed to despair and died, paving the way for his arrival in this world filled with beasts and psychics. Back in his old life, his parents often joked about wanting a little sister. Now, here he was, with a sister, but at the cost of losing his parents. These past 3 years had borne every hardship imaginable, working 3 jobs, scraping by on meager meals, all to keep Lily's medication going. If she missed her medicine, she would die instantly. There were times when exhaustion nearly crushed his spirit, when thoughts of giving up crept in. But looking at his sister lying there, those thoughts vanished. Just then, another news alert popped up on the TV. Emily Lin, daughter of Vice President Lin of Dawnrise Corporation, will participate in the Abyss Challenge in 3 days. Watching his enemy flaunt the power that rightfully belonged to Lily on national broadcasts, Jason clenched his fists tightly. Was crossing over just to suffer, helplessly watching his foe live freely while his sister slipped away? But what could he do? With only an F-tier summoning power? The thought of summoning a pink frog made him want to laugh at himself. His enemies were the Psychic Bureau of Windforest City and the largest psychic corporation in the southern region. He'd be laughed off the stage if he showed up. Ring ring ring. The alarm on his phone went off. Lily put down the pickles, her eyes shining with anticipation. "Brother, are you going going to take the psychic entrance exam today? Yes. Rest well. I'll be with you for your surgery tonight. Since the beast invasion, the world of psychics had changed drastically. The Dragon Kingdom split university exams into the regular and psychic entrance exams. Passing the psychic exam meant entering the psychic university, becoming a national talent, and possibly escaping Windforest City's control. For Jason, this was the only chance to avenge his family, though his odds were slim. He finished packing and gave a few last instructions before leaving the hospital. At the bus stop, while others chatted about the entrance exam, Jason was deep in thought about how to negotiate a delay for Lily's surgery bill. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his ear. Hidden faction system activated. New race unlocked. Skeleton clan. Complete today's assigned task in the work zone within 2 hours, or your monthly salary will be deducted and your rank downgraded. Immediately, a semi-transparent map appeared before him, marking the work zone, the psychic entrance exam site, the skeleton jungle. What? Is this my golden ticket? Jason looked around to confirm no one was speaking to him, then stifled his excitement. Following this, a series of messages appeared on the screen. Tip 1. Beast identities grant infinite resurrection. Upon death, revival occurs after the cooldown, with a 1 rank drop per death, bottoming at the original form. Tip 2. You may only leave the territory after work hours, at which point you revert to human form. Death in human form results in permanent death. Be cautious. Tip 3. Daily salary varies by rank and race. Upon death and revival, you receive a death compensation bonus. Tip 4. Different ranks and races have varying daily work hour requirements, minimum 5 hours. You can go home, revert to human, and collect daily pay even death compensation, leaving the territory to become human again. So, basically, I'm a cosplayer? What kind of currency is the salary? Source crystals. The number 35 bus is here. The students waiting eagerly scrambled aboard. Jason, still immersed in exploring the hidden faction system, only snapped back to reality after the bus pulled away. From what he'd gleaned, the minimum daily wage for beasts was 10 source crystals. That's 1,000 blue star coins, enough to cover his sister's surgery fee. Source crystals were a currency exclusive to psychics. They contained pure source energy that psychics could absorb, like magical energy bottles. They only dropped when beasts died outside the city walls. This was exactly why Jason was willing to forego attending university and instead try the psychic entrance exam. After all, making money as a psychic wasn't easy, but aside from the dangers, it had its perks. He had to remind himself, even working 3 jobs, his daily earnings never exceeded $300. After a system reminder about clock-in time, Jason hurriedly hailed a taxi. Being late meant losing an entire month's salary. He wasn't about to waste the first month of his golden ticket working for nothing. Driver, to the skeleton jungle outside East City. No problem, young man. Off to the psychic exam, huh? I've already dropped off a dozen candidates there today. So, what's your power level? The taxi soon arrived at the heavy-guarded exam zone on the outskirts of the skeleton jungle. Given it was the psychic entrance exam, strict security was a must. Alert, only 20 minutes remain before work start time. Please reach the work zone and clock in promptly. The exam details had been announced 2 weeks prior to every candidate. Staring at the jungle entrance just steps away, Jason wished he could dash straight in. Suddenly, a heavy hand slammed onto his shoulder. Yo, didn't expect a loser like you to show up. Think you'll pass? Got your work done? Did I even give you leave? The familiar voice made Jason's blood run cold. He turned around to see 3 slacker youths. Leading them was his classmate and boss, Nathan Zhang. Nathan wore a full psychic combat suit, wielding a custom high-end Thunderfire blade. The moment their eyes met, a flicker of murderous intent flashed through Jason's gaze. If not for Nathan's family leaking the news of Lily's awakening to the Psychic Bureau back then, his family wouldn't have been destroyed. Now, Nathan's family had skyrocketed into Windforest City's elite, while Jason was forced to slave away under their watch. With his sister's medical bills piling up, and as a high schooler with no prospects, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and endure humiliation. Years ago, Nathan's father had died hunting beasts. If it weren't for Jason's parents taking pity and supporting them, the Zhang family wouldn't be where they were now. Yet that bastard repaid kindness with betrayal, and for profit at that. What are you staring at? Didn't hear me talking to you? Wanna get canned? Nathan swung a fist at Jason's face, but Jason nimbly dodged. I don't need your lousy job. Jason pulled a work ID from his pocket, tore it in half, and tossed it to the ground. Ha! Dodging my punches now? You've got some nerve. Furious at Jason's defiance, Nathan lunged forward, but nearby psychic security officers immediately approached. Nathan sheepishly lowered his hand, then sneered at Jason again. Alright, talking back to me? Guess you forgot how they shoved a thumb-thick tube into your sister's brain to drain her powers in that lab, huh? Oh, and one more thing, you might have missed, your parents didn't kill themselves from depression. Ha, what are you looking at? Planning to throw hands? Nathan laughed arrogantly, jabbing his finger into Jason's chest with venomous words. You'll never get your revenge, you worthless F-tier psychic. Just then, the exam start bell rang. Watching Nathan and his lackeys walk away, Jason's eyes burned with rage.
stage. Nathan Zhang, you're dead meat. The exam officially began.
Once inside the jungle, Jason avoided the main wide path where other candidates paired off.
Instead, he took a narrow trail to a secluded clearing. After confirming no one was nearby, he tapped the clock in button on the holographic screen before him. Ding! Clock in successful. Remaining work time today, 4 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds.
The moment the prompt sounded, Jason felt his body dissolve into a wisp of smoke. When the smoke cleared, he sought his new form, a tattered skeleton wearing a shabby, ill-fitting suit, with patches of decayed flesh hanging off the bones. He reached up and ran his fingers over his bald skull, glancing at his fellow creatures nearby. The name Plants vs. Zombies popped into his mind. Quickly, a character info panel appeared before his eyes. Race, F-tier skeleton clan. Level, 1 common skeleton, evolution points, 0 out of 100. HP, 100. Attack, 5. Defense, 3. Agility, 3. Race talent, none. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Salary, 10 source crystals/day, 30 source crystals death benefit. Current respawn time, 3 hours, not counted toward work hours. Overall evaluation, extremely weak, prone to osteoporosis. Remember to take calcium supplements. Jason burst out laughing at the last line. Seriously? Osteoporosis? Take calcium supplements? System, are you for real? But when he saw the daily salary was paid on the spot, a smile crept across his face. Work 5 hours, earn 10 source crystals, then pay for Lily's surgery. Finally, I won't have to face that scowl at the hospital billing window anymore. Determined not to be killed and lose work hours, Jason found a hidden spot to study his status and how to level up. Beast and Psychic progression were similar, both upgraded by hunting targets and earning rewards. Psychics accumulated experience points, while beasts collected evolution points. There were various beast races, skeletons, wolves, dragons, and so on. Each race had strengths and weaknesses, ranked from F-tier to SSS tier. Jason had drawn the weakest in F-tier skeleton. To become a higher tier beast race, one had to gather enough evolution points to level up, then break through by devouring other races, completing a racial leap. Additionally, the system stipulated that killing targets from opposing factions granted double rewards, meaning, as a beast, killing psychics yielded double gains. As a psychic, killing beasts also gave double rewards. With this golden ticket, passing the exam wasn't impossible. This was the system's gift, not just being a beast. Still, Jason wasn't about to kill for double rewards, except when it came to his enemies. Nathan Zhang's power was an A-tier ability called Thunderflash, one of the strongest A-tier bursts. Though the psychic exam was today, Nathan had already been hunting beasts, reaching level 3. With Jason's weak stats, facing him would be a death sentence. He'd be feeding experience points. So, to get revenge, Jason had to grow stronger. Level meant strength. His gaze shifted to nearby kindred spirits. Looks like I'll have to start with you all. Sorry about this. Jason glanced around at the nearby skeletons and noticed their bones were far sturdier and shinier, hardly showing any signs of osteoporosis. In contrast, every step he took caused his own brittle bones to grind together with a mechanical creak. With this condition, facing off against those stronger kin in the forest seemed a daunting challenge. Just as a frown crept onto Jason's face, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Is that a psychic candidate arriving? Jason scanned the area quickly and slipped into hiding to observe. Meng, don't be mad. I really tried my best. This is the psychic entrance exam. It decides whether we get into the psychic university, so it's pretty hard to find helpers. Zhou Xing, I'm not listening to your excuses anymore. You can't even handle such a small thing. What use are you? I'm quitting the exam now. From now on, we keep our distance. Goodbye. Meng, wait. If I bring you up levels, will that help? I can't promise the Dragon Tiger class, but getting you into the university? No problem. You said that yourself. I'm not forcing you. Of course, it's voluntary. Then stop wasting time. The exam ends at 10 tonight. We don't have much time. Jason's heart skipped a beat when he recognized the voices. The sultry, curvaceous girl was Su Ming, the notorious social butterfly of number 1 high school, surrounded by a swarm of sycophants. Rumor had it her power was only E-tier, barely giving her a chance at the psychic university. Yet Zhou Xing, from a well-off family and handsome to boot, had become her loyal follower, vowing to help her earn points to get in. It was ridiculous. Jason recalled that Zhou Xing's ability was B-tier Blazing Flame, which inflicted burning damage when attacking with weapons. He wisely chose not to approach, unsure if Zhou Xing might accidentally slash him. Better safe than sorry, he decided to watch and wait for the right moment to snatch some skeleton kills. At Su Ming's urging, Zhou Xing drew his longsword and began attacking. Though only level 2, Zhou Xing's skill was impressive. His sword strikes were relentless, chopping skeletons into limbless husks, preventing any close combat. Each strike dealt at least 30 damage and applied a 10-second burning effect, causing continuous health loss. Such power was the hallmark of a B-tier ability, making leveling up effortless. Soon, dozens of skeletons around were reduced to critical health. Su Ming's follow-up strikes, however, lagged behind Zhou Xing's pace. Her small lightning bolts only dealt single-digit
damage. After a while, she exhausted her source energy and had to retreat from the skeleton swarm. I'm done. What's this? You promised I'd get the finishing blows, but you left them all with so much health. Might as well let me fight full health next time. Her chest heaved with frustration, dizzying onlookers. Zhou Xing hurried over to comfort her. Meng, sorry. I held back because I didn't want to one-shot them. Don't worry, I'll hit harder next time. You should have done that from the start. Ugh, so exhausting. Sorry. Let's rest a bit, then come back. As Zhou Xing and Su Meng left, Jason wasted no time and charged forward. If you won't take your chance, I will. He moved frantically, the creaking of his brittle skeleton echoing. Finally reaching a wounded skeleton, Jason didn't hesitate and punched it. Seeing the damage, Jason was stunned. Damn, even Su Meng did more damage than this. Didn't I just mock her? Luckily, he had a full 100 HP, while the skeleton had less than 30 left. No matter how it fought, he could take it down. Before it could react, Jason kicked it again. The skeleton retaliated with a claw swipe. Jason took 6 damage. He frowned. Wow, that damage is no joke. So not only do humans differ, but skeletons too. Although they were the same level, their damage output varied greatly. This skeleton clearly didn't suffer from osteoporosis. Without hesitation, the two skeletons began brawling. Fortunately, since Jason was also a skeleton now, attacking his own kind didn't provoke retaliation unlike psychics, which was a relief. On his 5th strike, Jason finally killed the skeleton but lost 20 HP in the process. Kill level 1 skeleton plus 10 evolution points plus 1 source crystal. Hearing the notification, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. 100 coins in the pocket. This feels way easier than working in a restaurant. 1 skeleton grants 10 evolution points. Kill 10, and I'll evolve. He targeted another skeleton with only 15 HP. After his first fight, Jason had learned some weaknesses. For instance, hitting joints dealt higher damage and limited the opponent's attacks. Armed with this, the next battles became easier. Besides watching his health, all he had to do was strike the joints. When his HP dropped to 20, he had slain 5 skeletons, earned 50 evolution points, and gained 7 source crystals. 700 coins in less than 20 minutes? This income is insane. But there was bad news. Jason was out of health. Minutes passed without recovery. Can't be that I don't regenerate, right? That'd be brutal. Watching the wounded skeletons roam, Jason felt regret. Good opportunities don't wait. Then he recalled the healing meditation from games. He slipped into a hidden corner and began meditating. Half a minute later, his HP started to rise. It works, thank goodness. Though it only recovered 1 point every 3 seconds, Jason was thrilled. This meant he had a unique healing ability that set him apart. After several minutes, his health was full. Glancing at Su Meng laughing uproariously and Zhou Xing nearby, Jason charged back into the skeleton horde. When the 5th skeleton fell, the familiar prompt sounded again. Kill level 1 skeleton plus 10 evolution points plus 2 source crystals. Evolution points full. Would you like to evolve? It was time. Yes. Select race class. Class A, Skeleton Warrior. Class B, Skeleton Mage. Class C, Skeleton Archer. Wait, classes too? Jason paused, deep in thought. From a gaming perspective, these classes represented different growth focuses. Skeleton Warrior prioritized defense, Skeleton Mage offense, Skeleton Archer agility. After weighing options, Jason chose Skeleton Mage. High damage and ranged attacks would let him level faster, especially with area skills later. I pick B. Ding. Evolved into level 2 Skeleton Mage. Unlocked Skeleton Mage exclusive talent, Spirit Ritual. Shop feature unlocked. Jason felt a radiant light surge through his entire body, filling him with immense power. His bones grew noticeably harder and more resilient. Before him, his evolved status panel materialized. Host, Jason. Race, F-tier Skeleton Clan. Level, 2 Common Skeleton Mage. Evolution points, 0/300. HP, 200. Attack, 9. Defense, 5. Agility, 5. Race talent, Spirit Ritual LV.1. Hunting a target accumulates 10 damage points, up to 500 max. Can be released actively, then resets accumulation. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Salary, 20 source crystals/day, 60 source crystals death benefit. Current respawn time, 3.5 hours, not counted in work hours. Overall evaluation, average and steady. Beware of skilled opponents. A smile tugged at Jason's lips upon reading the evaluation. Finally, no more osteoporosis. The changes from his first evolution were unmistakable. His 3 core attributes and HP had significantly increased, more than enough to handle level 1 skeletons. Moreover, he had gained the Spirit Ritual talent. Accumulating up to 500 damage meant a single strike could potentially one-shot a level 5 E-tier psychic or a level 5 ordinary beast. Such power was no joke. Looks like revenge is within reach. Jason clenched his fist, though to unleash the full 500 damage, he'd need to hunt 50 beasts. He wondered just how high Nathan Zhang's level would be by then. An A-tier psychic's power was formidable, and their leveling speed far outpaced ordinary people. At least now, Jason had a chance at retribution
promotion that was what truly mattered. Beyond talents, Jason's attention turned to the system's new feature, the shop. Yet the selection was disappointingly sparse. Inferior skeleton staff, gray quality, level 1, plus 5 attack, durability 50-50, price 50 evolution points. Inferior skeleton vine armor, gray quality, level 1, plus 5 defense, durability 50-50, price 50 evolution points. Inferior skeleton straw shoes, gray quality, level 1, plus 5 agility, durability 50-50, price 50 evolution points. Miniature health potion, restores 50 HP over 30 seconds, price 30 evolution points. Examining the stats and prices, Jason frowned. Purchasing with evolution points. Looks like I'll have to choose between upgrading and gearing up. He understood the saying, to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. After studying the shop, Jason learned that beast gear, like psychic gear, came in graded qualities. There were 10 grades: gray, white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, tricolor, and 7 color. Gray gear was the lowest tier, poor stat boosts, low durability, no repairs possible, cheap but disposable. After some thought, Jason decided to buy gear first. With better equipment, he could kill monsters more efficiently and enhance his survivability. Having spent all his evolution points on the upgrade, he'd need to hunt more to afford gear. Not far away, Zhou Xing and Su Meng were laughing as they re-entered the skeleton swarm. But as they neared, they froze, spotting numerous skeleton corpses. Meng, you're actually pretty fast at killing. Really? Seeing fewer skeletons, Zhou Xing led Su Meng toward another area to farm points. With no one bothering him, Jason resumed grinding. Though he'd chosen skeleton mage for his second level, without skills or weapons, he was still a melee fighter. Fortunately, level 1 skeletons posed no challenge now. His damage was higher and damage taken less. Even against full health skeletons, he could dispatch them with under 30 HP loss. However, killing lower level targets incurred level penalties. According to the world's rules, for each level difference below his own, rewards decreased by 20%, stacking down to 0. This didn't affect the spirit ritual talent's damage buildup. Each skeleton still granted 10 damage points. Kill level 1 skeleton, plus 8 evolution points, plus 1 source crystal. Kill level 1 skeleton, plus 8 evolution points, plus 1 source crystal. After clearing nearby skeletons, Jason amassed 150 evolution points. He opened the shop, purchased 3 pieces of equipment, and saw his core attributes rise again, boosting his kill efficiency. Less than an hour later, he reached level 3. At this point, level 1 skeletons no longer threatened him, but rewards dropped to 60%. Continuing to farm them would be inefficient, especially since gear durability still wore down. Looks like I have to move to higher level zones. After fully restoring his HP, Jason ventured deeper into the jungle. Not far in, he spotted numerous psychic candidates battling monsters. The skeletons here were more varied: warriors, mages, archers ranging from level 2 to 4. Occasionally, larger skeletons appeared, elite monsters weaker than bosses but tougher than regular foes. Around the outskirts, most targeted skeleton warriors for their weaker attacks and slow movement. Even if low on health, they could escape, making them safer picks. Jason, however, had no such worries. Attacking his own kind didn't draw retaliation. He could pick targets at will. From system intel, he knew to obtain mage skills, he had to hunt skeleton mages to loot their abilities. Finding a quiet spot, Jason began training. Soon, voices carried from afar. Damn, is Jason some kind of rat? Where'd he run off to? We checked everywhere but can't find him. Yeah, even the outskirts. Only the garden playground is left. Could he be hiding there? No way. That place is crawling with level 5 or higher skeletons, including the level 7 skeleton mage boss. Not even Brother Nyen dares go. Don't worry, he won't escape this time. We'll take him out first, then finish his sister. That way Brother Nyen's promotion at the company won't be affected. Right, Brother Nyen's promotion comes first. We all rely on him. Jason recognized the voices as Nathan Zhang's henchmen. Leading them was Xiao Yang. Back when Nathan betrayed Lily's awakening secret, he only received partial rewards and failed to enter Dawnrise Corporation. To prove loyalty, he and his crew framed Jason's parents, who were trying to report the bureau in the provincial capital, securing a spot in Dawnrise peripheral companies. Xiao Yang was among those involved. Want to kill me? You'll have to see if you have the fate for it. Jason cast a quick glance at Xiao Yang and his crew but made no move to attack immediately. After all, their numbers were greater and each had at least D-tier powers. Xiao Yang himself wielded a B-tier ability and had already reached level 4. A level 4 psychic with a B-tier power could easily take on wild beasts at level 5 or even 6, solo. Jason, on the other hand, lacked any skills and had no real combat capabilities. So, he chose to keep leveling up first and find the right moment to deal with them later. He selected a cluster of level 2 skeleton mages as his grinding spot. Without any skills, he was still a melee fighter, using his staff more like a club than a magic tool, a fact that pained him. When struck by fireballs from other skeleton mages, despite his higher level, his damage output was nearly halved. If not for his increased HP of 400, he might have fallen already. Jason took 53
3 damage as a fireball slammed into his chest, the burning pain sharp and immediate.
Gritting his teeth, he swung his staff hard against the skull of the skeleton mage before him.
The skeleton mage's body slackened, collapsing to the ground.
Kill level 2 skeleton mage, plus 24 evolution points, plus 5 source crystals.
Jason's HP had fallen below 50. Looks like I really need skills now.
He crouched to recover his health.
Once restored, he resumed grinding tirelessly, slaying skeleton mages relentlessly, losing count of how many. Finally, a familiar prompt sounded.
Kill level 2 skeleton, plus 24 evolution points, plus 4 source crystals, acquired beginner skill scroll ×1. Jason froze, surprised. A skill scroll?
Finally!
Excited, he fetched the scroll from his storage. The parchment, tied with a simple rope, felt promising.
Without hesitation, he used it. Ding! Acquired skeleton mage exclusive skill Spiritfire.
Spiritfire, level 1, deals 70 damage to a single target within range, base 50 plus attribute bonus 15 plus equipment bonus 5 plus 10% burning damage over 3 seconds, cooldown 3 seconds. Eyeing the damage breakdown, Jason could hardly wait to test it. He sat cross-legged, waiting for full HP, then immediately sought a target. With a swing of his staff, a red flame shot forth.
Bang!
The distant skeleton mage caught the spirit fire attack. A damage indicator appeared over its skull.
66 damage.
Jason's joy was palpable as he calculated in his mind. A level 2 skeleton mage had 200 HP. 4 hits max would finish it off.
Since he struck first, the opponent could only retaliate thrice.
In other words, managing his health well meant one potion could take down 2 skeleton mages. His kill efficiency improved significantly. Instead of battling same level mages, he targeted level 1 skeleton mages for easier fights. With his health and damage advantage, the rewards were still decent high-cost performance. Before long, he reached level 4. After a brief rest, Jason moved on to a cluster of level 3 skeleton mages. Most psychic candidates hovered around level 3 as well. After an indeterminate time, his screen flashed.
Evolution points full. Would you like to level up?
That's fast.
Level up.
Ding. Leveled up to level 5 skeleton mage.
Unlocked second talent, skill enhancement training, level 1.
Skill enhancement training, level 1, increases spell damage by 100 points and extends attack range by 10 meters. Jason quickly calculated the synergy between talent and skill. Spiritfire's base damage was 50 plus 38 from his attributes and gear, and an extra 100 from skill enhancement training, a total of 188 damage. A level 5 skeleton mage had about 20 defense and 500 HP. One skill hit would deal at least 150 damage, possibly over 200 if it struck a weak spot.
To test his theory, Jason performed several attacks.
Sure enough, damage soared above 150. With increased attack range, he could kite skeleton mages, clearing mobs without taking damage, though it was draining. During a break, he noticed the shop updated with new items. Skeleton staff, green quality, level 5, plus 50 attack, durability 100 price, 200 evolution points. Skeleton soft armor, green quality, level 5, plus 50 defense, durability 100 price, 200 evolution points. Skeleton short boots, green quality, level 5, plus 50 agility, durability 100 price, 200 evolution points.
Elite fruit, consume to become an elite level character, unlocking exclusive skills. Price, 500 evolution points. Note, skill lost upon leveling up or reverting to human.
Jason's eyes lit up at the elite fruit.
This item was incredibly valuable. Elite monsters had doubled stats and exclusive skills immensely powerful.
Though 500 evolution points was costly, Jason believed he could farm enough. The only drawback was that the effect vanished if he leveled up or reverted to human form. Probably a system-imposed limit to prevent overfarming. Determined, Jason resumed grinding hard. Spiritfire relentlessly scorched the surrounding skeleton mages.
His evolution points skyrocketed.
Soon, he reached 900 points, enough to upgrade again. But without hesitation, he opened the shop and purchased the elite fruit, the skeleton staff, and the short boots. He pulled the elite fruit from storage and swallowed it. In an instant, a red aura burst within him. A surge of immense power enveloped his body.
Checking his stats. Host, Jason. Race, F-tier skeleton clan. Level, 5 elite skeleton mage. Evolution points, 0 out of 900. HP, 1000. Attack, 116, 66 base plus 50 equipment. Defense, 45, 40 base plus 5 equipment.
Agility, 90, 40 base plus 50 equipment.
Race talents, Spirit Ritual LV.1, 420/500. Skill enhancement training LV.1.
Equipment, skeleton staff, inferior skeleton vine armor, skeleton short boots. Skills, Spiritfire LV.1, explosive flame LV.5, elite exclusive skill, summons flame dealing 416 instant damage, 300 plus 116 to area targets and 4-1 burn damage per second for 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Salary, 50 source crystals/day, 150 source crystals. Death benefit.
Current respawn time, 5 hours, not counted in work work hours. Overall evaluation, novice, more effort needed. Explosive flame, impressive damage.
A wide grin spread across Jason's face, brighter than AK's defiant smirk.
His gaze swept the distant psychic candidates, finally locking onto Xiaoyang and his group. Heard you've been looking for me? Well, I'll test out my new skill on you first. With that, Jason silently advanced toward Xiaoyang and his men. Ha ha ha, an equipment drop. A real equipment drop. The skeleton staff. Susu, it's yours. Thank you. I'm so excited.
A group of young men and women were joyfully sharing the thrill of their first gear drop, but their happiness was abruptly crushed when a shadow loomed over them.
Hand it over.
The skeleton staff was snatched roughly from the girl's hand. The group turned angrily, ready to fight for their loot, but froze the moment they saw the intruder.
What are you staring at? You've never seen someone steal equipment before?
Xiaoyang stood with his arms akimbo, eyes coldly scanning them before settling on the girl. A lecherous grin spread across his face as he reached out to touch her cheek only to be blocked by a young man.
Brother Yang, you took the gear. Please don't do this, alright? A sharp slap echoed.
Xiaoyang's eyes flashed with fury as he clenched his fist and swung at the young man's head. The group watched in terror as a blue glow flickered around Xiaoyang's fist. This was no ordinary fight. It was a killing move. The girl dropped to her knees, clutching Xiaoyang's leg and begging desperately. Brother Yang, please spare Xiaoli.
He didn't mean it. I'm willing to. Xiaoyang's fist slammed into the young man's cheek, blood splattering as he collapsed unconscious. Then, pulling the girl into his arms, a wicked smile curled his lips. Girl, what were you saying you're willing to do? Come closer and say it again. Hee hee. His henchman burst into cruel laughter. The girl trembled, tears streaming down her face, utterly powerless.
Suddenly, a fireball shot through the air at lightning speed.
The spirit fire struck Xiaoyang's back precisely.
He screamed in pain, shoving the girl aside.
Damn it! Who the hell dared to sneak attack me?
Show yourself if you've got guts. The others scanned the area warily but saw nothing. At that moment, the girl's eyes caught sight of a towering skeleton mage emerging behind a group of skeleton warriors. The mage raised his staff high, a green gem embedded in it gleamed intensely.
Another fiery blast soared forward, too fast for anyone to react. Xiaoyang shouted, "Get down! That's an elite skeleton mage." The fireball exploded amid them, engulfing the area in roaring flames. Brother Yang, help me! One henchman caught in the blast turned into a blazing inferno instantly.
The others kicked him to the ground furiously, trying to extinguish the flames.
Xiaoyang cursed, "Use your damn powers. Do something."
One finally snapped out of it and doused the flames with water magic, but the man was beyond saving. Watching his brother writhe helplessly, Xiaoyang spat curses at his men.
Who the hell provoked that skeleton mage? Why pick an elite one? We're all gonna die here. The henchman looked guilt-ridden. Brother Yang, we didn't start anything.
Yeah, that skeleton mage was at least 20 meters away, with skeleton warriors in between.
No one could have reached him. Brother Yang, it's those guys over there. Should we chase after them? Xiaoyang slapped one on the head. Chasing? Are you crazy? Run for your lives instead.
They hurriedly carried their badly injured comrade and fled. Before leaving, Xiaoyang glanced back at the elite skeleton mage, feeling its gaze burn into him.
Damn it, I'll come for you later. Just you wait.
The group vanished into the jungle, desperately trying to escape Jason's relentless pursuit. From the moment Jason struck, he had no intention of leaving survivors. The gem on his staff flickered with every flash. Each time, spirit fire pierced the dense forest and struck one of them. At first, the squad was mostly intact, but within 3 minutes, members began falling behind, succumbing one by one. Defeated level 4 psychic, plus 112 evolution points, plus 12 source crystals. Defeated level 3 psychic, plus 60 evolution points, plus 4 source crystals.
Trying to run? Not a chance. Today, you all die. Jason quickened his pace, unleashing attacks the moment his skill cooldown ended. As his numbers dwindled, Xiaoyang grew baffled. What the hell's wrong with this elite skeleton mage? I haven't even touched it, yet it keeps attacking us.
No matter how far we run, it stays within its rage range.
What's going on?
Before he finished complaining, another fireball streaked over.
Another henchman dropped.
Xiaoyang saw his squad shrinking rapidly. Realizing only 4 remained, he shouted to his closest men, "Stop at that corner up ahead.
Get ready to fight." Damn it, this skeleton's looking for a showdown.
The remaining 3 nodded grimly. They knew running was futile against the elite skeleton mage. Their only choice was to fight. When the clingy pest reappeared, all 4 unleashed their powers simultaneously. But Jason was ready. Raising his staff, a fiery blast surged forth.
Explosive flame. Xiaoyang was struck down, flames licking his body as he collapsed.
He rolled desperately to put out the fire but lacked the strength to rise. Seeing the power powerful skeleton mage approaching, his heart pounded wildly. "Help! Teacher, save me!" The jungle was an exam zone, patrolled by safety officers who intervened when candidates faced mortal danger. Of course, rescued students had to pause their exams and retake them later. At this moment, the elite skeleton mage reached Xiao Yang. With a flick of his staff, a fleeing henchman was instantly killed. The man's eyes widened in shock as they met Xiao Yang's fear unlike any he'd felt before. The remaining two henchmen were swiftly dispatched. A chilling thought struck Xiao Yang: this skeleton mage wasn't just hunting, it was seeking vengeance. Suddenly, a shadow blotted out his vision. Xiao Yang stared into the dancing flames within the skull and immediately soiled himself. "Help! Save me!" Minutes later, two safety officers arrived, finding only a corpse. This candidate named Xiao Yang died from a pierced heart. Wasn't he killed by a skeleton mage? Why the stabbing wound? Strange. Having dealt with Xiao Yang, Jason felt elated. Not only had his revenge succeeded, but he also obtained a valuable item from the corpse. Skeleton Clan Command Medallion. Skeleton Clan exclusive item, black iron grade. Wearing it summons one skeleton beast, which can be recalled to storage. After all summons die, a 24-hour cooldown applies before resummoning. If I remember correctly, this is a mission item for psychics. Didn't expect I could use it. Does this mean I don't have to fight alone anymore? With that thought, Jason's gaze fixed on the direction of the garden playground. "Nathan Zhang, let's see how you run this time." Jason eagerly found a secluded spot. Summon! With a flash from his staff, a skeletal wolf appeared before him about 2 meters long, its flesh and muscle largely decayed, yet still exuding a majestic aura. Jason quickly checked its status panel. Summon, Common Skeleton Wolf. Level 1, Evolution Points, 0/100. HP, 100. Attack, 15. Defense, 10. Agility, 15. Skills, none. Level 1, these stats are pretty solid, and it has an experience bar, so it can level up and likely learn skills later. I wonder if it drops levels when it dies. He queried the system and received crucial information. First, summon creatures do not lose levels upon death. Great news for Jason. Second, their leveling requires experience drawn from his own evolution points account. Jason's expression soured at this. Sharing experience meant the wolf's growth depended on his own, slowing his personal progress. But then another message brightened his mood. Bearers of the Skeleton Summon Medallion can summon skeleton beasts even in human form, so I can use it after transforming back? Jason's excitement soared. If true, he could level up his summon while in beast form, then switch to human form and call it out to help level himself. Though he had no grand hopes for the Psychic University before, this opened new possibilities. The university offered richer resources, and he could grow faster in beast form. Only 2 hours left before the transformation ends. Better hurry, especially since Nathan Zhang is still alive. Jason set off with his skeleton wolf to grind experience. Low level meant fast leveling. A level 5 skeleton granted 90 to 100 evolution points. 10 minutes later, the wolf reached level 4. Its combat prowess emerged, attack and agility rose to 69, defense to 42. At level 4, it nearly matched Jason's own level 5 stats, truly overwhelming. From then on, Jason farmed alongside the wolf. A skeleton mage paired with a skeleton wolf greatly boosted grinding efficiency. Soon, the wolf's evolution points maxed at level 5. Jason chose to evolve immediately. Choose skeleton wolf evolution path. Different choices grant different skills. A. Tanky melee. B. Spell enhancement. C. Agile burst. Contemplating the options, Jason selected tanky melee. He was already a mage with sufficient damage. What he needed was a durable frontliner. I pick A. In the next moment, the wolf's body glowed brightly. When the light faded, its bones were harder, gleaming like steel, and its eyes sharper. Jason viewed its panel. Summon, Common Skeleton Wolf. Level 5, Evolution Points, 0/900. HP, 1000. Attack, 116. Defense, 70. Agility, 116. Skills, Frenzy Totem, activates automatically after 3 seconds of combat, triples HP, doubles attack and agility, grants 10% lifesteal for 2 minutes. Jason was amazed. Wow, this is fierce. Double attack, double agility, 10% lifesteal, and triple HP, a perfect meat shield with damage output. He glanced at the time. 1 hour left. Time to deal with Nathan Zhang. With that, Jason led the skeleton wolf toward the garden playground. At the skeleton jungle's garden playground outskirts, Nathan Zhang and his henchmen rested after slaying a level 6 skeleton warrior boss. Suddenly, shouts came from afar. Brother Nyen, Xiao Yang and the others are dead. Nathan and his men jumped up abruptly. What? Xiao Yang and his group dead? How's that possible inside the exam zone? Though deaths occurred during the psychic entrance exam, invigilators tried hard to keep fatalities low. Hearing that Xiao Yang and 5 of his men had perished, Nathan was stunned. Any leads? What happened? Witnesses say an elite skeleton mage killed them. Damn it! We told Xiao Yang not to rush in and to farm small monsters first. Stay away from elites. But he never listened. Nathan fumed helplessly. The dead could not be revived. Just then, a subordinate
Subnet added, Brother Nyen, we also heard Xiao Yang died from a heart stabbing.
Some say the elite skeleton mage did it.
What? A skeleton mage stabbed Xiao Yang's heart? How is that possible?
Suddenly, Nathan's right eyelid twitched. He suspected the skeleton mage wasn't responsible, more likely someone else had killed Xiao Yang. They had many enemies, and he couldn't pinpoint who dared act so boldly.
Irritated, Nathan waved his hand. Enough, gather the brothers. Let's team up and take on the skeleton general in the garden playground.
Outside the skeleton jungle lay a large rest area with a massive electronic screen displaying each candidate's scores and levels. Everyone looked toward Yang Su, their teacher from number 1 high school. Old Yang, your class has got a real contender this time.
Nathan Zhang's definitely going to take first place.
Others nodded with envy.
Yang Su suppressed his excitement and humbly replied, Ha, it's not over yet.
There are strong dark horse candidates from other schools this time.
Someone asked, Nathan Zhang's already level 7. Is he ready to face the skeleton general in the garden playground?
Yang Su folded his arms, eyes filled with anticipation.
Nathan's goal was to secure a position at Dawnrise Corporation.
If he could defeat the skeleton general, his score gap with the next 3 candidates would widen, almost guaranteeing first place. Just as he sighed, he spotted a graceful female teacher, Lin Shi, preparing to leave. He quickly straightened and approached her.
Teacher Lin, you're here too.
Lin Shi gave an awkward nod.
Just passing by, taking a look. Here to see Jason? I know where he is.
Yang Su pointed to the bottom of the leaderboard where Jason held last place, 0 points, level 1, feigning regret. If Jason took the regular exam, he'd easily get into Windforest's top colleges. But he's wasting this chance by taking the psychic exam without the talent. Lin Shi sighed sadly as she looked at Jason standing.
I have things to attend to. I'm off. With that, she left.
Before the beast invasion, the garden playground was a landmark amusement park in Windforest City. Its most striking feature was the 150-meter-tall Ferris wheel, which still stood as a symbol outside the city. After a century, the Ferris wheel had been completely entwined by thick vines and plants, transforming it into a green colossus that barely resembled its original form. Beneath this towering structure gathered numerous high-level skeletons, including many elite and boss-tier skeleton monsters.
Although the psychic entrance exam area included this zone, the candidate code explicitly warned, avoid attempting the garden playground unless absolutely necessary.
This rule served mainly to caution ordinary candidates about its extreme danger, but experts were free to venture as they pleased. With Xiao Yang and his men gone, Nathan Zhang's confidence in killing the skeleton general boss had noticeably waned, much to his frustration.
Alright, you all buff me up. Priest, stick with me and heal as needed. Tank, draw aggro up front. The rest, DPS hard. Got it? Got it. Understood. Nathan glanced at the time and nodded. Move out. The amusement park fence was kicked open as Nathan led his team inside.
The moment they stepped in, countless creaking sounds echoed the grinding of bones as the skeleton stirred. Everyone's nerves tightened, eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Unlike the others, Nathan paid no attention to the minor skeletons nearby. His sole focus was the skeleton general boss.
Brother Nyen, here they come.
As they reached the carousel, a horde of tattered skeleton warriors covered in moss emerged.
Level 5 skeleton warriors? Waste of time.
Before Nathan finished, he slashed his thunderfire blade along the ground, sparking a blue-purple flame, and charged forward. The dozen or so skeleton warriors were no joke. Most candidates would steer clear, and even small teams would think twice before engaging. Nathan's strike cleaved one skeleton warrior's half-body, purple electric sparks flickering at the fracture, leaving only a shred of flesh. Red light burned in the skeleton's eye sockets as it prepared to attack, but Nathan's blade struck again swiftly. Empowered by his A-tier Thunder Flash ability, his strikes were like flashes of light, no reaction time given. The skeleton was cut down in 2 blows, the entire fight lasting less than 2 seconds. Others rushed in, but Nathan fought solo, shredding the skeletons into scattered bone fragments. Within 2 minutes, over a dozen skeleton warriors lay slain, yet Nathan appeared unfazed, his thunderfire blade slung across his back as he advanced.
Damn, Brother Nyen's a beast. 2 hits to kill a level 5 skeleton monster? Incredible. Having Brother Nyen here makes me bolder already. I was so nervous before. No wonder he's an A-tier psychic. It takes me 3 minutes to kill one 5-level skeleton. He's done it in 2 hits. That's the gap in level and ability quality. I'm jealous. Fueled by admiration, Nathan fought with renewed vigor.
Soon, they reached the foot of the Ferris wheel. As they arrived, the massive wheel creaked and groaned, shaking twice ominously.
Everyone's tension spiked. Even Nathan grew serious. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the Ferris wheel.
Nathan unsheathed his thunderfire blade, slicing the arrow midair. From behind the Ferris wheel emerged a towering skeleton general boss, standing 2.5 meters tall, wielding a golden sword. The group quickly checked its stats.
Skeleton General BOSS, level 7. HP, 3500. Attack, 295. Defense, 295. Agility, 177. Skills, Storm Slash, AoE high damage, Overlord armor, boosts HP and defense. Holy 2 195 attack and defense? This is brutal. The boss's skills boost its HP and defense. We can't just brute force this.
The skeleton general can command lower-level skeletons. There are many skeleton mages and archers around.
We must be cautious.
Whispers of anxiety spread through the group. Nathan took a deep breath facing his team.
Let's get to work.
On the opposite side of the Ferris wheel, Jason observed the terrain and Nathan's troop deployment quietly. He remained in his elite skeleton mage form, choosing not to level up. The boost from evolving was negligible compared to his elite state. More importantly, the elite skeleton mage came with the explosive flame skill. This was his main source of damage for hunting Nathan. Nathan was formidable, assembling nearly a perfect team discounting the loss of Xiao Yang. Nearby, the skeleton general swung his golden sword, summoning dozens of level 5 and 6 skeleton warriors, including elite level 5 warriors. Nathan knew being surrounded meant death. Swift victory was essential. He charged at the skeleton general with his Thunderfire blade. A-tier psychics were indeed powerful. Even facing multiple elite skeleton warriors was manageable for Nathan. Within 5 minutes, he reached the skeleton general. Despite the boss's massive 2.5-meter frame, Nathan remained calm. Using his Thunderflash speed, he kept a safe distance, striking whenever possible. But the skeleton general was no pushover. Infuriated, it swung its golden sword in a wide arcstorm slash. The area within 5 meters was impossible to dodge. Nathan tried to retreat but was hit. A damage indicator flashed above Nathan's head. Level 7 psychics typically had 700 to 1500 HP. This blow nearly halved his health. Fortunately, as an A-tier psychic, Nathan had high HP growth. Coupled with his advanced psychic gear, he withstood the attack. Plus, a healer was nearby. "Zhou Guan, heal me." But before Zhou Guan could respond, an explosion erupted behind them, followed by a wave of heat. Zhou Guan fell, screaming in agony. Nathan was stunned. Facing the charging skeleton general again, he raised his blade defensively, abandoning the healer. His advantage was gone. Meanwhile, Jason raised his staff. "Like a challenge? Let me turn up the heat." Nathan Zhang instinctively blamed Zhou Guan for casting skills on the skeleton mage during their approach, leading to the attack. He firmly believed the skeletons wouldn't initiate aggression on their own. After all, he considered himself the main target here. The skeletons were focused on him. Dodging the skeleton general's relentless pursuit, Nathan tried desperately to rescue Zhou Guan. Yet another blazing fireball struck Zhou Guan directly, ending his life on the spot. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Nathan knew that despite his high damage output, defeating the skeleton general was only a matter of time. However, the true linchpin was the healer's support. As long as his health remained stable, he could keep moving swiftly and strike opportunistically. But he never expected Zhou Guan to die before even casting a single heal. "That bastard! How many times did I say not to output? But you never listen." Facing the unyielding skeleton general boss and the surrounding skeletons forming a deadly encirclement, Nathan felt all hope slipping away. "If this continues, I'll be the first to die. I must retreat quickly." He shouted to his teammates on the outskirts, "Prepare to withdraw." Knowing the boss was likely unbeatable today, the others readied themselves to cover Nathan's retreat. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed in the distance. A scout was hit by a fireball, screaming in agony. Nathan's right eyelid twitched as he searched for the attacker. When his eyes fell on the familiar staff, the skeletal skull, and the fiery glow in its eye sockets, his heart skipped a beat. "Damn it! Has that skeleton mage evolved intelligence?" He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Low-level beasts simply couldn't possess true intellect. They existed merely as experience fodder for psychics. His subordinate had been caught off guard because he was the designated scout and just happened to be attacked, nothing more. "Get up quickly. Keep buffing me and casting shields." Before he finished, another spirit fire shot through and hit his teammate. "Ah, help me." That man collapsed, surrounded instantly by a horde of skeletons. The screams sent chills through everyone's hearts. Nathan's eyelid twitched violently. Sudden whooshing sounds came from behind, forcing him to dodge swiftly. Hit once more by the skeleton general's attack, Nathan spat blood but didn't falter, clutching his wound and pushing forward. "Hurry, pull aggro. Cover my retreat," he shouted as his men cast buffs. With enhanced speed, attack, and defense, Nathan's Thunderfire blade cleaved through the skeletons like a razor, breaking the encirclement. From a distance, Jason watched knowingly. So he's trying to lose the skeleton general's pursuit by hiding in the skeleton swarm, hoping the boss can't get in? Think again. Jason's gaze settled on several of Nathan's men continuously shielding and hastening him. His staff's gem flickered as he unleashed another spirit fire. Thanks to skill enhancement training, Jason's attack range even surpassed that of skeleton archers. A spirit fire soared forth. A psychic preparing to shield Nathan was struck, interrupting his skill and cursing Jason before attempting to dodge. Jason showed no mercy, firing a second spirit fire. After 2 hits, the support's health nearly drained, forcing him into retreat. But his pace was too slow. Jason's final attack finished him off. Defeated level 5 psychic, plus 136 evolution points, plus 22 source crystals. With no shield support, Nathan faced the overwhelming
overwhelming skeleton horde, his health rapidly dwindled. Still, his combat power remained formidable. His rapid strikes and strong damage eliminated these tough skeleton warriors in just 3 hits. Nearing the Ferris wheel, Nathan suddenly felt his Thunderfire blade grow heavy, his movements sluggish as if slowed to half speed. Damn it! Speed buffs, now! But his nearby men answered helplessly, Brother Nian, Xiaohu, and Xiaolu are dead. What? Panic flashed in Nathan's eyes as he continued slashing desperately. How did they die? That elite skeleton mage. It's too cunning attacking us from above. To get to it, we'd have to bypass the skeleton swarm. We're powerless. Nathan cursed bitterly, eyes scanning the heights. The towering level 5 elite skeleton mage seemed to stare back. Though it hadn't attacked him directly, it was picking off his men one by one. For a moment, Nathan almost believed it was some manifestation of his enemy. But the thought vanished quickly. He knew none of the psychic candidates had such an ability. What the hell is going on? Grinding his teeth, Nathan swung his blade again. His advanced psychic armor was already torn, blood dripping from his shoulder. Several of his outer men had fallen silent, dead or captured, no one knew. Facing the skeleton warriors blocking his path, Nathan felt drained and unable to fight on. Am I really going to die here? Suddenly, a fireball flew from afar. It exploded, knocking several skeleton warriors down. Nathan's eyes widened as he looked at the weakened enemies. Clenching his teeth, he swung his blade with all his might. Finally, he broke through the encirclement. Hope flickered within him. He even felt like thanking the skeleton mage. Perhaps its target was his men, not him. He sprinted wildly, chased by countless skeleton warriors. But exhaustion caught him. He tripped and fell. Trying to rise, he suddenly found his sunlight blocked. Nathan looked up sharply. He saw a familiar face. Jason? He hadn't expected to see Jason here. But now was not the time for pleasantries. He instinctively shouted, "What are you standing there for? Help me up, or I'll dock your pay." Jason kicked his shoulder hard, reopening a sealed wound that bled freely. Nathan screamed in agony. "Damn you! You dare touch me? Wait till I get out, you're dead." He struggled to stand, but Jason stomped on his head. Weak and powerless, Nathan shook his head frantically, unable to resist, only able to wail helplessly. Suddenly, the sound of grinding skeleton bones echoed nearby. Fear surged through Nathan. He quickly apologized, voice trembling. "Jason, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Spare me. I'll pay you. Doesn't your sister need money? I'll give it. Really, the skeletons are almost here. Let me go. I swear I'll pay you right now. Tell me what you want. As long as you say the word, I'll agree." Nathan's desperation grew, his tone increasingly soft. Jason's voice was cold and resolute. "This is what you said." "Yeah, just say it. What do you want?" "I want you dead. So die once." "Jason, you're asking for death." Just moments ago, Nathan Zhang was still speaking with a mocking tone, but suddenly he exploded in rage. His body sprang up like a coiled spring from the ground, and his Thunderfire blade swung fiercely toward Jason. Yet, as he swung, Jason's lips curled into a strange smile, as if he had anticipated Nathan's feigned plea for mercy but was secretly recovering his strength. The look in Nathan's eyes mirrored that of the very skeleton mage Jason once was. "Die for me." Nathan's blade carried immense power. However, when the long sword was less than 20 centimeters from Jason, a shadow suddenly lunged from the left, knocking Nathan to the ground. A fierce growl filled the air. Nathan clutched his neck. Screaming in agony, he was pinned beneath Jason's summoned skeleton wolf. The wolf's jaws held a large, bloodied chunk of flesh, its terrifying appearance enough to freeze anyone on the spot. Jason crouched down, peering into Nathan's eyes. "Did your cousin, Li Song, have anything to do with my parents' death?" Nathan writhed in pain but instantly understood the question. He gasped out, "Li Song was the one who told me to eliminate your parents so I could join Dawnrise Corporation. He ordered me to do it. The true culprit is clear. I'm just a pawn forced into this. Please, spare me. I can help you take down Li Song. Truly." Jason chuckled coldly. "The true culprit? Then I'll settle the score with each of them." He pulled out a blood-stained staff. Nathan's heart skipped a beat as he recognized it, the very staff said to be the murder weapon used by the skeleton mage who killed Xiao Yang. "You're the skeleton mage? Heh, good memory." At that moment, a cold glint flashed in Nathan's eyes. Summoning all his remaining strength, he grabbed his sword and swung it fiercely at Jason. "Did you think I wanted to chat? Die." Jason remained calm, unfazed by the incoming blow. "I've long expected this. Spirit ritual." A dark light pierced straight through Nathan's chest. His eyes widened in shock as his body went limp, staring incredulously at Jason. "Why? How can you hurt me?" Jason looked at his hand in surprise. "Didn't expect my spirit ritual to ignore armor. Learned something new today." Then, Jason violently thrust his staff through Nathan's heart, ending him completely. Nathan's eyes bulged. He never imagined dying at the hands of someone he least feared. He couldn't fathom that Jason was the very skeleton mage all along. Outside the skeleton jungle, Yang Su leaned against a chair, wearing a servile smile as he faced Li Song. "Managerly, your cousin is sure to get promoted this time. Congratulations." Li Song, dressed in an expensive suit, smiled faintly. "Of course. Otherwise, all the money I spent procuring that A-tier ability in the lab would be wasted." Yang Yang Su's face filled with envy. Quietly, he asked, "Manager Lee, do you think the lab might have any openings? My brother-in-law will be eligible next year. Could you help?" "Teacher Yang, the lab has strict criteria, and the fees aren't cheap." "Don't worry, Manager Lee. As long as..." Yang Su's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pulled out prepared documents to present. Suddenly, the leaderboard flickered. Nathan Zhang, who had held first place steadily, turned gray and instantly dropped to the bottom of the death list. "What? Nathan Zhang is dead?" The crowd gasped in shock. Yang Su's ears rang as he stared at Nathan's grayed-out name. His smile vanished, and he weakly stood. How could this happen? Could it be the skeleton general boss? Other teachers nearby looked on with mixed expressions, some mournful, others gleeful. Such a pity, what a promising student. Promising? All lab-grown, just stealing others' powers. Please, old Zhang's in trouble now, so close to the psychic university, and then this. If it were me, I'd be dead. Unlike others, Li Song didn't show sadness at Nathan's death. Instead, he immediately analyzed the cause. Nathan should have been capable of facing a level 7 boss, especially with his strong support team. Suddenly, Li Song remembered Nathan's henchman. He quickly searched the leaderboard, scrolling through over 200 names, none familiar. His gaze then fixed on the death list. Sure enough, all of Nathan's men appeared there. Seems my cousin didn't die naturally. Send someone to investigate Nathan Zhang's cause of death immediately. Nearby, Lin Shi, dressed in white casual clothes and about to board a vehicle, heard the commotion and glanced back at the large screen. Her mouth gaped in surprise. She wasn't shocked that Nathan had been killed, but because she saw Jason's score slowly rising from last place. Not only that, but Jason's level was quietly changing. 2 levels in 2 minutes. What? Level 3? How is his leveling speed so fast? Lin Shi had come to persuade Jason to take the regular exam, but witnessing this left her stunned. Defeated level 5 skeleton warrior, gained 180 EXP, 12 source crystals. Defeated level 5 skeleton warrior, gained 170 EXP, 10 source crystals. EXP full, leveled up to level 3. Jason hid in a tree, watching his skeleton wolf ravenously hunting skeleton warriors. A smile grew wider on his lips. At this pace, he was sure to reach level 5 before the exam ended. What frustrated him was that his summon couldn't level up in human form. The wolf's leveling required evolution points, but in human form, he only gained experience points, which couldn't be shared. If only I could work overtime. The thought flashed, but Jason quickly shook his head, cutting off the notion. Even with a system, he couldn't shake off the mindset of a hard worker. Glancing at his score, he saw 230 points, 270 more to reach the admission line. Looks like I still have to work hard. Then he checked his account balance, excitement welling up. Unknowingly, he'd amassed over 300 source crystals, over 30,000 in currency. Making over 30,000 on day 1 of work? Ridiculous. Unable to resist, Jason began planning how to spend the money. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Jason quickly recalled his skeleton wolf hiding in the tree. Didn't expect anyone to be so bold as to kill inside the exam zone. Yeah, why kill anyone but the strongest? This'll be investigated thoroughly. If this were a typical A-tier psychic, they wouldn't be so blatant. But Zhang's a lab product. Watching the safety officers rush toward the amusement park, Jason recalled the scene carefully. Confident he'd been flawless and unseen, he relaxed, yet his revenge was far from over. Once the officers left, Jason summoned his skeleton wolf again to continue grinding. With double rewards active, his leveling speed soared. Within an hour, he reached level 5. Level 5 reached. Your summon meets evolution requirements. Evolve now? The sudden prompt surprised Jason. He remembered he was an F-tier summoner. He hurriedly summoned his pet Guagua, the big pink frog. Looking at the comical creature in his hands, Jason held little hope. Yes, evolve. Guagua's body shimmered with a bright light, completing its evolution. Looking at the frog before him, which looked almost no different from before, Jason couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Well, I really shouldn't have expected too much from you. At that moment, Guagua's status panel popped up. Big-mouthed frog, summon, level 5, HP 500, attack 20, defense 33, agility 20, skills, roar, level 1, intimidates target, deals 30 damage, devour, new skill, level 1, can swallow targets with up to 100 HP, each swallow increases size by 3% and HP by 10 points, max 100 stacks. Guagua's basic stats were still underwhelming, but its new skill devour caught Jason's attention. Whoa, looks like a giant bug named Tarm or something. Although the skill's maximum HP gain was only 1000, it was only level 1. Imagine if Devour reached level 5, the growth in size and HP would be tremendous. Among psychic abilities, growth-type skills held a unique status. Opinions were sharply divided. Some dismissed growth skills as useless, saying they slow leveling and waste a skill slot early on with no real payoff later. Others hailed them as god-tier skills, arguing that the weak initially and slot-consuming, nearly all growth skills become overwhelmingly powerful in the late game. Jason strongly agreed with the latter view. As a faithful member of the Doghead Bar, he embraced the strategy of cautious early development
development and late-game dominance against multiple foes. Many thought growth skills were weak because they required long-time investments and were difficult to stack. But Jason had no such worries. His skeleton wolf killed efficiently, dispatching same-level skeleton warriors in under 20 seconds. Plus, Guagua was only palm-sized, safely nestled inside the wolf's ribcage. Jason's gaze shifted toward the Ferris wheel. It's a pity the skeleton general boss has so little health left.
Are we really going to give up now?
Facing a level 7 skeleton general boss, Jason truly felt uncertain. The boss's level and damage output were much higher, capable of hitting 600 to 700 damage per skill. With only 1000 HP, the skeleton wolf could barely take 2 hits. Jason was now in human form, with only a single summon skill, and Guagua's damage was negligible.
After some thought, Jason decided to give up for now. First, he lacked the strength to confront the skeleton general boss.
Second, killing the boss might link his death with Nathan Zhang's, drawing unwanted attention. Until stronger, Jason chose to keep a low profile. He recalled the skeleton wolf and tucked Guagua into the wolf's rib bone gaps, ordering the wolf to continue farming devour stacks elsewhere. After over 5 hours of hunting skeletons, Jason was exhausted, especially since he no longer needed to fight personally. Just one command to the wolf, and it worked tirelessly without rest. Yawning, Jason designated a grinding zone for the wolf, then climbed a large tree to rest. He wasn't sure how long he slept.
Startled awake, Jason wiped drool from his mouth and checked his phone.
Phew, close call.
Only half an hour left before the exam ends.
At that moment, the system prompt appeared again. Experience full, level increased to 7.
Jason blinked in surprise. Whoa, level 7 already? That fast?
He glanced at Guagua's devour skill.
Huh, it's maxed out?
Not only that, but his source crystals had reached over 700, doubled since before.
Jason looked at the skeleton wolf, quietly waiting for skeleton warriors to respawn nearby inside.
If only the skeleton warriors hadn't been wiped out, his source crystals would have doubled again. In one day, he'd earned over 100,000 currency units, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Thinking of the 2 months' rent owed, the 8,000 medical bill at the hospital, and the 50,000 borrowed from relatives, Jason felt sheer relief. For the past 3 years, every waking moment had been filled with debt collectors' faces. He'd had enough of such disdain.
To pay back debts, no delay, not a moment. After letting the skeleton wolf grind a bit more, Jason finally recalled it when a crisp bell rang.
Guagua's body had grown several times larger. From palm size before, it now resembled a wash basin in size. When it opened its mouth, it could easily swallow a human head whole.
Not bad.
Soon I'll send you to trials to level your skills faster.
The psychic entrance exam ended officially.
All candidates sheathed weapons, weary and scarred, exiting through nearby gates.
Though nobody knew if their scores would meet the psychic university cutoff, everyone couldn't help but glance at the leaderboard. First place, Xin Shan, 985 points. Second, Bai Shui, 917 points. Third, Jason, 895 points. Wait, Jason? Jason? That name sounds familiar, but who is he? What psychic power does he have? No way, that's the dual top scorer from #1 high school science and arts tracks. Wasn't he an F-tier psychic?
Yeah, I remember.
He was an F-tier summoner, right? How did he get so strong?
The crowd gasped, teachers nearby equally stunned.
What's going on? This dark horse is unbelievable, Jason?
Yeah,
didn't he stay last for most of the exam?
Right, records show he had 0 points for the first 5 hours, then surged at the end.
Jason, isn't he from Lin Shi's class at #1 high? Didn't he say he'd take the regular exam today?
Outside the plaza, Lin Shi's eyes burned as she scanned the crowd leaving the exam. Finally, she spotted the familiar figure and hurried over.
Jason, wait up!
Jason blinked, surprised to see Lin Shi rushing toward him.
Teacher, what are you doing here? Lin Shi was his homeroom teacher, always supportive, especially with his sister's treatment and his tuition.
Without her, he likely would have ended up homeless with his sister. Jason felt closer to Lin Shi than his stingy relatives.
You little rascal, I've been wanting to ask. You promised to take the regular exam. Do you know how long I waited?
Embarrassed, Jason scratched his head.
Well, I'd already paid the psychic exam fee, so I thought I'd give it a try.
Humph,
you scoundrel, come on, get in the car. Your sister's surgery is soon, we'll talk on the way.
Jason felt touched and climbed in with Lin Shi. In the car, Lin Shi gripped the wheel, scolding softly.
You little devil, how long were you going to hide this from me?
Jason froze. Could she have discovered the system? Before he could react, Lin Shi pinched his arm.
Spill it. You got 3rd place in the psychic exam. How long would you have kept this from me?
Jason breathed a sigh of relief and grinned.
I wanted to surprise you. Yep, actually, that summon of mine evolved. Showing the large basin-sized big-mouthed frog in his hands, Jason relaxed.
Evolved? No wonder you got 3rd place. You should have told me earlier.
You know, I almost let you miss a chance to change your fate. It's not too late yet.
Jason smiled. He'd only gotten the power that morning, just hours ago. As they chatted, they arrived at the hospital. Lin Shi grabbed her bag and went to the payment window, calling to Jason.
Alright, you go see Jia Jia. I'll handle the payment. Teacher, no need, I have money. money now.
Jason stopped her, eyes blazing as he pulled out a card and faced the chubby woman at the window.
Room 52, Ward 3, Xiao Jia pay 50,000. Watching Jason hand over the card, the plump woman at the cashier window couldn't help but sneer. Alright, you know damn well you don't have 50,000 in that card, right?
Everyone knows you work 3 jobs a day and can barely afford to eat.
Hurry up, there's a line behind you waiting to pay, don't waste my time.
Emily, however, looked at Jason in surprise.
This guy rarely spoke, but when things happened,
he was never polite and didn't care about saving face at all. For most people, reputation was everything, but Jason just wasn't like that to him. Face was worth nothing.
So, did he really have 50,000? Jason didn't mind the cashier's mocking tone.
He said calmly, since you won't take the payment, I'll go find Director Liu and tell him I wanted to pay the medical bill but you refused.
Guess I won't bother paying, then.
As Jason reached for his card, the woman snatched it from him and swiped it with skepticism.
What? 100,000? When did you get 100,000?
She stared at Jason in shock, instantly suspicious.
Where'd you get this money? Is it clean? Jason frowned slightly and replied coldly, cut the crap. What does where my money comes from have to do with you? Are you the police? Are you taking the payment or not? If not, give me my card.
I'll take it, of course. The woman processed 50,000, handed back the card, and glared at him.
No refunds, you hear?
Jason ignored her and left the counter, pulling Emily along. After a few steps, Emily gently withdrew her hand, using a tone like an elder.
Jason, tell me the truth. Where did you get this money? I'm telling you, you can't do anything illegal.
Don't worry about Judge's treatment or tuition for the Awakened University, I'll help you figure it out.
Seeing Emily's serious expression, Jason couldn't help but grin. Come on, do you really think I'd do anything dangerous? Emily hesitated.
Then tell me where you got the money.
Jason replied with pride, remember I got 3rd place? Emily paused. You mean, fighting monsters? Exactly.
I exchanged all my source crystals for cash.
Emily suddenly understood, though she was a bit annoyed.
You used up all your source crystals?
Didn't save any for emergencies?
Jason just chuckled. In either his beast or human form, he didn't need source crystals. Money was much more useful. Emily breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes full of comfort.
Alright, let's go see Jia. The girl's probably getting impatient. Okay.
They walked together to Jade's hospital room. Through the glass, they saw her lying on the bed, flipping through TV channels with a remote, looking bored and irritable.
Emily knocked softly, and Jade immediately looked over, waving happily.
Once the door opened, Emily and Jason stepped in.
Emily, you haven't visited in so long. I missed you. Sorry, I've been busy lately.
The two chatted warmly, leaving Jason speechless at being ignored.
Jia, I'm here too. Aren't you going to say hi? Jade bit into an apple and answered absent-mindedly, we're family, why bother with formalities, bro? Jason shook his head helplessly and took Jia's files to submit pre-op materials to the director's office.
Inside, Director Liu saw Jason not only paid the arrears but even added some extra. He couldn't help raising his head to look Jason up and down.
Where'd you get all this money? Didn't do anything shady, did you? Jason caught the gossip in Liu's eyes and stroked his chin. I wish, but I haven't found the right sugar mama yet. Director Liu, know anyone suitable?
Under 30, over 170 centimeters, D-cup, obedient and not clingy, I'll pay a nice finder's fee.
Director Liu quickly changed the topic, pulling out the medical report. I just reviewed your sister's condition. Combined with her previous surgery, it's not looking good. Jason nodded, already mentally prepared. I know.
You mentioned there's a cheap and an expensive treatment option.
Tell me about the expensive one. The expensive one's simple.
If your sister regains her original awakened ability, she'll make a full recovery.
Sounds good.
As Jason pondered, Director Liu lowered his voice.
But that means going up against the Apocalypse group. You.
Jason's gaze sharpened.
So you know where my sister's awakened ability went? Director Liu became visibly uneasy. And no, I really don't know.
His nervous sweat and poor acting gave him away.
Jason couldn't help but smile. Relax, I know you all know, but no one dares cross Apocalypse group. Got it. So, can we prep for my sister's surgery? No problem, go get ready. I'll inform the nurses. Director Liu packed up, eyes flickering. Don't do anything foolish.
If your sister keeps up treatment, she'll be fine in a few years. Jason said nothing, just looked quietly out the window at the city's tallest building. Half an hour later, the operating room light turned on.
Emily patted Jason's shoulder. Director Liu told me he's worried you'll go for revenge. Jason asked quietly, old class rep, do you think I should? Emily pondered. I support you, but we have to consider the chances. After all, your enemy is the biggest awakened organization in the South, the Apocalypse group. How likely are you to succeed? I don't know, but I want to try. Old class rep, could you write me a recommendation letter? Emily was stunned. You're in such a hurry? Did you listen to anything I said?
But seeing Jason's determined gaze, she sighed.
Fine, I'll write it, but I can't guarantee they won't reject you outright. Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Apocalypse group, 3rd floor, Phonelin City office.
Victor stared at the recent Awakened college entrance exam results, his gaze stopping on the 3rd third-place name. He opened the file, reading Jason's school and family details.
The last line, marked in red, highlighted his sister Jade's ability being extracted and the family's hardships.
Victor scratched his stubbly chin, thinking for a while. Exam rating A, learning ability S, family rating F, but at least his danger rating is only F. Continue observation. He then added Jason to the rookie team's watch list.
Brother, I'm hungry.
Jason heard his sister's voice by his ear and slowly opened his eyes, looking toward the hospital bed.
You're awake?
Yeah, been awake for a few hours.
Brother, I heard you passed the enabler's exam. You're that strong now? Jade clearly knew about Jason passing the exam.
Yes, stronger now.
Jason smiled, rolled up his sleeve, and flexed his slightly lean bicep. Gugu, let me play with it for a bit. Gugu isn't suitable for playing right now. Jason summoned out Gugu, the largemouth frog about the size of a wash basin.
Jade's eyes sparkled with surprise.
Wow, I want to ride the frog. It must be able to jump really far, right?
If it were bigger, that'd be even better. Jason rubbed his forehead, speechless at his sister's train of thought. Most little girls would keep their distance from a giant frog like that. She, however, once treated it like a pet and now thinks about riding it.
All right, lie down for a bit. I'll get you some breakfast.
As Jason stood up, Jade suddenly asked, Brother, does this mean I have a chance to get better?
Yes, you do.
Yay! Jade laughed carefree, her hope for life and the future rekindled.
Jason smiled along with her.
Last night, Emily had talked with him at length about the conditions for entering the Tianqi group. Jason was already practically a student at the Enabler University. With Emily's recommendation letter, he could enter a subsidiary company of Tianqi Group.
But his real goal was revenge to get close to Lin Huishue, the company's vice president. That meant he had to get into Tianqi Group's main branch in Fenglin City.
However, entering the main branch required meeting some tough criteria, 3 points in total. First, having the status of an Enabler University student, which Jason already had. To increase his odds of getting the offer, earning a top 10 Enabler Academy title in the entrance exam was a plus.
That was almost a given for Jason, especially since his Skeletal Wolf's Frenzy Totem skill granted it triple health, double attack speed, and 10% lifesteal near invincibility.
Comparing strengths, the Skeletal Wolf with this skill was stronger than even an A-grade Enabler. Plus, its attacks didn't trigger active beast retaliation, which was practically a godsend beyond the reach of normal Enablers.
Second, he needed to acquire certain solo dungeon clearance certificates, a firm, non-negotiable standard the HR department used to assess individual ability.
This was a bit troublesome.
It depended on what dungeons Tianqi Group offered. If he could find a skeletal tribe dungeon, that'd be perfect.
Without it, problems could arise, especially since his transformed beast form had zone restrictions. Lastly, he had to reach level 10.
Leveling up was a piece of cake for Jason, just grind.
After breakfast, the system reminded him to go to work again. He glanced at the map indicator, still the skeletal forest, and breathed easier.
As long as the system didn't pull some stunt sending him somewhere unreachable and cause him to be marked absent, he was fine. I'm heading to work.
Okay, brother, be safe. Jade put down the remote, looking at Jason with an expression that said she knew what he was up to, making him a little uneasy.
Got it. Oh, I changed your room to a single one. When I'm off this afternoon, I'll come set it up for you. Really? Is there a TV in the new room?
Yes.
Can I keep a little potted plant?
Of course.
Then, can I go outside?
Well, I'll see what I can do. In Jade's eyes, Jason saw a kind of unprecedented hope. He couldn't help but smile. Rest well, I'll be back after work.
Leaving the hospital, Jason took a deep breath and headed to the director's office. Director Liu, can my sister go out for a day?
That might be difficult.
What if I pay extra for equipment?
I'll think of something. Back in the skeletal forest, the place had reverted to its ruined state, not a soul in sight. Apart from new enablers, no one wanted to grind in this low-level monster zone. Jason checked in at the forest, transformed into a level 5 skeletal mage, and summoned his skeletal wolf companion. Together, they headed toward the Ferris wheel. Encountering some level 2 to 3 skeleton monsters, Jason showed no interest. Today's mission was to take down the skeletal general boss, but leveling up before the fight was necessary. He still had 1,300 evolution points. Leveling to 6 required 900. Instead of upgrading himself, he chose to level up the skeletal wolf. Without elite fruits, he was just a plain level 5 skeletal mage, low output. So, giving the upgrade to the wolf was smarter. At level 6, the skeletal wolf's combat power improved again. The level 5 skeleton gathering spot had not only regular skeletons but also occasional elite skeletons. These were the favorite monsters of enablers due to their high drop rates and valuable equipment.
Jason waved his staff and cast Fire Spirit on an elite skeletal mage. The skeletal wolf lunged immediately.
Though its skills were mostly passive, its damage was considerable. One claw strike caused
the elite's health dropped by a fifth. It reacted quickly, swinging its staff to cast a spell. Fire Spirit hit the wolf's back, dealing just over 100 damage. The wolf clawed again, dealing 300 damage.
Triggering lifesteal, it recovered 30 health, effectively taking only about 70 damage from the attack.
The fight lasted less than 20 seconds seconds before the wolf easily won. Defeated level 5 elite skeletal mage, gained 180 evolution points, 20 source crystals, obtained skeletal staff, green quality. Jason glanced at the skeletal staff then at himself. Looks like I have to be more careful buying system equipment, or I'll just waste evolution points. Fortunately, enabler and beast equipment were similar. Except for some forged gear crafted by blacksmiths, most equipment came from beasts. These could be sold on the market, though prices were lower, still faster cash than working. Jason continued searching. Within an hour, all nearby elite skeletons were eliminated. He was loaded with loot, over 300 source crystals, 7 green level 5 items, and a dozen white items. His own level had reached 7, the skeletal wolf was already level 8. Time's about right. Jason and the wolf headed to the amusement park garden. Arriving, Jason spotted the skeletal general boss wandering near the Ferris wheel. Closer inspection showed its HP was under 2000. Jason grinned. Surprised you lasted this long. Those security guards don't even bother with you. He immediately cast a skill and summoned the wolf to attack. The level 8 skeletal wolf had 1600 HP base, tripled by its skill to nearly 5000, with 260 attack power, doubled for over 500 damage, terrifying. Yet, the skeletal general was a boss, with passive overlord armor boosting HP and defense. Its storm slash hit wide, dealing over 500 damage. Luckily, the wolf's agility was high, and Jason's ranged attacks kept the boss distracted and harassed. Damage numbers kept popping over the boss's head. Finally, under their coordinated assault, the boss collapsed. Defeated level 7 skeletal general boss, gained 650 evolution points, 100 source crystals, obtained skeletal general sword, blue quality, gained 1 skill point. Skeletal general sword, blue quality, level 7, melee exclusive, plus 150 attack, plus 20% normal attack crit rate, durability 200/200. Skill point, increase skill level by 1 or exchange for an F grade skill. Jason's eyes lit up. Exchange skill? Although Jason had already reached level 7, he possessed only a single skill. Skills were limited, each gifted individual could have up to 5, and the same apply to their summoned beasts. Curious, Jason inquired with the system about how to acquire new beast skills and learned there were 3 main methods. The first was skill scrolls, but the system discouraged this approach, likening it to opening a blind box with unpredictable results. Sometimes luck favored you with a powerful skill, but more often than not, you'd get something utterly disappointing. The second method involved evolution, applicable only during the beast's evolution moments. Jason discovered that beast evolution came in 2 forms, natural evolution and devour evolution. Aside from the initial opportunity when evolving from level 1 to 2, every 10 levels granted another chance to evolve, a critical step toward becoming a higher tier beast. If opting for natural evolution at level 10, the species remained the same but advanced to a higher level skeleton monster. However, if the beast devoured another of a higher quality at level 10, it would transform into the species of the devoured beast. This path granted new skills by converting old ones into skill points, paving the way for fresh abilities. The third and most recommended way was purchasing skills from the in-game store, an option Jason found most reliable. Skill points themselves were obtained by defeating bosses. Reopening the system interface, Jason noticed a new skill category in the shop. Only 3 skills were available. Resentful Poison applies a debuff to multiple targets, causing continuous damage and a slowing effect. Duration and potency scale with skill and beast level. Costs 1 skill point. Netherfire inflicts massive damage on a single target with a lingering effect that boosts the next attack's damage by up to 50%. Costs 1 skill point. Skeleton Armor enhances defense for both the user and summoned creatures, absorbing significant damage. Costs 1 skill point. Faced with these choices, Jason hesitated. Each skill had its own merits. Resentful Poison was a sustained AoE damage skill with a slow effect, perfect for supporting his primary damage dealer, the skeleton wolf. Netherfire promised to amplify his and the wolf's follow-up attacks, ideal for taking down bosses swiftly. Skeleton Armor offered vital defense, a prudent safeguard despite Jason having encountered no real danger so far. He knew that safety nets were essential for the unpredictable future. After careful thought, Jason opted to purchase Resentful Poison first. Since there were no other bosses nearby, securing a supportive skill to help the skeleton wolf clear monsters efficiently seemed the wiser choice. Purchase, he confirmed. Ding, skill acquired, Resentful Poison. Resentful Poison, level 1, applies to up to 3 targets, dealing 87 damage per second, causing a 50% slow, lasting 10 seconds with a 20-second cooldown. Over 80 damage per second, factoring in enemy defense, should net around 40 damage per second on equal level foes. Sustained over 10 seconds, that's more than 400 damage, quite respectable. Satisfied, Jason summoned his skeleton wolf to test the new skill. With a flick of his staff, all 3 nearby level 5 skeleton mages had a Resentful Poison debuff appear on their status bars. Their health bars began to drain steadily while their movements slowed to half speed. Seeing the damage tick down, Jason couldn't help but smile in approval. Not bad at all. With this, this, I can solo lower-level skeletons without needing the wolf's help. He planned to roam the nearby areas with the wolf, farming evolution points before the skeleton general boss respawned in 3 hours for another battle. Just then, a wave of intense pressure washed over him from afar. Jason looked up and spotted 3 gifted individuals descending through the air. Wait, is that a level 5 expert? Elder Wu from the 3rd Legion of the Dawn Corporation? How could they send someone like him for Zhang's case? Zhang was only a level 7 experiment. Jason was puzzled. Gifted individuals ranked from level 1 to 9, with each tier marking a significant status leap. The highest-ranked member of the Dawn Corporation was their 1st Legion commander, Lin Saint, at level 7, stage 78. A level 5 gifted was an elder within their legion, their authority second only to the commander and deputy commander. Regardless of their purpose, Jason decided to keep his distance. Who knew if they might indiscriminately wipe out all skeleton creatures in the area to expedite the investigation? Retracting his skeleton wolf, Jason cautiously moved away but stayed close enough to overhear their conversation. The Dawn Corporation team landed. Wu examined the surroundings before pulling out a tablet to check Jason's known activity range. Let's see where Jason operated. You two, start collecting samples. Yes, sir. The others began gathering evidence. Old Chi, who would dare touch our lab's creations? Could it be the rebels? Rebels? I doubt it. They were crushed recently and won't move again so soon. Then who? I heard the wounds looked like animal bites, but there shouldn't be any beasts in the skeleton forest. Also, beasts couldn't have bested Zhang. No idea. Wu Elder came here personally just for a newcomer. That shows how serious this is. Yeah, maybe they want to groom him carefully. I heard that kid bears a grudge against the company. Ha, who here doesn't? But in the end, everyone ends up singing the company's praises. That's true. No one escapes the Dawn Corporation around here. Jason's eyes flicked toward Wu in the forest depths as he absorbed their words. Could they be investigating me? But then he dismissed the thought. It seemed unlikely given their purpose and Wu's official capacity to probe Zhang's death, which was the lab's jurisdiction anyway. Perhaps Wu was just curious about how Jason had leveled up so quickly. The thought made Jason frown slightly. Could it be that I have no choice but to reveal my skeleton wolf? If the wolf was exposed, Zhang's death would inevitably be linked to him. After pondering for a moment, Jason suddenly remembered something. How could I forget the command medallion is upgradable? Following the system's guidance, Jason indeed found the upgrade option for his special item. Skeleton Clan Command Medallion, Black Iron Grade Special Item. Next level, Bronze Grade. Upgrade requirements. 1. Skeleton Wolf reaches level 10. 2. 5,000 evolution points. Seeing this prompt, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. So it's this straightforward. This should be easy enough. Just then, Elder Wu once again descended through the air, but this time he didn't land. Finished yet? He asked impatiently. The two below quickly responded, almost done, almost done. Wu's impatience showed. The lab's always got a million things going on. I'm off now, you two handle the rest. With that, Wu vanished into a streak of light. Watching Wu leave, the two exchanged a bitter smile and shook their heads. Looks like we'll have to take a cab back. Better that way. Walking behind that guy makes me nervous, afraid I'll say the wrong thing. True. Once we're done, how about grabbing a drink? Sounds good. I still have a couple bottles saved at Li Jin Bar. Perfect. Let's speed things up. Let's just mark it as accidental death with no abnormalities found. Fine. I'll have old Jean note the autopsy report as neck wounds caused by close combat with skeleton warriors, fatal injuries from bone punctures. After finishing their work, they hurried off. Jason had overheard everything and couldn't help but chuckle. So, it wasn't just him juggling work stress. Taking advantage of their departure, Jason immediately summoned his skeleton wolf and resumed farming monsters. With the resentful poison skill buffing them, their efficiency skyrocketed. However, the skeleton forest was mostly populated by level 1 to 5 skeletons, with a few level 6 elite skeletons and a single level 7 skeleton general boss. Jason, now level 7, was 2 levels above the ordinary skeletons, causing his rewards to drop by 40%, a frustrating penalty. Thankfully, the skeleton wolf was a relentless farming machine that never tired. With it by his side, Jason didn't feel the grind was slow. 2 hours later, the skeleton wolf finally reached level 10, and they had accumulated 2,000 evolution points. Jason opened the system and found the upgrade option for the Skeleton Clan Command Medallion. Upgrade. Ding, the Skeleton Clan Command Medallion's quality has been elevated to Bronze Grade. Skeleton Clan Command Medallion, Skeleton Clan exclusive item, Bronze Grade. When equipped, allows summoning of 3 skeleton beasts. Summoned beasts can be recalled to the summoning space, with a 24-hour cooldown after all summons perish before resetting. Jason took out the medallion and commanded, summon. In the next moment, 3 different skeleton creatures appeared before him, a roughly 2-meter-long skeleton python, a 3-meter-tall skeleton giant, and a skeleton bat. Jason couldn't help but be intrigued. Well, 3 distinct summons, that's interesting. He first checked the skeleton python stats. Summon, skeleton python. Level, 10, evolution points 0/2000. HP, 2200. Attack 271. Defense 271. Agility 452. Skills: Death Coil binds target, restricting movement and attacks. Tail Whip AoE attack dealing 452 damage. Not bad. Low HP and defense, but that binding skill makes it a solid support. The system really knows how to pick. Next, he inspected the Skeleton Giant. Summon Skeleton Giant. Level 10, evolution points 0/2000. HP 4400. Attack 452. Defense 271. Agility 271. Skills: Fury, attack skill granting double attack and 100% attack speed increase for 5 minutes. 3-minute cooldown. Giant armor, defense skill doubling defense during combat. High attack and defensive skills, a perfect substitute for the skeleton wolf. With the Python's support, this combo looks powerful. Finally, he glanced at the Skeleton Bat's info. Summon Skeleton Bat. Level 10, evolution points 0/2000. HP 2200. Attack 271. Defense 271. Agility 452. Skills: Recon, scouts all areas within 1000 meters, sharing vision with Summoner. Blitz, death attack on target dealing 1355 damage 5 times attack. Ha! A scouting summon. This is great. Perfect for finding bosses, practically a god tier unit. Eagerly, Jason sent the Skeleton Bat flying. With shared vision, he felt like he had a drone's perspective, clearly observing everything within a 1000-meter radius. Although the bat wasn't very fast, for scouting bosses and monsters at this stage, it was incredibly convenient. As the bat flew, a sudden glow appeared beneath a distant Ferris wheel. Out emerged the massive skeleton general boss. Finally respawned. I've been waiting for you. Jason immediately led his summoned army to the Ferris wheel. Yesterday, the level 7 skeleton general had been an unbeatable foe, but now it posed little threat. Take it down. At his command, the skeleton giant and Python lunged forward. With a swift movement, the Python wrapped the skeleton general tightly, immobilizing it and preventing the use of its devastating whirlwind/skill. The tightening coils caused bones to crack audibly. At that moment, the giant closed in, raising its massive fist and smashing the skeleton general's skull with a thunderous crack. A critical hit, 1200 damage flashed above. One powerful blow had already taken away a third of the boss's health. A grin crept across Jason's face. Strong. With these summons, leveling up is ridiculously easy. The giant struck again. The skeleton general, entangled by the Python, was helpless to resist. After a flurry of punches, the boss finally fell. Defeated level 7 skeleton general boss, gained 390 evolution points and 60 source crystals. Seeing the rewards, Jason couldn't help but frown. Wait, no skill points at all? Notice, hunting bosses below your level will not grant skill points. Please be informed. System, am I still supposed to grind here tomorrow? Other work locations unlocked for the host. Please check the clock-in map. Jason quickly opened the clock-in map to investigate. Due to the skeleton clan's relative weakness, their activity was limited to the skeleton forest area within Windwood City. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered a special zone. Dungeon, Skeleton Isle, recommended level 10 to 15. After a moment of thought, Jason recalled, if I'm not mistaken, Qingtang once mentioned wanting to farm Skeleton Isle. Maybe I'll bring her along tomorrow. After 5 hours of work, Jason couldn't wait to return to the hospital to help his sister transfer to a new ward. Having a hospital room with an independent rest area and dedicated caregiver was incredibly important to him. Before, during his sister's treatment, their entire family's belongings had been sold off, and even the house left by their parents was lost. To save money, Jason didn't rent a place outside but stayed in the hospital itself, sleeping in hallways or on the ward floor at night. Now, with the system and the ability to earn 100,000 daily, there was no need to live so frugally anymore. Once his sister was discharged, buying a home would be no problem at all. However, for his sister to be released, she needed to awaken her powers, and fulfilling the dream would likely take a long time. After all, Weilin had gained his sister's powers 3 years ago and, relying on his cash ability, had already reached stage 5. Catching up wouldn't be easy. Having her own private ward visibly lifted Jiejia's spirits. She bounced around the room, hardly resembling a patient with only 3 years left to live. Jiejia had just had surgery yesterday and was still restricted in diet, but today she was doing much better. Jason made a trip to the supermarket, buying plenty of food to throw a small housewarming banquet in the ward. To express gratitude, he specially invited Lin Shi and Tang Qingshu. After notifying Lin Shi by phone, Jason was about to call Tang Qingshu when the ward door opened. A nurse in a pink uniform stepped in. Though masked, her curvy figure and undeniable beauty shone through. Tang Jie's here. Jia eagerly jumped off the bed and rushed over. With a warm smile, Tang gently touched Jia's cheek. Jia, does your surgery still hurt? No, it's gone. Just slept it off. You're amazing. I've been busy lately, but once I pass this exam, I'll spend more time with you. Really? That's great. By the way, Tang Jia, my brother wants to treat you to dinner. Jia shot Jason a mischievous glance, her practiced expression tugging at his heartstrings. So young, yet already trying to handle her brother's love life. Unfortunately, Jason had always treated Tang Qingshu as just a buddy even after all they'd been through. Hearing this, Tang looked up at Jason, surprise flickering in her eyes. Have you thought it over? Well, no, it's just the ward transfer and having some money now, so I want to treat you to a meal as thanks. Really? We're so close, why beat around the bush? Don't worry about my mom as long as we're good. I'll take responsibility for my sister's illness from now on. As childhood sweethearts envied by the neighborhood, Jason and Tang had been seen as a pair since they were young, but neither had ever entertained the idea seriously. In fact, as they grew older, both grew more averse to the couple label. Tang's mother had even promised to arrange their wedding after university graduation. But before college began, the incident with the Xiao family happened. After that, Tang's mother distanced herself, never mentioning marriage again and even opposing their friendship. Tang, however, found her mother's behavior heartbreaking and resolutely pursued Jason, even severing ties with her mother. Jason tried to dissuade her many times, but she refused to listen and only grew closer to him. Tang's pain relief powers earned her early admission to the gifted university and a hospital position, so she stayed nearby to care for both her sister and herself. Seeing Tang already daydreaming about names for their future children, Jason couldn't help but cut her off. Stop, let's not get carried away. This is just a housewarming party. Also, I wanted to ask, are we still going to farm Skeleton Isle Dungeon? Tang blinked, then nodded after a moment. Of course, it's our summer task. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, by the way, I heard you ranked 3rd in the gifted exam yesterday, is that true? Of course it is. No way. That's awesome, bro. Jason glanced at Jia and sent her a look that said, see, this is the sister-in-law you wanted. Realizing she might have put her foot in it, Tang quickly cleared her throat. Aren't you an F-rank summoner? How come? My summoning is indeed F-rank, but my summons aren't. You mean you've summoned high-quality beasts? Yeah. Seeing Jason so sure, Tang asked, then, show me your level. Without hesitation, Jason toggled his profile to visible. Tang's eyes widened in shock. You're already level 7? Yesterday. What? That's insane. Tang was stunned. He'd reached level 7 in just one day? Yet beneath her shock was a trace of envy. Her pain relief power was ranked E and desperately needed by the hospital, but leveling up was nearly impossible. She'd spent almost the entire year at the hospital with little chance to train and still hadn't completed her advancement quest at level 10. Most gifted teams wouldn't take her along, since pain relief didn't restore health, and forgetting pain often led to quicker deaths. Tang looked at Jason. You're not thinking of taking me to farm Skeleton Isle, right? Exactly. Don't you want to come? But I only have one shot. How confident are you? Very. Jason's confident expression made Tang momentarily lose herself. From what she knew, Jason liked joking around but never boasted about his strength. That's a level 10 dungeon, are you sure? Absolutely. I want to earn a top 10 student title, and clearing this dungeon will be a key achievement. The top 10 student. Tang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jason reaching level 7 in a day meant this was definitely possible. Alright, I'm betting on you. She hesitated, then added, but I told Sasha to come along too, so, no problem. Bring her. That's great. I'll contact her now. As Tang reached for her phone, she suddenly looked at Jason again. Hey, are you really not going to consider us? Come on, we're close. Are you shy to make a move? Pfft, only close friends dare to make a move. Are you crazy? You're only level 7, and you want to run a level 10 dungeon? I don't agree. The lively atmosphere instantly died down when Tang Qingshu accidentally revealed Jason's plan to take her to farm Skeleton Isle. Lin Shi, acting as their teacher, was visibly upset. Though she was a high school homeroom teacher, Lin Shi was also a C-rank support type gifted. However, her ambitions lay outside the gifted world, hence her choice to become a teacher. Over time, she had come to see Jason as a younger brother, so when she heard about his upcoming risky adventure, she was the first to object. Tang Qingshu hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Lin and immediately slapped her own mouth in regret. Jason shot Tang a sharp look, then picked up his chopsticks and offered a piece of beef to Lin Shi. Old class monitor, don't be so worked up. It's just a dungeon. I'm confident I can clear it. Tang quickly chimed in. Right, Lin. Jason went from level 1 to 7 in just one day, ranked 3rd in the exam, and even has high quality summons. He's amazing, no need to worry so much. Nonsense. Lin Shi glared at Jason. Do you understand the level gap? You're a level 7 gifted, what makes you think you can handle a level 10 dungeon? Seeing Lin's anger, Jason knew she was genuinely worried, so he grinned and explained playfully, don't be mad, old class monitor. I have my reasons for choosing Skeleton Isle. If I couldn't manage it, do you think I'd drag Qingshu Xingshu along? What do you say?
Lin Shi's anger eased somewhat but concern remained.
It's still a level 10 dungeon. Are you sure you have the strength to clear it? Not all monsters inside are level 10.
Only the final skeleton titan is that high, the smaller mobs shouldn't be a problem.
Ugh, I really can't argue with you.
Fine, since you've decided, just make sure you prepare properly. Lin Shi began her usual nagging, and Jason listened patiently without the slightest irritation. After the housewarming party ended, Tang Qingshu called her best friend Yang Shasha to explain the situation.
But as soon as she finished, Yang Shasha's loud objection came through the phone. Are you nuts? You want to bring an F-rank summoner like Jason into the dungeon? Are you out of your mind? Tang frowned at her friend's loud disbelief. What's wrong with a summoner? Just answer, are you coming or not? I'm going. You, seriously? I'm baffled.
You like Jason, but you can't just hand over your life to him.
Do you know his strength? Just that big-mouthed frog? I'm dying laughing. Yang Shasha. Tang snapped, unhappy with her friend's mockery. You can come or not, your choice. Hey, don't hang up. I'm just stating facts. I think you're love-struck. Fine, since I'm your sister, I'll come, but I'm bringing someone to protect me. Wait, bringing someone? Yeah, that's your crush, not me. I have to look out for myself. Who? Su Rue, the guy you met last time. That A-rank storm gifted? Since when are you involved with him? Don't say it like that.
He's pursuing me, but I haven't agreed yet.
This is just to test his abilities. Alright,
I'll tell Jason, but honestly, Su Rue doesn't seem like a good fit.
That guy. Don't remind me. It's my mom forcing me. Well, my mom insists I be with him. Ugh, so annoying. Just this once.
If Jason can't handle things, at least we have an escape plan.
At Windwood City's North District Plaza, the scene was run down but bustling with activity.
A century ago, after the arrival of beasts and the emergence of Gifted, this area became a hub for dungeon team-ups and entrances to several civilian-level dungeons.
Early in the morning, the plaza was crowded with people shouting offers.
Among the many level 10 dungeons, Skeleton Isle was a popular choice. Every year, countless Gifted chose to challenge Skeleton Isle because the completion certificate was a prized item in many guilds. Though the dungeon's normal mode was relatively easy compared to others, it had strict level requirements. Only Gifted from levels 5 to 10 could enter.
Looking for a team, bros.
Level 8 warrior, fully decked out with level 5 gear, weapon, armor, boots, shoulder pads, pants, loot split 70/30ths. Speedrun Skeleton Isle normal mode 50,000 per run.
Group discounts. Dungeon opens in an hour. Need teammates, hurry up.
Level 15 dungeon Frostwind Forest, missing one melee, only melee.
Level 8 and above.
Healer seeking team, solo or group, strong heals, overnight runs available. Jason ignored the various calls as he had already gathered his group. Among these crowds lurked all sorts of people, and one misstep could lead to scams.
Hey, we're here.
Tang Qingshu appeared from behind, casually taking Jason's hand.
Why so late?
Oh, I was helping Jejo schedule surgery.
You all here? Yeah. By the way, I forgot to tell you yesterday my friend brought someone along. You? Before Tang could finish, Yang Shasha arrived with a tall, sturdy man. Long time no see, Jason. I brought someone with me. Hope that's okay?
The man smiled broadly and extended his hand to Jason.
Hi, I'm Su Rue, an A-rank gifted. Jason saw clearly that Su Rue was flaunting his gifted rank.
He didn't shake the hand but looked at Yang Shasha.
Next time, give me a heads up when you bring someone. My rates are pretty steep. Yang Shasha's eyes widened as she held Tang's arm, fuming. What does he mean? I brought someone to ease his burden, and he doesn't even say thanks, he wants to charge? Meanwhile, Su Rue acted magnanimous, waving dismissively with a smile. No worries.
I'm here to protect the ladies. Usually, I charge a lot for dungeon runs.
In Su Rue's mind, Jason was a clown who'd soon get slapped down.
Arguing here was pointless, only risked ruining his image in front of Yang Shasha and Tang Qingshu. Skeleton Isle might be simple, but it wasn't so simple that a level 7 gifted could just bring a team through. He'd seen many overconfident level 10s go in and never come out.
Su Rue was waiting for the moment inside the dungeon when Jason would be humiliated, and Tang would beg for his help.
If he became Tang Qingshu's boyfriend, that would be a dream come true. A flash of light swept through the air. Jason, Tang Qingshu, Yang Shasha, and Su Rue appeared on Skeleton Isle. A gust of wind carried the distinct, nauseating stench of decaying skeleton monsters.
Tang Qingshu quickly pulled out the masks she had prepared beforehand, handing them out and thoughtfully helping Jason put one on.
I soaked them in perfume last night.
Smells good, right? Yeah, it's quite nice. Seeing Tang's friendly gesture toward Jason, Su Rue's jealousy flared fiercely, twisting into pure hatred. Damn it, kid, just wait and see how you die later. At that moment, Jason suddenly turned to the group. The first wave of skeleton monsters is just ahead. Let me explain the rules.
Yang Shasha rolled her eyes in disbelief.
Rules? It's just farming a dungeon, why rules?
Jason glanced at her, irritation flickering in his mind, but ignored her and continued.
Here, you follow my lead. Don't wander off and don't steal monsters. Got it?
Yang Shasha angrily turned her head and stayed silent.
Tang gently comforted her friend, then nodded at Jason. Alright, no problem. Jason then looked at Su Rue. You, me, sure, I'm happy to be a spectator. Just don't crash and burn on me. That's none of your business. Jason drew his staff and traced a line in front of them. Here, don't cross this line. Feel free to relax anywhere else. Sleep, eat, fish. Understood? Tang and the others froze, surprised by this demand. They expected Jason to forbid wandering or stealing gear, but not to block the entire island. Indeed, they had not officially set foot on the island yet. Tang frowned, pointing toward the island's direction. Are you crazy? You can't lead like this. What if something happens and we're stuck here? Jason smiled calmly. Don't worry if I'm taking you to farm this dungeon, I've got it all planned. Yang Shasha immediately objected. No way. What if something happens to you? We'd be responsible. Even level 10 experts don't dare solo these dungeons. Su Rue almost laughed aloud hearing Jason's rule. He'd worried Jason wanted to use him to clear the dungeon, but this idiot was even more reckless than he'd imagined. Planning to solo it was suicide. Naturally, Su Rue supported Jason's reckless decision. I didn't expect Jason to be so confident. I back your choice. If you're in danger, tell us immediately. Tang still didn't agree, but Jason was firm. Here's the deal. Once on the island, 10 skeleton warriors will spawn. If I handle them alone, you guys stay here waiting, agreed? After hesitation, Tang finally nodded. Alright, I agree. Yang Shasha had nothing more to say, nodding but reminding. Don't overdo it. I don't believe in you, but I don't want you hurt. Speak up if you need help. Su Rue can assist. Su Rue nodded but was already planning to stay completely inactive. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jason took out the command medallion and infused it with source energy. The medallion glowed brightly. A glowing circle appeared on the ground, and 3 summons materialized: a skeleton python, a skeleton giant, and a wing-flapping skeleton bat. All eyes fixed on the towering 3-meter skeleton giant. Yang Shasha's eyes widened. Whoa, that summon is huge. Looks so strong. Su Rue frowned, surprised. A summon? But I've never heard of this species before. Tang's earlier worries faded after seeing the summons. No wonder he was so confident. He was prepared all along. But when she checked their info closely, she froze. Wait, your summons are level 10? Whoa, 4,400 HP and 450 attack? That's insane. Tang was stunned. To put it in perspective, a close combat tank type A rank gifted at level 10 had about 3,000 HP. His summons were absurdly powerful. Su Rue was equally shocked by the skeleton giant's stats. He secretly glanced at his own panel. 300 attack, 1,800 HP. Damn, there was no comparison. This summon was far stronger than an A rank gifted. He then looked at the skeleton python and bat, realizing they were clearly support summons built to assist the giant. Watching Yang Shasha's sudden change of attitude, Su Rue sneered. Oomph, don't act tough. You really think this can clear the dungeon? Even full level 10 teams sometimes fail. What makes you think you can do it solo? Meanwhile, Jason stepped onto the island. The moment his foot touched the ground, a rustle echoed through the forest. Several armed skeleton warriors clad in armor appeared. Skeleton warrior, level 7. HP, 700. Attack, 59. Defense, 35. Agility, 35. Skills, berserk, doubles attack, HP, and speed. Crack, crack, crack. 10 skeleton warriors activated berserk and charged toward Jason with terrifying speed, surrounding him. Tang and Yang's hearts tightened at the sight. Although Jason had 3 powerful summons, the skeleton bat lacked any real offensive power. He faced 10 furious skeleton warriors, faster than the usual level 5 ones, all enraged and deadly. Jason, however, stood calmly, showing no sign of panic or retreat. The skeleton giant led the charge, delivering a mighty palm strike to a skeleton warrior's skull. Crack! Bones shattered with a crisp snap. Bang! The skeleton warrior's head exploded like a watermelon. A bright critical hit flashed above. Critical hit 733. Killed level 7 skeleton warrior, gained 130 evolution points, 20 source crystals. Su Rue, who had been waiting for Jason to fail, was stunned. He'd expected the giant to kill some skeleton warriors, but not so effortlessly. A single 733 critical strike was absurd. Yang Shasha's eyes widened as she turned to Tang. Qingshu, why didn't you tell me he was this strong? This guy's a big shot. Tang was equally dumbfounded. She hadn't imagined Jason's summons could be so ridiculously powerful. Clearly, Jason hadn't been lying. She had just overestimated the difficulty. Before coming, she had done extensive research, watching others walk through videos. No one cleared the skeleton warriors so easily. 99% of teams fought with careful coordination, dragging fights out for at least 10 minutes. But Jason's giant was wiping them out in under 5 minutes. Crack, crack, crack. Another series of skulls exploded. One by one, the skeleton warriors fell, their heads crushed. The fight ended in just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Jason turned to the group. Now, can you relax over there? Skeleton Isle stretched out as an irregularly shaped, elongated island, with several bends along its length, each bend marking the territory of a boss. To reach these boss domains, one had to clear the swarms of ordinary and elite skeleton monsters that appeared along the way. For most teams, the
longest and most troublesome part of clearing Skeleton Isle was dealing with these hordes of minor enemies. Though their levels weren't high, their sheer numbers made them a real headache, and careless movement could easily lead to being surrounded. After successfully convincing everyone to let him solo the dungeon, Jason officially stepped onto Skeleton Isle.
Clocking in. Clock in successful. Today's work duration, 4 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds.
Jason tried to check the team status and was surprised to find he was still listed as part of the group. Then he recalled the team rules. Only if a member actively or passively left, died, or exceeded the maximum team distance would they be considered out. He hadn't left or died, he only transformed, and he hadn't gone beyond the distance limit either.
A small smirk curled at Jason's lips. Does this mean I can do this in future tests too?
With that thought, he led his trio of skeleton summons forward deeper into the island. This time, Jason chose the normal difficulty mode of Skeleton Isle, which wasn't too challenging. He picked normal partly because he was bringing others in and worried Tang Qingshu might get into trouble if it were harder. Also, the experience gained here would likely push him to level 10.
Reaching level 10 meant his second evolution was due, changing his species. Skeleton monsters were simply too weak, and the clock-in points were too sparse.
More importantly, Skeleton Clan skills were terribly underpowered. From system info, Jason knew that evolving to a first-stage beast or gifted came with exponentially increasing experience requirements. Though the skeleton giants seemed strong now, that was only within the Skeleton Clan's realm.
Against other clans, it wouldn't hold up.
Without any area attack skills, monster killing was painfully slow, making post-first stage leveling almost impossible. So Jason planned to reach level 10 quickly, then devour other species to evolve and gain stronger skills.
Less than 5 minutes later, a crackling sound came from ahead. A dozen tall skeleton thugs wielding various clubs patrolled nearby.
These skeleton thugs were taller and bulkier than the level 7 skeleton warriors Jason had faced earlier, looking much tougher.
Skeleton thug, level 8. HP, 1500. Attack, 75. Defense, 75. Agility, 35. Skills, heavy strike, swings club to deal triple attack damage, chance to stun.
Jason glanced over their stats without much thought. Though their HP was higher, they were still paper thin against the skeleton giant.
If I'm not mistaken, there should be a level 8 boss nearby, right?
Still in his skeleton mage form, Jason noticed the height difference walking past the thugs. They ranged from 1.9 to 2 meters tall, and despite his own height, Jason looked slight and fragile beside their muscular builds. Passing the skeleton thugs, Jason pressed on. Within 100 meters, he spotted a crude wooden hut. From inside came a faint rustling, someone sharpening a blade. Jason quickened his pace and approached cautiously. Suddenly, the noise stopped, and the door slammed open.
Jason's pupils contracted as danger flashed, and he quickly retreated behind the skeleton giant for cover.
Out stepped a massive, rotund skeleton wearing a grease-stained apron yellowed and darkened by oil.
It carried a gleaming bone-cleaving butcher knife. Hollow eye sockets glowed ominously red, evoking dread. Skeleton Butcher BOSS, level 8. HP, 4000. Attack, 225. Defense, 375. Agility, 225.
Skills, Charged Smash, AoE damage dealing 5 times attack on direct hit. Bone Cleaver technique, increases attack speed. Flesh Hardening, hardens body, boosts defense. Seeing this info, Jason relaxed slightly.
He silently backed away to a safe distance and gave the attack order. The skeleton python darted like lightning, swiftly closing in and whipping its tail with a loud crack.
The butcher's body showed a fresh whip mark and instantly flew into a rage, swinging its cleaver wildly. But the python was faster, leaping onto its body and constricting tightly, restricting movement. The skeleton giant surged forward, its massive fist smashing into the skeleton warriors nearby. The sound of shattering bones echoed continuously. Blood loss notifications kept popping above the butcher, but it couldn't retaliate. Killed level 8 skeleton butcher boss, gained 750 evolution points, 100 source crystals, 1 skill point.
In under 2 minutes, the 4000 HP level 8 boss was effortlessly defeated.
At the island's entrance, Tang Qingshu stared, stunned by the kill announcement.
That kill speed is insanely fast.
By the time he arrived, he should barely have settled in. Yang Shasha tugged Tang's sleeve excitedly.
Qingshu, he just killed a boss. Looks like we really lucked out this time. Your boyfriend's incredible. Tang blushed, pinching her friend's arm. Stop it, it's not even official yet. Don't jinx it. Su Rue felt like he'd swallowed a fly, disgusted and frustrated.
He had no clue how Jason bypassed the mobs and soloed the boss, but it was undeniable. Still, he forced out a sour remark.
Level 10 taking down a level 8 boss? Anyone with hands can do that. What's the big deal? Yang Shasha shot him a glare. You're level 10 too. Why don't you try then? That cut deep, fueling Su Rue's resentment toward Jason even more. Fine, I'll try. Level 8 boss, piece of cake. As he turned to leave, Tang suddenly recalled Jason's earlier words and called out. Don't go.
Jason said we're not allowed beyond this line.
Su Rue scoffed, unwilling to obey.
Who cares what he says? I'm going to prove to you all that this level 8 boss isn't anything special. Ignoring Ignoring Tang's frustrated glare, he strode past the line Jason had drawn.
Tang looked dejected, gripping Yang Shasha's arm. Why did you have to rile him up? Hurry and bring him back. Though reluctant, Yang Shasha hurried after him. Seeing the skill point reward pop up, a smile involuntarily curled at Jason's lips. Finally, a skill point. Eagerly, he opened the system's skill shop. Netherfire or skeleton armor. Which to pick?
Netherfire boosted the team's damage output, speeding up monster kills, while skeleton armor increased defense, absorbing incoming damage. After a moment's thought, Jason decided to purchase Netherfire first to hasten farming, especially since the next boss wasn't far off.
Purchase. Ding skill acquired, Netherfire.
Netherfire level 1 deals 309 damage to a target, 200 base damage plus 109 attribute damage, applies Netherfire effect that increases the target's next damage taken by 50%.
Cooldown, 30 seconds.
A satisfied grin spread across Jason's face.
Not bad, not bad.
Still single target, but perfect for boss fights, makes them go down faster. Just as Jason prepared to move on, he caught sight through the shared vision of the skeleton bat that Su Rue had already crossed the boundary Jason had drawn and was rapidly heading toward the skeleton thugs. Trailing behind him were Yang Shasha and Tang Qingshu, struggling to keep up. Just as I thought, this guy's up to no good. Jason held back from intervening immediately, wanting to observe what Su Rue intended to do.
Su Rue, are you crazy? Come back now. If you keep this up, I'm done talking to you. Why so petty?
I was just joking around, don't be so sensitive.
Jason's ahead killing monsters, let's not cause trouble.
Yang Shasha hurried after him, but Su Rue was resolute, marching forward with unwavering determination to prove himself.
Don't chase me, I'm here to show you all I'm way stronger than that kid. With that, Su Rue officially stepped onto the island.
At his footsteps, the skeleton thugs immediately charged. Unfazed, Su Rue raised his hand and summoned a spear with a stylish flourish. As a level 10 storm gifted, his power was formidable. His storm abilities combined with expert spear technique unleashed a flurry of attacks on the first skeleton thug.
Whack, whack, whack.
The sound of rushing air filled the air. Within 5 seconds, the first skeleton thug dropped to the ground.
A smug smile appeared on Su Rue's face as he glanced back.
Told you, clearing this dungeon is easy if you have hands. Yang Shasha, however, was not impressed but rather scornful. But before she could mock longer, a club slammed hard onto Su Rue's head. Blink and it happened, the skeleton thugs surrounded him with lightning speed.
Su Rue panicked instantly.
His spear pierced repeatedly, killing fast but also taking heavy hits. His health bar plummeted.
Shasha, help me. In desperation, Su Rue called out.
Yang Shasha wanted nothing more than to slap him, but since she'd brought him along, she had to help. Besides, both she and Tang Qingshu had already exposed themselves. If Su Rue died, they'd be doomed too. Tang Qingshu was furious but could only cast a distant pain relief spell on Su Rue. After 10 minutes, Su Rue finally escaped with barely half his health left. Watching the skeleton python retreat without a glance back, he could almost hear Jason mocking him. At that moment, Su Rue realized the vast gap between himself and Jason.
Though Jason's level was lower, his strength was absurdly overwhelming.
Having learned his lesson the hard way, Su Rue reluctantly admitted defeat.
I admit, I was too loud before, sorry about that. Yang Shasha glared at him. You can't even lie down properly, what do you expect me to say? Face slapped. Huh? Feeling better? Go stand aside, you're an eyesore.
Then she apologized to Tang Qingshu.
Sorry, Qingshu.
If Jason hadn't sent the skeleton python to help, we almost died.
Next time you bring someone, don't bring him again.
After helping Tang and the others finish off the skeleton warriors, Jason pressed deeper into the island. He had intentionally bypassed the skeleton thugs up front to go after the butcher boss, anticipating Su Rue's disobedience. His prediction was spot on.
From the start, Jason sensed arrogance and distrust in Su Rue's attitude.
That line he drew wasn't really for Su Rue, it was a disclaimer to avoid responsibility if Su Rue stepped beyond and got into trouble.
Leaving the skeleton thugs behind also served to block Su Rue's path and keep his secret safe.
After this close call, Jason knew Su Rue wouldn't dare cross that white line again. Calling in the skeleton python to deal with the thugs wasn't really to save Su Rue, but to protect Tang Qingshu from danger. A few hundred meters ahead, Jason spotted a cluster of skeleton dogs on a rocky beach. He found a safe spot and ordered the skeleton giant and python to attack. Level 7 to 8 skeleton dogs were small, about 1000 HP each, but vicious, especially when attacking in packs. Their combined force was more than the sum of their parts. Many dungeon guides highlighted this danger point. It was a nightmare for most challengers. About 50% of teams failed here.
Jason wasn't worried. The skeleton giant's defense was high, and his HP thick. With his current skeleton clan buffs, ambushes weren't a concern. Battle began.
The skeleton giant approached a skeleton dog and smashed down with a fist the size of a basin, instantly dealing over 1000 damage and killing it. Killed level 7 skeleton dog, gained 130 evolution points, 12 source crystals. Killed level 8 skeleton dog, gained 150 evolution points, 13 source crystals.
One after another, notifications sounded. In under 2 minutes, all the skeleton dogs were wiped out. Jason checked his evolution points. 1500 evolution points, time for an upgrade.
Level 7 to 8 required 1300 evolution points, so Jason spent them all at once. Ding leveled up to level 8 skeleton mage.
Host, Jason. Race, F-rank skeleton clan. Level, 8 skeleton mage, evolution points, 0/1500. HP, 1500. Attack, 125, 75 plus 50. Defense, 95, 45 plus 50. Agility, 95, 45 plus 50. Race talent, Spirit Ritual level 1, 500/500. Skill enhancement training level 1.
Equipment, skeleton staff, skeleton vine armor, skeleton boots, skeleton clan command medallion, special equipment.
Skills, Fire Spirit level 1, Resentful Poison level 1, Netherfire level 1.
Salary, 80 source crystals per day, 240 source crystals death allowance.
Current respawn time, 5 hours, not counted in work hours.
Overall evaluation, some achievement, hopeless race with no future. Though the stats looked decent compared to his bare level 1 panel, Jason knew the evaluation was accurate, no future.
Looks like I have to keep farming.
Suddenly, the ground trembled like a giant tank rolling by. Jason looked toward the sound and saw a towering 3-meter skeleton giant with blackened bones, wielding a massive wolf-tooth club, striding toward him.
Raising an eyebrow, Jason smirked. Interesting, a giant versus giant. Let's see who's stronger, yours or mine. Skeleton giant BOSS, level 9. HP, 10,000. Attack, 465. Defense, 279. Agility, 279.
Skills, heavy strike, swings wolf-tooth club to deal massive damage and stun target. Frenzy, doubles attack, HP, and speed. Giant armor, defense skill, doubles defense in combat.
Seeing the skeleton giant boss's stats, Jason couldn't help but mutter, no wonder it's a boss.
Its level is lower than my giant's, but its HP is double, and it even has an extra skill.
Looks like I can't fight this the way I did before.
With a furious roar, the boss slammed its wolf-tooth club against the ground several times, showing its rage. Then it charged at Jason's skeleton giant like a full-powered tank.
Boom, boom, boom.
The ground trembled under its feet as it closed the distance in the blink of an eye.
At Jason's command, the skeleton python lunged forward instantly.
But the boss seemed prepared, swinging its club fiercely.
Bang! Minus 688.
The python was sent flying, losing a third of its HP from a single hit. However, Jason's skeleton giant activated Frenzy immediately, seizing the moment to crash into the boss, knocking it to the ground.
One punch landed squarely on the boss's face.
But the downed boss wasn't defenseless. Freed from the python's restraint, it erupted with power, raising its club and smashing it into the giant's head.
The giant's body stiffened, stunned. Jason's brow furrowed. This can't go on. He raised his staff and launched 2 skills at the boss, preparing to strike again. Resentful Poison, Netherfire.
The slowing effect of Resentful Poison kicked in immediately, having the boss's speed.
A faint blue flame, the Netherfire buff, appeared above its head.
Just then, the stunned giant snapped out of it and swung its fist with all its might.
Critical hit, minus 3,588. A single punch dealt 3,588 damage.
Jason quickly calculated the damage. A critical hit doubled normal attack damage, plus a 50% bonus from the Netherfire buff.
3,500 damage was the maximum possible. This punch stunned the boss, already cutting its health by half after only 2 attacks. Outrageous. The giant pressed the advantage, unleashing punches with the slowing effect still active. The boss reacted, smashing its club wildly at the giant.
Thanks to the slow effect, the boss lost 1 attack opportunity, allowing the giant to land 2 punches. Killed level 9 skeleton giant boss, gained 850 evolution points, 100 source crystals, 1 skill point. Jason walked over to the fallen boss slowly.
Pick this up, try using it.
The skeleton giant took the wolf-tooth club from the boss's hand, instantly gaining 100 extra attack points. A nearby tree trunk, thick as a thigh, split easily in 2. Jason was very pleased. The only downside was the giant hadn't learned the boss's new skill, Heavy Strike. At the dungeon entrance, Tang Qingshu and the others heard the news of the level 9 boss's defeat and were stunned.
Is your boyfriend this insane? A skeleton giant boss with 10,000 HP and he just killed it? Hey, watch your mouth. Who's the insane one here? Huh? Already defending him? Huh?
As the 2 women happily teased each other, Su Rue grew envious. Jason, this guy's ridiculously strong.
Is he really just an F-rank summoner?
He stared silently at the distant island, eyes flickering with envy, jealousy, and bitterness. He had embarrassed himself utterly and couldn't leave the dungeon.
Every time Jason killed monsters, young Shasha shot him disdainful looks. The more Su Rue thought about being saved by Jason, the more humiliated he felt. But what could he do? Jason was undeniably strong, proving it with actions. Su Rue had proven his own weakness, only highlighting Jason's strength. Seeing Yang Shasha glance his way again, Su Rue muttered unhappily, "Don't celebrate too soon. The final skeleton lord is the real boss. Only by killing it can you get the dungeon's completion certificate. This is just halftime celebration intentions watch for the slap in the face. Though his voice was low, young Shasha heard it clearly. Heh, slap in the face? Some people's faces are probably still hurting. Who has the right to talk about others celebrating too early? What a nerve! Su Rue was left speechless, moving farther away to sit down. Moments later, a rich aroma wafted over. Su Rue looked up, surprised. Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha had started a barbecue. Wait, we're supposed to be farming the dungeon, can we at least show some respect? Yang Shasha glanced at Su Rue. Respect who? You, or the monsters? Su Rue was frustrated and fell silent, but the delicious smell made his stomach growl uncontrollably. Watching Su Rue's predicament, Yang Shasha envied Tang Qingshu. Qingshu, how do you manage to bring food into a dungeon run? Tang smiled wryly. Jason told me to prepare some food. I thought we'd celebrate after clearing the dungeon, didn't expect the feast would be here. Yang Shasha brushed oil onto the lamb chops with a small brush, glancing at Tang. I can't shake the feeling something's off. If it weren't for Su Rue, we might not have even seen a single monster. Are we really here to farm the dungeon? Tang nodded in agreement. It feels like we're in a brand new kind of dungeon group. Ha, exactly. Normally, even if you don't fight in a team dungeon, you stick around. But here, we're just guarding the exit. It's so awkward, I'm speechless. Yang Shasha suddenly pulled out her phone and snapped a picture. She posted it on social media with the caption, Skeleton Isle, barbecue, besties, guess what we're up to? After defeating the skeleton giant boss and earning a skill point, Jason couldn't wait to purchase a new skill, skeleton armor. Ding, skill acquired, skeleton armor. Skeleton armor, level 1, grants an allied unit or summon a protective armor that absorbs 3000 damage and increases defense by 100 points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Reading the skill description, Jason felt quite satisfied. Not bad. The final stage is the skeleton crow. Flying enemies are hard for the giant to handle, but with skeleton armor, it should reduce quite a bit of damage. Once the skeleton giant's health was fully restored, Jason led his skeletal squad deeper into the island. The further they advanced, the more varied and higher level the skeleton monsters became. Fortunately, with the skeleton bat scouting ahead, Jason could prepare in advance. After clearing a stretch, Jason's evolution points reached 2000. I wonder if I can level up the skeleton giant now. However, when he tried to upgrade, a prompt appeared. Notice, summon levels cannot exceed the summoner's level by more than 5 or 1 rank. Jason sighed. Alright, I guess I was hoping for too much. I'll have to upgrade myself first. Since upgrading the giant wasn't possible, Jason advanced himself to level 9. His attributes didn't change much, but he knew that qualitative changes would come after reaching level 10 and evolving. Let's move out. The sky gradually darkened. The lamb chops on the grill were nearly done, filling the air with a rich aroma that made Yang Shasha and Tang Qingshu swallow hard. Almost 5 hours. I'm starving. Tang sneakily plucked a small piece from the lamb chops and popped it into her mouth, a smile spreading across her lips. Seeing her so happy, Yang couldn't help but remind her, don't you worry, your man's still out there fighting. Worry? I'm more worried for the monsters. Listen to that rhythmic ding-ding of the kill notifications. Who can stop this killing speed? True. Hearing you say that, I realize I was worrying for nothing. The F-rank summoner we doubted turned out to be our lucky charm. Yang glanced at Tang with envy. You've got someone watching your back now. When Qingshu gets stronger, don't forget your humble little sister, okay? Shut up. Tang blushed and gently pinched Yang before recalling. If I'm not mistaken, Jason should have been fighting the skeleton crows for quite some time now. Yang snapped back into focus. Yeah, that crow stage has tons of them. Do you think he's stuck there? Tang's worry deepened at the thought. Nearby, Su Rue wore an arrogant smirk, nearly laughing aloud. Love getting slapped in the face. Yang pulled Tang close and tried to comfort her. Don't worry. From what I know, although the skeleton crows are level 8, their HP and defense are only about the level 6 or 7 skeleton warriors level. Jason should clear them easily. Hope so. By the way, if Jason clears this dungeon, he might qualify for the top 10 gifted students award at the university. Yeah, that's his plan. Nice. Seems like he's well prepared. No need to worry then. Listening to their chat, Su Rue couldn't help but sneer quietly. Clearing a normal difficulty skeleton isle and aiming for top 10? How naive. You really think the gifted university is that easy? But he immediately noticed both women staring at him. Caught gossiping, Su Rue felt utterly embarrassed and stiffened his neck. I'm just stating facts. This year's different, you two know better than me, since you're students there. Yang looked thoughtful. Wait, you don't know? You're not seriously planning to become a hospital anesthetist, are you? You're a gifted university student, right? You know my situation, no one wants me on their team. I'm just giving up. Let's talk about this. Yang sighed, then secretly stuffed a piece of lamb into her mouth, savoring it before speaking again. Every year, the university selects the top 10 gifted students among freshmen. You know that, right? Yeah. In past years, Jason might have had a chance with this level of clearance, but let's be honest, our ratings would drag him down. He probably wouldn't even make the cut. Why's that? You, me, and that guy 3 level 10s plus 1 A rank gifted. Jason's rating is definitely the lowest. Oh, I see. Hey, I'm not that guy, I have a name. Shut up, I'm not done. Yang abruptly cut off Su Rue and continued. But this year's different. Heard of the Windwood 4 Young Masters? Sounds bad. What do they have to do with the top 10? Seriously? You don't know their names? You've really fallen behind. Haven't even noticed the handsome guys? Not that Jason isn't handsome enough, those 4 don't matter. Get to the point. Alright, here it is. Qi Shen, Su Fong, Lulu, Wu Qing called the Windwood 4 Young Masters because they're from 4 major families. All S-rank gifted and freshmen this year. So they'll take up 4 spots, making Jason's chances slim? Exactly. Tang nodded thoughtfully, then asked, how can Jason secure a top 10 spot then? Su Rue, leaning against a stone with a knowing smirk, said, only if he clears the nightmare mode of Skeleton Isle. Notice, today's work duration has reached 4 hours 30 minutes. Half an hour left before clock out. Please continue persisting. Jason glanced at the prompt and then toward the distance. Wow, almost time to clock out. Didn't expect these skeleton crows to be so tough. Crowall wasn't large, shaped like the number 1 with only one path forward. But clearing this path was difficult due to the hundreds of skeleton crows living in the forest. Jason felt no patience for the crows. As social beasts, any movement would bring the entire flock down. Like his own skeleton bat, these crows were high level but weak in HP, defense, and attack. Their only advantage was flight. That advantage, however, brought Jason unprecedented pressure. The giant had no edge against swarming flying enemies, and its large size was a liability. His previous 2 attempts had failed. No area damage skills really hurt here. Could this be today's endpoint? Jason opened the system and checked his stats, suddenly remembering something. Talents. Right, reaching level 10 unlocks new talents. How did I forget? He immediately spent his accumulated evolution points to level up. Ding leveled up to level 9 Skeleton Mage. Ding leveled up to level 10 Skeleton Mage. New talent acquired Skeleton Fire. Since acquiring the system, Jason's greatest daily pastime was delving deep into its mysteries. He had come to understand the difference between skills and talents quite well. Skills could be obtained via skill scrolls or purchased from the store. Talents, however, were acquired in a completely different way. For summoned beasts, the only way to gain talents was by leveling up continuously. Roughly every 5 levels, a new talent would unlock. When changing species, talents would be replaced according to the new species traits. Eagerly, Jason checked his new talent Fire Skeleton. Fire Skeleton, level 1, causes allied attacks to inflict a burning effect, dealing 143 attack damage per second for 5 seconds. Though the talent's description was brief, Jason sensed it was far from simple. It adds burning damage on allied attacks for 5 seconds. That's over 700 damage total. Quite substantial as bonus damage. His gaze swept over his 3 skeletal summons. The skeleton giant has no clear advantage. The skeleton crow can just fly high, making it untouchable. No solution there. The skeleton python is even worse, smaller than the giant, so straight pass. And the skeleton bat? Jason's eyes lingered long on the skeleton bat. The bat's strengths lay in agility and flight, with only one attack skill, Blitz, dealing a hefty 1,355 damage, but it was a suicide move. Yet after studying Blitz's description, Jason's understanding deepened. If I'm not mistaken, Blitz is a self-destruct skill. If it counts as area damage, how big is the range? Does it deal equal damage to all nearby targets or just splash damage? If it's equal damage, then it could easily one-shot the skeleton crows. If splash damage, the crows have about 500 to 700 HP, so the fire skeleton talent's damage is definitely enough. He looked again toward the distant forest. With hundreds of skeleton crows, I can't just fly in directly. I need a suitable spot, small space but large enough capacity. Without delay, he commanded the skeleton bat to scout. After searching, it found a perfect cave, small entrance about half a meter wide, but inside the space expanded to nearly 100 square meters, enough to hold hundreds of crows comfortably. Looks like I can only use this once. Fortunately, the skeleton bat was summoned by the Skeleton Clan Command Medallion and could be resummoned after a 24-hour cooldown if it died. Jason immediately issued the order. The bat flapped its wings and sped toward the forest. Jason wasn't confident if the plan failed, he'd have to regroup and rethink. This only made him more eager to evolve into a higher-tier species. The bat flew swiftly, reaching the forest in the blink of an eye. It swooped, biting down on a skeleton crow. The crow's HP instantly halved. It screeched loudly, breaking the forest's silence. Jason watched through the bat's shared vision as countless red beacons lit up among the trees. Fly faster. The bat weaved through the forest with tricky angles, attracting more skeleton crows. Uncommanded crows were drawn as well, and over 100 flew out in a great swarm, wildly chasing after the bat. Fortunately, the bat's speed, combined with its preemptive attack and retreat, kept it ahead with sufficient distance. A thunderous rush filled the air as the crow swarm passed overhead, darkening the sky. Using both the bat's shared vision and his own, Jason monitored their distance carefully, guiding the bat's flight path. Finally, the bat dove into the cave. The swarm followed. Once inside, the bat's vision went dark, pitch black. As the last crow
crow entered, Jason commanded swiftly. The bat launched a death attack on the nearest crow, transforming into a streak of light, releasing a massive explosion. The blast's splash damage engulfed every skeleton crow inside the cave. Carrying Jason's fire skeleton talent, the bat ignited the entire cluster instantly. A brilliant blaze pierced through the cave's darkness. Flames nearly spewed from the exit. Countless skeleton crows were instantaneously charred to ashes, while the survivors erupted into flaming orbs, flying out. But no more than 100 meters away, they all plummeted to the ground. Jason exhaled deeply, watching the scene unfold. Killed level 7 skeleton crow, gained 52 evolution points, 1 source crystal. Killed level 8 skeleton crow, gained 90 evolution points, 2 source crystals. The kill notifications flooded the screen. Though low-level monster kills incurred level penalties, over 100 skeleton crows still yielded rich evolution points and source crystals. When the last notification faded, Jason saw his evolution points had surged to 7,500 and source crystals approached 200. Didn't expect it'd actually work. Gazing at the forest ahead, Jason led the skeleton giant and python forward without hesitation. At the dungeon entrance, Tang Qingshu and her companions suddenly froze. Listen, those kill notifications, they're flooding in. Yeah, how did he kill so many skeleton crows at once? Over 100, maybe? If only I were level 9 now. After this, I might even level up, right? If only we'd started the advancement challenge earlier. We lost so much experience today. Nearby, the usually sleepy Surue snapped awake, eyes wide with shock as he stared at the distant island. No way, how did he do it? One skill over 100 skeleton crows? Even an SSS rank gifted couldn't pull that off. Losing the skeleton bat, Jason found himself unable to scout ahead, forcing a slow and cautious pace through Crow Isle. He wasn't even sure if any stray skeleton bats still lurked in the forest. Walking along, he finally grasped how irreplaceable the skeleton bat's reconnaissance truly was. Fortunately, the journey remained mostly smooth, with no major obstacles encountered. Passing Crow Isle, he finally arrived at the main island of Skeleton Isle. The main island was a volcanic landmass, a towering black volcano thrusting skyward, radiating an overwhelming aura of oppression. Before arriving, Jason had studied numerous walkthroughs mentioning the activity range of the Skeleton Isle's final boss. Thus, he brought the skeleton giant and python straight toward the boss's domain. After about 10 minutes, they reached the area where the skeleton lord roamed. This ultimate boss in normal mode was undeniably formidable. Jason immediately felt a scorching heat burning his skin, clear evidence he had stepped into the skeleton lord's domain. Scanning around, he noticed the skeleton python emit sharp warning hisses toward the volcano's summit. Following the python's gaze, Jason saw a massive skeleton monster, its body wreathed in fiery light, slowly descending from the peak. The skeleton lord's skull was half decayed, with sparse strands of hair flickering amidst the flames. In its hand was a withered, vine-like staff, glowing with fire as well. Jason glanced up toward the volcano's fiery mouth. This guy looks tough to handle. Close combat bosses were Jason's least worry. They simplified the fight by forcing melee engagement. But ranged and flying bosses were nightmares, holding absolute distance advantage and punishing any approach. Thankfully, the skeleton giant had thick HP and the giant armor skill, doubling its defense. Combined with Jason's skeleton armor skill granting 3000 damage absorption, getting close wasn't impossible. As the skeleton lord entered view, Jason quickly checked its information. Skeleton lord BOSS, level 10. HP, 10,000. Attack, 660. Defense, 420. Agility, 420. Skills, Wall of Flames, burning AoE damage, self-destruct skeleton, summons explosive skeletons to attack targets, frenzy, activates at low HP, volcanic eruption, ultimate skill, unknown effect. Seeing these stats and skills, Jason instantly felt the difference. The volcanic eruption skill especially radiated danger. No walkthroughs mentioned this skill. Few had apparently witnessed it. Be careful. Charge. Jason immediately ordered the skeleton python to attack. With the skeleton armor buff, the python darted toward the skeleton lord at the mountain's peak. The skeleton giant hefted its wolf-tooth club and advanced rapidly up the slope. This battle would be far from easy. The skeleton lord struck first, waving its staff gently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 fiery walls, over 2 meters tall, erupted ahead, blocking the python's path. But the python's command was clear: draw fire at all costs, buying time for the giant to catch up. Undeterred by the searing flames, the python charged forward blindly. Flames engulfed its body as it crossed the walls. Luckily, the python's skeleton armor absorbed 3000 damage, so despite the burns, it suffered no real harm. The python darted wildly over the volcanic, rugged terrain, crossing the fiery barriers in a flash. Seeing the python bypass its defenses, the skeleton lord's eyes blazed red with fury. It slammed its staff into the ground and ripped off a rib bone, tossing it onto the earth. Muttering an arcane chant, the rib transformed into a crimson glowing skeleton warrior. The summoned skeleton moved swiftly, closing in on the python in the blink of an eye. Jason's heart tightened as he shouted, "Run!" But his command came too late. The skeleton exploded instantly, giving no chance
chance to react. The python was blasted apart into pieces. Jason's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected the skeleton lord's skills to be so devastating. His python couldn't even get close before being obliterated. Still, the python had fulfilled its mission. Rumbling filled the air as the 3-meter-tall skeleton giant charged forward like a colossal battering ram. It crossed the fiery walls in an instant, its skeleton armor still holding over 1000 HP. Just as the skeleton lord prepared to rip another rib to summon an explosive skeleton, the giant swung its wolf-tooth club. Critical hit 1600. The massive club struck the boss precisely, sending it flying and interrupting its skill cast. The giant charged again, leaping high and smashing down hard. The enormous body slammed the skeleton lord onto the lava ash-covered ground. After 2 punishing blows, the boss's form deformed. It howled in pain, then squeezed its rotten eye socket fiercely. The earth shook violently as thick smoke spewed from the volcano's peak. Jason's heart sank. Not good. It's unleashing its ultimate. The giant's fists flew furiously. Without hesitation, Jason dashed forward, striking the skeleton lord with a netherfire spell before the eruption fully erupted. The boss drew its wolf-tooth club. Netherfire triggered. Critical hit. Watching the damage, Jason immediately cast resentful poison on the boss, slowing it down. 1000 HP left. Come on, finish it before the volcano blows. The giant hammered down its club fiercely. Finally, the skeleton lord collapsed motionless on the ground, but Jason received no kill notification. Unfazed, he turned his gaze toward the volcano's mouth. Still holding back? What are you waiting for? Just then, a deafening explosion erupted. The volcano erupted violently, spewing torrents of molten lava. From the fiery crater crawled a blazing red figure, its eyes burning fiercely, locked onto the fallen skeleton lord beneath Jason's feet. A terrifying roar echoed. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha immediately turned their heads toward the sound. When they saw thick smoke billowing from the distant volcano, signaling an imminent eruption, both froze in shock. Volcanic eruption. Could this be the skeleton lord's ultimate skill? Looks like Jason has reached the final stage. Hold on, that's not right. Hearing Yang Shasha's repeated protests, Tang grew anxious. What do you mean, not right? Don't scare me like that. It is erupting, isn't it? Isn't that the skeleton lord's skill? Seeing her friend's clueless expression, Yang Shasha nearly lost her mind. Girl, I'm serious. How can you join a dungeon run without even glancing at the guide? Night shifts, 3 surgeries, no time. Come on, cut me some slack. I don't get it. You trust Jason too much or just think this dungeon is a joke? Yang sighed deeply, fixing Tang with a serious look. Do you know why no one writes about the volcanic eruption skill? No idea. Do you know why all the guides say to slow kill the skeleton lord 1000 HP at a time? Stop teasing and just say it. Because everyone who's faced the volcanic eruption died inside it. Got it? Tang's face paled instantly. What do? We have to save Jason. At that moment, Su Rue strode over. Save Jason? He's the one ignoring the guide. Blame him. He pointed at the glowing exit portal behind them. Shasha, Qingshu, the dungeon exit's still open. Let's get out now. Later I'll bring some guild experts to help you clear it free of charge. Skeleton Isle's dungeon entrance and exit were one and the same, a stark contrast to other dungeons where teams had to stick together for safety and avoid backtracking. Since Jason had told them to stay at the exit, they could leave any time. Hearing Su Rue's suggestion, Tang flared up in anger. Su Rue, what do you mean? You want us to leave Jason here alone? Are you even human? He risked his life to save you, and you'd abandon him? That's too cruel. Yang Shasha knew this was a rare chance to escape alive, but Jason had brought them here to clear the dungeon. Leaving so abruptly would haunt her conscience forever. Qingshu, I'm going with you to save Jason. Seeing her friend's resolve, Tang smiled gratefully. Thanks, Shasha. Pfft, we've been sisters for years. No need to thank me. Yang Shasha swept the grilled lamb away with a hand and glared at Su Rue. Coward. Watching the two women leave, Su Rue sneered coldly. Biting the hand that fed me, whatever. I'm outta here. Inside the dungeon, Jason faced the blazing, molten red beast approaching him, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Finally, I'm waiting for you, fire spirit. Jason had pored over countless walkthroughs online, fully aware of how to clear the dungeon in theory, but reality was another story. First, the minimum party size for Skeleton Isle was 3, max 10. Teams used numbers to kite the Skeleton Lord, preventing it from entering Frenzy mode. In Frenzy, the Skeleton Lord's attack power, skill cooldown, and HP regeneration all skyrocketed. To avoid Frenzy, players slowly drained its HP in increments of about 1000, managing its rage meter carefully. Nearly every team followed this tactic. Jason, however, lacked numbers and couldn't kite. His only option was to blitz through. But he had another plan: evolution. He calculated that finishing this
dungeon would grant enough experience to reach level 10 and trigger Devour evolution. The frailty of the F-rank skeleton clan had convinced him to change species without delay. A little-known secret awaited at the final stage. Once the skeleton lord unleashed volcanic eruption, not only did magma pour forth, but a new species appeared in E-rank fire spirit. Jason had researched many species. Most E and F-rank beasts were pitiful. However, he discovered an ancient tome, Beast Chronicles, describing the fire spirit. Though rated E-rank, fire spirits were surprisingly strong, better than some C and B-rank species. Their sole skill was fire breath, a powerful AoE attack. Jason wasn't worried about the skill's limitation. With the system shop, skills could be purchased. What mattered was the fire spirit's solid base and its devastating AoE. His plan to devour a fire spirit in the dungeon was born of necessity. Fire spirits lived in groups and were all first stage or higher, beyond Jason's ability to confront normally. But Skeleton Isle had an exception. During the volcanic eruption, a level 10 fire spirit hatchling appeared at the volcano's mouth. Catching and devouring it came with risk. Watching molten lava surge rapidly downhill, streaks of black flame trailing through the sky, Jason realized the challenge was greater than expected. But there was no turning back. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow flies. Especially since he'd brought others along, he couldn't afford to fail. Just then, a notification chimed in his ear. Level A storm-gifted Su Rue has left the team. Jason raised an eyebrow and smirked disdainfully. Told you so. This trashy weakling leaving is for the best, less competition for experience. At North City Square, right outside the entrance to the Skeleton Isle dungeon, a flash of light appeared. Su Rue suddenly found himself outside the dungeon. As he emerged, a crowd of people waiting to enter swarmed around him. Hey man, why are you the only one coming out? Is a normal difficulty dungeon really this dangerous? Yeah, it's only been 5 hours. Didn't you follow the walkthrough? Oh, he's an A-rank storm gifted. A secondary attacker, that's fine. Failure happens to everyone. Wait, why does he look so clean? Doesn't seem like he's been through a fight. Could it be he tagged along and the team that brought him got wiped out? No way, a level 10 normal Skeleton Isle? How do you even mess up that badly? Faced with the crowd's gossip and speculation, Su Rue felt that being honest would only make him the butt of ridicule. North City Square was the territory of poor gifted users and the most chaotic place in Windwood City. There was an unspoken rule here: no betraying teammates. Those who did would be blacklisted and permanently banned from the square. Clearing his throat, Su Rue put on an act of grief. To be honest, our team had 4 people. I was just the deputy leader with no real power. When we entered, I emphasized again and again no rushing the final boss, absolutely no rushing. But I couldn't stop them. Yeah, they ignored the guide, thinking their strength was enough to one-shot the skeleton lord. Now, the volcano was erupting inside. I tried to save them, but they were my brothers, my closest friends, and now, sob. His voice choked with emotion. Hearing this, the crowd's suspicion vanished, replaced by sympathy and comfort. Brother, my condolences. Sorry, man, we shouldn't have doubted you. Loyalty and brotherhood, that's what our Wild Wolf Guild values. Join us. Su Rue was surprised at his own acting skills as he wiped away fake tears, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. The Wild Wolf Guild was one of Windwood City's top 10 guilds. Alright, I'm in. On Skeleton Isle, the volcano continued to spew molten lava, the infernal heat surging out with devastating force. The sky had turned black, thick sulfur filled the air, and temperature soared to 60 to 70 degrees Celsius inside the dungeon. Even in beast form, Jason felt the exposed bones on his body scorching hot, as if his marrow was boiling. Whoosh! A massive chunk of lava, trailing black flames, streaked across the sky. Jason carefully tracked its arc and sprinted wildly in the opposite direction. An explosion shattered the ground ahead, fiery lava splashing everywhere. He breathed a slight sigh of relief and urged the skeleton giant, bearing the skeleton lord's corpse, to keep running. Less than 200 meters behind, a fiery red fire spirit chased relentlessly. Its eyes burned with hunger, intensely craving the skeleton lord's body. Jason intended to lure it to a safe spot and devour it. But dealing with a fire spirit wielding a flamethrower was no easy feat, especially with only the skeleton giant to help. He ran harder than he ever did during his 200-meter test back in middle school. After all, running slow then meant failure. Running slow now meant death. Finally, he spotted a narrow water crossing ahead and accelerated. Just as he thought he'd made it across to another island, a scorching figure flew overhead. Jason cursed under his breath and abruptly stopped. The fire spirit now stood on the water crossing, its molten lava dripping into the water with sizzling sounds. The steam rising shrouded it in a misty veil. Up close, Jason saw the fire spirit clearly. It was short, about a meter tall, like a preschooler. Its body was coated with magma, 2 glowing red eyes fixed on the skeleton giant's shoulder carrying the skeleton lord's corpse. Once away from the volcano's heat, the magma began cooling and darkening. Wave after wave of seawater washed over its legs, turning them pitch black and hardened. Jason recalled the book's description of the fire spirit and compared it to the creature before him, feeling a twinge of doubt. The book described the fire spirit as fiery red all over, standing 9 feet tall, but this one was only a meter tall, its body covered in blackened lava. If he hadn't checked its info, Jason might have thought the book was mistaken. They faced off for over 10 seconds before the fire spirit finally lost patience. It charged forward but slipped heavily into the water. Steam erupted as the seawater quenched its molten exterior. Jason chuckled. This little guy's so clumsy, but no matter how cute you act, you're still dinner. Sorry, kid. Watching the fire spirit struggle in the water, Jason felt a pang of sympathy. Throughout, it never showed aggression toward him. Its gaze never left the skeleton lord. Thinking this over, Jason hesitated. Whatever, it's a fellow beast. Living alone in magma can't be easy. Maybe I'll let you eat your fill first. He ordered the skeleton giant to bring the fire spirit to the opposite shore and dumped the skeleton lord's corpse before it. The little creature pounced eagerly. As it moved, the blackened lava chunks flaked off, revealing its true form just as the book described. But it didn't blaze with fire when calm, only dull gray skin scarred with wounds. While biting, Jason noticed its teeth were broken. Frowning, he wondered, what's going on? Broken teeth and full of scars? Suddenly, he realized the fire spirit wasn't feeding on the skeleton lord, it was venting its rage. Comparing the skeleton lord's staff with the fire spirit's scars, the pieces clicked. No way, the skeleton lord beat it up? The revelation shocked Jason deeply. He glanced toward the volcano's mouth, imagining the scene. He could feel how much the little creature had suffered, imprisoned here. Looking again, he noticed the dull patches on its body were old scars. No wonder it ignored me completely, it's here for revenge. Jason sighed, then looked at the fire spirit. Fine, you're pitiful enough, I won't attack you. He turned to leave, but barely 20 meters away, he felt something grab his right leg. Looking back, the gray-skinned fire spirit clung tightly. What's this? You got your revenge, go back now. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Today's work completed. Gained 100 source crystals. Jason's body suddenly glowed, then transformed back into human form. The fire spirit's gaze remained fixed on him, filled with longing. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed behind. Qingshu, be careful, lava's just ahead. Jason turned to see a flustered yet relieved Tang Qingshu enter his vision. She spotted both him and the fire spirit. Jason, watch out. Seeing Tang Qingshu's anxious expression, Jason smiled warmly. It's nothing, don't worry. The beast I caught, I'm planning to tame it as my pet. Lowering his voice, he spoke softly to the fire spirit. If you behave, I'll take you out of here. Understand? Unexpectedly, the little creature seemed to understand. It nodded, released Jason's leg, and followed him toward Tang Qingshu. Seeing Jason so calm, Tang sighed in relief. You scared me. I thought you were done for. Ha, how could that be? I'm strong. Like I said, if I'm leading you through this dungeon, I've got it covered. Just then, Yang Shasha arrived, staring for a long moment at the skeleton lord's corpse lying nearby before excitedly asking, did we clear it? Jason nodded calmly. Of course. What, you want more? She waved her hands hastily. No, this is enough. Getting the completion certificate is great, but honestly, it feels like a dream. Didn't do much, just grilled some meat and it's over. Jason turned to Tang with a grin. You actually had a barbecue? Yeah, after waiting so long and getting hungry. Didn't you tell us to bring some food? Well, that was for after clearing the dungeon. Didn't expect you'd start inside. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Yang Shasha checked her watch and exclaimed, whoa, we broke the record. 5 hours and 3 minutes, over 2 hours faster than the previous 7.5 hours. She looked gratefully at Jason. I heard there's a record-breaking reward package? Jason nodded. Yes, but since this is normal difficulty, it's nothing spectacular. Don't get your hopes up. Hey, better than nothing. Thanks, Jason. When we're out, dinner's on me as an apology for bringing the jerk Su Rue along and to show my gratitude. I accept your apology. Once we're out, I'll treat you. Tang was surprised by the speed but grew uneasy seeing the ongoing eruption. The guides recommend slow kills, right? Guides are written by people. I'm not obligated to follow them. Don't be reckless next time, or I might just stop you from leading us. Hearing Tang's concern, Yang Shasha interjected. Hey, show some care for the single guy here. Is this the right time for sugarcoating? Jason quickly added. We're not safe yet. The volcano's still erupting. Let's get far away. The three hurriedly left the volcano area. Before leaving, the fire spirit's care posed a tricky problem. Jason was a summoner, not a beast tamer. He couldn't form a contract with the fire spirit. Taking it out risked capture for carrying a dangerous beast. At that moment, a system notification caught his eye. Random quest triggered. Rescue fire spirit hatchling completed. Reward, 2 skill points, beast pet space. Checking the time, Jason realized the quest triggered during the volcanic eruption. He'd been too focused on escaping to notice. He opened the system and found the new beast pet space. Beast pet space stores 1 beast. Must have loyalty over 60 points. The description was straightforward. Jason immediately checked the fire spirit's info and found a loyalty stat. Fire spirit, level 10, hatchling, loyalty, 80 points, HP, 2000, attack, 339, defense, 203, agility, 203, skill, fire breath. Seeing these stats, Jason compared them to his own and felt a stark
stark gap. This level and attributes clearly matched a B-rank gifted beast.
Without hesitation, Jason stored the fire spirit hatchling in the beast pet space.
As the three stood within the dungeon exit's glowing circle, a prompt sounded. Challenge completed. Normal difficulty skeleton Isle dungeon. Gain 2,000 experience points and 3 blue equipment chests. Completion time 4 hours 42 minutes. Currently ranked first. Reward, record holder purple equipment chest ×1.
Jason was very satisfied. The completion time was measured from killing the skeleton lord, and 4 hours 42 minutes was impressively fast.
Unexpected rewards were a pleasant surprise.
Outside the dungeon, the crowd chatted happily until a sudden flash caught their attention.
What's going on? The volcano erupted in Skeleton Isle, but someone's coming out?
A voice broadcast over the square. Congratulations to the gifted team for breaking the record in the easy mode Skeleton Isle dungeon.
Completion time 4 hours 42 minutes. Captain, Summoner gifted, Jason.
Members, Anesthesia gifted, Tang Qingshu, Healing gifted, Yang Shasha, Storm gifted, Su Rui.
Rewards, record-breaking gift pack and official dungeon completion certificate. The crowd froze, stunned into silence for 5 seconds. Clearing the dungeon quickly wasn't the shock, it was the team composition.
A summoner captain, with an anesthesia and a healer, plus a storm gifted who had fled and lied to everyone.
What kind of team was this? 1 DPS with 2 supports? Ridiculous.
Summoners had long been considered the weakest gifted, their summons feeble early on, even worse than common pets. No one expected summoners to shine late game either. Forced leveling couldn't hide their shortcomings, so summoners having no late game relevance was accepted fact. Adding 2 supports, 1 nearly useless anesthesia, 1 decent healer only pushed the team's weakness to the limit.
Wait, could it be Su Rui? Everyone searched for Su Rui's whereabouts.
Suddenly, a figure pushed through the crowd. It was Su Rui himself. He looked shocked seeing Jason and the others.
Wait, how did you survive?
A sharp slap landed on his face.
Yang Shasha shouted, we brought you to the dungeon and you betrayed us. Next time I see you, I'll slap you again. Get lost. Holding his face, Su Rui stared at Jason, desperate for answers. Jason smirked. Actually, when you left, I'd already handled the boss.
Thanks for leaving early, made splitting rewards easier. Su Rui collapsed to the ground, slapping himself hard in regret. Regret burning his insides. Just as the completion time was announced, he'd only just exited the dungeon. Suddenly, a loud curse rang out behind him.
Su Rui, you scumbag. Betraying trust is the worst sin in Wild Wolf Guild. You're expelled.
Several nearby voices added.
Damn traitor. People like you don't belong in North City Square. Ban him forever.
Su Rui slinked away in shame, but the crowd's doubts about such a weak team breaking the record didn't subside.
Must be hiding something.
How could a gifted team like that clear the dungeon?
I think Su Rui actually contributed quite a bit.
Jason merely smiled at their skepticism. He knew these voices all too well. The system had announced everything. Any doubts were just sour grapes. Those who truly understood the strength of a master had already made their moves.
Brother, it's only early afternoon. Let's grab a meal together. Our team has many A-rank gifted, strong as hell. I have food. Not hungry. Come on, brother, have some water. Our guild's reputable and big. Storm City Dungeon's opening this afternoon, think about it? Qingshu, fetch the water.
Hey man, plenty of girls in our guild.
Great benefits. Come chat with us. Are they as pretty as these two?
Handsome guy, our guild.
Scram. Ugly, reject.
Jason flatly rejected anyone trying to cozy up.
As the saying goes, when you're down, no one's there. When you rise, who even are you?
He'd once considered joining a team to run dungeons, but everyone looked down on him. Prices absurdly high. They mocked and insulted him so much he almost shut down.
Now, having broken a record, those same people came crawling with fake brotherhood. Where's their pride? Pathetic. Jason wasn't a forgiving man. When faced with this, he repaid grudge with grudge, resentment with resentment. Want to team up? Not a chance. Some large guilds even extended olive branches.
Brother Jason, your results are impressive.
Our Icebound guild needs talent like you. Sorry, your guild's not worth my time. Jason, don't get arrogant just because you cleared a simple dungeon. Watch your place. My place?
Oh, record holder of Skeleton Isle normal mode.
What's your guild's claim to fame? You, busy, got things to do. Move along. Joining a guild was like signing away one's freedom. Jason wasn't about to make that mistake, so offending them didn't bother him.
Finally squeezing through the crowd, Jason hailed a taxi and rode back to the city with Tang Qingshu. By the roadside, a young man pushed up his glasses and dialed a number on his phone. Director Wu, latest news. Jason cleared Skeleton Isle's normal mode, breaking the record at 4 hours 42 minutes.
Oh, that quick? Which team was he with? No team. Just 2 girl supports, an anesthesia gifted and a healer and an A-rank storm gifted who bailed midway. What? Is he really that strong? Are you sure the info's legit? Absolutely, system broadcasted it. No errors. Good, good.
I thought he was just B-rank material, but now I have to give him keep an eye on him.
Understood.
In the taxi, Tang Qingshu finally relaxed, opening equipment chests with her friend. Because they came with the team, each only received 2 blue quality chests, but that was enough to thrill them. Blue gear at level 10 sold for over 100,000 credits, though converted to source crystals was only a bit over 100, still expensive for supports like them.
Opening gear chests carried risks.
Sometimes gifted gear was tailored for specific gifted types, potentially wasting the equipment. Fortunately, luck favored them, each got a piece fitting their class, which was great. Even the unwanted gear could be sold for a tidy sum, making the driver envious.
Not satisfied yet, Tang patted Jason on the shoulder. Hey, you got a record-breaking chest too, right? Show us what you got. Seeing Tang's eager face, Jason didn't hesitate and revealed 3 blue chests and 1 purple chest.
When opening the purple chest, the driver excitedly pulled over.
Sorry, first time witnessing a 1,000,000 credit purple chest opening. I might lose focus driving. Let me watch. He pulled out his phone, ready to record. Jason opened a blue chest first. Ding obtained blue quality weapon Clear Spirit Sword. Clear Spirit Sword, blue, level 10, plus 283 attack, plus 100 agility, durability 200 of 200. Getting a melee weapon for a gifted user didn't faze Jason.
His strength lay mostly in beast form, so human form gear wasn't critical.
Of course, the purple chest held the true excitement. Jason promptly listed the weapon at the auction house. Within 10 seconds, someone snapped it up for 250,000 credits. That price was high for blue gear but justified.
Weapons boosted combat power most directly, and the agility bonus was a significant plus. This double advantage made it very desirable.
Next, Jason opened the second chest. Ding obtained blue quality shoulder armor Wolf Fang Pauldrons. Wolf Fang Pauldrons, blue, level 10, plus 169 defense, plus 1000 HP, durability 200 to 200. Nice, extra HP means better survival. Good. Armor was essential for staying alive. Jason never wasted usable gear. Then he opened the third chest. Ding obtained blue quality battle armor Thornback Armor. Thornback Armor, blue, level 10, plus 169 defense, 10% damage reflection, durability 200 of 200.
Jason's eyes lit up seeing the reflect damage attribute, though he felt a twinge of regret. It was a great piece, but as a summoner relying on summons, he couldn't use it himself. Usually, blue gear below this level only boosted raw stats or HP. Reflect damage was almost exclusively found on purple or higher gear, making this blue piece rare and valuable. He listed it for sale at 200,000 credits. Finally, the purple chest, the highlight for everyone.
Open it. Ding obtained purple quality staff Amplification Staff.
Amplification Staff, purple, tier 1, level 10, plus 744 attack, increases ally and self damage by 50%, extends skill range by 50 meters, cooldown 30 seconds, durability 500 to 500.
A damage boost for teammates. A god tier support attribute.
Jason was pleasantly surprised.
Among many equipment attributes, damage boost, damage reduction, and cooldown reduction for teammates were considered god tier support stats highly coveted.
He hadn't expected such a valuable item on his first purple chest.
No way.
Tier 1 gear with god tier support attributes, perfect for a summoner.
Jason, you're rolling in it. This is worth at least 5 million. Yang Shasha stared enviously at the amplification staff. Tang Qingshu smiled happily for Jason. The first 3 chests barely yielded anything usable for Jason, but this staff made up for all regrets.
With this staff, you can try the tier 1 trials.
Jason nodded.
Tier 1 trials were crucial for his human form. Once cleared, his summon Guagua could evolve, marking the start of true transformation.
As Jason stored the gear away, he noticed a new item in his inventory.
A mysterious letter. The car continued its drive deeper into the city as Jason quietly opened the mysterious letter within the system.
Side quest triggered. Protect the Fire Spirit Clan. Protect the Fire Spirit Clan. The Fire Spirit's habitat has been overrun by black blood beasts.
A brave young fire spirit risked everything, entering the volcano seeking help to reclaim their homeland. A generous reward awaits.
Clan leader, Sherman.
Reading the message, Jason finally understood the reason the fire spirit hatchling appeared inside the dungeon's volcano. It wasn't a coincidence, it had been deliberately cast into the volcano by its own clan.
Though the method seemed harsh, Jason sensed a deep helplessness woven between the lines.
After some thought, he decided to lend his aid. Not only could he complete the quest, but he also longed to evolve into a fire spirit himself.
Accept. Dingside quest accepted. Protect the Fire Spirit Clan.
A translucent light screen appeared before him, revealing a distant location deep within the South Wind Forest, south of Windwood City. Jason was somewhat familiar with that place, an area rarely touched by humans, seldom visited unless necessary. He knew this because the prices for gathering materials there were absurdly high. That was fine by him, less chance of being discovered during his transformation. Upon arriving at the hospital, after Yang Shasha reiterated the promise of dinner, she left with the driver. Jason and Tang Qingshu had just reached the ward when they saw Lin Shi, who was accompanying Xiao Jejia.
Old man, what are you doing here? No classes today?
Jason asked, surprised. Lin Shi visibly relaxed seeing both Jason and Tang safe.
You scared me to death. How can I focus on classes when you keep worrying me like like this. Suddenly realizing the time, she glanced at the clock and then stared wide-eyed at Jason. It's only mid-afternoon, you're back already? Shouldn't you be here until at least 8 in the evening? Weakly, Xiao Jieja on the bed asked. Brother, did you fail the challenge? I thought so. Your gifted powers aren't enough, you got slapped in the face, right? Jason smiled softly, opening his status info and said to Jieja, here, let me give you a summary, see for yourself. Jieja blinked, then noticed a new title in Jason's status bar. Record holder normal mode skeleton isle. She was stunned. Ah, brother, you broke the record? Lin Shi also looked shocked, disbelief etched on her face. How did you do it? Tang happily grabbed Jason's arm, proudly boasting. Jason isn't the same anymore. He's strong now, a future master for sure. Jason tried to pull his arm back, but Tang held on tight. Sensing his discomfort, Lin Shi sighed with a wry smile. Oh, by the way, the gifted university admission letter arrived. My recommendation was approved too. Here, keep them safe. Jason's heart stirred with excitement. Those two items meant the world to him. Tang was even more thrilled, snatching the admission letter to examine it carefully. This is great. We'll be at the same school. You can protect me then. Hey, don't start teasing. I just got into college and still want to find a wife for Jieja. Teacher Lin, look at him, no way. Jason, with me around, don't even think about those fox spirits. Xingshu, come on. We agreed to be brothers for life. Give other girls a chance, okay? No way. I won't let go. Laughter filled the ward. Fortunately, it was a private room, no worries about disturbing others. Xiao Jieja giggled nonstop, fully entertained by the teasing brothers and sisters. Lin Shi watched the happy scene with a mixture of helplessness and relief. Seeing Jason's current strength, she gradually eased her protective instincts, though still reminding him to be careful. That evening, after having the doctors examine Xiao Jieja to confirm she could safely go out to eat, Jason took her out of the hospital. On the way, Jieja pressed her face against the window, marveling at the new and old buildings around, thoroughly delighted. At the restaurant, Yang Shasha urged everyone to order freely. Though Jason joked about splurging, he ordered only 2 of Jieja's favorite dishes. Jieja silently ordered 2 of Jason's favorites in return. As the meal wound down, Yang Shasha eagerly asked Jason, when are you going back to run dungeons? If you need help, count me in. No problem. Just don't bring random people along. Jason agreed without hesitation. Since both Yang Shasha and Tang Qingshu had earned their dungeon completion certificates, they would soon advance a rank, making future dungeons much harder. Without a reliable team, they'd have to pay top dollar to join external runs. Seeing Yang Shasha often visiting the hospital to help treat Jieja, Jason couldn't refuse her. Blushing, Yang quickly apologized. This time it's my fault for bringing a stranger. Almost ruined your run. I accept punishment. She downed her drink in one gulp. Lin Shi helped Jieja with her food, then asked Jason, what's your next plan? Advancing? Not yet. Tomorrow I plan to head to South Wind Forest. If any of you have time, please look after Jieja. Hearing South Wind Forest, everyone grew worried. South Wind Forest, that place is dangerous. Tang immediately thought of Jason's fire spirit. You're going for that fire spirit hatchling? Yeah. When it came to the fire spirit, no one pressed further. After dinner, Lin Shi had other matters and didn't return to the hospital. But before leaving, she stopped Jason. Today when I visited Tianqi Group, I heard the investigation into Zhang Shunyan's death is ongoing. Among many suspects, your name ranks high. Be careful, Zhang's backers are powerful. Jason grinned. Got it, old man. I'll stay alert. Good. That's all I'll say. I'll care for Jieja these days. You take care of yourself. Thanks, old man. Don't mention it. I'm off. After Lin Shi left, Jason returned quietly to the hospital ward. Though Lin Shi had only warned him to be careful and hinted at the danger he was in, never outright accusing him of killing Zhang Shunyan, Jason knew she had long suspected the truth. Before the exam results came out, Lin Shi could hardly believe he possessed such strength. But after Jason suddenly ranked third, her doubts about his true ability began to grow. Perhaps from that moment, she had already guessed that Jason was the murderer, which explained her worry about how quickly his revenge was progressing. Yet Jason was no longer the weakling he once was. Though not yet strong, he firmly believed he would grow ever more powerful. The system's current abilities were only a beginning. Continuous evolution would make him stronger and stronger. This upcoming devouring evolution was especially crucial. Unlike his previous 2 evolutions, this one marked a species leap the core to becoming truly powerful. He didn't regret not devouring the fire spirit hatchling earlier, knowing impatience was no virtue. He sensed this evolution would be a wholly different experience. Back in the ward, only he and his sister remained. She hadn't left the hospital for 3 years, so this brief outing filled her with joy. Though short, she slept with a smile, her experience fully satisfying. Watching the peaceful little girl, Jason's lips curved into a gentle smile. Don't worry, you'll leave this hospital safely, I promise. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Windwood City, Li Song stood in a high-end robe, exasperated as a middle-aged woman wailed uncontrollably before him. Li Song, Anian was your cousin. He's dead, and you haven't even reacted. What kind of cousin are you? Anian risked his life and worked tirelessly to help you get promoted. nodded. You promised you'd remember him when you succeeded. And now, what now? You needed a slot in the company's lab. Anian volunteered as a human test subject for you. He sacrificed himself for you. People forget fast. As his mother, I failed to protect my son. I'm a disgrace to the Zhang family. Maybe I should just die. She suddenly lunged toward the wall to bash her head, but Li Song muttered irritably, "Go ahead and bash if you dare. I'm not your audience." Still, he nodded to a nearby henchman, who roughly pulled the woman back. Sighing, Li Song helped her up. "Auntie, you wrong me terribly. I grieve for my cousin too. How could I not care?" "Care? How did you care? There are many company affairs you don't know. I've been monitoring Anian's death, but clues were scarce. Rest assured, I'll get you answers." Just as Li Song was about to brush her off, the woman pulled out a long-prepared list. Don't take me for a fool. I know who the killer is at a glance. Don't play dumb. I'm warning you, this person must die, or your affairs won't be safe with me." A flash of murderous intent crossed Li Song's eyes, but he dared not act rashly. Though she seemed like a mindless shrew from the countryside, she was cunning and scheming. Without her, neither Xin nor Zhang Shunian would have received aid from the Xiao family back then. If it were just Zhang Shunian, he might have died long ago. But his mother, adept at scheming and acting, had amassed a mountain of dirt on Li Song. Now he was trapped, and killing her wouldn't be easy, so he forced to smile. "Auntie, what nonsense. You're no fool." He glanced at the list and froze. "Jason? That's right. That useless F-rank summoner who somehow ranked third. Coupled with his family's shady deeds, if he didn't kill Anian, then who else?" Li Song knew Jason was a prime suspect, but the company's 5th Combat Corps leader, Wu Shua, had already assigned Jason to his rookie team. The lab was the company's premier department, but Li Song was only an assistant with no authority. Seeing the woman's "kill him or we both go down" expression, he could only nod. "Fine, I agree. Words aren't enough. You have 3 days. What? Yang Minghua, don't be ridiculous." "Ridiculous? My son's dead. What do I have to fear? You, kill or not? Damn it." Frustrated and helpless, Li Song said to his men, "Bring Xiao Hu in." Moments later, a young man with blonde hair entered. "Brotherly, go kill someone. Here's the info. Be careful, don't reveal yourself." "Yes, brotherly." Li Song snarled at the woman. "Get out of my house. Get lost." Triumphant, she grabbed her bag and left the mansion. Shortly after, the mansion's lobby was smashed to pieces, and Li Song slowly regained his composure. He asked another henchman, "Any plans for tomorrow?" "Brotherly, tomorrow we deliver new test subjects to South Wind Forest." "Oh, the test subjects are ready?" "Yes, just got the news 10 minutes ago. 50 experimental bodies in total." Good, good. Didn't expect the artificial test subjects to grow so fast. Only a few months in, and they're already entering the 3rd phase. The henchman nodded. "Yes, aside from our own, the fire spirit breeding effects are even better." Li Song agreed, then looked around and ordered, "Send people to clean up. I need to rest." As he started upstairs, he stopped and called out to the departing henchman, "Make sure Xiao Hu captures them alive if possible. This time, I want that old woman dead." "Yes, brotherly." The next morning, Jason and his sister sat down to breakfast, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the little girl set down the remote control and said softly, "Brother, I don't want you to risk everything for me. Actually, I'm quite comfortable here in the hospital." Jason paused, then smiled gently. "It's not just for you I'm fighting, for both of us. But grown-up matters are none of your concern. Now go watch TV. I have to go." With that, he gathered his things and left. From inside the ward came Xiao Zhejia's voice. "Brother, be careful." Taking a deep breath, Jason felt his combat power surge even today. At the nurse's station, he spotted Tang Qingshu dozing off and seized the chance to shake her awake. "HM, what is it? Get up, no more sleeping." "Jason." But Jason had already slung his backpack over his shoulder and vanished down the hospital corridors. He took the bus to the long-distance coach station. Since South Wind Forest was too far for short-range buses, he needed to take an armed coach next to bus escorted by gifted warriors. There was only one departure daily, with no fixed schedule. Though Jason had bought his ticket early, no other passengers bound for South Wind Forest had arrived. The driver explained they wouldn't depart unless at least half the seats were filled, or the trip would lose money. Fortunately, the driver said someone had reserved the coach a few days ago and would definitely come today. Jason watched the clock anxiously, worried about missing his punch-out time. With under 5 hours left in the day, if those passengers didn't show, he might have to skip work, meaning a deduction in his monthly salary. Glancing at his account balance, he considered chartering a private ride. Just then, a group staggered into the station. The driver's face lit up. "Brother Hong, you finally showed up. I thought you weren't coming." The man called Hong was in his 30s, dressed in expensive gifted gear but carrying himself with a casual swagger, clearly a local big shot in the slums. He waved to his subordinates, who boarded the bus while he blew smoke rings and said, "Had a late night with the ladies, so I slept in a bit." Then his gaze landed on Jason, displeased. "Hey, this bus is booked by us. Who let you bring extra people on?" The driver chuckled awkwardly. "Come on, Hong, he's a distant relative. Cut me some slack." "Damn it. If you cram people in again, I'm switching drivers." drivers. Hong tossed his cigarette and took the seat opposite Jason. Rude, he sized Jason up and asked, "You related to Lao Huang?"
Jason blinked, noticing the driver winking at him, then nodded.
"Yeah, uncle of Lao Huang."
The driver looked frustrated but smiled politely.
"That's right, my uncle," Hong urged. "Enough, let Lao Huang drive. I want to talk with your uncle."
The bus rumbled to life.
Hong leaned back comfortably and eyed Jason.
"Southwind Forest's dangerous."
"Going alone?" "Yeah, need help?"
Ignoring Jason's reaction, he continued. "Our team's cheap, 30 grand per run into the forest.
No one else even comes close to that price." Jason glanced casually at the dozen team members. 7 were frontline gifted, mostly C rank except Hong, who was B rank.
The other 5 were support gifted, 3 C rank, 2 E rank. To be honest, their strength was only enough for the forest's outskirts.
Jason looked up and smiled at Hong. "You know where I'm going?"
"Where?"
"Outskirts to hunt werewolves, right? We know that place well." "No, I'm headed to Red Lake."
"Red Lake?"
Hong froze, disbelief written across his face. "Red Lake? Are you insane?"
"That's the forest's heart."
"I know exactly where it is." "Alone?" "Not anymore."
"By the way,
Didn't you say 30 grand covers forest entry?" "Damn it, who said that was for Red Lake?"
30 grand is for the outskirts."
"Stop bragging."
The others sneered.
"Yeah, and you want to go to Red Lake?" "No money, just say so. You probably don't even know where Red Lake is." "Stop pretending."
"Forget Red Lake if you can make it through the outskirts alone. I'll crap standing up. Red Lake's full of first stage gifted bosses."
"Going alone is suicide." They mocked relentlessly. Hong sneered at Jason. "Kid, since you say you'll go to Red Lake, fine. I'll watch you. If you lie, you're dead."
Jason shrugged, unfazed.
"Fine, then you better keep up." The bus sped along.
They passed some gifted creature activity zones but lucked out without encounters.
Soon, they reached the edge of Southwind Forest. Driver Lao Huang stopped and looked back.
"We're here." Hong stretched and glared at Jason.
"Ready to go?" Jason didn't hesitate and followed Hong off the bus.
Ahead lay the vast Southwind Forest, its towering trees dozens of meters high, making them feel insignificant from afar.
Hong folded his arms. "Scared to step in?" Scared? I'm just worried you won't follow."
Jason stepped over a small creek and entered the forest.
Hong barked, "Follow him."
"If he tries to trick me, I'll make him pay." Behind them, Lao Huang spat on the ground, relieved.
"Good riddance. Serves him right."
The gifted guards escorting the bus laughed heartily.
"Lao Huang, congrats on gaining an uncle.
Care to share your victory speech?"
"Shut up, I'm getting ripped off.
He's gonna die in the forest for sure." Just as Lao Huang prepared to turn the bus around, several off-road vehicles blocked the road behind them.
Lao Huang froze. "What the hell? Usually we can't even fill one bus, and now there's this many people?"
From the vehicle stepped a blonde-haired man clad in high-level first-stage gifted gear, his face radiating menace.
"Hey, where's Jason?"
"Who?"
"This guy."
The blonde slammed a photo onto the bus hood.
Lao Huang recognized the man in the picture but didn't know Jason personally.
Jason's rough aura and fine gear made it clear he was no pushover. Cautiously, Lao Huang asked,
"What do you want with him?"
Before he could finish, the blonde grabbed him, pressing a long knife to his neck.
"Stop wasting time. Do you want to die?" Lao Huang didn't expect such aggression.
He pointed toward the forest.
"He's in there." "Which direction?"
"Red Lake," they said. The blonde released Lao Huang and waved to his men.
"Move out."
Watching them leave, Lao Huang spat again.
"Why is everyone so damn keen on bullying me?" In the dense forest, Hong and his gang trailed behind Jason, grinning and chatting with a careless air.
"We're about to hit the wolf-tiger beast's territory up ahead. I'm curious how long this guy can keep up the act." Hong's eyes gleamed with a determined edge. It was clear this wasn't his first rodeo. By their custom, if Jason couldn't hold his ground, they wouldn't lift a finger to help. Instead, they'd leverage the situation, raising the price for rescue. And it wouldn't be 30 or 50,000 credits anymore, it'd be much steeper.
To Hong, Jason was just a cheap poser trying to bluff his way without paying.
Dealing with people like him felt like the heavens themselves were lining Hong's pockets. After several minutes of walking, a sickening stench of blood wafted through the air.
Hong raised a hand, signaling the others to slow down. "Brothers, don't speed up. Luring monsters to us wouldn't be wise."
Laughter erupted among the group as they halted, crossing their arms to watch the upcoming show.
"This kid's hidden his info tight."
"No way, he's really a hidden tiger in sheep's clothing."
"Nonsense. Hidden tiger? Look at him, what, 17, 18 years old? Please. A-rank gifted are rare in Windwood City. Who does he think he is?"
Almost everyone dismissed the idea that Jason was a disguised powerhouse. Hong lit a cigarette with a smile. Even A-rank gifted never make it through Southwind Forest alone.
"This path's tougher than it looks."
The others nodded in agreement.
Southwind Forest was vast. The outskirts alone stretched for dozens of kilometers.
Within that stretch were dozens of different beast habitats.
Even first-stage A-rank gifted wouldn't venture in solo recklessly.
A furious roar shattered the chatter. Everyone froze, eyes turning toward Jason, about 100 meters ahead.
Jason, hearing the roar, showed no fear.
He summoned the Skeleton Clan Command Medallion, infusing it with source energy. In an instant, the skeleton giant, python, and bat appeared. Since the last skeleton dungeon, the skeleton giant had survived, so this was the same trio summoned again. Scout ahead, Jason ordered. The skeleton bat took flight immediately. The python moved to protect Jason, while the giant lumbered forward wielding a massive wolf-tooth club. Hong and the group were stunned. What the hell? A summoner? Isn't that an F-rank gifted? How does he summon such powerful beasts? Wow, he really is a hidden tiger. Hong, this kid's got some skill. Hong sneered coldly. Skill? You know anything about skill? Even if his summons are strong, those wolf-tiger beasts will teach him a lesson. His words snapped everyone back to reality. Right. Wolf-tiger beasts live in packs minimum 100 strong. His 3 beasts won't even scratch them. Yeah, their attacks are relentless like a wolf pack, and they hit as hard and fast as tigers. He's toast. Don't underestimate him, Hong. If he dies, we lose this business. Suddenly, blood-red eyes glowed en masse in the forest ahead. Low growls melded into a chilling chorus. Then a roar rang out. A massive wolf-tiger beast, covered in gray-white fur and tiger-sized, leapt at the skeleton giant. Jason glanced at the creature's info. Wolf-tiger beast, level 10. HP, 1000. Attack, 113. Defense, 69. Agility, 113. Skills, bite, primary damage, pounce, burst skill. The stats looked humble, barely a fraction of the skeleton giant's. Jason briefly wondered if he'd wandered into a newbie zone. Then he recalled this was the wild, not a dungeon, so difficulty was lower. Though formidable, the wolf-tiger beast was still an F-rank gifted beast relying on numbers. In sheer power, they couldn't break the skeleton giant's defense. Despite its massive size, the skeleton giant was surprisingly agile. With a casual swing of its club, it sent the beast flying, its health bar vanishing instantly. Victory in the opening fight enraged all nearby wolf-tiger beasts. A howl erupted, and the pack swarmed the skeleton giant. But their damage was pitiful. A string of damage numbers floated above the giant's head, just 10 points each hit. Hong and his men gawked in disbelief. What the? Why only 10 damage? Damn, that's minimum guaranteed damage. Minimum damage? No way, that actually exists? Hong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He was sure that 10-point damage was the system's minimum damage floor. Damage calculation was a skill every gifted had to master after awakening their power. When facing rare, powerful bosses, knowing how much damage they could deal determined whether to fight or flee. Damage came in 2 forms, normal attacks and skills. Normal damage was calculated simply, total attack power multiplied by damage coefficient, minus target's defense. Other factors included defense skills, evasion, shields, critical hits, critical damage, accuracy, and hit location. The damage coefficient was a value honed through countless battles, foundational to the 9 gifted ranks from F to SSS. Generally, gifted below A rank had coefficients around 2. Above A rank, coefficients rose sharply. Ranking wasn't only about damage coefficient, casting speed, ability type, and other factors mattered too. Some gifted had high coefficients but poor skills, resulting in a low overall rank. Skills dealt the majority of damage due to high coefficients. The wolf-tiger beast's attack was 113. Its pounce skill had a coefficient of 3. Without critical hits, max damage was 339. The skeleton giant's defense was 271, doubled by its giant armor skill to 542. According to the formula, the beast's damage couldn't breach the giant's defense, but game rules disallowed negative damage. If attack was less than or equal to defense, minimum damage kicked in scaled by level, meaning a level 10 wolf-tiger beast's attack equated to just 10 damage points. Hong's face flushed red. He'd been slapped in the face. This young man was indeed a disguised powerhouse. Deep within the forest ahead, the wolf-tiger beasts launched a frenzied assault, but after a short while, they sensed something was amiss. Their attacks failed to inflict any meaningful damage on the skeleton giant. With a howl, the pack's leader signaled a retreat, and like a receding tide, the wolf-tiger beasts dispersed. Hong's underlings stared dumbfounded at the carnage. Dozens of fallen beasts littered the ground. Boss, do we keep going? Hong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He knew this guy was no ordinary opponent. It wasn't just the absurd defense of Jason's summoned beasts, the skeleton giant's devastating offensive power was equally terrifying. To put it in perspective, a wolf-tiger beast had over 1000 HP, yet a single blow from the skeleton giant wiped one out instantly. Such overwhelming strength made it impossible for Hong to gauge Jason's true limits. As a man who had danced on the edge of the blade for years, Hong understood one truth: know when to quit. That cautious attitude explained why, despite many passing through the outskirts of South Wind Forest, Hong had stayed longer than most, not out of greed, but prudence, at least compared to other bandits. Watching Jason's calm composure, Hong recalled an old saying: the best hunters often disguise themselves as prey. He suspected Jason was exactly that, a hidden tiger beneath a meek facade, willingly letting them trail him into the forest. With a wave of his hand, Hong declared, "Hell no, we're out of here." As Hong and his men slunk away, Jason called back, "Hong, leaving already? Keep up a bit longer. Who knows, I might need
need you halfway through. Nah, you go ahead, no need to see us off.
Hong broke into a nervous sweat, now certain Jason wasn't someone to mess with. He intended to rob them blind. What seemed like a harmless young man was, in truth, a ruthless hidden tiger. There was no way to provoke him. Against a pack of level 10 wolf tiger beasts, Jason's summons held their own against hundreds an absurd feat beyond their reach.
Even Hong's group had to stay vigilant, carefully positioning themselves against the wolves' relentless attacks. Jason's destination was clearly Red Lake.
With no freeloaders tagging along, Jason quickened his pace. The forest's outskirts were home mostly to beasts below first stage, posing no real threat to Jason.
He skillfully skirted around active beast zones, preferring avoidance.
At level 10, without clearing the first stage trial, killing wild beasts yielded no experience, so speed was essential to reach Red Lake quickly, transform, and devour a fire spirit to evolve. Only by advancing to E-rank fire spirit could he shake off his reliance on the Skeleton Clan Command Medallion. The Skeleton Bat scouted the path ahead while Jason, the Skeleton Giant, and the Skeleton Python raced toward the highest peak of the outskirts. From the summit, Jason clearly saw a vast Red Lake serving as the boundary between South Wind Forest's outer and central regions. Around the lake lay the habitats of various gifted beast tribes.
Jason's gaze locked onto the fire spirit tribe. Finally found it.
Just as Jason prepared to transform and punch in, several figures sprinted swiftly up the mountain path.
Ha! Still stubbornly following?
Jason instinctively thought of Hong and his crew but quickly dismissed it. Their weak strength made following here almost suicidal. Whether they lived or died was no concern now. His priority was evolving by devouring the fire spirits. He still had an unfinished task. Without hesitation, he selected punch in and transformed into the Skeleton Mage. Though also a gifted beast, the Skeleton Mage felt out of place in the forest's central region.
Most beasts here were E-rank or higher, with only some cubs below first stage. Higher rank meant higher base level and stronger attributes.
But the trade-off was quantity. Unlike the outskirts with hundreds or thousands of beasts, here tribes numbered only in the low hundreds.
Fortunately, as a beast himself, Jason could pass swiftly through their territory without threat.
However, as he prepared to select a fire spirit to devour, something felt off. First, the fire spirit tribe was unusually small, only a dozen or so members.
Second, most were old or weak, many visibly sick. Not wounded, but ill.
Wounds could heal naturally, but illnesses required medicine.
What's going on? Why are they like this?
Jason examined the sick fire spirits but found nothing abnormal in their status bars.
A disease invisible in status info? Strange. Could devouring one infect him too?
He abandoned the plan to devour immediately. There's more than one fire spirit tribe near Red Lake. I'll search for others. After searching, he found the illness widespread among nearby fire spirit groups. They appeared frail, some covered in black spots, completely unlike the healthy hatchling he'd brought.
Jason sensed something was seriously wrong. He reopened the quest description. Protect the fire spirit clan. The fire spirit's home has been taken over by black blood beasts. The little fire spirit risked everything entering the volcano to seek help in reclaiming their homeland. A generous reward awaits. Clan leader, Sherman. Reading carefully again, Jason's understanding deepened. If they're reclaiming their home, it means they've been driven out. This place is their exile. Little Fire risked his life to enter the volcano because he knows the way he's from their real home. Jason summoned the fire spirit hatchling from his space. The hatchling's eyes sparkled excitedly as it tugged at Jason's pants, eager to lead the way. Want to show me your homeland? Jason crouched and asked. The hatchling nodded vigorously, its excitement palpable.
Jason knew the return journey might be a harsh blow for the little one, but it was fate. He allowed the hatchling to guide him forward. As he had suspected, along the way they encountered many fire spirit corpses blackened, rotting, bleeding from every orifice. When the hatchling stopped before a large pit, Jason was stunned. The pit was filled to the brim with fire spirit bodies, piled high and reeking of decay. Nearby, a fierce flame flickered faintly. A lone fire spirit unleashed fiery protection, surrounded by a pack of muscular, pitch-black creatures. When it lunged at one, the creature leapt, delivering a flying kick that sent it crashing back into the pit. The black creatures then turned and left. Jason's gaze fixed on one of the dark beasts. Black blood beast, unknown, artificial gifted beast, HP, unknown, attack, unknown, defense, unknown, agility, unknown, skills, unknown. Yellow-haired bro, that guy's trail's gone cold. The gifted tracker sniffed around fruitlessly, then looked up at yellow-haired bro. Judging from some signs here, I think he might have gone that way. He pointed toward the fire spirit groups south of Red Lake. Yellow-haired hesitated, frowning. Damn, why would he come all the way here for no reason? The subordinate glanced toward the southern shore of Red Lake. Bro, is that area dangerous? Dangerous? Look at those fire spirits, they're starving. You think that's dangerous? Bro, we finally made it here. If we turn back now, isn't this trip for nothing? Hearing the disdain in his men's voices, yellow-haired snapped. You don't know Jack. I'm not worried about those weak fire spirits. His words immediately caught everyone's attention, sensing something different in his tone. Bro, no outsiders here, spill it. Seeing their admiring gazes, yellow-haired
yellow-haired finally relented. Fine, I'll tell you about this place. But remember, this is top company secret. Once you hear it, forget it. No leaks, got it? The men nodded eagerly. Don't worry, bro, we followed you long enough, we know how tight your lips are. Yeah, bro, our mouths are zipped shut. Spill it. Come on, bro, stop teasing. We keep hearing how creepy this place is. Yellow-haired grinned, found a spot to sit, lit a cigarette, and began. You guys ever heard of the black blood beasts? Black blood beasts? The men exchanged surprised looks. They'd heard the name but didn't know what it meant. Seeing their reactions, yellow-haired smirked confidently. This is classified info, only top secret personnel know this. You're lucky today. Then let me ask, have you heard of the superhuman experiment project? The men were stunned again, heard of it, but clueless about the details. Bro, what's the connection between that project and these black blood beasts? And how do the black blood beasts relate to the fire spirits? Big connection, trust me. The superhuman experiment project is a super gifted cultivation experiment. They inject subjects with advanced serum to awaken their potential fully. But that's not enough. They must devour various gifted beasts' hearts to enhance their abilities and strengthen their bodies. After injection, their blood turns black, hence the name black blood beasts. These beasts kill every creature in their territory, including humans. Get it now? Everyone was shocked, eyes wide. Damn, bro, you mean there are black blood beasts there? Exactly. So, you still wanna go? The men quickly shook their heads. No way. It's too dangerous to go there. After joking around for a bit, they left. Meanwhile, Jason stood by a large tree behind the pit, gazing at the fallen fire spirits with a heavy heart. He hadn't expected the black blood beasts to be artificial creations, human-made gifted beasts, and that they were the ones who'd driven the fire spirits from their home. Artificial beasts? Could these be the test subjects from Tianchi Group's superhuman experiment project? For years, Jason had secretly investigated Tianchi Group to avenge his sister and parents. Tianchi Group's two core industries, a gifted mercenary corps and a secretive laboratory. The mercenary corps dominated the entire Jiangnan region's market. Compared to that, the lab project was almost invisible. The abduction of his sister and the forced extraction of her gifted power were lab experiments. Accessing the lab was extremely difficult. All files were top secret. Jason's intel revealed their efforts to develop super artificial gifted beings trying to catch up with Western tech. But Jason didn't believe they could succeed through normal means. So seeing these black blood beasts immediately linked them to Tianchi's lab. In the distance, several black blood beasts departed, indifferent to the fire spirits lying in the pit. Ensuring no immediate threat, Jason released his skeleton python and bat. He assigned the bat to reconnaissance, while the python entered the pit to drag out a dying fire spirit. Seeing the beast's battered form, Jason was stunned. A first-stage fire spirit with 5,000 HP, yet kicked its health bar to 0 with one blow? Surprisingly, this fire spirit's blood was untainted. Could there be other fire spirits not infected? Thinking this, Jason tried to rescue it but noticed a debuff in its status. Bleeding. Target is suffering continuous blood loss. He examined its HP and the rate of blood loss per second, then shook his head helplessly. Even a blood potion won't save you. Guess I'll have to use you. With no other choice, Jason decided to devour it and evolve. He opened the system's evolution menu and selected Devour Evolution skill. Devour Evolution. Devouring targets with less than 1000 HP triggers evolution into the target's form. Original skills and talents convert into skill and talent points based on level. Jason had read this description countless times, eager for the moment. This fire spirit was in its prime and untainted, his perfect choice. Devour. The skill activated, the fire spirit was instantly absorbed. Jason opened his massive jaws and swallowed it whole. In the next moment, his body radiated a brilliant light, shifting and transforming. System prompts rang in his ears. Current species evolved to E-rank fire spirit. Level 1 fire spirit skill, automatically converted to 1 skill point. Level 1 resentful poison skill, automatically converted to 1 skill point. Level 1 netherfire skill, automatically converted to 1 skill point. Level 1 skeleton armor skill, automatically converted to 1 skill point. Level 1 vengeful spirit talent, automatically converted to 1 talent point. Level 1 skill enhancement training talent, automatically converted to 1 talent point. Level 1 fire skeleton talent, automatically converted to 1 talent point. All previous skills had been wiped clean, converted into skill points. All talents were reset, transforming into gifted points. Then, before Jason appeared a prompt window once again. Please select your racial profession. Profession A, Fire Spirit Warrior. Profession B, Fire Spirit Mage. Profession C, Fire Spirit Priest. Profession D, Fire Spirit Archer. Compared to his previous choice as a skeleton clan member where only 3 professions were available, now as a fire spirit, he had 4 options. Jason pondered briefly before choosing Mage. Firstly, he possessed a tier 1 purple quality mage weapon. Secondly, fire spirits naturally lean toward magic, so picking warrior would waste the race's advantages. Priest and archer were never considerations. I choose fire spirit mage. With a flash of light, Jason's body began transforming once more. When he opened his eyes, the screen displayed his evolved status panel. Host, Jason. Race, E-Rank Fire Spirit. Level, Stage 1, Level 11 Fire Spirit Mage. Evolution points, 2300/6000. HP, 10,400. Attack, 1116, 372 base plus 744 weapon. Defense, 223. Agility, 223. Race talent, none. Talent points, 13. Skills, none. Skill points, 7. Equipment, amplification staff. Salary, 220 source crystals daily. Death compensation 660 source crystals. Current respawn time, 7 hours, excluded from work hours. Overall evaluation, most potential among E-rank races, but currently the weakest in the tribe. Reading the lengthy stats, surprise flickered across Jason's face. Attributes had multiplied HP skyrocketed from around 1,000 to over 10,000, a tenfold increase that was frankly absurd. To note, his chosen Fire Spirit Mage was among the most magically inclined. Jason realized this marked his official departure from newbie status. Though 10,000 HP seemed substantial, in real combat it remained modest. Stage 1 beasts commonly doubled their attack, and damage was no longer comparable to early levels. His gaze shifted to the talents section. No initial talents? Does that mean I can now purchase talents I truly need from the shop? His skills had also been cleared. Each skill point counted as 1 point. With the 2 skill points earned from rescuing the Fire Spirit hatchling, he now had 7 skill points total. He noticed his attack power had surged past 1,100, with 744 coming from the amplification staff. Tier 1 gear, especially purple quality, was truly powerful. The attack boost alone surpassed his stage 1 level. However, after leveling up, previous gear became unusable, though Jason felt no real loss. Equipment alone didn't guarantee strength. Skills and talents made the difference. Fortunately, he had 7 skill points and 13 talent points, but what talents and skills could he buy? Jason understood skill points came from converting previous skills upon racial change. Talent points, however, surprised him. After inquiry, he learned that devouring and evolving into a stage 1 beast granted 10 talent points, plus his previous 3 points, totaling 13. He opened the shop and found a new talent tab. 5 talents were available for purchase. Blazing Fire, Level 1, increases damage to targets by 10%, requires level 11, costs 10 talent points per level. Bone Scorch, Level 1, applies a damage overtime effect dealing 3% of skill damage per second for 5 seconds, requires level 11, costs 10 talent points per level. Splash, Level 1, increases fire skill area of effect for self, pets, and summons by 10%, requires level 15, costs 20 talent points per level. Fire Spirit's Guard, Level 1, blocks 1 fatal damage when HP falls below 3%, requires level 15, costs 20 talent points per level. Flame Domain, Level 1, creates a flame zone where all fire skills gain plus 1 level, requires level 20, costs 50 talent points per level. Jason blinked, puzzled. I thought talent points were automatically granted upon leveling up? He asked the system and realized his prior understanding was flawed. Talent points came from 3 sources: leveling up, completing system quests awarding talent points, and hunting bounty targets. Though 5 talents existed, 3 had level restrictions, so Jason could only pick between Blazing Fire and Bone Scorch now. Both were damage-enhancing talents linked to his personal skills. He chose Bone Scorch for the added damage overtime effect. Jason sensed that beyond stage 1, the skeleton command medallion's usefulness would wane, and he'd have to rely on his own strength. That was expected after all. The medallion summoned only F-rank beasts, whose power paled compared to E-rank ones. He believed his abilities would surpass the 3 skeleton beasts soon. For now, the medallion remained a support tool in human form, while he focused on upgrading his human state. Spending 10 talent points on Bone Scorch, Jason then opened the skill shop. 5 skills appeared. Flame Rain, Level 1, deals triple attack damage to target and all enemies within 10 meters, 10-second cooldown, requires level 11, costs 10 skill points per level. Fire Spirit Shield, Level 1, grants an ally a shield absorbing 5,000 damage for 5 minutes, 10-minute cooldown, requires level 11, costs 10 skill points per level. Blazing Storm, Level 1, deals triple attack damage over 5 seconds within 10 meters, 5-minute cooldown, requires level 15, costs 20 skill points per level. Flame Thorns, Level 1, deals double attack damage and slows target by 80% for 5 seconds, 20-second cooldown, requires level 15, costs 20 skill points per level. Heavenly Flame Funeral, Level 1, deals 5 times attack damage within a 100
100-meter radius, 5-hour cooldown, requires level 20, costs 50 skill points per level.
Jason quickly realized he could only afford Flame Rain.
But as he prepared to purchase, he discovered his skill points fell short.
Unlike talents, skills couldn't be earned through leveling. Looks like I'll have to hunt some bosses after all. The benefits of evolution were undeniable. First, both talents and skills looked promising, especially the Flame Rain skill, boasting a damage coefficient of 3.
Combined with his over 1,100 attack power and Bone Scorch's sustained damage, he could unleash a devastating 3,500 damage burst in one go. To put this into perspective, a level 10 skeleton giant, even with its Fury skill active and without critical hits, could only deal about 2,000 damage swinging its Wolftooth club. After evolving into a Fire Spirit Mage, Jason's damage instantly surpassed that, highlighting just how crucial race and level were for gifted beasts.
The only downside? He was 3 skill points short of buying Flame Rain, and skill points could only be gained by defeating bosses at his level or higher.
In other words, Jason needed to hunt a first stage boss. Realizing this, Jason felt the system had just given him a hard lesson.
Next time before evolving, I must max out my skill levels first. Otherwise, it's a real loss. Fortunately, Jason's strength wasn't weak, even his normal attacks packed a punch.
With the skeleton giant and Python by his side, killing a first stage boss wasn't impossible. But to take on a boss, he had to pick a soft target. He immediately sent the skeleton bat scouting.
Soon, the bat located a first stage boss, the Wind Wolf King.
However, Jason was annoyed to find several gifted hunters already surrounding it. They were strong, ranging from level 8 to 10, led by the blonde-haired yellow-haired guy at level 13 of stage 1. Facing such formidable enemies, Jason lacked the will to fight. It would be a gift of experience to them if he engaged. Just as Jason prepared to instruct the bat to find another boss, their conversation changed his mind.
Yellow-haired, if we leave now, how do we explain this to the boss? Yeah, you know how the boss is. If we can't handle this, we're dead meat.
I heard that old woman's been driving the boss crazy.
If we fail, she's threatening to take him down with her. But yellow-haired remained indifferent. Relax, Jason's sister's still alive. He's gotta come back. If we can't get him, we'll deal with his sister.
Hearing this, the others nodded, convinced by yellow-haired's logic, and renewed their assault on the Wind Wolf King.
Little did they know their plan was overheard by Jason. In that case, no survivors today. With his sister threatened, Jason couldn't leave them alive.
After pinpointing their location, he sprinted toward the forest. Arriving swiftly, he saw the Wind Wolf King boss barely hanging on with a sliver of health.
Keep attacking. The boss is almost down, don't let it heal.
Yellow-haired shouted, downing a blood potion before charging in with his long sword. Suddenly, the ground trembled and a massive figure crashed through several trees, barreling into the group.
Boom! Yellow-haired's subordinates were sent flying. Yellow-haired, quick and alert, dodged in time.
Watching his men groan on the ground, surprise flashed across his face.
What the hell? A skeleton giant? One of those skeleton clan monsters? Did I see that right? Upon recognizing the skeleton giant, his tension vanished.
Seeing his men's pitiful state, he spat on the ground.
Pathetic. Can't even react to monsters in battle. Leave this skeleton giant to me.
No sooner said than done, yellow-haired vanished.
Next moment, the skeleton giant's back was pierced. Yellow-haired's sword was swiftly withdrawn. In just one strike, the giant's health dropped to less than half.
While they fought, Jason quietly approached the Wind Wolf King boss. He slammed his staff hard on its head. A damage indicator flashed above the boss, which then collapsed in front of Jason. Killed level 11 Wind Wolf King boss, plus 1,500 evolution points, plus 200 source crystals, plus 5 skill points, blue quality gear, Wind Wolf pauldrons, blue quality gear, Wind Wolf boots.
Wind Wolf pauldrons, blue, stage 1 requirement,
plus 620 defense, plus 3% evasion. Wind Wolf boots, blue, stage 1 requirement, plus 620 agility, plus 10% movement speed. Without hesitation, Jason equipped both items, then opened the skill menu and found Flame Rain.
Learn. Ding learned level 1 skill Flame Rain. Flame Rain, level 1, deals triple attack damage to target and all enemies within 10 meters, 10-second cooldown. At that moment, yellow-haired watched dumbfounded as the boss was taken down by a wild monster.
Turning, he stared at Jason's glowing staff, eyes wide with shock.
What the hell? How does a wild monster kill a boss? Is this guy stealing boss kills?
Before he finished, Jason's staff radiated a fiery glow.
Flame Rain, a scorching aura poured from above, fiery droplets raining upon yellow-haired.
Without hesitation, yellow-haired drew his sword and fled, but he was too slow.
As the flame struck, damage numbers popped.
Hunted level 8 gifted, plus 50 evolution points, plus 9 source crystals. Hunted level 9 gifted, plus 84 evolution points, plus 13 source crystals.
Jason's skill combo wiped out 2 gifted and drained over 3,000 HP from yellow-haired. Yellow-haired was stunned and enraged. He was a B-rank warrior tough with nearly 20,000 HP. Yet a single skill from this wild monster had taken nearly a sixth of his health. More baffling was Jason's possession of such a powerful Flame Rain spell. Damn, this is a gifted beast with brains.
Licking Licking his lips, Yellowhaired's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Jason, however, remained cautious. Yellowhaired's raw power was formidable. His normal attack had just dealt nearly 3,000 damage to the skeleton giant, which had double defense. Though Jason now had over 10,000 HP and nearly 900 defense thanks to new gear, he was still outmatched. Suddenly, Yellowhaired vanished. Jason perked up, raising his staff just as a whistling sound approached. Flame rain. Fiery shards rained down again, but Yellowhaired reappeared, lunging with his long sword aimed at Jason's chest. At the last moment, a skeleton python whipped through the air like a spear. Yellowhaired was struck, swiftly bound like a twisted rope, and flung to the ground. Flame rain followed, enhanced by Bone Scorch talent, dealing another 3,000 plus damage. Yellowhaired never expected his opponent to be so tenacious. He tried to draw his long sword to sever the skeleton python's grip, but the python squeezed his arm tightly, preventing him from freeing his weapon. At that moment, the fiery fire spirit wielding the staff swung it down again. Thud! Over 1,000 points of normal damage struck Yellowhaired's head. Aware that confronting a higher level, stronger gifted required all possible tactics, Yellowhaired quickly followed up the fire and skill damage with a basic attack. Although it only dealt a little over 1,000 damage, the psychological impact on him was severe. Suddenly, the ground rumbled with heavy footsteps. The skeleton giant, brandishing its wolf-tooth club, charged forward. Yellowhaired's eyes widened as the massive club filled his entire vision. When it slammed down onto his head, humiliation washed over him. Beaten relentlessly with no chance to fight back, Yellowhaired roared in fury. Just as Jason unleashed his second skill combo, Yellowhaired's cooldown ended, and he vanished in a flash. Reappearing 20 meters away, Yellowhaired finally sensed something was wrong. The fire spirit seemed to bear a grudge against him. His mind flashed to the sick fire spirits in the forest. Could this guy be sentient now, coming for human revenge? My luck's really bad. Anger and frustration churned within him as he prepared to retaliate. Suddenly, a commotion stirred deeper in the woods. A howl pierced the air. Hundreds of blue-furred wind wolves charged toward them. Damn it, no fight today. Fall back. Seeing the overwhelming pack, Yellowhaired didn't hesitate and fled with his men toward Red Lake. Jason naturally refused to let them escape alive. He dispatched the skeleton bat to track their trail while positioning himself to flank them. Like a ghost, Jason appeared where least expected, dispatching gifted one by one with precise skill strikes. Yellowhaired tried to heal, but Jason denied him any respite. Whenever Yellowhaired attempted recovery, Jason struck again with flame rain, leaving him anguished. Watching his men fall one after another, Yellowhaired realized escape was impossible. Suddenly, he remembered a potential refuge. Damn it, if they want me dead, let's see if they can catch me, he ordered. Split up. You guys take that way, I'll go this way. Meet at Red Lake's shore. Without question, his men parted ways. But soon, the subordinates realized they'd been tricked by their leader. Jason had been lying in wait, and as they reached the rendezvous, he unleashed flame rain. Screams echoed as all remaining gifted fell. Meanwhile, Jason followed Yellowhaired through the skeleton bat's eyes. Watching the man panic and veer deeper into the forest, Jason sensed something was off. Why not run toward Red Lake? Is he trying to lure me into another beast's territory to escape? Just then, a dark figure appeared in view. Jason immediately recognized it. A black blood beast. I get it now. Black blood beasts were artificial gifted. Yellowhaired was fleeing to seek their protection. Jason kept the bat perched high, observing while he swiftly closed in on Yellowhaired's position, sharing vision intermittently. Reaching the forest steps, Yellowhaired shuddered as the pitch-black beast approached. He'd warned his men these black blood beasts were ruthless hunters. Anyone entering their domain became prey. What he hadn't told them was that being a creation of the company, he possessed a serum allowing the black blood beasts to recognize him as kin. As the beast neared, Yellowhaired injected a blue syringe into his vein. The serum coursed through him, veins threatening to burst, his mind exploding with pain. He convulsed briefly and collapsed unconscious. The black blood beast sniffed him, then hoisted him like prey onto its shoulder, retreating to the lair. Jason watched the black blood beast carry Yellowhaired away and ceased pursuit, letting the skeleton bat follow to see where they go. Soon, the bat revealed a dense forest clearing housing hundreds of black blood beasts. The creatures were pitch black, muscular, with clear distinctions between males and females. Jason's heart chilled at the sight, but his mind raced with a pressing question. My earlier guess was right. The lab tricked gifted into the company, injected them with serum, turning them into these black blood beasts. But why? Are they cultivating even stronger artificial gifted through these beasts? Though puzzled, one thought crystallized. All these black blood beasts must be destroyed. But to realize this, Jason needed sufficient strength. This lair housed hundreds of them. Facing unknown artificial beasts, he had to proceed cautiously. Looks like I need to max out my skills first. Jason dispatched the skeleton bat once more to seek a boss. Meanwhile, Yellowhaired slowly regained consciousness in the lair. Opening his eyes, he saw none other than Li Song. Brother Li? Li Song eyed Yellowhaired's stunned expression curiously. Xiao Hu, why are you lying here? Weren't you sent to kill Jason? Where is he? Did you succeed? Yellowhaired's mind was foggy. After moments, memories flooded back. He recounted
narrated every twisted event to Li Song. Li Song raised a brow. A fire spirit beast actively attacking humans? That plot sounds familiar. Suddenly, Li Song's eyes widened. He recalled a record from Zhang Xunyan's death case mentioning wild beasts attacking gifted proactively. Seems that fire spirit mage isn't as simple as we thought. Li Song's mind raced, piecing together a startling possibility. Could Jason actually be that very fire spirit? If he were to tell others outside, 90% would dismiss it outright. After all, gifted were fundamentally different from beasts. But Li Song was no ordinary man. He was lab personnel, having seen countless gifted and rare abilities. Transformative powers weren't unheard of to him. His deduction wasn't baseless but rooted in careful observation. Firstly, fire spirits typically had only one innate skill, the ability to release flames. Yet according to Yellowhaired, that fire spirit actively wielded the flame rain skill, a sign it was no ordinary member of its kind. Among countless fire spirits he'd studied, none had exhibited such an ability until now. Secondly, that fire spirit attacked humans proactively, even venturing into other beast territories. More strikingly, it hunted Yellowhaired and his men like a human would pursue an enemy, killing them all. Such vengeful intent and tracking tactics transcended mere beast instinct. Li Song suspected this creature was a personal foe of Yellowhaired's, perhaps even Jason himself. Considering Hong and his men had left South Wind Forest, and by the driver's account there was only this one coach today, no other suspects remained. Yet Li Song entertained another theory. Maybe that fire spirit was Jason's summoned beast. Jason was a summoner, but how he managed to summon an E-rank beast puzzled Li Song. At that moment, Yellowhaired glanced toward Li Song and whispered, "Brother Li, I'm running low on men. We might not be able to take down Jason." Expecting a scolding, Yellowhaired braced himself, but Li Song merely hummed softly, pulling out his phone. "Hey, how's the supply run? Are they ready?" "Almost done." "Good. Bring number 55 with you when you arrive." "No problem, boss." About 20 minutes later, rustling echoed through the forest. The black blood beasts around showed no disturbance, clearly recognizing their own. A tall figure emerged from a thicket, armed with various gifted weapons. Among them stood a 2-meter-tall black blood beast, distinct from its kin. Its build was more muscular, with exaggerated sinews exuding explosive power. Quiet and seemingly tamed, it radiated a formidable aura. Yellowhaired locked eyes with the beast, sensing a deadly chill crawling down his spine, a hopeless despair he could neither evade nor escape. Gasping for breath, sweat drenched his body. In that moment, he withdrew all previous disdain for artificial beasts. He also noticed a blood-red tattoo on the beast's chest bearing the number 55. Though the meaning was unknown, numbered beasts clearly ranked stronger than those without markings. Li Song approached the beast respectfully. The beast bowed deeply in return. Leaning close, Li Song whispered into its ear. A red glint flashed in the beast's eyes before it vanished into the forest. Yellowhaired whispered, "Brother Li, how strong is number 55? 15-level black blood beast, roughly comparable to a top-tier A-rank gifted." Yellowhaired scoffed. 15 level? That's strong? Li Song added, "That's right, equivalent to a peak A-rank gifted strength." Yellowhaired was stunned. Killed level 11 black bear boss, plus 1,500 evolution points, plus 200 source crystals, plus 8 skill points, acquired giant bear armor, blue quality, warrior exclusive. Gazing at the fallen black bear boss, Jason smiled. "Finally, I've accumulated 10 skill points. Time to upgrade again." He accessed the system's skill menu, selecting Flame Rain for upgrade. Ding, Flame Rain upgraded to level 2. Flame Rain, level 2, deals 5 times attack damage to target and all enemies within 20 meters, 15-second cooldown. Seeing his flame skill advance to level 2 with a damage coefficient of 5, Jason's lips curved in delight. 5 times damage coupled with his current 100 plus attack power and the blazing fire talent meant he could easily deal over 6,000 damage in one Flame Rain. A typical level 11 first stage F-rank beast had around 8,000 to 9,000 HP. 2 skill combos could wipe out entire groups. This means fast leveling. Leveling up was Jason's most anticipated event since becoming a gifted. Yet he wasn't rushing now. Leveling brought benefits, increased stats, better talents, and access to higher level gear. But blind leveling had pitfalls. Low skill levels reduced efficiency, or he might struggle against equal level beasts. Also, skill points dropped only from bosses of the same or higher level. Once Jason leveled, he'd have to hunt even tougher bosses. His previous haste devouring a fire spirit had landed him in a skillless awkward phase. Lesson learned: no repeat mistakes. Jason planned to max Flame Rain before further leveling. Currently, his evolution points exceeded 8,000. To prevent hitting storage caps, he checked with the system. The maximum evolution point storage was 20,000, ample room for boss hunting. To boost farming efficiency, Jason aimed to upgrade the Skeleton Command Medallion. Skeleton Clan Command Medallion, Bronze Tier Special Item, next level, Silver Tier, upgrade requirement, level 11, 10,000 evolution points. 10,000 points, only 2,000 more. Better farm some monsters first, then upgrade the medallion. As Jason prepared to hunt monsters, the skeleton bat's vision caught a flash of black. It moved swiftly, vanishing in a blink. The bat flew higher and soon spotted it again. Black blood beast, but this one looks incredibly strong. The beast stood motionless, sniffing the air, then locked eyes with the flying skeleton bat. Jason felt an unyielding murderous intent emanate from those eyes. Suddenly, the beast transformed into a streak of black lightning, dashing deeper into the forest. Jason's body tensed. Is it coming after me? Jason felt a vague yet pressing sense that he had been marked. He understood his current strength was still quite limited, so facing an opponent of unknown power, the best strategy was to avoid confrontation. But hiding alone wouldn't suffice. He needed to rapidly enhance his own abilities. Who knew how this creature had discovered him? What if it came looking? Checking the map, Jason located the black blood beast's position and adjusted his monster hunting route accordingly. He planned to endure for a while, build up enough strength, and then settle the score. Stowing the map away, Jason headed straight for the azure-tailed fox's territory. As one of the few F-rank beasts in the central region, the azure-tailed fox thrived here due to its large population, a unique situation in South Wind Forest. Hunting azure-tailed foxes was thus the fastest way for Jason to accumulate evolution points. After about half an hour, he spotted a dense cluster of azure-tailed foxes ahead. Seeing their teal tail swaying en masse, Jason felt a surge of anticipation. Such numbers meant a single flame rain could likely fell dozens. But he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he sent the skeleton bats soaring to scout. Confirming no others were nearby, Jason chose a defensible spot as his temporary base. Summoning the skeleton giant, he ordered an attack. Thud! The giant swung its wolf-tooth club, instantly draining nearly 2,000 HP from the lead fox. Yet as a first-stage beast, an average azure-tailed fox had around 7,000 HP, so the damage was hardly crippling. The strike immediately alerted the surrounding foxes. The pack charged the skeleton giant. Unwilling to linger, the giant fought briefly then fled toward Jason's designated area. Jason waited silently, knowing Flame Rain's area damage covered a 20-meter radius around the target. How many it could kill depended entirely on timing. The skeleton giant dashed through the marked zone almost instantly. The fox pack followed swiftly behind. Jason's gaze fixed on the zone. Now, Flame Rain! A brilliant glow flared from the amplification staff as fiery droplets rained down from the sky. The damage indicators flooded the targeted foxes. Jason smiled in satisfaction. The amplification staff not only granted over 700 attack power but also a 50% damage boost, making Flame Rain's already high 5.0 damage coefficient explode in power. One skill alone felled a large portion of the foxes. Killed level 11 azure-tailed fox, plus 300 evolution points, plus 50 source crystals. Killed level 12 azure-tailed fox, plus 350 evolution points, plus 70 source crystals. Killed level 11 azure-tailed fox, plus 300 evolution points, plus 45 source crystals. System notifications flooded the screen. Jason's evolution points instantly surged past 10,000. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the forest ahead. A massive pack of azure-tailed foxes howled as they charged. Seeing the overwhelming numbers, Jason's scalp tingled. Flame Rain was still on cooldown, so he chose a tactical retreat. The level gap was clear. His skeleton giants roughly 4,000 HP couldn't handle even one fox, let alone dozens. Upgrading the skeleton command medallion was the priority. Only after reaching stage 1 could he summon more powerful skeleton beasts. Without hesitation, Jason stowed his staff and fled. The skeleton giant stayed behind, fulfilling its duty by delaying the fox's assault. Out of the danger zone, Jason gasped for breath and pulled out the skeleton clan command medallion. His evolution points stood at 10,500. Upgrade skeleton clan command medallion to silver tier? Yes. The medallion glowed brightly before settling into a silver-gray hue, gaining a refined texture. Skeleton clan command medallion, exclusive item for skeleton clan, silver tier. Summon up to 10 skeleton beasts, can recall summoned beasts to storage, reset summon count 24 hours after all summons die. Jason's lips curled into a grin. Though the description seemed unchanged, the summon limit jumped from 3 to 10, a qualitative leap. He eagerly raised the medallion. Summon! In an instant, a swirl of white mist appeared. Through the haze, Jason saw a skeleton mage clad in a black cloak, wielding a staff, astride a skeletal steed. Behind him rode 4 skeleton horsemen, each brandishing long swords, and 4 skeleton horse archers. At the rear stood a skeleton high priest, only his glowing red eyes visible through the swirling black mist. Jason's joy was hard to contain as he checked their stats. Skeleton Archmage, Stage 1, Level 11. HP 15,600. Attack 868. Defense 519. Agility 519. Skill 1 Ideth's Battle MLV.1 Chance a battle song boosting subordinates' attack and attack speed by 100% for 5 minutes. Cooldown 5 minutes. Skill 2 A Resurrection LV.1 revives fallen skeleton horsemen and archers with 30% HP. Cooldown 5 hours. Skill 3 A Decay LV.1 casts decay on up to 3 targets, dealing 10% attack damage per second and inflicting grievous wounds, reducing healing by 30% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Jason was stunned. So powerful. Death's Battle Hymn was akin to
to a berserk buff, doubling allies' offensive capability.
Though Resurrection restored only partial HP, it granted a second life. Decay's damage was modest, but its healing reduction made it invaluable. Jason was utterly enamored with this summon.
Next, he examined the Skeleton Horsemen and Archers.
Skeleton Horseman, Stage 1, Level 11. HP 15,600. Attack 755. Defense 446. Agility 755.
Skill, Cavalry/single target attack dealing 5 times attack damage, wide/AoE attack dealing 3 times attack damage.
Skeleton Horse Archer, Stage 1, Level 11. HP 13,000. Attack 466. Defense 446. Agility 446.
Skill, Precision Shot single target ranged attack dealing 5 times attack damage with 10% crit chance, multi-shot AoE ranged attack dealing 2 times attack damage. 1 melee, 1 ranged, great synergy for output.
Finally, Jason looked at the Skeleton High Priest. Skeleton High Priest, Stage 1, Level 11. HP 17,300. Attack 868. Defense 520. Agility 520.
Skill, Blood Conversion sacrifices 10% of own HP to heal target by 50%. Sacrifices 50% HP to heal all allies by 50%.
Reading the priest's skills, Jason couldn't help but exclaim, "Now that's a high priest." Jason's excitement was barely containable as he gazed at the now robust skeleton squad.
Not far off, the azure-tailed foxes presented the perfect testing ground. He decided to gauge the true strength of his new skeleton team by facing them head-on.
To avoid being overwhelmed by the fox horde, Jason chose a natural choke point shaped like a bottle's neck for the battle.
This would effectively negate their numerical advantage. Without hesitation, he took his positions. The skeleton archmage and high priest stood at the rear, flanked by 4 skeleton horse archers who knocked their arrows, ready for battle. Blocking the front line were the skeleton horsemen melee fighters with high damage and imposing stature, perfect for holding the line. Though Jason stood beside the archmage and priest, his attack range far surpassed theirs. His purple quality amplification staff not only boosted attack and party damage but also extended skill range by 50 meters.
As the gem atop his staff glowed, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky.
Flame rain cascaded down upon the front ranks of the azure-tailed foxes.
-7,830, -7,698, -210, -230.
The continuous damage immediately stirred the fox pack into frenzy. Another howl erupted from the forest as the foxes charged furiously toward Jason's position. At that moment, the skeleton archmage raised his staff, chanting an arcane incantation in an ancient tongue. A radiant light enveloped all the skeletons, their bones shimmering with ethereal white glow. The skeleton archers drew their bows taut.
Multi-shot fire.
Arrows whistled through the air, striking down with over 1,000 damage. Meanwhile, the skeleton horsemen thundered forward, slashing horizontally with their longswords at the frontmost foxes. The combined assault felled a wave of foxes instantly. As they retracted their blades, the skeleton horse archers unleashed another volley of mounted shots, while the horsemen relentlessly carved through the front lines. Killed level 11 azure-tailed fox, plus 300 evolution points, plus 50 source crystals. Killed level 12 azure-tailed fox, plus 350 evolution points, plus 70 source crystals. The system notifications flooded Jason's screen once more. His evolution points soared wildly. In less than 10 minutes, they surpassed 10,000 points. Yet Jason still felt the kill rate was lacking compared to his solo hunts. The sheer number of foxes meant the skeleton horseman's health dwindled rapidly. Fortunately, the skeleton high priest's timely heals kept them fighting. Still, the squad could only engage cautiously, slowly whittling down the foxes through attrition.
Observing their seamless teamwork, Jason was pleased.
Though the skeleton squad lacked overwhelming damage, they excelled at frontline control, battlefield cleanup, and drawing enemy focus. Even more importantly, they provided vital stimulation for his human form's rapid leveling through stage 1 challenges. Though the kill speed wasn't ideal, it was still impressive, especially against such a massive fox horde where his squad was numerically disadvantaged.
A new thought sparked in Jason's mind. If this isn't ideal for hordes, then facing bosses should be manageable.
Scanning the forest, he saw more azure-tailed foxes streaming in and promptly recalled all skeletons. The fox pack, losing their target, hesitated en masse. Jason slipped through the woods, traveling a greater distance this time. His next target, the 4 great guardians bosses of the Earthen Cliff Bandit Camp. These bandit wolf beasts were rank monsters of considerable power. The camp boasted 4 bosses, known as the 4 Great Guardians. Though they were level 15, Jason was eager to test himself and his skeleton squad against them. Higher level meant higher risk but greater rewards. Moreover, Jason had long coveted the 4 pieces of purple quality gear these bosses dropped. A single purple staff could easily surpass his base attack, a truly obscene bonus. Soon, Jason arrived at a dirt slope. Below lay a winding path leading to the summit. From the foot of the hill, he could clearly see 4 small temple-like buildings atop the peak. homes to the 4 great guardians bosses.
To reach the summit, he had to clear the bandit wolf beasts along the trail.
Fortunately, the camp housed only about 200 of these wolves. They were staunch defenders, attacking only within their patrol zones.
Apart from the boss's summons, they never left their posts lightly.
The camp's entrance featured a massive gate flanked by 2 10-meter wooden watchtowers.
Each tower housed 5 bandit wolf archers.
Jason summoned his skeleton squad.
Take them out.
At his command, the 4 skeleton horse archers immediately drew their bows. Arrows rained down, eliciting agonized screams from atop the towers as several wolves fell. Killed level 13 bandit wolf archer, plus 560 evolution points, plus 130 source crystals. Killed level 14 bandit wolf archer, plus 675 evolution points, plus 150 source crystals. Killed level 12 bandit wolf archer, plus 420 evolution points, plus 100 source crystals. With a flurry of notifications, the wolf archers were wiped out. Jason then ordered the skeleton horsemen forward to break down the wooden gate. Once breached, he led his squad into the earthen cliff camp. Every monster encountered was no match for the skeleton team.
The horsemen, as vanguard, charged ahead, effortlessly dispatching foes. When an enemy proved tougher, the horse archers provided supplementary ranged attacks, swiftly finishing the fight.
The skeleton archmage and high priest followed, ready to offer crucial support and healing.
Witnessing their flawless coordination, Jason's face lit with satisfaction. This is a true combat squad, more professional than many player teams. By now, Jason reached the summit. The 4 small temples housed the 4 great guardians bosses.
He paused on the steps below, eyeing the identical shrines. Soon, he spotted subtle differences.
Each temple's door bore a palm-sized wooden plaque with a name: Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Third Wolf, and Fourth Wolf.
Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Third Wolf, Fourth Wolf. Seeing the bosses' names, Jason chuckled. Those names sure are casual. Choosing which of the 4 bosses to tackle first was a matter of strategy. Jason had studied the related guides long ago. The 4 great guardians each embodied a different dominant attribute among beasts: health, attack, defense, and agility. Among them, the bosses specializing in defense and health posed the greatest challenge. Though boasting high defense and massive HP, their attack power was also formidable. The best approach was to eliminate the simpler bosses first, secure their equipment, and then use those advantages to take down the heavily armored and high HP bosses. From left to right, the shrines housed Big Wolf, Second Wolf, Third Wolf, and Fourth Wolf.
Big Wolf was the high HP boss Jason planned to face last.
Second Wolf specialized in attack and control, essentially a mage boss, and was also quite difficult, slated to be dealt with near the end.
Third Wolf was the defense-focused warrior boss, with high defense and slightly less HP than Big Wolf.
Importantly, its skills were offensive, making it a well-rounded tanky fighter. Fourth Wolf was the agile assassin boss, with the highest attack and agility stats but comparatively low HP, though its damage output was extreme. The optimal tactic was to first eliminate Fourth Wolf, then use its gear to challenge Third Wolf.
With Third Wolf's defensive equipment, Jason could better withstand Second Wolf's high damage. After defeating Second Wolf and acquiring its gear, he'd have enough firepower to tackle Big Wolf, the boss with the most health.
This was the perfect theoretical strategy, but it existed only on paper. So far, no one had succeeded in beating all 4 bosses.
The main obstacle was Fourth Wolf's incredible difficulty.
Its opening attack was always a critical hit, paired with massive damage capable of instantly killing most equal-level opponents. No one wanted to die so early, forcing players to try other kill orders.
Unfortunately, this resulted in being unable to defeat all 4 bosses. Jason was different.
With his skeleton squad, the death of any member was inconsequential. They would revive in a few hours anyway.
He immediately ordered a skeleton horse archer forward.
Upon receiving the command, the archer drew its bow and released an arrow. The arrow struck the lock on the door of the 4th shrine with perfect accuracy.
The lock shattered. The door burst open with a loud clang. A hunched bandit wolf boss wielding a crescent blade stepped out.
Jason narrowed his eyes and carefully scanned the foe, instantly pulling the information into his system panel.
Bandit wolf boss Fourth Wolf, Stage 1, Level 15. HP, 100,000. Attack, 2,700. Defense, 1,600. Agility, 2,700. Skills, Deadly Strike, Backstab, Poison Dagger.
As expected, this was a wolf assassin boss. With 100,000 HP, it was a formidable opponent for Jason. The bandit wolf boss's eyes glowed red as it locked onto the foremost skeleton horse archer.
In the next instant, its crescent blade sliced through the air, reappearing behind the archer. Crack, crack, crack. Critical hit minus 15,600.
The sound of bones breaking echoed as the skeleton archer was cleaved in two.
Its health bar vanished instantly.
Though the boss only dealt 15,600 damage, Jason knew this wasn't its max output. The archer simply had only 15,600 HP. At that moment, the skeleton archmage raised his staff.
A low chant sounded. Death's Battle Hymn activated, bathing all skeletons in a white glow.
The three remaining skeleton archers drew their bows. Whiz, whiz, thwack.
3 arrows pierced the the bandit wolf boss. The skeleton horsemen charged, swinging their longswords fiercely at the boss.
Pained screams erupted as damage indicators appeared above its head.
Jason raised his staff once more. Flame rain, a searing wave of heat swept down from the sky. Flames struck the bandit wolf boss's head.
Buffed by the amplification staff's 50% damage boost, the level 2 flame rain dealt significant damage.
In just a moment, the boss lost 20,000 HP.
Roaring in pain, it swung its crescent blade again toward the nearest skeleton horseman.
Meanwhile, the skeleton horseman relentlessly hacked at the boss. Jason's flame rain had a 15-second cooldown.
During this time, his summoned skeletons could attack 3 times, explaining why he relied so heavily on them. A damage indicator appeared above a skeleton horseman.
Minus 12,900. The horseman's 15,000 HP bar instantly emptied.
The skeleton archmage quickly adjusted formation, signaling another horseman to fill the gap.
As Jason's flame rain cooldown ended, he swung the amplification staff again. Flame rain rained down once more. Boom, boom, boom. Flames enveloped the bandit wolf boss.
Having cast only 2 skills, the boss's HP had dropped below 50,000.
Faced with this, the bandit wolf boss roared and launched a desperate assault. Skeleton horsemen fell one after another.
Just as the boss prepared to cleave down another horseman, the skeleton high priest radiated a crimson glow.
Sacrifice. A flash of red light, and the priest's HP halved.
Simultaneously, all skeleton horsemen recovered 50% of their health. Seeing his prey nearly restored, the bandit wolf boss's eyes darkened with malice as it lunged at the high priest.
Jason swung his staff once more. Flame rain, flames crashed down. The bandit wolf boss collapsed like a boulder.
Killed level 15 bandit wolf boss 4th wolf plus 2,500 evolution points plus 400 source crystals plus 15 skill points. Acquired Wolf King necklace, purple quality. Wolf King necklace, purple quality, stage 1 plus 744 attack plus 50% skill damage. Passive, critical strike on ambush targets, 100% skill crit chance, durability 500 of 500.
Seeing the rare purple necklace in his inventory, Jason couldn't help but smile. A purple quality necklace? Looks like my Lux holding got even a rare necklace. Equipment is divided into 2 categories, the Big 5 and the Little 3.
The Big 5 include weapons, armor, boots, and similar major gear.
The Little 3 are accessories like necklaces and rings.
Accessories tend to be much rarer, and for the same level and attributes, accessory gear costs about 20% more than regular equipment. Seeing that the Wolf King necklace directly boosted his attack by over 700 points, Jason couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. What made him even happier was the 50% skill damage increase. This practically maxed out his output.
Moreover, the passive effect of critical strikes on ambush targets and guaranteed skill crits was nothing short of game-breaking.
The biggest difference between a mage and a warrior lay in magic attacks, which rarely benefited from crit stats.
Jason knew that if an item carried such an attribute, its price would easily exceed 2 million. Eagerly equipping the Wolf King necklace, his attack power soared to 1,800 points. According to the strategy, after defeating 4th wolf, the next target was 3rd wolf, but Jason was in no rush. The skeleton high priest had just cast sacrifice, reducing his own HP to 50%. To ensure the upcoming battle went smoothly, Jason splurged heavily on health potions from the system store. His evolution points were nearing 20,000, the maximum capacity. Since excess points could not be stored, he preferred to invest in potions rather than waste them. While his skeleton squad healed, Jason glanced at his 23 skill points and hesitated. Should I max out Flame Rain right away, or upgrade Flame Rain once, then level up Fire Spirit Shield?
Recalling the recent battle, he pondered briefly before deciding to prioritize Flame Rain.
After 4th wolf's lethal opening strike, its subsequent attacks couldn't instantly kill a skeleton horseman. Similarly, 3rd wolf, a defense-focused boss, also couldn't one-shot the horseman.
The Fire Spirit Shield could grant a 5,000 damage shield to horsemen, but sacrificing output wasn't ideal. He remembered level 1 Flame Rain had a damage coefficient of 3, level 2 reached 5. By this pattern, level 3 should hit 7, and level 4 would reach a terrifying 9. A 9-fold damage coefficient combined with his 1,800 attack without additional bonuses yielded base damage exceeding 16,000.
Adding the amplification staff and Wolf King necklace's 50% damage boosts meant 100% total increase.
His final output would exceed 32,000 damage. One skill dealing over 30,000 damage sent chills down Jason's spine. Considering the Wolf King necklace's passive critical strike on ambush, magical crits could double that to 64,000 damage. No wonder level 15 monsters can barely withstand this.
Without hesitation, Jason upgraded Flame Rain twice. Ding Flame Rain upgraded to level 4. Flame Rain, level 4, deals 9 times attack damage to target and all enemies within 100 meters, 30-second cooldown.
Seeing the skill's details, Jason smiled broadly.
The cooldown increased to 30 seconds, annoying, but the damage is maxed.
After upgrading, he ordered a skeleton horse archer to shoot the lock on the 3rd shrine's door. The door burst open. The 3rd wolf boss appeared similar similar in appearance to fourth wolf but taller and clad in black armor, wielding twin long swords.
Jason checked its info. Bandit Wolf Boss Third Wolf, Stage 1, Level 15. HP, 150,000. Attack, 1,600. Defense, 2,700. Agility, 1,600. Skills, Dual Blade / Frenzied / Storm /
Looking at these stats, it seems to have no glaring weaknesses, but overall it has many. Jason wasted no time, raising his staff to unleash Flame Rain. The Scorching Rain hammered the third wolf boss, and damage numbers popped above its head.
Minus 27,000. Minus 870. Minus 820.
One skill dealt over 27,000 damage. Jason grinned wildly. 150,000 HP, and you can't withstand a few hits from me.
Skeleton Horseman charged, slashing around the boss.
The third wolf wielded its twin blades fiercely, but with only 1,600 attack power, even skill hits weren't fatal to the horseman. Jason used hit-and-run tactics with his horsemen and archers to buy time for skill cooldowns.
After a while, the third wolf fell, defeated.
Killed level 15 Bandit Wolf Boss Third Wolf, plus 2,500 evolution points, plus 400 source crystals, plus 15 skill points. Acquired Wolf King Boots, purple quality. Wolf King Boots, purple quality, stage 1, plus 744 defense, plus 744 agility, plus 100% movement speed. Active skill Berserk increases movement speed by 500% for 3 minutes, 1 hour cooldown, durability 500 of 500.
Compared to the Wolf King necklace, these boots were less exciting to Jason.
As a mage, he prioritized damage over defense and agility, which mainly aided escape.
The boot's standout feature was the active Berserk skill, a 500% movement speed boost lasting 3 minutes. After killing third wolf and gaining 15 skill points, Jason was ecstatic. He immediately upgraded Flame Rain to level 5.
Flame Rain, level 5, max, deals 13 times attack damage to target and all enemies within 200 meters, 60-second cooldown.
Reviewing the skill, Jason mentally calculated his damage. Over 46,000 damage? Holy crap!
One skill hitting for 46,000 damage equated roughly to the total HP of a level 11 elite monster or half that of a standard level 11 boss. Eyeing the remaining 2 shrines, Jason was eager to test just how terrifying his peak fire skill could be.
The second shrine housed a mage-type bandit wolf boss.
Once his skeleton squad's health was fully restored, Jason commanded a horse archer to shoot the door lock.
As the gate opened, Jason's staff flashed brightly. Flame Rain, a torrent of fire plummeted onto the newly emerged bandit wolf boss.
A critical damage number flashed, stunning Jason.
Critical hit minus 90,000.
Killed level 15 bandit wolf boss second wolf, plus 2,500 evolution points, plus 400 source crystals, plus 15 skill points. Acquired Wolf King bracelet, purple quality. Seeing the boss fall right at the entrance, Jason was momentarily speechless.
No way, I just one-shot a level 15 boss? The ambush triggered a critical hit, doubling damage to 90,000, and the second wolf boss only had 90,000 HP. One shot? My god, I one-shot a level 15 boss?
At this moment, Jason felt a profound appreciation for the beauty of numbers. He had truly become a numbers man. This is just ridiculous, he muttered. Glancing at the newly acquired accessory in his inventory, he eagerly examined its attributes. Wolf King bracelet, purple quality, stage 1, plus 744 attack, plus 50% skill damage, minus 10% skill cooldown, durability 500 of 500.
Another 700 plus attack boost, plus 50% skill damage increase, and on top of that, cooldown reduction? These bosses really know how to cater to me. I'm barely able to keep track of my damage output anymore.
Jason quickly ran the numbers in his head and found his total damage had soared to over 84,000. With the ambush-triggered critical hit doubling damage, that translated to more than 168,000 damage per skill.
Good grief, is this really the damage I'm supposed to have right now? Over 100,000 damage from a single skill? With 18 skill points remaining, he could upgrade once more. Unfortunately, Flame Rain's max level was 5, so he couldn't push it further. Instead, he invested the remaining points into the Fire Spirit Shield. Fire Spirit Shield, level 1, grants a shield to a single ally absorbing 5,000 damage, lasting 5 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. A decent survival skill. A 5,000 damage shield isn't bad. I wonder if maxing it out will be as crazy as Flame Rain?
Feeling relaxed, Jason waited for his skeleton squad to finish healing, then ordered a horse archer to shoot the lock on the last shrine's door.
The door flew open with a thunderous bang. Flames poured down from the sky immediately. A blaring damage number flashed. Minus 160,300. Outstepped a corpulent bandit wolf boss wielding 2 massive cleavers. His eyes burned with fury, clearly displeased by the ambush. Jason checked the boss's info. Bandit wolf boss Big Wolf, stage 1, level 15. HP, 200,000. Attack, 1,600. Defense, 2,700. Agility, 1,600. Skills, body slam, taunt, iron flesh armor. Whoa, 200,000 HP, no wonder I couldn't one-shot it. but a single skill dealing 160,000 damage? That's crazy. With Flame Rain maxed out, Jason faced an awkward cooldown window after casting.
To avoid being overwhelmed by the bulky Big Wolf boss, his skeleton squad formed a tight formation and charged.
Though slow, the Big Wolf's massive bulk made it an easy target. However, its two cleavers were no joke. When using taunt, it automatically reduced incoming damage by 50%.
This meant the skeleton horseman could barely deal 1,000 damage per hit. Fortunately, taunt affected only nearby melee targets. The skeleton horse archers remained safe at range. These numbers represented the maximum output from the archers, yet against Big Wolf, it was like scratching an itch.
Looks like I'll have to handle this one myself. Jason waited quietly for over 50 seconds before swinging his staff once more. Boom, boom, boom. Flame Rain rained down again. Minus 79,500. Big Wolf's remaining health plummeted instantly. The beast staggered twice before collapsing, unwilling to accept defeat.
It clearly underestimated this fiery fire spirit mage, taking 200,000 HP damage from just 2 skill combos. Killed level 15 bandit wolf boss Big Wolf plus 2,500 evolution points plus 400 source crystals plus 15 skill points. Acquired Wolf King armor, purple quality. Wolf King armor, purple quality, stage 1 plus 10,000 HP, 70% chance to block critical hits plus 200% healing received. Durability 500 of 500.
10,000 extra HP and nearly 70% crit block chance?
This is the perfect counter to assassins and archers.
Plus, 200% healing boost. This will save me tons of potions, though I probably won't be in melee much. Jason smiled broadly, equipping the Wolf King armor, his combat power soaring once again. With 23 skill points left, he upgraded Fire Spirit Shield to level 3. Fire Spirit Shield, level 3, grants a shield absorbing 20,000 damage lasting 15 minutes, cooldown 10 minutes. Reading the skill's description, Jason nodded approvingly. A 20,000 damage shield lasting 15 minutes that should cover most fights. Not wanting to waste evolution points, he resolved to upgrade now, spending nearly 20,000 points. With Fire Spirit Shield at level 3, a few more boss kills would max his skills. At level 15, he'd unlock the powerful Blazing Storm and Flame Thorn skills. Ding consumed 6,000 evolution points, reached level 12. Ding consumed 7,000 evolution points, reached level 13. Jason's status panel appeared. Host, Jason. Race, E-rank Fire Spirit. Level, Stage 1, level 13 Fire Spirit Mage. Evolution points, 6,600/8,000. HP, 22,600. 12,600 base plus 10,000 armor. Attack, 2,682. 450 base plus 744 necklace plus 744 bracelet plus 744 staff. Defense, 1,634. 270 base plus 744 boots plus 620 pauldrons. Agility, 1,014. 270 base plus 744 boots. Race talent, level 1 Blazing Fire. Talent points, 3. Skills, level 5 Flame Rain, level 3 Fire Spirit Shield. Skill points, 3. Equipment, Amplification Staff, purple. Wind Wolf Pauldrons, blue. Wolf King Armor, purple. Wolf King Boots, purple. Wolf King Necklace, purple. Wolf King Bracelet, purple. Salary, 260 Source Crystals daily, 780 Source Crystals death benefit. Current respawn time, 7 hours, excluded from work hours. Overall evaluation, good equipment, keep it up. Reading the evaluation, Jason's smile deepened. Is this the system's approval?
A full set of purple gear. This must be worth tens of millions. Satisfied with his haul, he checked the remaining work time, less than 20 minutes left today. He decided to find a safe spot nearby to hide and revert to human form. There was no way to leave the forest in just 20 minutes. Just as he prepared to descend, a sudden movement caught his attention as shadow darted swiftly through the forest. Instinctively, Jason wanted to summon his skeleton bat to scout but realized it was no longer available. A dangerous aura lingered all around. Frowning, Jason quickly cast Fire Spirit Shield on himself and proceeded down the slope. Suddenly, a black shadow streaked from behind. Recognizing the color instantly, Jason exclaimed, "Black Blood Beast!" No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure lunged at him from behind. A short blade pierced his back. Jason was slammed forward several steps by the force. The Fire Spirit Shield shattered instantly. A damage indicator flashed before his eyes. Minus 20,000. Jason's heart skipped a beat. Damn, good thing I had the shield, otherwise, my HP would have been wiped out. The sudden ambush by the Black Blood Beast thrust Jason into a cold face-off with death itself. Fortunately, his Fire Spirit Shield absorbed the fatal blow. Even more crucially, the beast failed to land a critical hit thanks to his Wolf King armor. Without that armor, this lethal strike would have cost him his life. A fiery rage ignited within Jason. Damn bastard, you dared to sneak attack me. Been looking for you. He swiftly turned to appraise his foe's information. Beyond the labels Black Blood Beast and Artificial Gifted, all other stats, attributes, health, skills were locked away. But judging by the fact that a single strike shattered his 20,000-point shield. This adversary was no slouch, definitely dangerous. Jason didn't dare slacken. He immediately drew his staff and unleashed a flame rain centered on himself to prevent further surprise attacks. Flame rain rained down. The black blood beast tried to flee, but with a level 5 flame rain radius of 200 meters, escaping within that split second was impossible. As the flame struck, the beast's body ignited, and a bright damage number appeared above its head. Minus 25,400. The beast toppled forward like a stone, motionless. Jason's transparent interface flashed a kill notification. Killed level 15 gifted, plus 5,000 evolution points, plus 800 source crystals. Jason blinked in surprise. Level 15 gifted? But its label says artificial beast. Why is it classified as gifted? Curious, he approached the corpse and flipped it over. Upon seeing its face, Jason frowned. It was indeed a gifted, its pitch black skin resulting from blood tainted by experimental serums. As it died, black fluid oozed from its wounds. Once the fluid drained, its skin returned to a normal human tone. Jason noticed a black tattoo on its chest. 55. Is this its code name? Seeing a bulge in the beast's neck, Jason cut it open and retrieved a small device. Camouflage capsule, special item that hides personal info. The revelation dawned on him. No wonder its info was unviewable. It used this to conceal itself. Just as Jason prepared to leave, he sensed another secret near the chest tattoo. Squatting down, he sliced open the flesh around the mark. A bright light flashed. Jason stared, heart pounding. A rank gifted core, the crystal core storing a gifted's power. Holding it, his entire body trembled. This was the very core his sister's life depended on. Her power had been forcibly stripped from her. The core was the gifted's essence. Removing it meant instant death, but the lab had deceitfully replaced the true core with a fake one. Though the gifted could survive for a time with the fake, their lifespan was limited. Without the help of Lin Shi over these years, his sister Jia Jia would have perished long ago. Damn! These monsters use gifted cores for their cruel experiments. Absolutely heartless. Clenching the A-rank core tightly, Jason's eyes gleamed coldly. His gaze shifted toward the forest's depths, the very place where the black blood beasts gathered. Now that I'm strong enough, it's time to fulfill my duty and wipe you all out. Leaving the corpse behind, Jason dashed down the mountain. South of Red Lake, the ruins of the Fire Spirit territory. A sharp notification sound interrupted Li Song's restless dreams. The night before, Zheng Shunyan's mother had come by, issuing veiled threats that left Li Song uneasy, barely sleeping. Now, barely rested, a chime from his phone roused him again. Annoyed, he muttered, "Damn it, can't get anything right, such fools." He checked his phone, expecting a message from his subordinates, but instead found a company software alert. His heart sank as the message read, "Experiment subject number 55 deceased." He was stunned. How could this happen? Wasn't it doing fine? There shouldn't be any natural predators in this central area. A thought sparked in his mind. Could it be that fire spirit? But after careful consideration, doubts crept in. First, he knew that fire spirit's power was weak, no match for subject 55. Second, subject 55's A-rank gifted core came from a top-tier assassin gifted with devastating burst skills. The fire spirit mage couldn't possibly get close. He was puzzled which beasts might be responsible. After much thought, a new possibility emerged. Could it be the fire spirit tribe leader? The prospect brought a surge of excitement. If the fire spirit leader was involved, killing subject 55 would be a valuable breakthrough. Though a stage 1 A-rank gifted subject was precious, capturing the fire spirit leader was priceless. Li Song had managed this project for a long time, frequently visiting to accelerate the subject's maturation, but progress was slow, and the required beast resources were insufficient with the known fire spirit populations. The only alternative was having the subject devour the fire spirit leader to mature directly. However, after half a year, no leads had surfaced on the leader's whereabouts. He even suspected the leader might be nearby. Determined, he resolved to inspect subject 55's corpse, retrieve the gifted core, and investigate whether the death linked to the fire spirit leader. No matter what, I'll investigate first. Gathering a few black blood beasts, Li Song hurried toward the Earthen Cliff bandit camp. Just as he departed, a green-skinned fire spirit curse mage appeared from the distant forest. Li Song, of all places, I didn't expect to run into you here, old nemesis. Jason had already pieced together much of the truth about his sister's powers and his parents' deaths. He had even compiled a list of enemies, with Li Song occupying the role of a key decision-maker among them. If not for Li Song's relentless efforts to spread news about the emergence of high-level gifted, promising hefty rewards, Zhang Shunyan might never have betrayed his own family, sending Jason's sister into that hellish laboratory. Nor would his parents have met their tragic fate, dying while seeking justice. In essence, they were all guilty, just playing different parts. Seeing his enemies stirred a burning urge to act, but Jason held back. Li Song was no easy opponent. Though he concealed his true level, Jason's research indicated Li Song possessed at least second stage strength. Stage 1 capped at level 10, stage 2 at 30. Li Song's level could be well beyond 30, possibly reaching 50. That meant he was nearly 20 levels above Jason, a gap no maxed out skill could bridge. More importantly, Li Song was an A-rank gifted, and his skill damage coefficients were likely much higher.
Jason knew he lacked the power to kill Li Song outright, but causing trouble? He had plans. The mountainside teemed with black blood beasts.
If Jason could gather them together, a single flame rain could wipe out hundreds.
Losing hundreds of black blood beasts would surely cost Li Song dearly.
With less than 10 minutes before his transformation, Jason summoned his skeleton squad without hesitation. As several skeleton horsemen appeared nearby, the black blood beasts immediately stirred. A surging black whirlwind swept forward a massive wave of black blood beasts charging like a dark storm.
As they crossed their territory's border, nearby beasts scattered in terror, unwilling to approach. Didn't expect the black blood beasts to have such a fearsome reputation. Even the surrounding beasts fear them.
Jason sensed these black blood beasts had slaughtered many nearby creatures, otherwise, they wouldn't evoke such dread. He instructed the skeleton horsemen to maintain distance, keeping the beasts tantalizingly close yet just out of reach.
The black blood beasts roared in frustration, unable to close the gap, their fury echoing through the forest.
Some wielding ranged skills launched attacks on the horsemen, but with fire spirit shields absorbing 20,000 damage and Jason's guidance to dodge, the horsemen barely flinched. After some time, nearly the entire black blood beast force had emerged.
That's enough.
Jason directed his horsemen to retreat to a nearby clearing, flat, open, with no hiding spots, a perfect place for flame rain. When the furious black blood beasts arrived, Jason raised his staff, which blazed with light.
Die! Flame rain descended. A scorching glow engulfed the clearing, devouring the beasts searching for the skeleton horsemen. Minus 13,200. Minus 12,800. Minus 13,000. Countless bright damage numbers flashed. Screams filled the air as black blood beasts fell one after another.
None could withstand the fiery storm. Their HP vanished instantly.
Jason's interface flooded with notifications.
Killed level 12 gifted, plus 700 evolution points, plus 60 source crystals. Killed level 11 gifted, plus 600 evolution points, plus 50 source crystals. Killed level 14 gifted, plus 900 evolution points, plus 75 source crystals. With a 200-meter radius, flame rain nearly annihilated all black blood beasts in the area. When the flames died down, only a few slower beasts remained. Jason, however, refused to let any escape. With a broad gesture, he sent his skeleton squad to hunt down stragglers.
Skeleton horse archers knocked arrows, swiftly dispatching the survivors with their range advantage.
In the end, every black blood beast was wiped out. Jason descended from the mountain, surveying the carnage. He could already imagine how Li Song would react upon learning his black blood beasts had been utterly destroyed.
But after reviewing damage numbers, Jason realized something important. Black blood beasts came in ordinary and elite varieties.
The tattooed beast with number 55 was elite, judging by the evolution points and source crystals gained, far exceeding ordinary kills.
Moreover, though only level 15, it boasted over 20,000 HP.
Approaching, Jason slit open the chest of a black blood beast but found no gifted core inside. He checked several others with the same result.
Seems ordinary black blood beasts don't possess gifted cores.
Only those with special chest markings are their main force.
This insight sparked a new idea.
I wonder where Li Song is hiding those numbered black blood beasts. Meanwhile, at the Earthen Cliff bandit camp, Li Song's phone suddenly vibrated violently. He pulled it out and froze, nearly falling down the mountain. Every black blood beast bore markings, but only those advancing to stage 1 were critical for their breeding program. To gather enough black blood beasts and select promising ones for stage 1, Li Song had sacrificed immensely. He'd sourced these beasts crafted from gifted from all regions.
Out of 123, fewer than 5 remained alive.
Those 5 were exactly the ones accompanying him now. In other words, his entire stockpile had been stolen, cleaned out. Li Song's eyes reddened. He was on the verge of collapse.
Who the hell did this?
I swear, I will never forgive you.
Yellow-haired hurried over, steadying the staggering Li Song. Brother Li, what's wrong? Low blood sugar? Shut up. Let's get back. Someone just robbed me blind.
Although Jason said he wanted to go back for revenge, he knew that if he returned just like that, he might not get any useful information at all. Since he had already arrived at Cliffside Village, his next step was to find number 55. Perhaps from the corpse, he could uncover some clues. And if those clues could lead him to the home invader, that would be even better. In his mind, he had already imagined countless ways to make the thief suffer a fate worse than death, eagerly waiting for the moment to catch him.
Following the location on his phone, Jason found number 55.
Seeing the chest torn open, his heart sank. Sure enough, the A-grade ability crystal was stolen. Jason felt the world spin, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground.
Who the hell is this?
They They not only broke into my home but also stole my ability crystal. Who exactly is responsible? Beside him, Blake stared at the corpse of the black blood beast, his eyes revealing shock. When Blake first saw the black blood beast, it was incredibly strong, but now, not long after, it was dead. Clearly, whoever took it down was no ordinary fighter, someone far beyond Blake's own ability. But then Blake's eyes widened in realization as he recognized the corpse. Isn't that Olju? Last year, Olju had fought alongside him and was considered one of the team's best fighters. Back then, Blake even boasted to Jason about how he intended to train this good brother to do great things for them in the future. Yet now, he had become a black blood beast, seemingly skipping past Blake and going straight to Jason's big plans. Suddenly, a chill ran down Blake's spine. Watching Jason's frenzied expression, Blake felt as if his own chest was being ripped open. They always said the lab people were madmen, and indeed, the rumors were true, they really were insane. At that moment, Jason slowly regained some composure from his extreme rage. His eyes bloodshot, he stared towards the black blood beast camp. Number 55's body shows burn marks, just like you described earlier. It must have been the fire spirit beast, Blake cautiously asked. So, Jason, you think that fire spirit beast stole from our base? Almost certainly, Jason replied. If that's the case, it must be connected to the last wave of fire spirit beasts in the mountains. The mountains? There's another wave of fire spirit beasts? But Jason didn't explain further, he simply started heading down the mountain. This time, he had no intention of returning to camp but was moving towards the core of the southern forest. Seeing Jason walk the wrong way, Blake quickly warned him. Jason, if you keep going forward, you'll reach the core area. I know, that's exactly where I'm going to find number 17. Since that fire spirit beast dared to target my base, today I'll make sure it tastes what it's like to have its own home stolen. Meanwhile, Ryan hadn't yet upgraded himself but had already finished today's check-in and reverted to human form. Fortunately, he had found a relatively safe place to rest, about a kilometer from the fire spirit beast ruins. This distance was too far for ordinary people to see what was there, but as an ability user, Ryan could still monitor the ruins, allowing him to track Jason's movements in time. From morning until now, Ryan hadn't drunk a drop and was starting to feel hungry. So, he summoned his big mouth frog and fed it some food. With its enlarged size, the big mouth frog's appetite had grown too. Luckily, Ryan was well prepared, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to satisfy it. Time passed slowly, but Ryan still saw no sign of Jason at the ruins. As dusk approached, Ryan decided to stop watching and sent his skeleton squad to keep guard nearby while he prepared to sleep up in a tree. However, the hard tree bark made it difficult to rest, and even with a thick blanket, it pressed painfully against him. Unable to fall asleep, Ryan picked up his phone and casually scrolled through recent social media posts. As usual, former classmates who had become ability users boasted about their newly upgraded powers and gear. Meanwhile, those who failed to become ability users had vanished without a trace, no updates in their feeds anymore. Ryan felt a pang of sadness but suddenly noticed a strange post. The experimental concept for another way to enhance ability quality. The title caught his eye. Enhance ability quality? Wow, if this worked, wouldn't there be S-grade ability users everywhere by now? Most people would scoff at such flashy claims and quickly close them, but Ryan didn't. First, because he couldn't sleep, and rather than zoning out, he preferred to see if this flashy title might hide some valuable clues to pass the time. Second, the post's author was also a summoning ability user just like Ryan. Only difference was this person could summon C-grade beasts, far stronger than Ryan's summons. Ryan followed him hoping to learn more about summoning abilities, but since following, the guy rarely posted, and Ryan even suspected he'd been blocked. Today's post was a surprise. Ryan read through it carefully and gained unexpected insights. For example, not every ability user had an ability core, only about 1% possessed one. Also, those with ability cores tended to have much greater potential, though this was unconfirmed. Most importantly, a high-grade ability core could potentially improve the quality of summoned beasts. Seeing this last point, Ryan immediately pulled out the A-grade ability core he had and examined it. Suddenly, the system interface popped up a prompt. Would you like to feed the A-grade ability core to F-grade summon Guagua? Ryan was stunned. Amazing, this guy had actually deduced something only the system knew. But Ryan didn't feed it right away. He asked the system, will feeding it improve the summons grade? Current upgrade chance to E-grade, 100%. No way, 100% chance? Then what am I waiting for? Ryan turned to the trembling Guagua perched on the tree and said, open your mouth. Obediently, Guagua opened wide, and Ryan dropped the A-grade ability core into its mouth. The next second, a radiant glow enveloped Guagua's body. F-grade summon Big Mouth Frog has evolved into E-grade summon Storm Big Mouth Frog. Ryan's eyes lit up as the prompt appeared before him. Ha ha, I thought my humanoid form was done for, but the heavens have actually given me a chance. He then opened Guagua's information. Storm Big Mouth Frog, E-grade summon. Level, 10. HP, 2000, 1000 plus 1000, 3400, 2400 plus 1000. Attack, 67 102. Defense, 113 170.
Agility, 67 102. Skills, Roar, Devour, 100 out of 100 stacks. Stealth Impact, new skill, level 1.
The storm bigmouth frog burrows underground, becoming untargetable, then bursts out stunning enemies in range for 3 to 10 seconds and dealing damage equal to 30% of its HP. Cooldown, 1 minute.
A smile crept onto Ryan's lips as he studied Guagua's stats. Not bad, not bad.
The boost isn't huge, but it gained a new offensive skill, stun and damage combined, and the damage scales with HP, so one hit will deal over 900 damage. If I can level up its Devour skill and Stealth Impact, the future looks bright. His mind drifted to the ability core found inside that black blood beast. If that's the case, gathering more ability cores could push Guagua's rank even higher. This unexpected gain made Ryan feel his F-grade summoning ability wasn't useless after all. Maybe it could evolve further, but to level up he'd need more ability cores. According to the system, to enhance a summon by devouring ability cores, the cores must be of a higher grade than the summon.
Since Guagua was already E-grade, the next core needed would have to be at least D-grade.
However, ability cores were banned from sale and trade in the marketplace, and the military strictly forbade their circulation.
Getting caught would mean a prison sentence. That's why the Apocalypse Corporation's laboratory experiments were always secretive and underhanded. No one dared show their work openly.
If ability cores were openly sold, ability users would become commodities, and countless of them would fall victim to their own kind. At that moment, a faint purple chitin layer appeared on Guagua's body, making it look fiercer than before. Still, it lacked any real self-defense. Despite the 900+ damage it could now deal, it was still rather mild. Ryan believed that once Guagua's rank and skill levels rose, it could even become a reliable damage dealer.
After a moment's excitement, drowsiness returned. Just as Ryan tried to sleep again, a towering blaze suddenly erupted from the distant jungle.
In the night, the fire was strikingly visible even from dozens of kilometers away.
That fire doesn't look like it came from a beast. Could it be Jason? Ryan stared at the flames, instantly wide awake.
Suddenly, the color and shape of the fire felt strangely familiar.
A flash of realization hit him. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, that's the flame color the fire spirit beasts emit.
Without hesitation, he summoned Little Blaze from his summoning space. As soon as Little Blaze appeared, it was immediately drawn to the distant fire, letting out a mournful cry.
Ryan clearly sensed the anxiety inside Little Blaze's heart. Is that a signal from your tribe?
Little Blaze nodded vigorously, eyes full of hope and pleading.
Ryan naturally understood. Little Blaze wanted him to lead it to its kin. Since discovering the Fire Spirit Beast clan's ruins, Ryan hadn't heard any news about their current status.
But according to the system, the Fire Spirit Beast clan was still waiting to be rescued.
That meant some were still alive, not completely infected. Seeing the distant flames and Little Blaze's emotional reaction, Ryan knew the fires marked the clan leader's location. But why light fires at night? Was it a signal? Or had they encountered enemies?
Ryan didn't know, but he did know this mission was unavoidable. Gazing at the pitch-black forest, a tinge of fear crept into his heart. After all, he was still in human form. If he accidentally wandered into another beast's territory, he'd be attacked. But if he didn't go now, and the Fire Spirit Beast leader was killed, his mission would fail. The system hadn't mentioned any penalties for failure, but Ryan wasn't about to give up so easily. After much thought, he finally steeled himself. Fortune favors the brave no matter what. Even if Jason's guarding over there, I'm going in today. At Fire God Mountain, the boundary between the mid-layer and core zones of the Southwind Forest.
Beyond Fire God Mountain lay the core area.
But Fire God Mountain was a forbidden zone for mid-layer beasts. None dared cross this line, and few even lived on this huge mountain. Yet now, a group of Fire Spirit Beasts lived here. Fleeing from Black Blood Beast hunters, they had no choice but to abandon their homes and bring their dwindling numbers here to hide.
Still, their enemies refused to relent.
Sherman, the current leader of the Fire Spirit Beast clan, stared at some tribe members dragged back, barely clinging to life. Despair flickered in his eyes.
Could it be that my Fire Spirit Beast clan will end with me?
Suddenly, the ground outside shook violently. Sherman rose and moved to the cave entrance, raising his fiery red staff and waving it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Flames surged once more at the cave's mouth.
Outside, number 17, his black-skinned body scorched, let out a painful scream and staggered back. Jason watched the height of the flames and smiled. Ah, so the Fire Spirit Beast leader is here, even using his Fire Guardian skill.
Looks like he's out of options.
He then glanced at number 17 with anticipation.
Give it all you've got.
Once you take down the Fire Spirit Beast leader, you'll evolve to stage 3 and become a mature individual.
Yet seeing number 17 burning, Jason wanted to help but had no way.
Damn it, if Fire God Mountain didn't have level restrictions, I'd have killed the damn Fire Spirit Beast leader straight away.
Rest 10 minutes, then continue.
I don't believe this guardian skill can last forever. He then looked around and shouted,
I'm already inside your base, why don't you come out? From a distance, Ryan could already hear Jason's furious roar. Well, looks like he's really pissed off now, Ryan thought, quickening his pace.
Fortunately, night was not only the time for humans to rest but also for many beasts to do the same. The journey had been a considerable challenge, but Ryan's skeleton squad had decent combat power, so he hadn't faced any major threats.
Finally, after passing through dense forests and rugged mountains, Ryan saw a canyon ahead. Across the canyon stood a towering peak, its midsection engulfed in blazing flames.
Dawn was breaking, and Ryan's energy, drained from traveling all night through mountains and jungle, was nearly gone. He found a safe spot across the canyon, sat down to eat and replenish his strength, all while observing the fiery mountain opposite. There, a more muscular black blood beast was attempting to break into the flaming cave. Each time it charged, the flames would repel it,
but it kept trying, retreating after failure, then attacking again.
Near the cave, Jason sat on a rock, commanding the black blood beasts to attack, then retreat, and occasionally letting out bored shouts, repeating this mechanical routine.
Ryan watched Jason's robotic actions from the canyon but was unsure whether to intervene. First, Jason was clearly waiting across the way, having set a trap.
If Ryan went in, he'd be walking right into his hands.
Second, Ryan wasn't even certain if fire spirit beasts truly lived inside the mountain. Though Little Blaze sensed something, it could be a trap laid by Jason. So, to go or not to go? And if he did, how to deal with Jason?
These questions troubled Ryan deeply.
As the sun rose higher, the time for the day's check-in approached. Suddenly, Ryan had an idea.
Right, the check-in location could confirm whether this is truly a fire spirit beast gathering spot.
The system wouldn't lie. He immediately opened the system and found the check-in interface.
Just as Ryan suspected, the check-in area was indeed on the opposite side of the canyon, exactly where Jason and the black blood beasts were attacking. Surprising that Jason has such precise knowledge of the fire spirit beast's habitat.
There must be something valuable in there. With that question settled, the main problem remained: how to handle Jason. Ryan wasn't thinking about killing Jason. That was reckless.
Jason was a second-stage ability user, far stronger than him.
Instead, Ryan's plan was to lure Jason away,
diverting Jason's attention, rescuing the fire spirit beasts, and completing the mission that was his true goal.
How to lure him out? The skeleton squad?
At the moment, it seemed Ryan's only option.
Whether the skeleton squad could successfully draw Jason away was uncertain.
But one must try. Without trying, you never know.
So Ryan quietly waited for the check-in time. At 7 o'clock, the earliest check-in time arrived.
Ryan released all his skeletons, sending them toward Fire God Mountain across the canyon. Upon reaching the designated spot, Ryan found a safe vantage point, observing and directing the skeleton squad to slowly approach Jason. Soon, their appearance caught Jason's attention.
Couldn't hold it in any longer, Finally coming out.
But then the skeleton horse archers at the front stopped, drawing longbows. Swish, swish, swish.
3 arrows flew, each striking Jason precisely, but dealt only minimum damage. This was expected. Jason was a second-stage professional.
Even without gear, his defense and skills were beyond Ryan's current level to breach. Jason grabbed one arrow shaft, flung it lightly to the ground, and sneered toward the forest.
"Come out, you sneaky ones hiding in the woods." Ryan didn't respond, continuing to order the archers to shoot. Arrow after arrow flew toward Jason. Though the damage was minor, the insult was immense.
After about 10 minutes of this torment, Jason finally lost his composure.
"You damned pests. Today, I'm going to kill you all."
He clenched his fist, conjuring a black dagger, then transformed into a streaking shadow, charging toward the skeleton squad.
Hidden behind a tree, Ryan couldn't help but smirk upon seeing this. Finally snapped, Time for me to step in." He immediately ordered the skeletons to retreat.
But just as he gave the command, flames suddenly erupted from the mountainside.
The unexpected blaze instantly doused Jason's fury. "Damn, trying to lure me away, Think you can get away?"
No sooner had he spoken than a black blood beast attacking the cave was violently thrown aside by some force. Seeing this, Jason's heart leapt with joy.
Fire spirit beast leader, so you couldn't hold back after all?"
A fiery giant beast emerged from the cave, blazing with intense flames. Its size dwarfed every fire spirit beast Ryan had seen before, and it wielded a red staff.
"Fire spirit beast leader Sherman, level 20. Ryan was stunned at the data.
So it really is the leader.
But watching Jason sprint toward Sherman, Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Wait, level 20 versus a second stage user? That's a huge gap. Suddenly, Sherman waved his staff. A torrent of flames instantly encased Jason. With 20,000 damage per second, even Jason could only roar in frustration. Ryan sensed something was off. Jason was a second stage professional. How could a level 20 first stage beast block him like this? Could it be? Then it hit him.
Fire God Mountain must suppress higher level beasts' powers. Sherman knew this and had gathered all his people here for safety. Trapped by the flames, Jason could only scream hysterically.
"Damn it! Let's see how long you can hold out. Burn on, burn on."
Then Sherman looked toward Ryan's direction.
"Go save my people. I'll hold him off. Clan, I entrust you to him." Ryan was taken aback. A talking beast?
He barely had time to think before dozens of fire spirit beasts began fleeing the cave.
10, 30, 70, 100.
As all the fire spirit beasts gathered outside, Ryan felt an unprecedented weight on his shoulders. The future of the fire spirit beast clan rested in entirely on him. Without hesitation, he shed his disguise and charged forward. Seeing Ryan appear beside him, Jason's fury exploded.
"So it's you. You killed my experiment, now you'll pay with your life," he charged. Flames blasted Jason back once again. Ryan pressed onward, determined to lead all the fire spirit beasts to safety. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged at him. "Block!" Ryan shouted. A skeleton horse swordsman galloped forward, shielding Ryan. The swordsman was slammed aside. At the same moment, Ryan's staff glowed, unleashing a torrent of fiery rain. A torrent of fiery rain suddenly poured down. The black blood beast sensed danger and tried to dodge, but the vast attack area and barren terrain left it nowhere to hide. Yet this black blood beast was no ordinary creature. Knowing evasion was impossible, it crossed its arms in defense. A translucent black energy shield instantly formed around its body. From afar, trapped by the flames, Jason watched the scene and chuckled. "Pathetic. You really think you can block a second-stage black blood beast? Dream on. If you break that shield, I'll personally leave Fire God Mountain." No sooner had he spoken than the black shield formed by the beast's crossed arms shattered instantly. Staring at the 50,000 damage, Jason froze in disbelief. How is this possible? One strike shattered the shield? That's a 50,000 point shield. What the hell is this guy? Just as Jason thought only the shield was broken, a damage indicator appeared above the black blood beast's head again. In the next moment, number 17's health bar nearly vanished. It collapsed to the ground, motionless. What? Jason felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. This was a second-stage black blood beast, roughly equivalent in power to a level 20 A-grade ability user. One skill shattered its shield and dealt over 30,000 damage. Breaking through a 50,000 point shield and killing a second-stage black blood beast? What kind of absurd damage was this? No way. Jason hadn't expected Ryan's damage output to be so extreme. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. A level 13 beast, and only E-grade at that, how could it possess such outrageous skill damage? Especially since it seemed to have unique skills unlike other fire spirit beasts. Could it be he's the heir to the next fire spirit beast leader? Thinking this, Jason glanced again at the fire spirit beast leader who kept using fiery walls to block him. It must be, no doubt about it. He's throwing his life away because he's already chosen the successor. Damn it. Trying to run? No chance. But as Jason tried to dash through the firewall again, the scorching flames forced him back, trapping him completely. In that moment, his hatred for Fire God Mountain intensified. Then he saw the fire spirit beast approach number 17, skillfully slice open its chest, and pull out a black A-grade ability core. It was as if Jason's heart had been ripped out. That second-stage black blood beast took him 3 years to obtain, and now it was gone. Overwhelmed with grief, he was utterly powerless. Ryan stared at the A-grade ability core taken from number 17's chest, puzzled. Why does this guy have an A-grade ability core? He's so much stronger than that black blood beast, with over 80,000 HP. This is ridiculous. Securing the ability core, Ryan's gaze shifted to Jason not far away, and an idea formed. His strength is being suppressed. Does that mean I can? Originally planning to lead all the fire spirit beasts away, Ryan drew his staff. At that moment, he clearly saw Jason's expression shift. Damn, he can't be targeting me, right? I'm a second-stage ability user. Is he crazy? Suddenly, the sky flashed with brilliant light. Countless red beams rained down. Shit. Jason cursed and quickly pulled a talisman from his storage space, tossing it into the air. Whoosh! The talisman exploded, forming a golden shield. As the fiery rain fell, the golden shield glowed brightly. Minus 81,300. When the damage number appeared, the golden shield's radiance dimmed, cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. Jason was stunned, eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he stared at his cracked golden shield. Ryan, seeing the shield withstand his max-level fiery rain, revealed a hint of surprise. Not bad. It actually blocked over 80,000 damage. This talisman looks pretty good. Ryan's overwhelming damage shocked not only Jason but also Sherman, the fire spirit beast leader who was defending nearby. Why, does he have such powerful skills? Is he one of my clan? But Sherman immediately understood this was the fire spirit beast clan's turning point. Quick, take the clan and run. Get as far away as possible. Find them a new home. I'll hold him off. With that, Sherman forcefully hurled his red staff toward Ryan. Ryan blinked in surprise. The moment he caught the staff, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Obtained, Scepter of Dominion. Scepter of Dominion, bronze quality, special item, increases 100 prestige points, commands clan members. Command clan members? Ryan's eyes flickered with astonishment as he read the item's stats and abilities. This was similar to the skeleton summoning medal that summoned skeletons, but, after checking the system, Ryan realized it was different. The skeleton summoning medal could summon skeletons out of thin air, but the Scepter of Dominion could only command existing clan members. It acted as a badge of authority. More importantly, the scepter's form changed depending on the user's race. That meant if Ryan transformed back into a skeleton, holding this scepter would let him command other skeleton warriors. An artifact. Though Ryan didn't fully understand how the prestige points worked, one thing was clear: this item was powerful and worth keeping. keeping long-term. But Sherman had just told him to lead the clan away. Were they following Ryan because of this scepter? Just then, the system interface flashed a new mission prompt. Mission prologue triggered. Find a new home. Protect 100 fire spirit beasts. Find and settle them in a new habitat. The previous mission hasn't been completed yet. How does this work? Reward for protecting the fire spirit beast clan, 10 talent points. Upon leveling up, reward increases to 30 talent points plus other items. Accept mission prologue? Hearing this, Ryan relaxed. 10 talent points were barely enough to upgrade one talent, but accepting the prologue would triple the reward. No question he'd choose to level up. Currently, the system's mission system was only triggered, with no autonomous selection feature. Tasks granting talent points were rare. Bounty missions were extremely difficult, often requiring abyss-level strength which Ryan didn't have yet. Waiting for small rewards from leveling wouldn't help much. Accepted. Ryan accepted the mission without hesitation. Looking at Sherman's hopeful gaze, Ryan could only nod silently, waving the scepter of dominion in response as he led the large, reluctant fire spirit beast clan away. Watching Ryan depart, Jason's anger nearly exploded. But Sherman's skills were just too fierce. Jason had exhausted all his power trying to resist and couldn't escape. Damn it, you little brat, don't run. I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Ryan wasn't sure if the fire spirit beast leader could hold Jason off for long. But one thing he knew for certain, even with both of them together, they absolutely couldn't defeat Jason. That guy was just too strong. Despite the power suppression rules here, Jason's strength still far exceeded what Ryan could handle. Now that he'd accepted the mission prologue, Ryan's priority was clear. He had to lead the fire spirit beasts to a safe new home. Taking down Jason could wait. A cornered rabbit bites, and Ryan truly feared that if Jason got desperate, he'd go all out. If Jason left Fire God Mountain, it would spell doom for Ryan. Ryan was willing to take risks, but only calculated ones. For ventures without any surety, he simply wouldn't gamble, especially when the rewards weren't that great, and defeating Jason wasn't his only option. Behind him, the fire spirit beasts were surprisingly obedient. Ryan wasn't sure if it was because of the 100 prestige points granted by the Scepter of Dominion or the leader's orders, but either way, it was helpful. What troubled him, however, was Little Blaze's restless pacing inside the beast companion space. It clearly cared deeply for the leader in a way different from the others. Still, Ryan had no time to indulge those feelings. Settling the fire spirit beasts safely was his utmost priority. Along the way, Ryan rarely paused. Any beast daring to block their path was swiftly eliminated. Killed level 15 Red Horn Ox, gained 500 evolution points, 83 source crystals, and Red Horn Ox armor, blue quality. Killed level 17 Shadow Scorpion Lion, gained 600 evolution points, 100 source crystals, and Shadow Scorpion Lion shoulder guard, blue quality. Killed level 16 Lion Lizard Beast, gained 550 evolution points, 90 source crystals, and Lion Lizard Beast boots, blue quality. Evolution points quickly approached the cap, and to avoid wasting them, Ryan was forced to level up. He ordered the fire spirit beasts to rest on the spot and opened his system panel. Ding! Consumed 8,000 evolution points, level increased to 14. Ding! Consumed 9,000 evolution points, level increased to 15. Notice, unlocked skills Flaming Storm, Flame Thorns. Notice, unlocked talents Splash, Flame Guard. Ryan's personal panel for level 15 appeared. Host, Ryan. Race, E-grade Fire Spirit Beast. Level, Stage 1, level 15 Fire Spirit Beast Mage, evolution points, 500/10000. HP, 15,200. Attack, 2,777, 545 plus 744 plus 744 plus 744. Defense, 1,071, 327 plus 744. Agility, 1,071, 327 plus 744. Race talent, Bone Burn. Talent points, 13. Skills, level 5 Flame Rain, level 3 Fire Spirit Shield. Skill points, 60. Prestige, 100. Equipment, Amplified Staff, purple, Wind Wolf Shoulders, blue, Wolf King Armor, purple, Wolf King Boots, purple, Wolf King Necklace, purple, Wolf King Bracelet, purple. Special items, Skeleton Summoning Medal, silver, Scepter of Dominion, bronze. Salary, 300 source crystals daily, 900 source crystals death benefit. Respawn time, 7 hours, excluded from work hours. Overall rating, modest success. Reaching level 15 unlocked 2 new skills and 2 new talents, plus 10 talent points. His skill points had surged to 60, enabling him to upgrade Fire Spirit Shield to max level and learn 2 level 15 skills. Without hesitation, Ryan upgraded Fire Spirit Shield to level 5. Fire Spirit Shield, level 5, max. Casts a shield on 5 friendly targets lasting 20 minutes, absorbing 50,000 damage. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Reading the description, a satisfied smile spread across Ryan's face. It shields 5 targets at once, lasts 20 minutes, and blocks 50,000 damage. That's like adding 5 elite skeleton minions to the team. Sure, the attack isn't high, but tankiness is what counts. Feeling pleased, Ryan glanced at the requirements to upgrade his skeleton skeletons summoning metal to gold. Level 20 and 200,000 evolution points. Damn, that's a lot. My cap's only at 50,000, no way I can afford that yet. He opened the system shop and found 2 coveted level 15 skills. Ding! Learned level 1 skill Flaming Storm. Flaming Storm, level 1. Deals triple attack damage to the target and all enemies within 10 meters for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Ding! Learned level 1 skill Flame Thorns. Flame Thorns, level 1. Deals double attack damage to a target and applies an 80% slow for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 20 seconds. A grin tugged at Ryan's lips reading the skill descriptions. Flaming Storm was a damage skill with continuous effect lasting 5 seconds. With his current 150% damage bonus, the total damage could reach a staggering 100,000 points if the full duration was applied. And that was only level 1, imagine level 5. The only downside was its small radius of just 10 meters. Fortunately, the other skill Flame Thorns was a control ability. Though its damage was lower, the 80% slow lasting 5 seconds perfectly matched Flaming Storm's duration. Ryan sensed these paired level 15 skills were designed to complement each other, one controlling enemy movement while the other delivered sustained damage, maximizing output. Not bad at all. With these, boss fights will be faster and safer. Most importantly, Ryan's offensive skills were no longer limited to just flame rain. No more awkward hit-and-run tactics. Looking at the time, it had been an hour since they fled Fire God Mountain. To ensure safety, Ryan kept his skeleton squad at maximum distance behind them, always on alert. If Jason appeared, Ryan would be ready to respond immediately. So far, no sign of him. Ryan wasn't sure if Jason was still trapped on Fire God Mountain or if he had slain the Fire Spirit Beast leader and was hunting him now. Finding a safe new home for the Fire Spirit Beasts remained a challenge. To claim a habitat, they'd have to seize it from other beasts. Plus, the system required the location be truly safe. Several spots Ryan checked were flagged as unsafe, either too open, too many beasts nearby, or too close to main roads. After careful thought, Ryan concluded the system wanted him to find a place away from main thoroughfares, nestled deep within dense jungle, and free from many other beasts. He scanned the map for a long time before settling on a forest near Fire God Mountain. Seeing the spot, Ryan paused in surprise. This place fits perfectly far from main roads, terrain not too open, and no other beasts nearby. But do I really want to go back? Recalling the path they took earlier, Ryan thought of a saying, the darkest place is under the lamp. Exactly. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Even if Jason is alive, there's no way he'd expect me to make this the Fire Spirit Beast's new home. To avoid being discovered, Jason took the Fire Spirit Beast on a long detour, deliberately disrupting all traces, and finally crossed a wide river. After a long journey, Jason finally brought the Fire Spirit Beast to the safe zone of Fire God Mountain. Just as he opened the system to submit the task, he suddenly felt a tug on his pant leg. He looked down and saw Little Fire with a pleading expression, and his heart instantly softened. "You want me to rescue the chief, don't you?" Jason asked. The Little Fire seemed to understand and nodded. Jason hesitated for a moment, then gently patted his head and said, "For your sake, I'll go check if the team leader is still there. If he is, I'll do my best to save him. If not, then we'll just have to accept the outcome." The Little Fire gratefully lay on the ground. After settling the Fire Spirit Beasts, Jason took the Little Fire alone on a long detour to the other side of the canyon. After arriving, he finally saw the battlefield from the previous fight, but both Li Song and the Fire Spirit Beast Chief Sherman were nowhere to be found. Strange, where did they go? Jason muttered to himself, frowning. At that moment, Little Fire tugged at his pant leg again. Jason followed the direction of the finger and saw a blood-covered object lying at the bottom of the slope. He focused intently to identify it and discovered it was Sherman. The patriarch fell to the ground, barely breathing, while Li Song was nowhere to be found. Facing the current situation, Jason frowned deeply. Leaving the patriarch in the open field was most likely a trap set by Li Song, waiting for him to come to the rescue. Another possibility was that the two had a fierce battle, the patriarch was defeated and killed, and Li Song fled. Both possibilities exist, but Jason leans more toward the first one. After all, Li Song is a second-tier ability user, and he must have plenty of means to protect himself. To ensure safety, Jason did not act rashly but instead sent a team of skeletal horse archers to circle around, quietly reaching the bottom of the canyon, approaching Sherman to check his injuries. To his surprise, Sherman was still alive, though severely injured and barely breathing. Without timely treatment, he might not hold on for long. Jason immediately ordered the skeleton horse archer to lift the chieftain onto the horse's back and take him into the dense forest. After entering the forest, Jason continued to observe, still not rushing to rescue, but instead instructed the skeleton horse archer to patrol the area repeatedly. An hour passed, leaving less than half an hour until clocking out. However, the skeleton horse archer was not attacked. Could it be that Li Song really retreated? Jason thought to himself. To be safe, he released all the skeleton soldiers and carefully searched the surroundings. During the search, he found a blood-stained piece of torn cloth on a tree branch. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed it was a lab coat from the Apocalypse Group's laboratory,
and Lee Song was wearing this coat. It seems he really escaped. After calming down, Jason no longer hesitated and had the skeleton horse archer take Sherman back to the new camp. Afterward, he took out a large amount of healing potions from the storage space and fed them to the chieftain. After taking the potion, Sherman's breathing clearly improved. Jason let out a slight sigh of relief. Seeing Sherman recover, Little Fire excitedly jumped into his arms. This scene filled Jason's heart with warmth. Finally resolved. He opened the system task interface and selected to submit the task. Ding! The prologue of the task is completed. Task rewards obtained: evolution points plus 10,000, source crystals plus 1,000, common enhancement stones times 50, common refinement stones times 50, talent points 30, fire spirit staff, orange quality. Seeing the generous rewards, Jason exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, that's a lot." At this moment, Sherman looked at him. "Thank you for saving my people." These words made Jason pause slightly, sensing a hint of meaning in the other's tone. "You know I'm not one of your people?" "Ha, I wasn't sure before, but now I am." Sherman handed over a blood vial with a smile. "Beasts don't use blood vials, but you do, which means you're human." Even though his identity was exposed, Jason remained completely calm. Beasts are different from humans. Their ambitions are limited to expanding territory and competing for habitats, without thinking about anything else. "That's right, I am both a beast and a human. Anyway, you saved the entire fire spirit beast tribe, and I must thank you. Do you still have the scepter of dominion in your hand?" "I do." Jason took out the red scepter of dominion. Sherman placed his hand on the scepter, muttering under his breath, and the scepter instantly began to glow. Moments later, the glow faded, and the scepter turned silver white, with new information appearing before Jason's eyes. Scepter of Dominion, silver quality, special item, increases prestige by 500 points, commands kin. Sherman wore a smile on his face. Prestige can elevate your status within the beast clans. 500 points may not be much, but among the fire spirit beasts, it is equivalent to the elder level. Elder. Yes, just one rank below the clan leader. But this only applies to E-level species. If it's D-level, the status wouldn't be as high. Jason nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you for the explanation. I have another question. What about that psychic? Is he dead or did he escape? I injured him, but I didn't kill him. He should have gone back." "Gone back. Alright, I understand. Then I won't bother you anymore." At this moment, Jason saw that it was time to clock out and prepared to leave first. Sherman hurriedly spoke. "I have one more request." "Go ahead. Can you keep my grandson?" Jason was stunned and looked down at the eager Little Fire. "Of course, as long as Little Fire is willing to stay." Little Fire excitedly leapt into Sherman's arms. At that moment, Jason's work time ended, and his body glowed with a flash of light, returning to human form. Sherman looked at him. "Thank you for everything you've done. Now, let us escort you safely out of the Southwind jungle." Jason nodded in response. "Thank you." While Jason was crossing the Southern Wind jungle under the escort of the Fire Spirit Beast tribe, Lee Song was desperately healing his wounds in a strange beast's lair. "Damn it, I hate Fire God Mountain the most." A few minutes later, the leaves rustled, and a blonde-haired man appeared. "Brother Lee, what happened to you? Who did this?" "Stop talking nonsense, just get me out of this cursed place. By the way, did you find any information on Jason?" "I did. He really used skeleton soldiers in the dungeon." It really is him. Let's go back. I'll personally turn him into a black blood beast." The blonde-haired man was astonished, not expecting that the useless guy would be so troublesome, even managing to beat Brotherly, who was at the second tier, into such a state. Really can't afford to mess with him. Can't afford to mess with him. Walking through the jungle, with the fire spirit beast as his guard, Jason had nothing much to do, so he opened the task rewards and began examining them one by one. 10,000 evolution points were almost enough for him to level up once, but he didn't use them immediately. The 1,000 source crystals, equivalent to 100,000 in cash, were quite a substantial reward. What delighted him the most was that this mission actually rewarded him with an orange quality weapon. As everyone knows, the highest quality of Tier 1 equipment is orange, hailed as the graduation equipment of Tier 1. It is called graduation equipment because owning it almost guarantees the ability to easily surpass all levels of Tier 1 and smoothly advance to Tier 2. This demonstrates the extraordinary power of orange equipment. Of course, the higher the quality of the equipment, the rarer it is. Purple quality equipment is already 1 in 10,000, and most people have no chance of owning it. Orange quality equipment is even rarer, especially Tier 1 orange equipment, which almost no one has truly seen. Jason had only heard that many years ago, the son of the president of the Apocalypse Group once owned such a supreme item. He took out the Fire Spirit Staff, and the weapon description immediately appeared before his eyes. Fire Spirit Staff, orange quality, Tier 1, increases attack by 868 points, boosts damage by 100%, possesses a 30% skill critical rate, durability 1000 to 1000. Looking at the brief description, Jason's eyes flashed with amazement. Although the introduction was short, every attribute revealed the weapon's power. The attack bonus of over 800 points was almost equivalent to the base attack power of an A-level ability user, and the 100% damage boost was was even more astonishing. Not to mention the 30% skill critical rate, which could be considered a rare attribute. After all, attributes like critical rate, critical damage, cooldown reduction, dodge, and accuracy are all rare, and this weapon actually came with a 30% skill critical rate, perfectly complementing his powerful skill output.
Amazing! With this weapon, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Jason marveled, taking one last look at his other amplification staff. Looks like it's time for you to retire.
He opened the remote trading platform and listed the old amplification staff for sale with a starting price of 5 million. Unexpectedly, as soon as the weapon was listed, it triggered a frenzy of bidding. In less than 3 minutes, it was finally sold for a high price of 8.5 million, snatched up by a mysterious buyer.
Jason was slightly surprised. Sold so quickly?
8,500,000 isn't much. It seems there really are quite a few wealthy ability users. Then, his gaze shifted to the two items in the rewards, Common Grade Enhancement Stone and Common Grade Refinement Stone. These things were not unfamiliar to him. Wealthy ability users often liked to show off the enhancement and refinement levels of their equipment. Long gone were the days of flaunting luxury cars and mansions. Enhancing, forging, and refining equipment had become the exclusive pastime of high-level ability users. Generally, the base attributes of equipment don't differ much. Items of the same level and quality are almost identical. To stand out, one must rely on enhancement and refinement. However, the materials required for these processes are rare and expensive, with prices starting in the millions, making them unaffordable for ordinary ability users. Wealthy individuals typically only enhance or refine equipment of orange quality or higher, as these items are rare and highly valuable, with enhancement effects being more pronounced. Enhancement boosts base attributes, with greater improvements achieved through more attempts, which is crucial for surpassing ability users of the same level. Refinement, on the other hand, does not increase base attributes but instead improves and strengthens the functional attributes of the equipment. Jason glanced at the Fire Spirit staff and noticed that enhancement options and a grayed out refinement option had appeared at the back, so he clicked to check. The current equipment can be enhanced up to level 3. The current equipment level has not reached level 20 and cannot be refined. Seeing the prompt, he did not hesitate and directly started the enhancement. Would you like to use 50 enhancement stones to strengthen the Fire Spirit staff, orange quality? Enhancing in progress. After the equipment emits a dazzling glow, the attributes of the Fire Spirit staff change. Fire Spirit staff, orange quality, +1 at tier 1, increases attack by 1041, 868 plus 173 points, boosts damage by 100%, has a 30% skill critical rate, durability 1000 to 1000, attack increased by 173 points, output slightly improved, but it wasn't much of a surprise for Jason. After checking the equipment, he glanced at the remaining 30 talent points, which, combined with the 3 points left earlier and the 10 points gained from leveling up to 15, totaled 48 points. Currently, he had reached level 15 and had 4 talents to choose from: Flame to enhance damage, Scorching Bones to inflict continuous damage, Splash to expand the damage range, and Fire Spirit Guard to withstand fatal damage. Jason thought briefly and decided to allocate points to all 4 talents first, then invest the remaining 10 points entirely into the Scorching Bones skill to enhance continuous damage. The Bone Burn skill performs mediocrely in the early stages, dealing 3% of skill damage per second for 5 seconds, accumulating an additional 15% damage. However, as his damage increases, this extra 15% becomes quite significant, especially after experiencing the explosive output brought by the upgraded skill. Jason is full of anticipation for Bone Burn. Ding! Bone Burn talent upgraded to level 2. Bone Burn, level 2, causes the skill to deal continuous damage to the target, with damage per second equal to 5% of skill damage, lasting for 10 seconds. The continuous damage of level 2 Bone Burn has been increased from the previous 15% to 50%. Jason couldn't help but smile. Just as I thought, with an additional 50% continuous damage, the enemy probably won't even be able to escape. After dealing with the rewards, he suddenly remembered there was one more thing. There's still an A-level ability user's crystal core unused. Perfect. I'll feed it to Guagua. Summoning Guagua, the storm big-mouthed frog that could no longer be described as a little guy, stared at him with a pair of adorable, clueless eyes, seemingly guessing his intention. Jason rolled his eyes. Don't just think about eating. In the future, you better contribute some output or defense for me. With that, he tossed the black A-grade ability user crystal core to Guagua. Guagua extended its tongue, swallowed the crystal core, and its body surface instantly radiated a burst of light. The next second, Guagua's information appeared before Jason's eyes. Storm Big-Mouth Frog, D-Rank Summoned Beast. Level 10. Health points, 3,400, 2,400 plus 1,000, 3,600, 2,600 plus 1,000. Attack, 102, 135. Defense, 170226. Agility, 102135. Skills, Roar, level 1, Devour, level 2. Can devour targets with up to 1,000 health points. Each Devour increases body size by 5% and health health by 200 points, maximum 100/200 stacks, stealth strike, level 1, storm bigmouth frog burrows underground, becoming untargetable, then emerges to stun targets within range for 3 to 10 seconds and deals damage equal to 30% of its own health, cooldown 1 minute. After seeing Guagua's evolution, Jason raised his eyebrows slightly. No new skills, just an upgrade to the devouring skill, which isn't bad. This skill can increase life and even enhance the damage of stealth strikes. Jason didn't have high expectations for Guagua's improvement. After all, the crystal cores of A-level ability users couldn't be traded, so keeping them was pointless. It was better to take the opportunity to enhance Guagua's quality. More importantly, only after reaching the first tier would Guagua undergo a true transformation, so he wasn't too concerned about any improvements before the first tier. Soon, Jason was sent to the edge of the southern wind jungle. After a few fire spirit beasts thanked him repeatedly, they returned to the forest one by one. Gazing at the sunset's afterglow, Jason couldn't help but stretch lazily. I didn't expect to be out for 2 days. I need to hurry back. Although he had entrusted his sister to teacher Lin and Tang Qingshu, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Besides, it wasn't appropriate to keep troubling others. The southern jungle was still over 100 kilometers away from Fonglin City. If there were no cars today, he might have to set out early tomorrow morning. Sighing, he suddenly heard the roar of an engine while patrolling the area nearby and immediately ran toward the source of the sound. It was a rundown bus. Jason rushed forward without hesitation. His sudden appearance in front of the vehicle nearly scared the driver, Old Huang, out of his wits. Old Huang honked twice in quick succession and angrily shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Trying to get yourself killed?" Jason paid no attention, opened the door, and sat in the front passenger seat, crossing one leg over the other. "I'm not dead yet, am I? Besides, if an ability user like me got hit and killed by you, that would be way too embarrassing. Just drive already." "Hey, why are you talking to me like that? Did I tell you to get in the car? Is that how you talk to your uncle? No manners at all. Now start the car." Old Juan was about to retort but was immediately drawn to a blue quality item Jason was waving in his hand. Instantly, his face lit up with a smile. "Uncle, you should have said so earlier." "Let's get going then." The car started. Jason was in a good mood, and Old Huang was thrilled about the blue item he had just acquired. However, not long after they set off, Old Huang suddenly turned to Jason and asked in surprise, "By the way, how did you survive?" Jason felt the other party seemed to know something, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "What? You also know someone wants to kill me?" Old Huang was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth. Seeing Jason pull out another blue item, he braced himself and said, all right, I'll tell you. I heard Li Song wants to kill you," and he brought along his little sidekick, Yellow Hair. "We ran into them yesterday when we were bringing you back." "Did they go back?" "Didn't see them go back, but Yellow Hair did return." These words made Jason perk up and sit upright. "Tell me more. When did they come back? What did they bring?" Old Huang opened up, lowering his voice as he spoke to the dozing guard in the back seat. Judging by Huang Mao's appearance, he must have gone to rescue someone. The time was probably around noon. Jason calculated the time in his mind, and Old Huang continued, "Don't worry, I've been keeping watch here. They haven't gone back yet. If you didn't see them go back, then why did you drive over here? It's better to earn some gas money than to leave the car idle. Take someone out for a ride." Old Huang started gossiping about Li Song, but Jason wasn't in the mood to listen to such rumors. He reflected on the events of the past 2 days and suddenly realized a crucial point. Li Song had controlled the skeleton squad in both of his forms. If he was in his right mind, he would definitely suspect it had something to do with him. Adding to that, with the blonde guy failing to hunt him down, the others leaving the forest, and only himself and them remaining, combining the information he had previously obtained and the clues left in the instance, the other party would sooner or later discover his whereabouts. It seems Li Song cannot be allowed to live. Otherwise, once he returns to the lab, he will undoubtedly order Jason's capture immediately. But how could he be stopped from returning to the city, or even made to disappear completely? Jason slowly took out his phone, found several recorded videos, edited them, and anonymously sent them to the military's email. After finishing these tasks, drowsiness overcame him. He shifted to a comfortable position and leaned back in his seat, gradually falling asleep. Meanwhile, in the office of the Military Inspection Department in Fonglin City, a volunteer preparing to leave work suddenly noticed an anonymous email in the inbox. Seeing the time, he hesitated for a moment, then sat down and opened his email. He found an attachment, a compressed file containing several photos and videos. He quickly skimmed through the pictures. The sight of those black blood beasts, their bodies drenched in inky black blood, made him restless and uneasy. Damn it! Someone's actually using Awakened as raw material to create black blood beasts, such a despicable act. He continued checking the videos and images, confirming that they were all connected to Li Song. To ensure the photo was not forged, he used professional software to analyze and confirm that the video was authentically recorded. Immediately, he took the evidence and rushed to the superior's office. Half an hour later, the Military Inspection Department issued an arrest warrant for Li Song and launched an investigation into the Tianqi Group laboratory. Tianqi Group firmly denied the matter, stating that Li Song was merely an intern and that the relevant personnel had already been dealt with. The military had no choice but to arrest Li Song according to the law. At this moment, Li Song was leaning against the back seat, tending to his wounds. The burns left by the fire spirit beast made the injuries difficult to heal, and the searing pain was unbearable, rendering even the finest painkillers ineffective. Blondie, stop dawdling, floor the gas pedal. I need to get into the city quickly to find someone for treatment. Blondie slammed on the gas pedal, but after driving less than 200 meters, they saw a military convoy approaching head-on. Military vehicles stopped them, and Huang Mao didn't dare to accelerate, only slowing down to wait. Military soldiers got out of the vehicle, neatly dressed, and walked toward Li Song.
Are you Li Song? Li Song was slightly taken aback and curiously nodded. I am Li Song. What's the matter? Alright, he is Li Song. Arrest him.
Before the words had even faded, the soldiers quickly stepped forward and restrained him.
Li Song was stunned and struggled desperately.
As expected, several second-tier ability users immediately used their powers to subdue him.
A flash of lightning struck, leaving Li Song's entire body charred as he collapsed unconscious. The soldiers used specialized tools to bind him and escorted him onto the vehicle.
The blonde-haired man was also tightly bound and shoved into the vehicle, which headed toward the city.
In the hospital, a news bulletin interrupted the television broadcast.
Suspect Li Song is accused of kidnapping individuals with special abilities, turning them into black blood beasts, and committing heinous acts. He has been arrested by the military, his abilities stripped, and is now facing life imprisonment. His accomplice Hu Ting was killed for attacking military personnel. Lying on the hospital bed, Lily turned to Jason in shock. Brother, I remember him.
He was the one who took me away.
Jason held a bowl of food and nodded vaguely. Oh, then he deserves to die 1,000 times over. Serves him right. As he spoke, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that anonymous email to actually work. Although he had been so busy these past 2 days that he hadn't slept well, Jason lay on the soft bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Li Song had already been dealt with, but he suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart. Of course, not all his enemies had been eliminated, but the strongest opponent was too powerful. Now, he must first enter the Apocalypse group to gradually get closer to her. This process is long and arduous, and rushing it would only create more trouble. The most important thing right now is to obtain the title of top 10 students at the University of Espers. Only by earning this honor will he have a better chance of joining the combat division of the Apocalypse group.
To enhance his competitiveness, Jason decided to participate in the first-tier trial the next day.
Just as he was planning his time, he couldn't help but open the store and was surprised to find that there was actually a leave slip for sale. Leave slip, take 1 day off, limited to 3 uses per month. First use costs 1,000 evolution points, second use costs 10,000 evolution points, and third use costs 100,000 evolution points. Seeing this information, a hint of surprise flashed in Jason's eyes. This system is really considerate, knowing I need to participate in the first tier challenge, and even specially selling leave slips. Although it can only be used for 3 days a month for him, it effectively means he can use it at most twice. The prices of 1,000 and 10,000 evolution points are still acceptable, but the 100,000 evolution points price is simply too expensive.
He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to Tang Qingshu. Tomorrow's first level trial, are you going? A few seconds later, Tang Qingshu replied, aren't you very busy tomorrow? Not busy now, just asking if you're going. Of course I'm going. I need you to carry me.
If you're carrying me, I'll take the night off and rest well.
Alright, go ahead, and ask for leave. By the way, if your best friend wants to go, 1 million guarantees success.
If more people want to go, 3 million covers everything. At this moment, Tang Qingshu, who was leaning on the nurse's desk, turned her head to look at Yang Shasha beside her. 1 million guarantees success, are you going? Yang Shasha heard the price and felt her molars ache. Your boyfriend really knows how to charge. It's only 800,000 outside, but he asks for 1 million.
What boyfriend? There's nothing between us yet.
Besides, the 800,000 outside doesn't guarantee success, but his does.
Aren't you going? Of course, I'm going. If you're the only one who passes, what am I supposed to do?
It's hard to come by a guaranteed pass opportunity. I absolutely can't miss it.
Yes. Alright then, hurry up and get the money ready.
I'll go ask the director for leave.
I need a good rest tonight. With that, Tang Qingshu yawned and headed toward the director's office.
Yang Shasha also packed up her things and took a taxi home. The 1 million guaranteed pass price offered by Jason was already quite cheap, mainly because of Tang Qingshu's influence that brought it down so low. Outside, the price for a guaranteed pass would be at least 5 million or even more. He wanted to bring along Tang Qingshu's best friend, taking the opportunity to earn some extra money. After all, the first tier trial is the only threshold for novice ability users to become official, and many people simply can't pass it. As for himself, he only had one chance to challenge it, which is why he allowed the other party to bring others, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. Jason was already thoroughly familiar with the trial's content. To help others pass, he had to choose a trial with a higher difficulty. Although low difficulty instances had a high drop rate for mission items, the quantity was too limited to meet the needs of bringing others alone. Although high difficulty challenges have a slightly lower drop rate and the wild monsters are more troublesome, he is not worried at all. The skeleton squad has already taken shape and leveled up to 15. Facing wild monsters below level 10 that haven't advanced to the first tier is simply a crushing victory. At this moment, Yang Shasha had just returned home. Seeing that her father hadn't gone to bed yet, she approached him and tentatively asked in a low voice, "Dad, Mom, if there were an opportunity to pass the first tier trial now, how much would you be willing to spend?" Her father was watching TV and glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "Just say it directly, how much do you need?" Yang Shasha's heart leaped with joy, and she hugged her father's arm, acting spoiled. "I knew you were the best, Dad." After speaking, she hesitated for a moment and finally held up 2 fingers. Her father was stunned. 2 million? Do you think our family runs a bank? 2 million just like that? Dad, this is a rare guaranteed pass opportunity. TCH, guaranteed to pass the first trial? What a joke. Which team up there dares to guarantee a pass? Dad, it's true. 2 million guarantees success. Trust me this time. Seeing his daughter acting cute and playful, the father couldn't resist inside as he handed over the bank card. "I was planning to expand the factory, but you can take this 2 million and use it." Yang Shasha chuckled and kissed her father's cheek. "Thanks, but I only need to trick you out of 1 million. The father immediately felt something was wrong. 1 million guarantees success for such a low price? Who are you fooling? Hey, where are you going? Give me back the card. I haven't agreed yet. Before finishing her words, Yang Shasha had already disappeared at the doorstep. The next morning, outside the first tier trial hall, the place was bustling with noise and activity. Due to the scarcity of trial resources, the opening frequency had been reduced from twice a week to once. Many people had no choice but to form teams, hire others to complete trial items, or even rent various temporary equipment, with shouts and calls echoing everywhere. Jason weaved through the crowd and found that most of the prices being quoted were quite steep. After asking a few people, he finally understood. The university for espers was about to start its semester, and numerous freshmen were frantically leveling up during the school season, competing to pass the first tier trial, making it a prime opportunity for exploitation. With more people, prices naturally soared. What surprised him even more was seeing an all-level team offering trial services. These A-level espers were already capable of passing the first tier trial on their own, yet they were in no rush to compete. Instead, they seized the opportunity to earn rewards while conveniently clearing the trial. Jason didn't mind this money-grubbing approach. On the contrary, he thought that if it were him, he might do the same. After all, who would turn down money? While those with special abilities could earn quite a bit, the high prices of equipment and tools meant that many people who dreamed of escaping poverty by becoming superpowered often found that reality was just the same old story in a different guise. The truly wealthy, whether ordinary individuals or those with special abilities, remained rich all the same. This is the difference between social classes. In the crowd, Jason spotted Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha. The two were chatting quietly in a corner and immediately greeted him when they saw him approaching. "Why are you so late?" "Perfect timing. By the way, why is it just the two of you?" Hearing his question, the two looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Aren't we just right? Who else do you need? Didn't I mention yesterday? If anyone else wants to pass the first level trial, 3 million guaranteed. You didn't tell anyone else?" Tang Qingshu froze for a moment, only then recalling his additional words from last night. I thought you were unwilling. Is it still possible to call someone now?" Yang Shasha was also surprised, not expecting Jason to actually agree to take people through the dungeon. She glanced at the time and quickly said, "It's enough. We have to wait until noon for the account we registered, so calling someone now should still be in time." "Then hurry up." Tang Qingshu glanced at him again, seeing that he genuinely wanted to help people clear the dungeon, and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you usually dislike taking people through dungeons? Why do you suddenly want to do it this time?" "Money doesn't matter. The main thing is to help others." "Oh, got it. You just want to make money, huh? Should have said so earlier. I thought you suddenly had a change of heart." Hearing him say that, Tang Qingshu immediately felt relieved. Making money isn't shameful, especially when it comes from Jason's mouth. No one would think there's anything wrong with it. So, the two of them started sending messages one by one in the alumni group, classmates group, and class group. The package price of 3 million is a significant amount for an average family, so naturally, everyone is highly concerned about the leader's abilities and the level of their powers. However, upon learning that the leader was an F-level summoning ability user, the crowd unceremoniously burst into laughter. No matter how Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha tried to explain, the others simply wouldn't listen, mocking them one after another, and even accusing them of being unscrupulous liars just to make dirty money. After chatting for a while, the two put down their phones in frustration. This group of people is hopeless. They won't listen no matter what we say. If we don't have time to directly mock them to their faces, then forget about making money. Exactly, just just mentioned being an F-level ability user and immediately got scolded.
Friends like that are better off blocked.
Seeing the two of them looking so dejected, Jason understood perfectly. After all, he was just an F-level summoning ability user, so naturally, others wouldn't believe he had the capability to lead a team. But the first tier trial only comes once, and it would be a shame not to earn this money. A few million in one go, equivalent to tens of thousands of source crystals, would take him a long time to earn otherwise.
His gaze fell on the team recruitment board not far away. I'll go over there and give it a try. Hearing that he was going to advertise, Yang Shasha was stunned. Are you really planning to let people mock you?
Even Tang Qingshu stopped him. There's no chance.
Once the ad is out, no one will come, and it'll just be a waste of money. Advertising fees aren't cheap. Jason was unconcerned. What if someone actually comes? I'll give it a try.
Tang Qingshu shook her head helplessly. Be prepared to be ridiculed. Really, but do you truly have the ability to pass?
Judging by today's situation, if you want to pass quickly, I'm afraid every trial secret realm will be full. Doesn't matter, I've already failed 3 times in a row. Failing once more is something I can accept. If I can't pass, you'll refund me, right?
Don't worry, I trust him. He said he can definitely pass.
At this moment, a striking advertisement suddenly appeared on the huge bulletin board in the distance. F-level summoner offering first-tier trial boosting services, guaranteed pass, discounted prices. It immediately drew everyone's attention. Wow, an F-level summoner dares to advertise. Truly embarrassing. How ridiculous, probably hasn't even read the guide. With so many people taking the test, what makes an F-level ability user think they can guarantee success? Even A-levels wouldn't dare say that.
This ad isn't cheap. I really want to see which big shot it is, so I can broaden my horizons.
As expected, people mocked the advertisement.
Seeing this, Jason had no choice but to leave helplessly, as professional prejudice was deeply ingrained. Just as he was about to leave, 2 stylishly dressed twin girls suddenly ran over.
Was it you who posted the advertisement?
Jason sized up their gear and information, then nodded. That's right, it was me.
Are you looking to join the team? The sisters exchanged glances and smiled faintly.
Of course we want to, but we want to ask, what if you can't pass?
If I can't pass, I'll give a full refund. That's not acceptable. We've spent money, so we need a guarantee.
You have to compensate at the original price. That's the only way to show sincerity. The red-haired girl raised an objection, and the pink-haired girl nodded in agreement. Most boosting teams usually compensate 5 times the amount.
Asking for 3 times isn't too much, right? Hearing their conversation, Jason immediately understood their intention.
These were professional gold farmers, not here to take on trials, but to extort compensation from boosting teams. When encountering such people, boosting teams usually block them right away without saying much. But Jason's lips curled into a smile as he stared at them sharply.
That won't do. I paid 3 million, and now you want triple compensation? That's too unfair to me.
The market price is 5 million, including compensation, 5 times.
How about that?
The 2 girls exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy, and immediately nodded. Deal. Seeing Jason agree to the 2 girls' request, the people around shook their heads and sighed. This kid really has no idea who he's dealing with. Young and impulsive, he actually dares to take on this challenge. He's courting death. He might end up losing everything, and who knows, he could even be dragged to the black market to dig for ability user crystal cores.
Who wouldn't agree? This kid is way too confident in his own abilities. He probably just became an esper not long ago and has never encountered a true master. Why didn't anyone warn him? This is clearly setting him up. Don't go looking for trouble.
Those are all gang operations, not something you can afford to mess with. Everyone chose to remain silent, their eyes filled with sympathy. The twin sisters raised their eyebrows slightly, signaling success to a few men not far away, and then followed Jason into the team. Seeing 2 new people in the team, Yang Shashai immediately recognized them and hurriedly whispered to Tang Qingshu, "This is bad. Quickly tell your man to kick them out."
Tang Qingshu was stunned. What's wrong?
He was just trying to make money. Why would he specifically pick these 2 sisters?
Who told you that? Those 2 are gold farmers. I've seen them scam people before. Gold farmers? Tang Qingshu's heart tightened. Are you sure? 100% sure.
Last time, someone in the group specifically posted their photos to warn everyone to avoid them. I looked closely at the time. It's definitely them, no mistake. Tang Qingshu naturally knew what it meant to encounter gold farmers, but she didn't expect Jason's first time leading a team to run into such tough opponents. So they quickly pulled Jason aside. Wait, those 2 gold farmers can't be allowed into the team.
Jason, however, was indifferent. So what?
They've already paid 10 million.
Are you blinded by money? Can't you understand? Gold farmers will scam you, make money, and in the end, you'll lose everything. Get rid of them quickly.
Jason shook the bank card in his hand. The money's already in the account.
If you want me to refund it, how much should I return?
Tang Qingshu's face turned pale, and she froze. How could you be so careless?
Why didn't you discuss it with us?
Jason gently patted her shoulder and said in a low voice, I know what you're afraid of. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
They won't be able to take my compensation money. Ha, you knew everything? Of course, I'm not an idiot. Don't worry. After speaking, Jason Jason smiled at the twins and said, "Shall I add you to the team now?" "Yes, yes." Ding, level 10 Storm Element ability user Chen Tingting has joined the team. Ding, level 10 Healing Element ability user Chen Man has joined the team. Jason sends a message in the group. Jason, welcome Tingting and Man to the team. Chen Tingting, go, brother. You must lead us to victory. Chen Man, trust in brother. Brother is the best. Yang Shasha looked at the group chat, almost gagged, and couldn't help but nudge Tang Qingshu with her shoulder. Is your man usually this flirtatious? Tang Qingshu, however, had no mind to pay attention to this and was only worried about what would happen if Jason failed and lost money. 5 million, 5 times the compensation. The other side still had 2 people. If they really lost, it would be 50 million. Oh my, does this guy know what he's doing? At this moment, Jason settled the twin sisters and took the voucher to the front desk to handle the trial secret realm entry procedures. Hello, this is the registration card. Please fill it out. Jason took the registration card, quickly filled it out, and handed it to the staff. The counter lady took the registration card and was about to classify him as a regular challenger when she suddenly noticed he had checked hard mode. She looked up at him in surprise. Are you sure you want to challenge hard mode? As her words fell, the surrounding crowd turned to look, their eyes filled with astonishment. What the heck? Someone's actually challenging hard mode? Is he crazy? Can he even pass? Hiss, am I seeing this right? Isn't he the F-level summoning ability user who was just advertising in the square? It's him. I already thought his power leveling was absurd before, but this hard mode is even more ridiculous. Is he looking for death? Ha, does he want to crack down on gold farmers? The price is way too high using his life to do it? I'm impressed. Doesn't he have teammates? Could it be that his teammates are even stronger? A team can have up to 5 people. We've already got 2, and with him, that's 3. Even if the remaining 2 are grade A ability users, they won't be of much help. While everyone was chattering and discussing, Jason had already obtained the entry card for the challenging Apocalypse Trial Secret Realm and left the hall. Seeing him holding the entry card for the challenging mode, Tang Qingshu was dumbfounded. You chose the challenging mode? Yeah, challenging mode has more resources and no competition. Normal mode has fewer resources and more people fighting over them. But can you pass? Of course I can pass. Don't trust my skills? Tang Qingshu was speechless and could only nod. Alright, I trust you. But what about those 2? Will they cause trouble? Jason's lips curled into a smile. When have I ever made a losing deal? Relax, I know what I'm doing. Yang Shasha also said, I trust Jason. In hard mode, no one competes for resources. As long as you collect enough spell fragments and find a safe place to hide for the night, you'll make it through. Tang Qingshu sighed. Let's hope so. As soon as the words were spoken, a commotion came from the hall. The 3 looked over and saw a group of people surrounding several young men as they left the hall. Yang Shasha curiously asked someone nearby, Hey handsome, who are those people? Why are they so excited? You don't know him? Fengyu, the only son of Feng Shengshu, the sole heir of the Feng family. Why is he here? To show off his family wealth? Miss, he's definitely here to participate in the first tier trial. It's just a first tier trial. What's there to be excited about? Ordinary people wouldn't be excited, but he's taking on the hard mode. Do you understand the value of that? Hearing this, Yang Shasha covered her mouth. Oh no, someone else is competing for resources? A helpful guy nearby added. They're 5A level ability users, incredibly powerful. Tang Qingshu sighed. I knew it, your jinxing mouth is just too much. Not far away, the twin sisters exchanged a smile. Looks like we can leave work early today. With young master Feng Shengshu here, we probably won't need to lift a finger to ensure failure. Inside the first tier trial challenge hall, Fengyu stared at the challenge list for the hard mode. Seeing another team join, his face showed obvious displeasure. I thought I could quietly complete the first tier challenge, but I didn't expect to be disturbed at this moment. So annoying. He looked up at the receptionist girl across from him, whose eyes were filled with pink bubbles, and asked in a deep voice, which team signed up for the hard mode? Pull up the information and let me see. The girl, who adored this type of handsome, powerful man with a prestigious family background, handed over Jason and his team's information without hesitation, quietly bending the rules. Seeing the composition of abilities among the team members and the information, Fengyu was stunned. Is this lineup courting death? An F-rank summoner daring to challenge the hard mode? The team members nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yuga, your obsession with cleanliness is way too much. This kind of small trash is just a gimmick. Exactly, it must be someone making a bet and pretending to go in, only to quit right away. Just wasting the opportunity. I totally get it. Ha, Yuga, don't take it to heart. Let's head straight to the second floor. As for the first floor, let them fend for themselves. It has nothing to do with us. The teammate's words slightly eased Fengyu's mood. He nodded to signal the receptionist and then led the group to the VIP room to await the challenge. Time ticked by second by second. Many teams that hadn't even passed the simple mode gradually exited the secret realm, causing Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha to feel a surge of pressure. Ah, the 5th team didn't make it. This elimination rate is way too high. It's not that the elimination rate is high, it's mainly because there are too many people in the simple mode, making it impossible to grab
grab enough items. Seriously, the city keeps changing the rules. It was already hard, and now it's even harder.
Sigh, I wonder how confident Jason is about clearing the hard mode.
Just as the two were sighing, a prompt lit up on the distance screen. Jason picked up the challenge card, called out to Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha, shouted towards the twin sisters, and then entered the hall. Up in the second floor waiting area, Jason saw Feng Yu staring at him, his gaze full of disdain and contempt. Wasting time, wasting opportunities, I despise people who seek attention the most. Feng Yu unceremoniously mocked her face to face.
Tang Qingshu saw this and retaliated with her hands on her hips. Seeking attention? You're the one seeking attention. The first level secret realm isn't owned by your family, so why can only you go through it?
A hint of amazement flashed in Feng Yu's eyes, but seeing her defend an useless F-level ability user so fiercely, he couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy.
What? Did I say something wrong? A group of F-level ability users still wants to pass the hard mode? Isn't it just quitting halfway? I'm making a valid point, aren't I? What does this have to do with you?
Whether we pass or not is our own business.
Stop butting in here.
Tang Qingshu firmly defended, warming Jason's heart, and he revealed a smug smile.
Having someone to back you up is always nice, right?
Feng Yu sneered disdainfully, if you can pass, I'll write my surname Feng backwards.
Don't be so quick to set a flag, or you'll end up with a boomerang hitting you in the face. Talk tough all you want, I want to see how long you can keep it up.
After provoking each other, the two walked toward the entrance, waiting quietly for the challenge to begin. A beam of light flashed, and the two teams instantly disappeared at the entrance. When they reappeared, they were already in a misty world.
What came into view was a dilapidated library. The Eerie Library. No way, the hardest one among the 3 secret realms?
Seeing this scene, Yang Shasha's heart tightened, and she felt a chill run through her. The difficult mode of the first level trial includes 3 secret realms, the Sick Village, the Dry Well, and the Eerie Library.
Although they all belong to the difficult mode, the Eerie Library is the most challenging.
There are even rumors that if you encounter this secret realm, it's best to give up immediately. After all, challenging the secret realm carries the risk of death. Once you enter, there's no way out. Although she is confident in Jason's abilities, this is, after all, the hardest difficulty mode. In the team, Chen Tingting whispered to her twin sister, looks like we can really get off work early today. Her sister revealed 2 adorable tiger teeth, looking completely harmless. At this moment, not far away, Feng Yu was staring at Jason.
You're not seriously planning to go in, are you? Once you enter this door, there's no way out.
The underlings nearby chimed in, adding fuel to the fire.
They don't dare at all. At most they're just here to put on a show. A bunch of cowards, no guts to act for real.
If you dare open the door, I'll give 1 million on the spot. Everyone turned to look at Jason in unison. It was clear Feng Yu was using reverse psychology to provoke him. Tang Qingshu, though aware of Jason's strength, still reminded him when facing the challenge, ignore them, follow your own thoughts. At worst, lose 1 round, there will still be chances. Jason looked at Feng Yu with a smile. Who just said they'd give 1 million?
The other party didn't expect him to actually dare, and someone immediately responded, me. Open the door now, and I'll give you 1 million right away. After speaking, Jason pushed open the rusty door. Everyone was stunned. You really dare to risk your life, just to earn 1 million?
The man was stunned. I really was just provoking him for fun earlier. I didn't expect him to actually dare.
Jason smiled and said, so what?
The other party shook his head helplessly and took out 1 million. Take it carefully, no point having it if you lose your life.
What bad luck.
Jason accepted the money and turned to look at his teammates. Come on in. Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha exchanged a glance, then stepped into the library together. The twin sisters also smiled at each other and followed them in.
Feng Yu's sidekick asked in confusion, aren't they from the gold farming team? Why are they going in too? The sisters exchanged a smile and said, we have insurance, we're not afraid.
Everyone suddenly realized and turned to look at Jason.
Then suit yourself and face the consequences.
The twin sisters no longer hid their identity as gold farmers at this moment and even brazenly claimed to have come prepared with insurance, which made Tang Qingshu so angry that her face turned pale.
The so-called insurance is a tool that ensures one won't be penalized for quitting midway.
Although expensive, it is an essential item for gold farmers. However, if Jason and his team find it too difficult to handle the wild monsters and choose to quit midway, they will face experience loss, be barred from participating in the first-tier trial for several months, and have their monster-killing experience points halved. For F-level ability users like them, leveling up is already challenging, and such a penalty would undoubtedly make things worse. What's more, Jason had previously promised a 5-fold refund. Tang Qingshu grew angrier the more she thought about it and was about to lose her temper when Jason gently stopped her.
Let them enjoy themselves a little longer. After all, they're our valued clients. Ha, let them enjoy themselves? Are you crazy? They're treating you like a fool. Ha, it's still uncertain who's the fool here.
Don't worry, making money isn't easy. We need to keep a steady mindset.
Looking at Jason's confident demeanor, Tang Qingshu couldn't help but ask, are you really this sure? How confident are you? Jason smiled and held up 5 fingers.
Tang Qingshu let out a slight sigh of relief. Alright, 50% is acceptable.
At worst, we'll all withdraw. withdraw. Who said 50%? I meant 500%. Tang Qingshu was puzzled. Where does your confidence come from?
Jason smiled calmly and revealed the skeleton's summoning token. This gives me confidence.
A sub-level 1 secret realm, no matter how formidable, is just that.
The skeleton squad has already leveled up to tier 1, level 15, with stats that crush all the wild monsters here, even the boss. As he was speaking, a loud noise suddenly came from behind, and the library was plunged into darkness. The empty hall echoed with eerie laughter, the sound of blades being sharpened, and the screech of nails scraping against glass.
The air turned icy cold.
Crack! A burst of firelight flared up as Feng Yu lit the windproof torch he had prepared in advance, instantly illuminating the surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of chains scraping against the ground echoed.
Everyone turned to look.
Within the reach of the firelight, a person wrapped in withered vines, with wet hair covering their face, dragging chains as they walked, slowly appeared, sending chills down their spines. All information has vanished, only known as the librarian. The librarian said in a hoarse voice, so late, and still coming to read books, truly a group of studious little ones. Everyone fell silent, and the librarian took an ancient book from the side. However, you shouldn't come so late, because this place has been cursed. Before the voice faded, a series of pounding sounds came from the rooftop, as if heavy hammers were striking a human heart. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang out. The curator, clutching the ancient book in terror, whispered, "It's coming.
Hide quickly, and don't let it find you."
With that, he crawled into the fireplace beneath the bookshelf and disappeared. The chime rang 11 times in succession, and the moonlight outside the window suddenly turned blood red, filling the air with an eerie atmosphere. Although there had long been guides indicating that the curator was an NPC designed to create a terrifying atmosphere, everyone still couldn't help but feel nervous. Feng Yu turned to Jason. "I don't like being followed. Let's split up. Which side do you choose?"
Jason smiled and said, "Up to you. I won't follow you, don't worry." "Alright then." Feng Yu waved his hand and led the group into the left corridor.
Without torches for illumination, the first floor lobby was plunged into a deathly silence and darkness. Jason noticed that at some point, Tang Qingshu had already wrapped her arms around him, the softness of her chest clearly perceptible. "Ahem, no need to panic, there's still time. According to the rules, we just need to find a safe room to hide from the night patrol before midnight."
"We still have an hour."
But Tang Qingshu still clung tightly to him. "Don't make it sound so simple.
Finding a safe room is really hard.
We have to find 3 spell fragments each within an hour. How can it be as easy as you say?"
Yang Shasha's voice trembled. "There's a monster in every room."
5 people need a total of 15 torn pages, all within an hour.
"Oh my god, I don't even know how to get through this."
The twin sisters seized the opportunity to exaggerate. "Yeah, and we still have to find a safe room to spend the night."
"Just hearing about it is terrifying. I heard the night patrol randomly opens doors. If you get caught, it's over."
They deliberately created a tense atmosphere to pressure Jason into giving up, but Jason showed no fear.
He lit a torch and said, "Stop dawdling, time is tight. Let's go, I'll take you to the second floor."
As the words fell, the scene fell into dead silence.
Yang Shasha said urgently, "Do we really have to go to the high difficulty second floor? There are plenty of rooms on the first floor. The monsters are weaker. Why insist on going to the second floor?" Tang Qingshu echoed, "There are more and stronger monsters on the second floor. It's better to play it safe." Jason smiled faintly. "The resources on the first floor are limited, not enough to go around, and the drop rate is low. There's no way to finish in an hour. No buts, follow me."
The two had no choice but to follow. The twin sisters hadn't expected Jason to be so reckless, rushing to the second floor without a second thought.
"This guy is really fierce. Not sure if he's truly capable or just pretending."
To stop Jason, they had no choice but to follow. At this moment, someone peeked out from the dark corridor on the left. Seeing Jason head to the second floor, they hurriedly ran to call Feng Yu.
"Brother Yu, they didn't go to the right." "Didn't go to the right? Did they leave?" "No, they went to the second floor." "What? Are they crazy? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?"
"Seeing it with my own eyes, they've all gone up to the second floor."
Feng Yu was shocked. "Damn, are they really not afraid of death?" The layout of the rooms on the second floor of the library was completely different from the first floor.
Apart from a circular bookshelf in the center, the surroundings were lined with 32 various types of doors. Inside the doors were displays of all kinds of books. According to the rules of the Secret Realm Challenge, they must collect a sufficient number of spell fragments within the library before midnight, then find a safe room and wait for sunrise to complete the challenge. All spell fragments were scattered across the bookshelves in different rooms, and to obtain them, one had to enter the rooms and defeat the guardian monsters. Of course, not every room contains spell scrolls. Therefore, most challengers who choose hard mode will first collect some spell scrolls on the first floor, using the damage bonus from the scrolls to tackle the more dangerous second floor. After all, the monsters on the second floor are higher in level and strength, and charging in recklessly carries great risk. Feng Yu and his team never expected that Jason's group would be so clueless about even this basic strategy and directly challenge the second floor. What a pity for those two girls.
"That idiot's brain is really fried." One of the subordinates spat angrily on the ground, fuming.
As if without Jason, they could easily take down
on Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha. Feng Yu felt his mood affected, quickly adjusted his emotions, and said to everyone, "Stop wasting time on that idiot, let's get started." Everyone drew their weapons, their faces full of tension. With a creak, the door opened, and a musty smell wafted out. Everyone held their breath and focused, watching as a damage-absorbing ability user raised a torch and stepped in slowly. Inside the pitch-black room, only rows of bookshelves were faintly visible, with darkness stretching into the distance. "Go in," Feng Yu urged, and the group immediately entered. After the last person stepped through the door, it slammed shut with a loud bang. Though they were prepared, it still made everyone's hearts tighten. Suddenly, several pale, bloated corpses appeared between the bookshelves, slowly advancing toward them. "Damn! Wandering corpses," everyone exclaimed, realizing their luck had taken a turn for the worse. Among the many monsters in the eerie library, wandering corpses were quite formidable, equivalent to the level of a B-class ability user. Although all monsters in hard mode were B-class, wandering corpses were particularly troublesome. Their bodies were covered in toxic corpse fluids, and if contaminated during combat, one would suffer continuous health loss, slowed movement, and even negative effects like dizziness and paralysis. Wandering corpses can be considered the most disgusting monsters in the secret realm. Fortunately, there aren't many wandering corpses in this room, 3 at level 7 and 5 at level 6. The 5 of them can handle it with relative ease. A member of the team, an A-level ability user with purification powers, immediately cast shields for everyone, eliminating any concerns. Just as the battle was about to begin, Feng Yu drew his sword and said, "Protect yourselves, leave this to me." With a flash of sword light, he charged at the 3 roaming corpses, his speed astonishing, his assault fierce, instantly gaining the upper hand. A few swift strikes and the protective layer on the corpses was breached. Without pausing, he swept his sword in a wide arc, the blade's glow slicing through the darkness. In less than a minute, all 8 roaming corpses were slain. Everyone was envious. "Brother Yu is still the best. Not every grade A ability user has this kind of strength, so envious. Too powerful." Finished the fight in 15 seconds. "Look, a spell fragment dropped." The young man picked up the torn scroll from the corpse and handed it to Feng Yu. Feng Yu, looking slightly fatigued, raised the torn scroll. "Let's go, to the next room." In the second-floor hallway, faint firelight flickered, and the rustling sounds in the dark night sent chills down the spine. Jason led the group around but did not choose a room. The twin sisters had no objections and were even happy to tag along and stroll around. Tang Qingshu saw this and guessed that he had chosen the second floor initially just for appearances. She advised, "Your life is more important. Let's go downstairs to farm monsters and not let them take advantage." She tugged at young Shasha, who quickly agreed. "Yes, there's nothing good on the second floor. Let's farm a few fragments on the first floor before heading up." Jason remained silent for a moment, glanced at a few room doors, and nodded. "All right, let's begin." He took out the skeleton summoning metal, infused it with source energy, and instantly summoned a group of skeleton monsters. The sudden appearance of the skeleton monsters startled everyone. The twin sisters hurriedly drew their weapons. Jason smiled calmly and said, "Don't worry, they're all my summoned beasts." "Let's get started then," he ordered. "Split into 2 groups, attack from the left and right sides, and return after killing." The appearance of the skeleton monsters caused the twin sisters' minds to freeze. "What? He's just a level 10 summoner, yet he summons so many beasts? That's not logical." Compared to the sisters' astonishment, Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha, having witnessed Jason's skeleton monster's prowess, felt more reassured. The two looked at each other. "Shall we begin?" The sisters exchanged a smile, drew their swords, and followed. Behind them, Jason exclaimed, "Where are you two going?" The sisters paused and asked in confusion, "Aren't we supposed to open the door and fight the monsters?" "They can go, why do you need to?" The two sisters looked speechless, pointed at themselves, then at the hallway ahead. "You mean, we don't need to go?" "That's right, stop causing trouble and sit down to eat something." "Want something to eat?" Just as the two sisters were stunned, Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha had already taken out a barbecue grill and marinated meat skewers. "Care to join? 50,000 per person, all you can eat." Tang Qingshu waved the meat skewers, her face full of a sly merchant's expression. "Humph, serves you right." Watching Tang Qingshu's arrogant smugness, the twin sisters suddenly realized and burst into laughter. "All right, since you don't need our help, we'll just rest here for a while. If the task can't be completed, it won't be much of a loss for us to leave directly, but don't cry when you head out." 25 million? Wow, that's a huge amount of money. Just as they were about to find a place to sit, a door less than 10 meters away was suddenly kicked open by a skeletal saber wielder who stormed straight inside. Seeing that only this skeletal saber wielder charged into the room while the other skeleton soldiers moved on to the next door, the sisters couldn't help but freeze in surprise. "Captain, did you really send just one skeleton in there?" Jason held a skewer in his mouth and said without turning his head, "What else can we do?" The two sisters exchanged a glance, as if suddenly enlightened, then leaned in on either side of Jason's ears and whispered, "Captain, you're not seriously planning to come after the two of us, are you?" "Yeah, this 25 million didn't leave much for us. How about?" The words were not yet finished when intense sounds of fighting suddenly came from a nearby room. Everyone stopped what they were doing
going and held their breath to listen. In less than 5 seconds, the sounds of the fight abruptly ceased. The twin sisters cast sympathetic glances. "Captain, it seems your little pet isn't very reliable after all."
"That's right, it ended in just a few seconds. I told you one wasn't enough." Jason, however, smiled calmly. "Who told you one isn't enough?"
Before the words were finished, the team notification sounded. "Hunted level 9 wandering corpse. Hunt level 10 wandering corpse." The two sisters froze on the spot, staring wide-eyed at the door. The skeletal saber wielder dismounted from its horse and respectfully presented an ancient spell scroll.
Jason took it, waved it in front of the two sisters, and said, "Isn't this a success?"
The two sisters were stunned, then stared at the skeleton machete wielder in extreme shock.
"What? Level 15? How could it be level 15? Isn't it impossible for summoned beasts to exceed the summoner's level? This doesn't make sense."
Even Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha looked at Jason in astonishment, hoping he could provide a reasonable explanation.
Jason shrugged. "Who said summoned beasts can't surpass the summoner's level? I don't think the official materials ever mentioned that, right?"
Everyone tried to recall and realized he was actually right. The officials had never explicitly prohibited it. At that moment, a series of door-opening sounds echoed down the hallway, followed by bursts of combat noise one after another.
Almost all the battles lasted no more than 5 seconds.
With the advantage of level suppression, the skeleton squad cleared all 32 rooms on the second floor in less than 10 minutes. The pile of spell scroll fragments on the table, stacked like a small mountain, left the two sisters dumbfounded. Tang Qingshu smiled as she counted the fragments. "Wow, amazing, all 15 sets are complete." The sisters felt a chill in their hearts. Originally thought they were here to strike gold, but unexpectedly, they turned out to be the ones getting duped.
However, Chen Tingting remained stubborn, her gaze firmly fixed on Jason. "Don't celebrate too soon. Even if we gather all the fragments now, once the bell rings, we'll still have to evade the night patrol."
Chen Manman, the younger sister, nodded repeatedly. "That's right, the night patrol is far more vicious than the wandering corpses. Even hiding in a room might not keep you safe. They could open the door and catch you. If you're discovered, there's no way out, it's a dead end." Hearing the two of them talk, Tang Qingshu immediately felt her scalp tingle.
"That's right, after midnight, they must avoid the patrolman's searches. Generally, patrolmen wouldn't enter a room unless there was a noise."
But the two sisters were clearly planning to make a commotion to lure the patrolman over.
"Don't be so despicable. We've already completed the task, so why do this? Heh, we're a gold farming team.
If we lose money, the boss will make us compensate." "Exactly, we advise you to give up voluntarily. When the time comes, we can say some good words to the boss, and maybe reduce the compensation a bit."
The two sisters started threatening again.
Tang Qingshu wanted nothing more than to kick them out, but the thought of earning the 10 million made her feel delighted.
Jason remained calm and composed. "Really? Then let's wait and see."
Watching Jason and the other two enjoying their feast around the campfire, the sisters were idle and filled with anger.
"Sis, I think even the night watchman might not be a match for his skeleton squad. We need to come up with a plan."
"Yeah, I was just trying to scare them a bit. If the night watchmen really get taken out, our plan will be a complete failure."
"What should we do then? We can't really lose 2 million, can we?" "Definitely not. Let me think." Chen Tingting's gaze swept across the floor and suddenly fixed at the end of the corridor.
Suddenly, she remembered that the mysterious library secret realm still had a hidden difficulty, nightmare difficulty.
To unlock nightmare difficulty, you must find a lock and force it open.
But so far, no one has dared to attempt forcing the lock. As part of the gold farming team, to ensure the mission fails as planned, she must increase the difficulty, and nightmare difficulty is one of the methods. She whispered a few words softly to her sister, then stood up and said to Jason and his group,
"We need to use the restroom urgently." Jason held a skewer in his hand and looked at them indifferently. "Really urgent or just pretending? It's not even 12 yet and you're already eager to act?" Chen Manman snorted in response. "We have our freedom, what does it have to do with you?" "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead, why bother reporting to us?"
Jason continued eating skewers, as if the sisters were nothing more than clowns.
Tang Qingshu was a bit worried. "They're definitely going to cause trouble. I'll go keep an eye on them." Jason waved his hand. "Don't bother, let them be.
The skeleton squad is nearby keeping watch."
Tang Qingshu could only nod.
The two sisters jogged all the way to the end of the corridor and, after some searching, indeed found a large, rusted iron lock. They exchanged a glance and immediately began prying the lock without a word. The clanging sounds echoed through the dark library, sending chills down one's spine. Yang Shasha had no appetite for food. She picked up a torch and patrolled toward the end of the corridor, still unable to see ahead, feeling quite dissatisfied. What on earth are they doing? As soon as the words fell, a piercingly cold light suddenly lit up at the end, as if the gate to a world of extreme ice had opened. A chilling cold air poured down, and the temperature in the library plummeted. Jason frowned slightly and ordered a skeletal cavalryman to go investigate. The skeletal cavalryman mounted his horse and galloped toward the depths of the corridor. Subsequently, excited shouts echoed through the corridor. "Ha, it worked! The difficulty of the secret realm has been upgraded to nightmare. Tonight's show will be spectacular." In
Immediately after, there was a loud bang, and the two entered a room, locking the door behind them. Tang Qingshu, who was leisurely grilling meat at the moment, looked puzzled. What's going on? What did they just say? Nightmare mode? Does that thing really exist? Yang Shasha shivered slightly. It's a bit cold. I have a bad feeling. I hope this doesn't turn out to be my jinx. Jason was also somewhat stunned. Although he had heard rumors about nightmare mode, he had never truly understood how to activate it. According to online discussions, there was indeed a nightmare mode in the first tier trials, one level higher than hard mode. However, almost no one had ever activated it, and no one had left behind instructions on how to do so. Many people even believed it was just a hoax and didn't exist at all. However, the rumors about the rewards for clearing nightmare mode caught Jason's attention. The rewards for clearing normal and hard modes were the same, only raising the ability level to the first tier. But nightmare mode offered an additional reward, an extra first tier ability. Such dual ability users were extremely rare, even rarer than S tier ability users, making it the dream of everyone. Most people struggled to even pass normal mode, and nightmare mode was even more out of reach. But Jason was different. His skeleton squad had already reached level 15 in the first tier, giving them an overwhelming advantage against level 10 monsters. If he had the option to choose nightmare mode, he would do so without hesitation. Unfortunately, that option wasn't available. Unexpectedly, it was those twin sisters who activated it first. He shouted loudly at the locked room, "Thanks. I've always wanted to try nightmare mode. Didn't expect you guys to activate it for me." Inside the room, the two sisters were utterly stunned. What? He's actually thanking us? Is he crazy? Nightmare mode, huh? They say the night patrolmen go from 1 to 10, and they're even stronger. We'll stay hidden and leave when the time is right. There's no way they can get through. At this moment, Fengyu, who was frantically grinding monsters on the first floor, suddenly felt a chilling sensation from outside the door, a coldness that pierced his bones, giving rise to a sense of foreboding. There were only a few wandering corpses left in the room. He stepped out to check and saw a dazzling beam of light coming from the direction of the second floor, his eyes widening instantly. What's going on? Where's this light coming from? He ordered his subordinates to rush to the second floor. Standing at the end of the deep corridor, he saw a glow shining at the other end, his body cold and stiff. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind: nightmare mode. At that moment, the aroma of roasted meat wafted over. Fengyu stared blankly and saw 3 chairs placed in the corner, with faintly glowing charcoal on the grill in the middle, emitting a mouth-watering aroma. Jason, Tang Qingshu, and Yang Shasha were sitting, eating barbecue and drinking beverages, looking completely at ease. He rubbed his eyes to confirm it wasn't an illusion, then walked over and shouted angrily, "What on earth are you doing?" Jason turned his head and waved the skewer in his hand, eating. "Can't you see? I ask you, nightmare mode." "Oh, then you have to thank the twins. They successfully raised the difficulty to nightmare level." Thank them? I haven't even completed the mission yet." Jason shrugged and checked the time. "Stop dawdling, there's not much time left." Fengyu sensed trouble and urgently shouted, "Everyone, get to the second floor. The drop rate on the first floor is too low." As soon as he finished speaking, Jason took a sip of cola and waved his hand. "Don't bother going to the second floor, we already cleared it." Fengyu blared, "You said the second floor is cleared? Are you trying to hog everything for yourself?" Jason shrugged dismissively and stuffed a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. "Believe it or not, I don't care to explain. Just eat." Fengyu was shocked and led people to check the second floor room by room, discovering that all the doors were open, except for the room where the twins were hiding. "Yes, brother, what she said is true, all the rooms have been cleared." "Same here, all open." Fengyu stared blankly at Jason, finding it hard to imagine that an F-level ability user could achieve this. Suddenly, he spotted the skeleton squad blending into the darkness and was shocked after checking. "What? Level 15? You?" Jason stood up, rubbing his hands. "What do you mean you? Hurry to the first floor and grind, there's not much time left." Fengyu gritted his teeth. "Let's go, first floor." Watching Fengyu and the others leave, Jason turned to Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha. "Let's find a clean room." The two nodded in agreement and, after searching, chose a spacious and tidy room. Time passed second by second, and the outdoor temperature grew increasingly frigid. The three lit a bonfire inside the room, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. The sounds outside gradually faded, and the library fell into a deathly silence. The first chime of the bell rang, and everyone's nerves tightened. Then came the second, the third, all the way to the 12th, the chimes resounding continuously. Afterward, the world returned to silence. The sound of chains scraping against the ground suddenly rang out, breaking the silence. Jason felt a pair of soft little hands tightly holding his arm. He gently patted Tang Qingshu's hand. "Don't be afraid, it's okay." He got up and walked to the door, peering through the peephole. At the end of the hallway, the door opened, and a group of monsters cloaked in black robes with their facial features completely hidden appeared. They tread with heavy iron chains, producing a piercing sound with each step. Nightmare Night Watcher Boss, level 10. HP 12,000, attack 500, defense 300, agility 500. Skills, Deadly Poison Mist, Curse, Soulbinding. The Nightmare Night Watcher Boss excels in stats, with 12,000 health points, making it a standout even among level 10
10 bosses.
A night watcher rasped hoarsely, "Midnight has arrived. The library is off limits to the living."
Search. They discovered all the doors on the second floor wide open, burning with rage. Its body emitted thick green poisonous mist, making the eerie corridor even more sinister and terrifying. Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha, though aware of Jason's prowess, couldn't help but shiver at the sight. 10 bosses? That's too many. Jason glanced at the panel and coldly retorted, "That's it?" He then ordered the hidden skeleton squad in the room to launch an attack. Kill. The sudden sound of bones grinding together echoed, crack, crack, crack. Skeleton saber-wielders and mounted archers charged forward, followed closely by the skeleton grand mage and the mist-shrouded skeleton high priest. The archers launched a rain of arrows first. A volley of shots instantly took out the leading night watchman. The twin sisters hiding in the room were utterly shocked. Instantly killing a level 10 boss? Seeing such a powerful boss being instantly killed, Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha were dumbfounded. No way, did I see that right? 6,000 damage with one strike? That's just ridiculous. Oh my god, is this the true power of the first tier? The gap with the novice phase is just too huge. Jason looked indifferent and continued, "This is just the beginning. If he transformed into the fire spirit beast at this moment, the battle would probably have ended already." The night watchman obviously didn't expect just a few skeletons to directly strike one of their members. He immediately unleashed a curse skill to slow down the skeleton saber riders and skeleton archers, while deadly poisonous mist was sprayed wildly, filling the entire corridor with green toxic gas. But this was completely inconsequential to the skeleton squad. The health of a level 10 psychic ability user generally does not exceed 2,000, and entering the poisonous mist would last them at most 1 minute. On the other hand, the members of the skeleton squad are level 15, with health points exceeding 20,000 each. This poisonous mist is nothing more than a tickle to them. The skeleton archmage waved his staff and chanted loudly, instantly enveloping the entire team in a layer of white light. Undead battle him. The skeleton sabersman gained a 100% boost in attack power and attack speed, charged forward on horseback, and brutally assaulted the mage-type night watchers at close range, leaving the latter almost powerless to resist. The long blade swept across, and the screams pierced the heart. Hunt level 10 night watcher boss. Obtain spell scroll fragment +1. Hunt level 10 night watcher boss. Obtain spell scroll fragment +1. The continuous notification sounds left Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha, who were crouched and staring intently through the peephole, utterly stunned. "I'll go. 2 strikes per kill. Instant annihilation? That's terrifying. I suspect who's really being challenged here. The level suppression is just too overwhelming." Jason remained calm. This is just the beginning. In just a short while, only 5 of the 10 night patrol bosses were left. The remaining night watchman was furious, tearing off the black robe to reveal water-soaked, decayed facial features. As soon as he opened his mouth, countless black insects spewed out, attempting to regain control of the battlefield through the swarm. Although the insects were numerous, their damage was extremely low, less than 10 points each time. However, the tiny insects obscured vision, making it difficult for the skeleton squad to respond. At this moment, a large frog emitting a faint blue glow suddenly leapt into the poisonous mist. Its tongue moved like lightning, precisely capturing flying insects with an astonishing frequency, resembling rapid machine gun fire. Jason watched as the frog feasted heartily, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he said with satisfaction, "Raise a frog for 1,000 days, use it in a moment, Guagua. You're finally proving useful." After the bugs disappeared, the skeleton squad regained their freedom and unleashed their attacks. Finally, the last night watchman mutilated his own neck, spraying black blood onto the carpet, a chilling sight. The deceased night watchman unexpectedly stood up again, transforming into a transparent spirit and charging furiously toward Jason's room. The skeleton squad immediately engaged. The skeleton archer, relying on agility and long-range attacks, shot an arrow. The arrow was precise but passed through the spirit, as if piercing through smoke. The spectral night patrol ignored the attack and headed straight for the room. Faced with the incorporeal spirit, the skeleton squad was helpless, with all their skills rendered ineffective. Tang Qingshu, who was lying against the peephole, exclaimed, "Oh no, the boss is coming our way." Before the words were out, a sudden gust of eerie wind arose. Tang Qingshu hadn't even reacted before being slammed away by the door, courting death. Jason quickly reacted, grabbing her and shielding her with his body. As the spectral night patrol was about to pounce, Yang Shasha screamed in terror, "Watch out." This was her first encounter with a spirit monster, and she was utterly terrified. Although they were espers, they had no abilities to counter spirit entities. Spirit monsters do not harm the physical body but can inflict damage on the soul, and in severe cases, even shatter supernatural abilities. Just as the night patrolman lunged at Jason, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed. "Ah!" The night watchman let out a piercing scream, and his body instantly dissipated. Everyone turned to look at the frog outside the door, the size of a wash basin. Jason saw the night watchman disappear, looked at Guagua, and suddenly understood. What Guagua had just used was the basic skill, Roar. Introduction is simple, can intimidate the target, causing 1.5 times attack damage. Although the damage coefficient is low, which is rare among all skills. Its advantage lies in not distinguishing whether the target is a spirit body. This greatly enhances Guagua's utility. The night patrol boss abandons its physical form and switches to spirit body attacks, with a shockingly low health level. The spirit monster sacrifices its powerful body and transforms into soul attacks as its characteristic. Unfortunately, the night watchman didn't anticipate that Jason's summoned beast could attack spiritual entities. Whoosh! At this moment, Jason breathed a sigh of relief. When facing the night watchman boss, he was helpless and had already prepared to transform into the fire spirit beast. Twice saved by Guagua, he was overjoyed. If anyone dares to call my summoned beast useless again, I'll be furious. This is a divine beast. At this point, all the night patrolmen were killed. Just as Jason was about to rest, the light in the hallway faded away. Bang! The door at the end of the corridor slammed shut, and the chilling temperature suddenly rose. Jason felt the matter was not over, lit a torch, and rushed to the end. The original door had disappeared, replaced by an iron gate with a rusty iron lock. Behind the gate, stairs led upstairs. He looked up at the stairs. A pair of red eyes met his gaze in the darkness. Whatever you do, don't go upstairs. The red eyes flickered and disappeared, and Jason immediately realized that something airy must be hidden upstairs. As a trial dungeon, every floor here was closely tied to the challenge's difficulty. He made a swift decision to attempt ascending to the third floor. Break this lock open, Jason commanded, and the skeleton saber wielder swung its blade down. Clang! Sparks flew from the blade, the sound echoing through the library, leaving Jason standing nearby with his ears ringing. However, the lock was exceptionally tough, showing no signs of damage, while the long blade of the skeleton machete wielder ended up with a large notch. Why is it so hard? Jason frowned slightly. Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha hurried over. Seeing Jason about to court death again, they repeatedly tried to dissuade him. Jason, the night watchman was just dealt with by you, which counts as clearing the nightmare difficulty. Don't cause any more trouble. Yeah, if we fail, all the effort before will be wasted, and we'll have to wait several months for the next chance. Jason shook his head, his gaze fixed in the direction of the third floor. I don't think it's that simple. The second floor represents difficulty, but the third floor is where the real nightmare begins. Although there are more night watchmen, the difficulty may not necessarily be higher. I want to give it a try. Then he said to Tang Qingshu, this time I'll go up myself. You all wait in the room. Tang Qingshu frowned, knowing Jason's personality well, and that persuasion would be futile. Be careful, don't forget Jia Jia is still waiting for you in the hospital. I'll come back safely, don't worry. She sighed and nodded, returning to the room with Yang Shasha. Jason called the skeleton squad, launching various skills to fiercely attack the big lock again. However, no matter how the skills struck, the big lock remained unmoved, and the door stayed tightly shut. Seems like it's a mechanism restriction, no clues at all. Jason carefully examined the lock and realized that he must find a specific tool to open it. This is where the true rules lie. Nightmare mode must have its unique features, otherwise, it would be meaningless for the strong to clear it easily. He gradually felt that the first level dungeon was no longer a simple monster hunt but was filled with stories and multi-line quests, with the difficulty sharply increasing. There were also various adventure challenges with diverse and abundant rewards. Jason led the skeleton squad to carefully search for clues on the second floor. Just as he was about to leave the hallway, a large door suddenly opened. The twin sisters peeked out and were stunned to see Jason and the skeleton squad unharmed. You're not dead? Jason glanced coldly. Of course, nothing's wrong. This might disappoint you, because the monsters capable of killing me simply don't exist here. The two sisters exchanged shocked looks. Those were 10 boss-level night watchers, with the difficulty increased tenfold. Buzz. But within less than 5 minutes of the battle starting, they had already been easily dealt with. Due to the poisonous mist, they couldn't see clearly. Seeing Jason alive and kicking, they were utterly stunned. That's 10 of them. How did you do it? Just fight, as long as you have hands. Can't you do it? The sisters rolled their eyes. We really hit a wall this time. Running into you is our bad luck. Jason laughed and said, actually, you still have a chance. Do you know how to get to the third floor? The sisters were stunned. Are you crazy? You still want to increase the difficulty? Can't you just wait until dawn? You're ruthless. But we really don't know how to open the third floor, otherwise, the door would already be open. Seeing their silence, Jason sighed and shrugged, then led the skeleton squad to the first floor to search for clues. At this moment, Fengyu and the others were hiding in a room, trembling with fear, completely unaware of what was happening upstairs. They could only hear the sounds of fierce fighting, chains scraping, and screams. They guessed that Jason couldn't hold on any longer and wished the twins would leave as soon as possible. They had no insurance, so if they encountered the night patrol, they could only fight head-on. If they lost, their lives would be over. They cursed the sisters in their hearts but dared not make a sound. The sounds of battle faded away, and heavy footsteps echoed back and forth upstairs, tormenting everyone's nerves.
Suddenly, footsteps moved from upstairs to downstairs.
In the darkness, everyone widened their eyes, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to counterattack as soon as the door opened. Just as everyone prayed the door wouldn't be opened, the footsteps came to a halt.
Bang!
The door was kicked open, and skills erupted throughout the room.
Then, a familiar voice rang out, "Don't attack, we're on the same side." A beam of light appeared, and everyone saw Jason's helpless expression. Fengyu was stunned. "Why is it you? How did you get down here?"
Jason checked the skeleton machete wielder, who only had minor injuries, and said calmly, "I took out all the night patrol upstairs. I came down to ask if you know how to open the iron gate on the 3rd floor."
Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. "Are you kidding? 10 night patrols? You took them out in just a few minutes?"
Seeing the skeleton squad's level as high as 15, everyone suddenly understood, level is king, so envious.
Jason asked Fengyu, "Do you know how to open it?" Fengyu rolled his eyes. "Are you crazy? You've already cleared nightmare mode, and you still want to go higher?" "Of course, I want to go higher. I don't know.
I have extra spell scrolls.
If I find out, I'll let you know."
Everyone looked at each other in dismay and eventually shook their heads.
Fengyu swallowed and pointed at the torn scroll in his hand. "Selling or not?"
Suddenly, a sharp shout sounded from outside. Everyone stopped, and Jason followed the sound, focusing on the area behind the counter on the 1st floor.
"It's the head librarian."
Before the words had even left his mouth, he rushed over. From the cupboard behind the counter, Jason ordered the skeletal saber wielder to drag out the head librarian, who was wrapped in dead vines and looked as if he'd been fished out of a swamp.
The man trembled violently, curling up into a ball, and whimpered again and again, "I don't know. I don't know." Seeing him like this, Jason knew at once that the head librarian was hiding something. He gave a cold smile and signaled for the skeletal saber wielder to press its blade to the librarian's neck. "I'll give you one chance. Tell me, where's the key to the 3rd floor?" The icy blade pressed against his throat.
The librarian shook even harder, his voice sobbing and trembling.
"Please don't kill me."
"I know, but the 3rd floor is too dangerous."
"You can't go up there."
"Why not?
What's up there? What are you so afraid of?"
Jason's gaze was sharp and unyielding as he pressed on. The librarian's eyes darted nervously before he finally whispered, "It's the Guardian.
If that door is opened, he'll kill everyone in the library."
As soon as these words were spoken, the hairs on the backs of Fengyu and the others following behind Jason stood on end, and they hurriedly tried to dissuade him.
"Jason, this isn't your personal territory. Don't act recklessly."
"That's right, challenge it if you want, but wait until we've left and play on your own.
Don't drag everyone else into this. We've already collected so many spell fragments. There's no need to stir up more trouble. What's the point?"
Everyone looked tense, but Jason raised an eyebrow slightly, ignoring them and continued staring at the curator.
"Tell me about this soul keeper. Whose soul is he guarding? Is it on the 3rd floor?"
The curator trembled, looking at him pleadingly. "I can't say anymore, he'll kill me."
Jason said coldly, "You said the soul keeper can't come down? What are you afraid of? Speak up. What else are you hiding?"
"If you don't talk, I'll deal with you before he does." Fengyu and the others were dumbfounded. They've seen people unafraid of death, but never someone who forces others to reveal intelligence while sending themselves to their doom first. "Hey, don't be so selfish.
If you die, we'll all have to go down with you." "What are you thinking?" Jason ignored them and continued pressing the curator.
"Speak quickly, I don't have time to play games with you." The skeleton saber wielder exerted force, the blade slicing through the neck, and a trickle of black blood seeped out.
The curator trembled all over in fear. "Don't kill me, I'll talk."
"The Guardian is protecting the Archmage sealed on the 4th floor. He has threatened to kill us all, and once he gets out of the coffin, he will curse the entire library." These words made Fengyu and the others even more nervous. "We're still here.
Don't be selfish." Jason's brows furrowed slightly, feeling that the curator wasn't telling the truth. "I'll give you one more chance. Speak again. Why does that Grand Mage want to kill you?"
The curator knelt on the ground, pleading, "Please don't kill me, I'll tell the truth. We coveted the treasures he carried and used his love for books to trap him here."
Who would have thought he was a dark mage?
As soon as the words were spoken, a piercing laugh echoed from upstairs, and a fierce wind arose. The windows slammed open with a bang, the wind swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, and books tumbled from the shelves, rustling loudly.
The terrifying atmosphere made one's skin crawl.
A sinister voice came from upstairs. He, it seems someone is coming up.
This day has finally arrived."
The voice carried an oppressive force, piercing directly into everyone's eardrums, making their hair stand on end.
Jason stared at the curator again. "Then do you know how to get to the 3rd floor?"
The curator pointed to the chimney shaft where he was hiding. "Over there."
Jason immediately ordered the skeleton soldier to retrieve the item. Sure enough, a key wrapped in an unknown slime was found in the fireplace shaft. He glanced at the curator with satisfaction.
"All right, you can go back and rest now." Just as Jason was about to lead the skeleton squad upstairs, Fengyu suddenly grabbed him.
"Are you really planning to take us along on your adventure? Is that appropriate?"
Looking at Fengyu's expression of, "If you dare go, we won't be polite," Jason smiled.
"If I go, what can you do to me? Can you defeat me?"
With that, the skeleton squad instantly surrounded them, exuding an intimidating intimidating aura. This skeleton squad, with a level as high as 15, left Fengyu and the others on the verge of tears.
When I get out, I'll definitely file a complaint against you. Just wait.
Throwing out a harsh remark, Fengyu led his team back to their respective rooms. Helpless as the situation was already set, they had no way to deal with this rascal and could only pray that Jason would return alive without bringing danger out. Jason led the skeleton squad to the third floor. Facing the sturdy lock, he did not act rashly but silently opened the system.
The check-in option in the system was highlighted and selectable. He let out a slight sigh of relief and turned his gaze back to the second floor. He remained vigilant about unfamiliar levels. Previously, when he told Fengyu he didn't care, it was more to annoy the other party. After all, Fengyu and a few others were here, and more importantly, Tang Qingshu was also present. He didn't want to burden them.
Although the skeleton squad was strong, they were fragile themselves, especially after just encountering the Night Watchers who could transform into spiritual entities, a memory still fresh in his mind. If he encounters the same opponent on the third floor, with his current strength he is absolutely no match. He opened the system to confirm whether he could transform. If danger arises, he could transform into a fire spirit beast and use the fire spirit guardian skill to block fatal damage, avoiding death. After confirming he could transform, he felt relieved and ordered the skeleton saber wielder to step forward and open the door.
With a click, the lock responded and unlocked.
Two beams of red light shone in the darkness as Jason led the skeleton squad forward. The red lights suddenly rushed forward. Jason, calm and composed, picked up a large tree, locked the door behind him, and stored the key in his inventory space. The red light halted, a look of astonishment flashing in its eyes.
What do you mean? Want to challenge me one-on-one?
Jason cracked his knuckles. It's not a duel, it's a brawl. A cluster of firelight suddenly flared up, and on the third floor staircase crouched a monster covered in disgusting pustules, staring eerily at Jason. It split its mouth into a strange grin, drool forming long threads, disgusting and terrifying.
Jason held a torch and glanced at the opponent's information. Evil Soul Guardian level 10.
Health 20,000.
Attack 1,200. Defense 600. Agility 600.
Skills: Blood Sacrifice, Contamination, Spirit Slayer.
Seeing this panel, Jason nodded in satisfaction. The difficulty of the Nightmare level additional quest was indeed no joke.
This level 10 boss was the most powerful he had ever encountered, bar none. The Spirit Keeper suddenly sucked in a breath, glanced toward the fourth floor, then turned to Jason.
You will pay for your recklessness with your life, I guarantee it.
Before the voice faded, it transformed into a foul wind and lunged at Jason.
Form up!
Jason shouted sharply, and two skeletal sabermen instantly positioned themselves at his side.
Boom!
The warden collided with the defensive line, producing a loud crash. The sabermen's blades flashed, followed by two cracking sounds of bone breaking, as their chests were torn open with two large gashes. The warden let out a wail and swiftly retreated to hide in a corner. The torchlight illuminated the narrow hallway, revealing the warden's wounds oozing slime, with countless small insects writhing disgustingly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the wounds healed and disappeared. You little brat, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Let me send you on your way. The guardian of the spirit opened his massive bloody mouth and spewed out a mouthful of black blood, filling the air with a foul stench. In an instant, fierce winds surged, and countless red lights lit up on the ceiling. Under the torchlight, countless bats hung from the ceiling, their eyes flashing with eerie red light. The guardian of the spirit shook his body, releasing a slow stream of black smoke. The bats seemed invigorated, their red eyes growing even more sinister. Kill! With an order, the swarm of bats charged at Jason. Jason was helpless. The skeleton squad was invincible against single targets, but the dense swarm of bats made it difficult for the squad to showcase their strength. Although Guagua could devour and instantly kill small targets, the number of bats far exceeded before, and the terrain was open, making it impossible for a single Guagua to hold its ground. With no other choice, Jason made his final decision. With a thought, he opened the system panel and chose to clock in. Instantly, the room temperature soared, and a burst of flame ignited in the hallway. Jason transformed into a fire spirit beast, his entire body engulfed in flames, wielding an orange-quality fire spirit staff. Die! Swinging the staff, flames rained down like a storm, sweeping through the hallway.
Screams echoed repeatedly, red-eyed bats swayed like flowers, their wings flapping before falling one after another.
The ground was covered with bat corpses.
The guardian was shocked and turned to flee. Jason sneered, running now? A bit too late, isn't it?
With a sweep of his staff, he unleashed a wave of flaming thorns, vines of fire instantly twined around the guardian, searing spikes piercing its flesh. The guardian let out a shrill, agonized scream. Its health bar steadily drained as crimson light burst from its eyes. Suddenly, its entire body erupted with tiny holes, blood gushing out as it tore free from the fiery restraints. It planted itself firmly on the third floor, then began to wildly spew foul, black-green liquid. The liquid splashed onto the skeleton saber wielder, emitting black smoke as its health rapidly decreased.
Want to kill me? Do you think you can?
The spirit guardian transformed into black smoke and lunged forward. The skeleton archer drew its bow and shot an arrow, but the projectile passed through the spirit's form without causing any harm.
Jason squinted his eyes. Another spirit? But what can you do to me?
The spirit of the guardian charged straight at Jason, while the skeletal horse archer leapt to block it, yet the spirit passed through and headed directly for Jason. When it was just 10 centimeters away, a flame shield suddenly appeared to protect him. Fire spirit guard.
Boom! The flames engulfed the spirit.
A piercing scream shattered the eardrums.
Jason's lips curled into a cold smile. Kill me? Do you have the right? The guardian was scorched by flames, pleading in agony.
Don't kill me, I can take you upstairs. When only the last trace of blood remained, Jason stopped and looked down at it from above.
Take me upstairs? I can't walk on my own?
The guardian shook its head, its grotesque face contorted. No, without me, you'll surely die up there.
Why?
The seal upstairs, the 4 knights of protection will be triggered.
They are even more troublesome than I am. Can you suppress the seal?
That's right. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to suppress it for you. The guardian's gaze seemed to plead for help, as if unable to take a single step without him. Jason suddenly chuckled softly, his staff piercing straight into its heart. Sorry, you're not that troublesome. The guardian screeched, its eyes wide open, staring at Jason. You are doomed to die.
Heh, still daring to curse me before you die?
Jason delivered a fatal strike, and the guardian fell to the ground, lifeless.
Finally reaching the 3rd floor, Jason could now clearly see the layout.
The center is a massive island platform, surrounded by circular bookshelves, with 4 deep corridors extending outward, exuding an eerie atmosphere. A crisp sound came from the ground, and Jason looked down to find a thin layer of ice covering it. Suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from the depths of the corridor, and 4 figures simultaneously lit up. The 4 horsemen, clad in armor, made a heavy and powerful sound as their hooves struck the ground.
Guard the 4 horsemen? Then bring it on!
The guardian knights let out a furious roar and charged forward on their horses. The floor rumbled under their trampling, and the once silent library was instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression. As they rounded the corridor corner and came into Jason's view, the area behind them was shrouded in endless darkness.
Immediately after, a bone-chilling cold swept over. Snap, snap.
The sound of the ice breaking echoed continuously, shaking one's soul. Suddenly, a hoarse and raspy voice came from above. It's over, it's over. The guardian knight has appeared. I can never get out. Jason looked up toward the 4th floor and calmly replied, Don't worry, you can get out. I said so.
Nonsense. You can't defeat the 4 guardian knights. They're too strong.
You should listen to that damned prospector, the keeper. He knows how to seal the 4 knights.
Jason smiled faintly.
Just 4 weaklings, no need. The dark mage sneered.
Ignorant fool. No one has defeated them for years.
His voice was filled with anger and resentment, as if blaming Jason for squandering a rare opportunity. At that moment, the 4 guardian knights appeared at the entrances of 4 corridors, cloaked in frost, wielding long spears, their tips exuding an icy chill.
Kill! As the command was given, countless cracks split open on the ground, and dozens of night watchers surged out from the fissures, far outnumbering those on the 2nd floor.
These level 10 bosses were clearly cannon fodder for the guardian knight. But no matter how strong they were still level 10 and unable to break through the 1st tier threshold.
Jason's gaze fixed on the guardian knight.
With 50,000 health points and over 1,000 defense, it was formidable, but it did not intimidate him.
That's it, he muttered softly. As the night patrols kept pouring out, the 3rd floor hall instantly became extremely crowded.
50 night patrols, the advanced rewards must have increased significantly. Jason calculated silently in his heart. The more he hunted, the richer the extra rewards would be, and he would never miss any opportunity.
When the last night watchman disappeared, Jason's gaze once again swept toward the guardian knight.
The strength was indeed impressive, but compared to him in the fire spirit beast form, the gap was obvious.
Let's begin.
He waved his staff, and a blazing storm instantly ignited the 3rd floor hall, the scorching flames evaporating thick steam. The blazing flames engulfed the guardians and night watchers, their piercing screams echoing. The guardian knights were furious, the sound of ice shattering erupted, and the 4 knights charged forward with their spears. In the narrow space, their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of Jason. However, when they collided with Jason, they were shockingly thrown back as if hitting a wall, while Jason remained completely motionless. The 4 horsemen fell to the ground in embarrassment, and 4 white damage numbers appeared above Jason's head. The level 5 fire spirit shield can withstand 50,000 points of damage, and even the guardian knight can't break through it. Jason waved his staff again, and a sudden downpour of flames sharply broke the shield. All the guardian knights were instantly killed. The icy cold dissipated instantly, the black mist dispersed, and the library returned to tranquility. Jason looked up, picked up his staff, and headed straight to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was dark and cold, with a strong smell of mold. A gust of wind blew, and Jason noticed the ground was covered with fallen leaves. Looking up, he found that the 4th floor had no ceiling, as if it had been torn open, revealing the sky. The hall has no island counter, with only an ancient and simple coffin in the center.
Looks like the one sealed here is the dark mage.
Jason approached and lightly tapped the coffin.
Hey, are you still alive? Ha ha ha, alive? Of course alive. After waiting for a savior for so many years, I didn't expect it to be you.
A gray fan phantom emerged above the coffin, its figure tattered, with hair and beard covering its face, clothes in rags, exuding a musty smell.
You're stronger than I imagined. Hurry up and open the lid. Let me out for some fresh air. Jason glanced around indifferently. Letting you out should come at a price, right? Price? The mage asked with a smile. What price do you think is worthy of your life? The mage stared blankly at Jason. Are you threatening me? Jason patted the coffin. It's not a threat, it's a deal. Don't make it sound unpleasant. What do you want? The highest reward. The highest reward? You've already received the extra grade A ability. Isn't that enough? Jason shook his head. Not enough. I want more. You should be able to give it, right? You have quite an appetite, but do you have the ability? Why not give it a try and find out?
After saying that, he took out a hammer and nails and began securing the coffin.
The mage was dumbfounded. What are you doing? I'll reinforce your coffin, and later I'll seal off the 4th floor. Don't let anyone else take risks.
The crisp sound of hammering echoed, and soon 3 nails were firmly in place.
The mage couldn't bear it anymore. Stop hammering. I agree, an extra S-level ability, but with conditions. Jason looked up. Be straightforward. Don't worry, I'm going downstairs to kill someone. The librarian? Alright, but give me the item first, and make sure no one else gets hurt. I'm only interested in him. Alright, follow me. The mage's phantom led Jason to a room. There's a box on the wall. What you want is inside. Thanks.
Jason ordered the skeleton squad to smash through the wall, and the black box fell to the ground. Opening the box, a flash of light appeared.
S-Class ability Crystal Core grants a random S-Class ability upon use. Jason was delighted and stored the Crystal Core in his inventory space. Now it's your turn to fulfill the promise, the mage said anxiously.
Jason smiled. Don't rush, just wait a moment.
Are you messing with me? The mage was burning with anger. Jason said indifferently, it's not about messing with you, it's about not trusting you. Now you can only listen to me, right? Despicable.
Don't call it despicable, just say, be careful. The hysterical roar of the dark mage echoed beside the coffin, but Jason remained indifferent, leisurely taking out food to replenish his strength and patiently passing the time. Gradually, the mage seemed to grow tired as well and sat side by side with Jason on the coffin.
Hey, why do you think I would wipe out everyone in the library? Jason asked while eating, not even bothering to look up. You wrote it on the wall yourself. Do I need to remind you? He said, casting a spell to illuminate the wall.
The wall was covered with all kinds of malicious curses, even explicitly stating that once he got out, he would kill everyone, not even sparing his savior. The dark mage awkwardly lowered his head. Actually, being locked up for so long, I never really thought about it seriously.
Jason said calmly, what you think doesn't matter. This is what I think.
Meanwhile, in a corner of the 1st floor of the library, Fengyu and a group of people silently kept watch.
Time passed second by second, but there was no sound from upstairs.
The prolonged torment left everyone on the verge of collapse.
Brother I think, we need to find a way to leave here.
Fengyu stared intently at the commotion outside, pausing when he heard this.
Leave? Have you forgotten that once the hidden nightmare mode is activated, there's no way out? The underling pointed upstairs. Protection talismans. I remember those twins have them. Everyone turned to look at Fengyu, the atmosphere tense.
Fengyu was conflicted in his heart, not because he feared killing the two, but because he was afraid that once they left, they would encounter the monster on the 3rd floor. They were completely unfamiliar with the upstairs and didn't even have the courage to go up.
Let's wait a little longer.
In the silence, another 10 minutes passed. The younger ones couldn't help but say, Brother you need to make a decision quickly.
With the protection talisman, we can call for help, and everyone can survive. Yeah, dawn is almost here. If we keep delaying, we're all done for. Sniff, sniff, I haven't even gotten married yet. The younger ones were emotionally breaking down.
Fengyu was both angry and helpless, fearing that the crying might attract unforeseen danger, so he could only shout sternly,
Shut up, follow me upstairs now, and don't make a sound, got it? Everyone nodded.
Fengyu carefully pushed the door ajar, confirmed it was safe, and signaled his underlings to follow. They quickly arrived at the door of the twin sisters' room.
Fengyu gestured to break it down. Boom!
With a loud crash, the door was forced open.
Screens suddenly erupted, blue electric sparks flickered, and 2 underlings instantly fell to the ground.
Fengyu's eyes glinted coldly as he swiftly subdued the 2 sisters.
The sisters froze. Young Master Feng, what are you doing? Let us go. Exactly, don't go too far. This is about clearing the secret realm. We need to negotiate the price. Fengyu's face was as dark as ink. What are you thinking? I have plenty of women. I wouldn't be interested in you 2 worn-out shoes. Hand over the protection talisman.
The 2 sisters knew full well that the protection talisman was a life-saving charm and could never be handed over. Fengyu, as the young master of the Feng family, doing such a thing is truly despicable. Exactly, everyone thought you were upright, but here you are stealing from us girls.
Do you even count as human?
After all, they are people of the martial world and know what the other fears. They would never let go of the protective talisman. Fengyu used every trick he had to interrogate them, but the 2, being battle-hardened, remained unwavering. Helpless, he took out a purple quality weapon as collateral. This as collateral, will it work? The sisters still refused to speak but wanted to take the opportunity
opportunity to establish ties with the Feng family, so they said, "Young Master Feng, why don't you go find the library director?" Fengyu saw that they refused to hand it over no matter what, so he gritted his teeth and led people to the first floor counter, dragging out the drenched director. Having seen Jason's methods, this time Fengyu directly brandished a weapon against the director's neck. "Speak, how do we get out of here?" The curator burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, we're all going to die. He's about to be released. He'll kill everyone." Fengyu blared angrily, "Stop wasting time. Tell me how to get out." The curator kept repeating the same sentence, completely ignoring the blood flowing from his wound. Damn, he's lost it. Fengyu sheathed his sword and turned to look at the second floor railing, where the twin sisters waved at him helplessly. "Thank you, young Master Feng, we know what to do now. By the way, just so you know, you're really not up to it." With that, the sisters crushed their protective talismans and disappeared from the second floor. Fengyu and the others were instantly filled with despair. "It's over, are we really going to be trapped here?" Two beams of light suddenly illuminated the exit of the first level trial. The guards outside all turned to look. Two people came out? The time hasn't come yet. Those who come out are still the gold farming teams. Those who know. Looking at this first tier trial in hard mode, it's really tough to get through. I heard the Feng family team hasn't come out either, and they're all A-level ability users. I've said it before, don't mess around with hard mode. Normal mode is just fine. Everyone was talking animatedly, and the gold hunting team and the Feng family members followed closely behind. What exactly happened? "Miss, I am the Feng family steward. May I ask how the young masters are doing?" The two sisters had already prepared their story and began to speak. "It's all Jason's fault. He forcibly increased the difficulty for his own benefit, and now it's become nightmare level. We had no choice but to come out." "Exactly. Jason wanted to kill us, so he raised the difficulty and even took over us. Boo-hoo." They took turns speaking, portraying Jason as a heinous villain who forcibly seized innocent women, while casting themselves as noble figures willing to endure suffering to protect young Master Feng. Anyway, there's no evidence to prove otherwise, so they can say whatever they want. Sure enough, the Feng family was enraged, roaring, "Damn Jason, go save the young master." In the office of the 5th Legion of the Apocalypse Group, Wushua's expression slightly changed as he looked at his subordinate and asked, "Dead?" "Yes, only the twin sisters from the gold farming team made it out." Just the two of them? So all those things you mentioned earlier were said by them?" Wushua raised his eyebrows. "How much credibility do you think these words have?" The subordinate pondered for a moment. "There is credibility, but it's not entirely true." "Tell me, which parts are true and which are false?" "First of all, it's impossible for Jason to have assaulted them. After all, these two women have a bad reputation and usually like to flirt with other men, while Jason has always been a good student with no negative rumors." Wushua nodded. "Continue." "Secondly, it seems the nightmare mode has really been activated. Even Fengyu and the others haven't come out, so the difficulty has clearly increased significantly. Also, the person who activated the nightmare mode is definitely not Fengyu. It's likely either Jason or one of the twin sisters. Aside from that, I think Jason and Fengyu aren't dead. It's just that the challenge isn't over yet. We need to wait a bit longer." Wushua nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. One shouldn't jump to conclusions before it's over. Keep a close eye on him immediately. If he really challenges and passes the nightmare mode, then he is a dual ability user, which is crucial to us." After speaking, Wushua got up and headed straight to the archives to look up relevant information. The first tier trial challenge was a long time ago, and many details had become blurry. Moreover, he hadn't challenged the Eerie Library back then, so much of the information needed to be rechecked. Upon arriving at the archives, he instructed, "Find me the challenge records for the first tier trials Eerie Library Secret Realm, especially the nightmare level ones." The archivist was stunned for a moment. "Director, nightmare level challenge? Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. What's the matter?" The archivist spoke while walking. "The Eerie Library is considered the hardest first level trial. Few people attempt the hard mode, and nightmare level is even rarer. But I remember there was a clearance record." Saying this, he searched the bookshelf and took down an old volume. Wushua opened it in surprise. "An SS level ability user, and from our Foamland city?" He focused on studying, understanding that S level ability users could no longer be judged by the standards of ordinary ability users. If the gap between A level and B level is about 10-fold, the gap between A level and S level might be 100-fold, and between S level and SS level, it could be quadrupled. Has no ability user below S level ever challenged a nightmare level mission? The administrator gave a wry smile. Are you kidding? Challenging nightmare level below S rank is no different from courting death. Even hard mode is difficult. Wushua shrugged and continued watching, his gaze stopping on the reward details, revealing a look of surprise. The reward for clearing is a fixed A rank ability? Wouldn't that directly elevate him from F rank to A rank and make him a dual ability user? The administrator next to him laughed and said, "Don't think it's that simple. To obtain an A-level ability, you must go to the 4th floor and assist the Grand Mage in fulfilling his wish." "What wish?" "To eliminate everyone in the entire library, including the other challengers?" "That's right, only one person can survive. the rest are just cannon fodder. Wu Shua pondered, nightmare level difficulty is indeed insane. I wonder what Jason will choose. Actually, there's no choice. On the second floor of the eerie library, Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha crouched in a corner, their expressions tense and bewildered. Qingshu, it's been quiet for a while. Could it be that Jason has finished the fight? I don't know. If it's over, why hasn't he shown up yet? He always keeps people on edge. I'm about to have a heart attack. Next time we come in, we need to be mentally prepared. Yeah, I trust his skills. The skeleton squad is level 15. Going up against a level 10 boss should be easy. But what I'm afraid of is, afraid of what? Stop talking. I didn't say anything. Yang Shasha, worried about jinxing things, quickly spat a few times, glanced at the time, and said, less than an hour until dawn. Do you think everything will be okay? It will, right? Tang Qingshu felt uncertain. Time passed second by second, and the anxiety and unease grew stronger. No, I can't wait any longer. Sasha, I'm going to the third floor to take a look. Yang Shasha hurriedly grabbed her. Are you crazy? Jason said the third floor is dangerous. We can't go. I'm really worried something might happen to him. I have to take a look. Tang Qingshu was resolute, and Yang Shasha knew she couldn't persuade her. After a moment of hesitation, she said, then I'll go with you, in case it's dangerous for you alone. Ha, no need. I can go by myself. No way. What would I do if something happened to you? People would blame me, so I'll stick with you no matter what. With that, she pushed Tang Qingshu toward the exit. To be honest, Yang Shasha was also quite worried about Jason. After all, he was helping them pass the first level trial for free, and not caring would feel like a debt. The two cautiously approached the staircase leading to the third floor, only to find the door locked from the inside. Is this Jason afraid of monsters coming out, so he deliberately locked the door? I'm so moved I could cry. Even if I get to live in a mansion and drive luxury cars, I'd still be willing to follow him through dungeons. Suddenly, footsteps came from upstairs. Yang Shasha, you really know how to dream big. You want me to let you live in a mansion and drive luxury cars for free? Keep dreaming. Hearing the familiar voice, the two exclaimed with joy, Jason, are you okay? He replied with a drowsy tone, I'm fine. It's just that sleeping on a coffin lid is uncomfortable. My back and waist are sore. The two smiled without saying a word and asked, how did you lock the door from the inside? Jason pointed upstairs. If I didn't lock it, you'd all be dead. Dawn is approaching. We need to get out. The dark mage will clear out everyone here. Suddenly, a banging sound came from upstairs. Tang Qingshu looked up. What's that noise? The dark mage is banging on the coffin lid. It's nothing. Jason took the key, opened the main door, locked it again, tossed the key at the second floor staircase, and led the two downstairs to leave. Kept walking until the secret realm's exit. Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha were still somewhat bewildered. No way, we just cleared it like this? Yeah, not much sense of involvement. We can only say it had nothing to do with us. Jason yawned and said, of course you cleared it. What else did you expect? Did you want to stay here forever killing monsters? The two immediately shook their heads. No way, it was terrifying. We absolutely don't want to go through it a second time. Exactly, a first level trial made to feel like a horror game. If you have a weak heart, there's no way you can handle it. Jason smiled and looked out the window. The sun had not yet risen, but the horizon was already glowing. It should be less than 10 minutes until sunrise. We need to rest well when we get back, but don't rush just yet. I think there's still something we need to do. Tang Qingshu's heart tightened, and she quickly grabbed Jason. What are you up to again? Don't tell me you're going on another adventure. Jason smiled and said, don't worry. When did I say I was going on an adventure? After all the effort we put into getting those spell fragments, wouldn't it be a waste not to deal with them? Yang Shasha let out a sigh of relief. All that effort? Are you sure? Tang Qingshu glanced toward the distant corridor on the first floor. Are you talking about selling them to Fengyu and the others? Yes, they definitely haven't gathered enough fragments yet. We're all city folks. Let's help each other out. You really have your eyes on the money, but I think it's quite reasonable. The group headed toward the corridor. At this moment, inside room 105, Fengyu and his four underlings were curled up behind the bookshelf. The sound of footsteps coming down from upstairs just now had made them mistakenly think a monster was coming, leaving them trembling with fear. Brother you, it's almost dawn. Could it really be over? Don't talk nonsense. If it's almost dawn, the monsters should have come by now. Right, the monsters won't come after dawn. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps were heard outside, and everyone held their breath. Footsteps stopped at the doorway. The room was extremely tense. Fengyu cursed inwardly. Out of so many rooms, why did they have to choose ours? Click, the door lock was turned, and everyone's hearts tightened. The door didn't open. The previous locking had taken effect, and everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Outside the door, Tang Qingshu and Yang Shasha looked at Jason. It's locked. What should we do? Of course, kick it open. With that, Jason kicked the door. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. He pulled the two women aside. Put. At this moment, a skill light shot out from behind the bookshelf. Fengyu led his people out the door, but there was no sign of the monster. Where's the monster? I don't know. Who kicked the door? Me. Everyone looked over and saw Jason staring at them expressionlessly. Crack. You guys are still the same, acting without investigating first. Unbelievable. Seeing it was Jason, Fengyu, and the others breathed a sigh of relief but were dissatisfied with him. Do you even have any sense of decency? You almost scared us to death. I thought a monster was coming. I was so nervous I almost peed myself.
Now that the monster crisis is over, you're still out here messing around.
We don't want to die. Fengyu, though annoyed, asked curiously, didn't you go to the third floor? Why are you back? The monsters are all killed. If I don't come back, should I stay up there? Did they? What? They're all killed? Fengyu was stunned, but that's the third floor. I know, so what? This is nightmare mode. I know that too. Kill. Why did you kill it like that? Just used a skill to kill it. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Jason looked smug, while Fengyu was half convinced. Alright, I don't want to waste my breath on you. It's still dark, the danger isn't gone, so don't bother me.
After speaking, he prepared to leave with his underlings, but Jason grabbed him.
What are you afraid of? I locked the door on the third floor. The dark mage can't come down for now. I have something to discuss with you. Fengyu was stunned. You really went to the third floor? Nonsense, of course I did. How many spell fragments are you still missing?
Everyone exchanged glances, fully aware the first floor had taken 5 books, needed 15, and was still short by 10. Jason pulled out a thick stack of spell scrolls and counted out 10.
Don't say I never help you guys. We've all been through a first-tier trial before.
I'll sell them to you cheap, 1 million each.
That's 3 million per person, much cheaper than outside.
Seeing everyone stunned, Jason pointed out the window.
Time's running out. The dark mage is probably about to lift the coffin lid. You'd better decide quickly.
Everyone looked at each other and nodded. 3 million it is, consider yourself lucky. Money in one hand, goods in the other. The deal was done, and Jason made a clean profit of 10 million. Suddenly, roaring and the sound of an iron door shaking came from upstairs, making everyone tense.
What's that noise? The dark sorcerer is coming out to kill. Run!
Jason led Tang Qingshu as the two rushed toward the light at the first floor exit. At that moment, the upstairs door was suddenly slammed open, and black mist quickly spread from the third floor. Wherever it passed, the black mist devoured everything, accompanied by piercing screams and pleas for mercy.
Jason and the others had just left when the black mist completely surrounded the entire library. Please, we really didn't mean to harm you.
We were forced.
Director, he was the one who locked the door. We were forced to participate. Please don't kill me.
I'm just the janitor. It has nothing to do with me.
I didn't expect it to turn out like this.
Sorry, I should have opposed it at the time, but there were too many people to resist. Numerous figures fell to the ground, torn apart, and Jason and the others felt chills all over their bodies. Yet Jason felt somewhat relieved in his heart. At least the person who needed revenge had fulfilled their wish. At this moment, a notification sound rang in his ears.
Trial passed. F-level ability summoning advanced to tier 1. The time in the secret realm was compressed.
Although 6 hours were spent inside, less than an hour had actually passed in the outside world. Upon emerging, the reactions of those around were not of envy, but of terror as they scattered in all directions.
Holy crap, someone actually came out? Gas, dead or alive? Is it a zombie? Something's not right. Why are they all coming out? No, they're alive.
Those 2 little girls lied to us, saying everyone was dead.
Aren't they perfectly fine and alive?
Just as Jason, Tang Qingshu, and Yang Shasha were still in confusion, a group of people rushed over, and the leader tightly embraced Fengyu behind them.
My son, you're not dead. You scared your father to death. Fengyu felt relieved and replied, Dad, it's fine. I passed the trial.
Good. I never thought you could pass the first level trial, and you even cleared the nightmare level, breaking all records.
You've brought great honor to our Feng family.
Fengyu's face flushed as he recalled the countless times he thought he was done for, secretly wiping away tears. Luckily, he encountered Jason, that maniac who saved his life.
He quickly grabbed his father. Dad, actually. Alright, stop talking. When we get back, we'll throw a 3-day banquet to celebrate. Dad, it's not what you think. I know, son, I understand what you're thinking.
But the equipment is already prepared. There's something we need to take care of first.
Feng Shangshu immediately flew into a rage. Grab that little punk for me. Daring to harm someone from my Feng family, he's asking for death.
Luckily, my son has a strong fate. A group of enforcers from the Feng family instantly surrounded Jason and the other two, their faces filled with righteous indignation.
People like this who break the rules should just be killed. He can't make it himself and drags others down.
Luckily, young Master Feng is here, or this guy's life would be over.
Such a waste of 2 beauties. Scum. I hate people who insist on pushing forward without any ability. Most people didn't believe Jason was the one leading them to clear the level.
After all, Fengyu's team was made up entirely of grade A ability users, and with the twin sister statements, it was naturally assumed that Jason was the bad guy. Although conflicts are inevitable in competition, everyone unanimously opposed causing trouble during the advancement trial.
Feng Shangshu blared angrily at Jason. You little brat.
If it weren't for my son's great luck and skills, he would have been killed by you. Today, I'll show you that the Feng family isn't someone you can mess with.
Jason raised an eyebrow and retorted to Fengyu. Your brother saved your life and even let your team pass at a low cost, and this is how your family treats a lifesaver?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned.
A lifesaver? What on earth? Feng Shengshu was also taken aback. What did you say? He's the lifesaver? Dad, it's him.
Feng Yu's words shocked everyone, making it hard to associate an F-level ability user with clearing a nightmare-level trial.
But since the person involved admits it, we can only believe it. Feng Shengshu patted his son's head. Son, are you okay? Nonsense, he's just an F-level ability user. How is that possible? Feng Yu was helpless, also puzzled as to how an F-level ability user could pass a nightmare level. Wu Shuo and his subordinates were also stunned. What do you think? Director, I don't understand either. Yeah, let's ask later.
Wu Shuo suddenly thought that since Jason and the others had come out, it meant the Dark Mage in nightmare mode hadn't succeeded.
Could it be that the mission failed?
But Feng Yu said they had already become first-level ability users, with unresolved doubts in their hearts. Feng Yu recounted the whole story and gritted his teeth, saying, Dad, let's eliminate those scumbags from the gold farming team first.
If it weren't for Jason, we would all be dead.
The group of underlings glared angrily. That's right, the gold farming team is a cancer, harming people without scruples.
They must be eradicated. We vow to stand irreconcilably opposed to the gold farming team. Eliminate the gold farming team and restore a peaceful environment for the ability users.
Feng Shengshu roared. Immediately capture the gold farming team and dismantle them. Everyone charged out, brimming with murderous intent. Feng Shengshu turned to Jason, looking down from above. Young man, thank you for saving my son. I don't like owing favors, so I'll give you a purple weapon as a token of gratitude.
You haven't used a purple weapon before, have you? Jason smiled. Indeed, I haven't used it.
I mainly used the orange quality fire spirit staff. As the orange weapon gleamed, everyone gasped.
Whoa, orange equipment. No wonder he's so strong. With an orange weapon in hand, who exactly is this guy? An F-level ability user?
Feng Shengshu felt awkward. He had only recently switched to orange gear, and it wasn't even a weapon.
His face flushed red, and he quickly changed his tune. How about I pay you? 5 million.
Jason laughed, feeling like he had hit the jackpot.
5 million was better than nothing.
He then led Tang Qingshu away from the crowd. Hadn't gone far when a middle-aged man stopped him.
Jason, wait a moment, can we talk? Jason frowned. Who are you?
Supervisor of the 3rd Battalion, 5th Legion, Combat Division of the Apocalypse Group, Wu Shuo. Jason was surprised. He hadn't expected to alarm the Apocalypse Group. He thought that as long as they applied through the company, saving his sister would be much easier. So, he let Tang Qingshu go home first and got into the car with Wu Shuo.
In the car, Wu Shuo got straight to the point. Can you tell me how you cleared the nightmare mode?
Looking at Wu Shuo's expectant face, Jason responded calmly, just charge straight to the 3rd floor.
Wu Shuo was stunned for a moment. That simple? No special requirements? The Dark Mage didn't ask you to do anything?
Jason chuckled.
Oh, that. He did say to take out everyone. That's normal, but how did you manage to get everyone out? Simple, seal him in the coffin and lock it so he can't get out. Wu Shuo was shocked on the spot. What? Lock the boss in a coffin? That works too?
He carefully observed Jason, surprised by his calm demeanor, thinking this is the attitude a true expert should have.
Growing more intrigued. Alright, you're indeed impressive. I heard clearing the nightmare level trial grants an A-level ability. Mind sharing what ability you got? Jason laughed. A-level abilities are too weak. My clearance reward is an S-level ability.
He made no attempt to hide it, as his ability would eventually be exposed anyway.
He might as well admit it openly to facilitate joining the Apocalypse Group.
Although the S-level ability Crystal Core had not yet been used and its specifics were unknown, mentioning it would still earn respect.
Wu Shuo's eyes lit up.
There were fewer than 30 registered S-level ability users in Fenglin City, 25 of whom served in the military. The state explicitly stipulates that superpowers above S-level are managed and allocated by the military, and private companies have no right to possess them.
This is also why, even with wealthy private companies, they cannot undermine national security.
After hearing this, Wu Shuo's expression darkened slightly. It's a pity we still have to file with the military. He suddenly turned to Jason, his expression eager. Tell me, what do you think about joining the Apocalypse Group?
Jason's lips curled slightly as he finally got to the point. I really want to join.
After all, the benefits and freedom are better than in the military.
Wu Shuo frowned slightly. To be honest, this isn't a test.
You can speak freely, it won't be recorded in the files.
Jason admitted frankly, I do prefer the Apocalypse Group. Better benefits, more freedom.
True, but there are downsides. Wu Shuo poured cold water on him. We're a commercial company, and all we do are dangerous missions.
You could lose your life at any moment. There is also a bounty penalty system.
Failing a mission deducts from the year-end bonus, and not meeting the score standard even affects basic benefits.
He casually listed over a dozen disadvantages and asked, what do you think? Jason asked curiously, you just said it's not that great, so why are you still staying? Wu Shuo laughed awkwardly. Alright, let's not talk about that.
I came to find you because I want you to join our 5th Legion.
Are you interested? Jason asked, does the 5th Legion often go on missions to fight monsters?
Of course, the combat unit is the field team, handling tricky problems everywhere. Jason smiled. That's perfect for me. I love challenges.
He meant it. The greater the risk, the higher the reward.
reward. Besides, his enemy Lin Huishua had already left Fonglin City, and seeking revenge required opportunities to fight outside the city.
However, he had a concern. What about the military review? I'm not only S-level but also a dual ability user. This wasn't boasting, just a fact. If the military doesn't approve, all talk is meaningless. Wu Shua nodded and asked in a low voice, have you told anyone else about obtaining S-level abilities?
No, you're the first to know. Then don't tell anyone, just pretend to be an A-level ability user.
Who will conduct the test? I'll handle it.
Jason smiled. Alright, then let's talk about the conditions for joining the group. Of course, he wanted revenge, but working for free was absolutely impossible, especially not wanting to be suspected of impure motives.
Wu Shua was satisfied. Since you're S-level, the conditions are naturally different, but on the surface, it will follow A-level subsidies.
5 million monthly base salary, 3 million equipment allowance, and 10,000 daily fieldwork allowance. However, the company can increase the stakes, such as priority purchase rights at auctions, doubling the base salary to reach 10 million.
I think equipment subsidies are useless.
Good equipment is rare and hard to come by even in a few months, and it's too late when you need it most. I suggest canceling subsidies and directly giving wages. What you have in hand is truly yours.
Jason was surprised. Ability users really raked in the money.
This trial earned a lot, and he saw a bright future ahead.
That's right, but all these rewards were thanks to the hidden faction system.
If he were in a human identity, earning a 10 million annual salary would probably take many years. It also shows how lucrative S-class ability users can be. This is just the company's base salary. Hunting exotic beasts on the battlefield and selling rare equipment bring even greater income. Jason naturally did not refuse, as a monthly income of tens of millions was unheard of. A piece of first-tier purple equipment costs about 5 million, and 15 million is enough to buy a piece of ordinary attribute orange first-tier equipment.
I think there's no problem. Alright, go back to the school to report and get the enrollment certificate. The process needs to be followed. No problem.
Inside the car, Wu Shua was driving while explaining in detail the regulations of their corps. To be honest, the rules of the Apocalypse Group Corps were no less strict than those of the military, and the penalties for deducting wages were extremely severe. However, for Jason, none of this was an issue, as he had no intention of staying long with the Apocalypse Group. Arriving downstairs at the hospital, Jason finally let out a slight sigh of relief after Wu Shua left, his back already soaked with sweat. Wu Shua was a dangerous individual. The seemingly casual conversation earlier was, in fact, a series of tests from the other party. Wu Shua's mental abilities allowed him to perceive emotional fluctuations and changes in mood, almost like a human lie detector. Clearly, mental probing was only part of his abilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to serve as the Legion director. Fortunately, Jason noticed and responded in time, ultimately earning recognition and securing his own offer. He didn't rush upstairs but instead squatted by the garden to check his own information and ability changes in his humanoid state.
Jason, humanoid state. Rank, Tier 1, Level 11.
Health points, 18,000, 8000 plus 10,000. Attack, 2,604, 248 plus 868 plus 744 plus 744. Defense, 1,512, 148 plus 620 plus 744. Agility, 892, 148 plus 744. Ability, F-level, summoning, Tier 1. Skills, none. Equipment, Fire Spirit Staff, orange, Wind Wolf Shoulder Guards, blue, Wolf King Battle Armor, purple, Wolf King Boots, purple, Wolf King Necklace, purple, Wolf King Bracelet, purple. Props, Skeleton Tribe Summoning Medal, silver level, Dominion Scepter, bronze quality. Looking at the panel, Jason muttered helplessly to himself, this is ridiculous. Without equipment, I probably can't even beat wild monsters of the same level. He knew that humanoid combat power mainly relied on the skeleton squad in Guagua, but he couldn't depend entirely on them. He needed some self-defense skills.
Next, he opened Guagua's information panel. Storm Bigmouth Frog, E-level summoned beast. Level 10.
Health points, 3,400, 2,400 plus 1,000, 11,000, 10,000 plus 1,000. Skills, Roar, level 1, stuns the target and deals triple attack damage. Devour, level 1, devours targets with up to 1,000 health points. Each devour increases body size by 5% and adds 200 health points, up to a maximum of 200 stacks. Stealth Strike burrows into the ground, becoming untargetable, stuns the target for 3 to 10 seconds, and deals damage equal to 30% of its own health. Seeing this, Jason's eyes lit up. The previously unimpressive Roar skill had become stronger, giving him confidence against spirit-type monsters. The Devour skill was upgraded, resetting the stack count, and its ability to instantly kill monsters increased from 500 health points to 1,000. Growth speed also improved from 3% to 5%, with a maximum of 200 stacks. At full stacks, Guagua could gain an additional 40,000 health points, making its health comparable to that of a boss. Combined with its own 11,000 health, the total would be 51,000. The Stealth Strike skill could deal damage equal to 30% of its own health to enemies, approximately approximately 15,000 points. While not overwhelming, it posed a significant threat to similarly leveled ability users. After reviewing the changes, Jason eagerly took out the S-grade ability crystal. Abilities are essentially akin to the talents of exotic beasts, serving as auxiliary skills. The higher the quality, the stronger the skill damage. An S-grade ability is naturally extraordinary, and for him, acquiring a new ability was highly significant.
Summoning itself had almost no room for improvement unless Guagua's strength was enhanced.
If he gained a new ability, he could become a summoning ability user with combat skills, providing the sense of security he needed. After all, while the exotic beast state was powerful, he ultimately had to live in human form. He took a deep breath, gently touched the crystal core, and confirmed activation.
Activate?
The crystal core immediately emitted heat, and a powerful force swept through his entire body.
Congratulations on obtaining S-level ability Dominion. Dominance, Phase 1 Dark Soul. Extract soul fragments after dealing a fatal blow to the target monster. Collect enough fragments to enhance the damage coefficient of all skills. Current damage bonus, 0.5, soul fragments, 0 out of 100. Seeing the description, Jason was astonished. Damn, an ability within an ability. Buy one get one free. And it's an S-level special ability.
Ordinary abilities are divided into levels, but the dominance he obtained displayed Phase 1, clearly indicating it is a special type. Dark Soul is a passive collection skill. Once 100 soul fragments are gathered, the skill damage coefficient can be increased. Although the current bonus is only 0.5, it is already extremely powerful, equivalent to a skill upgrade. While other skills max out at level 5, his can reach level 6, 7, or even higher. Unbelievable. And this is just the first phase of dominance. The subsequent phases are bound to be even stronger. After repeatedly reading the description, Jason was extremely satisfied and could hardly wait to tell his sister. However, this was an enormous secret, and leaking it could bring trouble. Although Wu Shua was aware and willing to help him keep it hidden, Jason knew that once his value was exhausted, Wu Shua might betray him. Therefore, he continued to keep a low profile, still being regarded as a dual ability user with A-level and F-level abilities. Impressive, but not enough to cause a sensation. Back in the ward, he saw Tang Qingshu, Yang Shasha, and teacher Lin Shi all present. When everyone saw him enter, they immediately stopped talking.
You're finally back. What did Tianqi Company want with you? We were so worried.
If you hadn't come back soon, we were going to ask teacher Lin to figure out a way to save you.
Lin Shi walked closer and looked Jason up and down. What did Wu Shua talk to you about?
Jason replied, he wants me to join the 5th Legion of Apocalypse Company, but I need an admission certificate.
Lin Shi beamed, not bad, you've won them over with your strength.
I'll go with you to the Ability University tomorrow morning to get the admission certificate.
At this moment, Judge Yo weakly sat up, her face pale, and asked, Brother, I heard you got a new ability? What level is it? Everyone turned to Jason with curiosity.
That's right, Teacher Lin said that clearing the 3rd and 4th floors will grant you extra abilities. Jason was surprised by how well-informed Lin Shi was, and smiled.
So you've already heard. An A-rank power, domination.
After he gave a brief explanation, the room immediately erupted in astonished exclamations.
Damn, an A-level ability. So powerful. Unbelievable. If others knew the way to clear it, they'd probably pass like this too. Don't overthink it. The 3rd floor isn't easy to pass.
A-level ability users are everywhere in the city, but Jason is still the best.
Bro, awesome. Everyone praised enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was lively.
In order to quickly implement the plan within the Apocalypse group, Jason set out early in the morning with Lin Shi to head to the University of Espers. This university, located along the main axis of Fonglin City, was grand in scale and imposing in architecture. It was not Jason's first visit. He was quite familiar with the school, having even entered it during his early years delivering food. The University of Espers is divided into 5 major colleges based on the types of abilities: the Combat College, the Spell College, the Cleric College, the Support College, and the Forbidden College. The Combat College specializes in physical combat abilities, while the Spell College focuses on elemental spells. The Cleric and Support colleges are separate because, although clerics fall under the category of support, not all support roles are clerics, and clerics are responsible for battlefield logistics, warranting an independent college. As for the Forbidden College, it is the most mysterious part of the entire university. Despite delivering food for years, Jason had never found the location of the Forbidden College. Rumor has it that it operates under military auspices, with independent admissions and faculty recruitment, almost entirely unrelated to the University of Espers, merely borrowing its premises.
Some students even disappear without a trace after enrolling.
Jason vaguely felt that this college was more likely established by the Apocalypse group, as he knew the group would stop at nothing to expand its power. The two arrived at the Academic Affairs office, found the person person in charge, exchanged a few pleasantries, and Lin Shi spoke. This is my high school graduate Jason.
He once ranked third in the ability user college entrance exam, and the school should have records. The person in charge responded, of course, outstanding students like this are definitely on file. Teacher Lin, please state the purpose of your visit.
Lin Shi said, Tianji Group has already offered him a position, so we would like to request an enrollment certificate. The person in charge tapped on the keyboard, his expression gradually becoming serious. Apologies, Teacher Lin, my records show that Jason's identity is locked and he has not yet been admitted. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Shi and Jason were both shocked. How could this be? The admission letter has already been received.
Mr. Hu, could you have made a mistake?
Please verify again. Jason is ranked third. The person in charge shook his head and turned the screen toward them. Indeed, the identity has been locked. Jason frowned, noticing the note that read, sensitive identity, not recommended for admission, signed by Apocalypse Group. He immediately understood that it was the Apocalypse Group obstructing him. Jason said to Lin Shi, teacher, let's go.
Lin Shi was stunned. I'm fighting for you here.
Jason shook his head without saying a word. Lin Shi helplessly packed up his things in anger, shouting, your school really bullies people. The two left, but Lin Shi was still unwilling to give up.
Are you chickening out? Jason smiled and said, how could I?
Arguing with teacher who is useless. This locking order was issued by the Tianqi Group.
What should we do then? Does this mean there's no chance to get into Tianqi Group? Of course not. I'll call Wu Shua. He said he would help.
Lin Shi reluctantly fastened her seatbelt, pinning her hopes on Jason to resolve the issue smoothly. The call connected, and Jason explained the situation in detail. After a moment of silence, Wu Shua promised to find a solution. At this moment, in the office of the 5th Legion of the Apocalypse Group, Wu Shua angrily hung up the phone. It must be another trap set by those beasts in the lab.
He stormed off angrily toward the 10th floor. Bang!
The door of a certain office was kicked open. A man wearing glasses had not yet reacted before being grabbed by Wu Shua. I clearly marked Jason as my target.
Are you all blind? The man with glasses struggled, slapping Wu Shua's arm, nearly suffocating.
Wu Shua did not let go, holding him up for a full minute before releasing. The man with glasses fell to the ground, gasping, Director Wu, I really wasn't trying to make things difficult on purpose.
Jason's identity does have issues. What issues again? Problems all day long. How many good prospects have been ruined? Do you think I'm stupid?
The man with glasses hurriedly raised his hands in surrender.
Don't hit me. I'll tell the truth. Do you remember the last time the lab temp worker, Li Song, died? What's wrong? What's the big deal about a corpse?
No, the deceased left a document mentioning Jason.
Humph, does whatever a dead person says count? If they say I have a problem, are you going to dissect me too?
No, the document indicates that Jason sabotaged the experimental project, and our investigation confirms it.
Wu Shua frowned deeply. This person is mine. That's right, but there are conditions. Jason's rank can be at most private second class, and he cannot access mid-level secrets. Private second class? A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in Jason's eyes.
Regarding the rank division of the Apocalypse Group's Legion members, he had heard about it. The highest officer in the Legion is the Regional Grand Marshal, with each region having 3 to 5 legions. The highest officer of a legion is called the Legion Commander. Below the Legion Commander are the Deputy Legion Commander, 1000 Guard, 100 Guard, followed by First Class Soldier, Second Class Soldier, Third Class Soldier, and Trainee Private.
In the Legion, the only way to advance in rank is by accumulating military merits.
Each rank corresponds to a specific amount of military merits, and only after meeting the requirements can one apply for promotion. Trainee Private, Third Class Soldier, and Second Class Soldier are all lower-level ranks with no authority and no access to the management level. Only upon reaching First Class Soldier does one gain certain authority and management privileges. Previously, Wu Shua had said that S-level ability users could at least achieve the rank of 1000 Guard, but now, the other party was telling him that the highest rank allowed was Second Class Soldier.
This must be the request of those guys in the lab, right?
Jason made no effort to hide his thoughts and directly voiced his suspicion.
A glint of sharpness flashed in Wu Shua's eyes. He hadn't expected Jason to hit the nail on the head. That's right, it's them. I strongly recommended you before, but as you know, that damn lab is directly managed by headquarters. Very peculiar. What about my compensation? Don't worry, not a single bit less than what was promised. No problem, a private is a private.
Hearing that Jason could actually accept these harsh conditions, Wu Shua was somewhat surprised.
You actually agreed?
A strange light flickered in his eyes, clearly using his abilities to secretly probe Jason.
Jason responded calmly, my sister is still lying in the hospital. I need to earn money for her treatment. Is that reason good enough?
Wu Shua clearly felt that Jason's psychological fluctuations matched the normal curve of anger and quickly apologized. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that.
So, it's settled then. When do you plan to report in? The sooner, the better. Alright, I'll have someone send over the onboarding documents. Once you receive them, come directly to me to report. Okay. Leaving the Tianqi Group building, Jason sneered.
What he wanted was the opportunity to leave the city and go to Qingyun City. Whether it was a high high-level position or not was irrelevant. Although entering the upper ranks could help gather information and make it easier to approach Lin Huishue, she had the powerful resources of her family behind her, along with her sister's SS level ability, which had already reached the 5th tier. To kill her, his own strength would need to be at least equivalent. Only recently advancing one level, it is far from enough to be a match. Enhancing strength is the key to reclaiming his sister's ability. Fortunately, the newly acquired S-level ability Dominion greatly increases the hope for revenge. In the past, he planned to approach Lin Huishue in human form and confront her in beast form. Now, the beast form has become the final trump card. He would first rely on the powerful abilities brought by Dominion to face her head-on, and if he couldn't prevail, he would use the beast form to achieve a surprise victory at a critical moment. Therefore, the S-level ability in human form must not be wasted. Its immense power must be fully utilized. After all, the Dominion ability can enhance skill damage coefficients, so he needed to select a few good skills for the ability. Looking at the orderly streets, Jason headed toward the Eastern District. The Eastern District was home to wealthy elites, but it bordered the northern slums, separated by just one street, creating a stark contrast.
Although worth tens of millions, he still couldn't be considered a tycoon in Fonglin City. The tycoons here were mostly powerful financial conglomerates, whose wealth couldn't be measured by money.
Jason arrived at a specialty store for skill books for superhumans. Although he didn't have much hope of finding a suitable skill book, he had no other sources of information. Skill books for superhumans are extremely expensive, with first-tier ones costing millions, and rare skills reaching tens of millions.
Skills, unlike equipment, are essential for superhumans to fully utilize their abilities to the extreme and are far more important than equipment. For Jason, skills are even more crucial than abilities. Abilities enhance the foundation, but skills are the true core of output. There are many types of skill books, and choosing the wrong skill comes at a heavy price. An Esper can have up to 5 skills, and having one less means a reduction in combat power. Forgetting and relearning a skill requires an even greater cost, and may even involve risks.
Now that he already possesses the Dominator ability, there's no need to wait for another opportunity. However, he overestimated the quality of the skill books in the specialty store. In his eyes, skill books priced at millions weren't even worth 100,000, yet the salesperson exaggerated their value. Jason interrupted the salesperson's attempt to show him skill books worth tens of millions, waved his hand, and left. The salesman saw him leave directly and angrily shouted, "Damn it, why are you pretending to be something you're not when you don't have money? Wasting my breath."
Jason sneered and pointed at his purple-quality Wolf King battle armor. "Are you blind?
I'm decked out in purple gear.
Can't you understand skills or what? Just trying to make a few lousy bucks?"
After saying that, he threw out one last remark and left, completely ignoring the other person's hysterical cursing.
Not long after he walked away, a young man suddenly followed him sneakily. "Bro, need any skills?"
Looking at the other party's shabby and poor appearance, Jason scanned the surroundings and noticed a few people quickly hiding in a nearby alley.
Raising an eyebrow, "From the black market?"
The other party was startled, looked around to confirm no one was there, and nodded. "Bro, a few new skill books just came out recently. If the price is right, I'll sell them to you."
Seeing his urgency, Jason knew this stuff was not legitimate. But how could genuine goods possibly fall into his hands? He said indifferently, "Let's go, take me to see it."
Following the frail young man through the winding alleys for quite a while, they deliberately avoided several black market trading points along the way. Seeing this, Jason immediately guessed that these people were not genuine members of the black market. In Fonglin City, although the black market was severely suppressed, it had gradually flourished as the number of superhumans grew.
Nowadays, the authorities still crack down on black market activities that disrupt legitimate industries, but not as fiercely as before.
The reason Jason didn't leave immediately was that he suspected these people might be the so-called exiles. Exiles refer to individuals who have been expelled from the city and lost its protection due to committing crimes. Most people don't survive long after being exiled, but those with supernatural abilities can carve out their own territory in the wilderness thanks to their powerful skills. The only drawback is that they cannot engage in normal trade with the outside world, so they found another way, posing as a black market. Seeing the young man acting furtively, Jason associated him with the exiles and decided to follow him to investigate further. Finally, they arrived at a place where sewage flowed and the stench was overwhelming. The young man stopped. Jason was not unfamiliar with this place. In fact, it felt somewhat familiar to him. This is the slum, the place where he endured his darkest times. As a slum, this area is almost ungoverned, with various forces entrenched here, making it a hideout for the exiles.
"We're here." The boy pointed to the bridge underpass not far away. "Right there." Jason glanced at the location.
In front of the underpass was a dead end, with the only escape routes being to jump into the sewage river or retrace their steps. A few men with grim expressions quietly appeared, looking even more nervous than Jason and his group.
Jason raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, anyone who didn't know better would think I was here to rob them. He walked along the path to the underside of the bridge and saw a dilapidated shack.
Strangely, there were two potted green plants fence beside the shack, standing out conspicuously. At that moment, a voice came from inside the shack. "Come in." Jason looked around and confirmed that only the shack could hide someone, so he went inside. Though the exterior of the shack was dirty and run down, the interior was surprisingly tidy. A shirtless man sat on the bed, wrapping bandages around himself. His long hair almost covered his entire face. "There are 3 skill books on the table, 5 million each, no bargaining." Jason was about to check the skill books when he suddenly felt the man's voice and appearance were extremely familiar. He stopped and looked at him. "Are you Aksu?" Hearing this name, the man appeared shocked, looked up at Jason, his eyes full of astonishment. "Aaron, could it really be you?" Jason nodded, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "After all these years, everyone thought you were dead. I never expected to see you here. It's truly overwhelming." Back when his parents were still alive, their family lived in the slums. Aksu used to be Jason's playmate, and they were very close. However, he wasn't good at studying and aspired to become an ability user. Later, he succeeded, but offended a wealthy man over a trivial matter and disappeared without a trace. Unexpectedly, years later, when everyone thought he was dead, they reunited here. But now his circumstances are miserable, clearly one of the exiled. Aksu seemed to recall the past, the light in his eyes dimming. "It's all in the past, nothing worth mentioning. You should take a look at the skill book first." Jason said no more and picked up the 3 skill books on the table to browse. Wrath of Fire Element, Level 1, deals triple attack damage to a single target, increases fire skill damage by 50%, lasts for 30 seconds, requires tier 1 level. Furious Crescent Slash, Level 1, deals quintuple attack damage in a small area, increases self-healing speed by 200%, cooldown of 60 seconds, requires tier 1 level. Corrosion, Level 1, inflicts corrosion on a single target, deals double attack damage per second, lasts for 5 seconds, can be dispelled, requires tier 1 level. After reading, Jason directly ruled out the melee exclusive Furious Crescent Slash. The Fury of Fire Element performed moderately. The 50% damage boost was tempting, but the restriction of fire-based skills meant subsequent skills had to align with fire elements, limiting options, so it was abandoned. Corrosion, though a damage overtime skill, could accumulate damage up to 10 times the attack power, but its single target range was less than ideal. "That's right." He turned his gaze to Aksu. "Are there any better skills?" Aksu revealed his gaze from behind his long hair and asked in surprise, "Better?" "Yes, these are too trashy. I want something better." "Heh, how much money do you have?" Touching on a sensitive topic, Jason naturally refused to reveal the truth. Although they had once been playmates, his identity as a transmigrator left him with no real connection to Aksu. "As long as there's something better, I'm willing to pay a higher price." Aksu stood up, gesturing irritably. "There's nothing you want here, let's go." Jason showed no hesitation, got up, and wrote a phone number on the wall. "If there's stock, call me." Just as he was about to leave, Aksu's expression turned complex. After a long pause, he called out, "I know a place with better stuff, but I'm afraid you might not be tough enough. Dare to give it a try?" Jason raised an eyebrow and stopped to look back. "Where?" "Don't ask, I'll let you know later." "Alright, I'll wait for your notice." With that, Jason turned and left the bridge tunnel. Inside the shack, Aksu continued to bandage the wounds on his body, his face full of conflict. A few underlings walked in excitedly, only to freeze upon seeing the 3 skill books still lying on the table. "Ha, not a single one sold? Seventh brother, you just let him go like that?" "Seventh brother, this was a big catch we worked so hard to come across. How could you just let him go? The territory fee is due in 3 days, and if we don't have the money, we'll be kicked out." "What exactly are you thinking? You should have at least tried to talk him into it." Although several people called him seventh brother, their tone was more like that of a Grim Reaper, showing no respect at all. Asu's eyes, hidden beneath his long hair, flashed with murderous intent but were quickly suppressed. "Cast a long line to catch a big fish. I'm planning to take him out of the city," Asu said in a low voice. "Yes." The group fell into deep thought, frowning one after another. "Out of the city? What for?" "Go to the deserted village." The 3 words deserted village fell, and the room instantly became deathly silent, as if carrying a curse. The group whispered among themselves, "Do you really plan to take him there, or are you thinking of dealing with him at the deserted village?" A sharp-eyed young man wearing glasses stepped forward and faced Aksu directly. "Big brother definitely doesn't want you to cause more trouble." Aksu continued to wrap the bandage and replied coldly, "What I do, I don't need to report to you. I'll talk to Big Brother about this." The young man sneered, "Alright, then stay here, loser." With that, he waved his hand and led a group of people away. After everyone left, the skinny and timid young man crawled into the shack, looking at Aksu's body covered in wounds and the attitude of the others earlier, filled with worry. "It's fine. Come, help me check the wound on my back," Aksu gestured. The young man walked over, helping to wrap the bandage while asking, "Brother, will we really be expelled?" "Don't worry, we won't," Aksu reassured softly, pausing for a moment. "Do you still remember Aaron?" The young man shook his head. "Is it that Jason who had particularly good grades?" "Yes, that's him, the one who just came to buy skill books." "What? It's really him? I thought he looked familiar, but I didn't dare to look closely." "Yeah, I didn't expect him to be doing so well." Dressed in purple gear, third place in the last ability user exam, it must be him.
At this point, Axe's eyes flashed with memories of the past, and he sighed, wouldn't it be great if we never had to grow up? The young man asked again, brother, are you really planning to deal with him?
Axu hesitated for a moment, then his gaze became resolute. We can barely protect ourselves. He can only blame his bad luck for running into trouble.
Alright, no buts. Go play, I need to rest.
Axu put on his clothes, lay back on the bed, his long hair covering his face, but his eyes remained bright. After leaving the slum, Jason first returned to the hospital to arrange his sister's treatment plan, then went to a dungeon shop to clock in and grind dungeons. On his way back past the guidance desk, a front desk nurse called out to him, someone left something for you and asked you to pick it up personally.
What is it?
Where?
Jason asked.
It's a boy, about 14 or 15 years old, said he's at the usual spot. Jason nodded, got it, thanks, and headed straight toward the slum area. As he approached the area near the bridge, he saw a sturdy figure emerge from a shack. Axis shook his long hair and said, you're really here.
Aren't you afraid I'll trick you? Jason laughed and said, you don't seem like the type to be boring.
Thanks for thinking highly of me, but seriously, the place I'm taking you to is a dungeon, known only to a few. Going there means sharing the pie, so,
yes. How much? Name your price. Jason interrupted. 10 million. Upon hearing this, Jason raised an eyebrow.
This price was merely the entry ticket to the dungeon, and it was truly not worth it. Typically, the entrance fee for rare dungeons was less than 5 million, yet Axu had set a sky-high price of 10 million.
Jason didn't immediately refuse and instead asked, why is it worth 10 million?
Because the dungeon guarantees a 100% drop rate for skill books.
Jason was stunned upon hearing this.
He had seen many dungeons but had never heard of any that could guarantee a 100% drop rate for something, especially for something as precious as skill books. He stared into Axu's eyes, seeing no hint of evasion, and continued to ask, are you sure you didn't misspeak? A 100% drop rate?
That's right. Axu lit a cigarette and took a puff. The dungeon is extremely difficult.
As long as you kill one boss, you can get a skill book.
If you want a specific skill book, just challenge the corresponding boss. Jason was instantly stunned. A dungeon like this? You can get whatever skill book you want by challenging the corresponding boss? Wouldn't experts be able to farm endlessly? While he was pondering, Axu added, don't get too excited. Each person can only enter once a year. If you waste the opportunity, you'll have to wait until next year.
So that's why, no wonder it's so extraordinary.
Axu impatiently asked, are you going or not?
Of course, but I'll pay half first, and the remaining half after I come out.
If you die in there, won't I lose half the money? Don't worry, I can get out. Alright, pay up.
Jason paid the money, and Axu left a message, tomorrow morning at 9, wait outside the East City Gate. With that, he disappeared into the streets.
The next morning at 9, outside the East City Gate of Fonglin City.
Jason waited outside for about 10 minutes before finally seeing a shabby bus slowly drive out of the city gate. A gap suddenly opened at the window near the back of the bus, and Asu casually tied up her long hair and shouted to the driver, stop the bus. The driver hit the brakes, and Asu jumped off the bus, saying indifferently, let's go. He said little, and upon hearing only a brief response from Jason, he headed straight toward another rugged path. The rough path was difficult to traverse. After walking for about an hour, Asu finally stopped and said, we're here.
Wait for me here, I'll go get the car. With that, he left on his own.
In less than 5 minutes, the sound of an old car engine came from deep within the jungle. Axu slowly drove out in a beat-up car that seemed to have been stored for ages.
Get in.
The place is far, and without a car, we might waste too much time. Jason stared at the car worriedly. This car of yours, don't let it break down halfway.
Relax, it won't this time. Axu patted the steering wheel.
Just got it fixed, haven't had a chance to drive it yet, but it should be reliable. Finally, Jason got in the car. The dirt road was in terrible condition, and in some places, there was no road at all.
Axu drove skillfully, precisely avoiding every pothole. Jason was tense in the car, fearing it might overturn.
When they reached a valley, Axu parked outside, and Jason got out of the car, seeing several vehicles parked near the bushes.
Are these yours too? Jason asked. Axu didn't look back. That's right, all of them are vehicles of us, the exorcists.
Jason nodded to himself, thinking that the 10 million was well spent. At the mouth of the valley, a group of people emerged from the jungle. Axu raised his hand to indicate no weapons, our own people. Everyone verified and confirmed there were no issues before allowing passage. Entering the valley, Jason saw a desolate village ahead shrouded in a thin mist, as if covered by a veil. At the village entrance stood a glowing dungeon teleportation array, surrounded by numerous guards. Axu said, for these kinds of wild dungeons, the strongest fist makes the rules.
Then who does the dungeon ahead belong to? For now, it belongs to us, the exiles. What is the rank?
First rank. Those with abilities below or above the first rank are not allowed inside. The wild creatures are first rank, but they are strong, so be careful.
Are you all exiles? Jason was surprised that these exiles had established their own settlement outside the city and were skilled at survival.
Upon closer inspection, the group varied greatly in age and rank, ranging from level 4 or 5 to over level 20. 20. Aksu appeared with a stranger, Jason, causing everyone's eyes to flash with surprise, but they said little. A man with a hooked nose stepped forward and sized up Jason.
Old 7, is this the one you said ranked 3rd in the college entrance exam? Aksu nodded. This is my elder brother, Chung Feng. Jason nodded lightly, showing no enthusiasm.
Cheng Feng was at level 22, his aura dangerous, reminding Jason to stay vigilant at all times. Cheng Feng didn't mind Jason's cold attitude and said, since you're here for the picnic, you have to follow the rules.
When entering the dungeon, we get to pick the boss first.
You can join the fight, but the loot belongs to us, or you can fight alone, and we won't take your loot.
Jason found it reasonable.
After all, that's how team monster hunting works, and he was willing to accept the distribution principle. He nodded in agreement. No problem, very reasonable. Cheng Feng smiled and said, good, pack up, and we'll form the team right away.
It's the last time this year.
With that, he patted Asu on the shoulder, signaling him to prepare for battle.
Jason asked Aksu, isn't it true that everyone can only enter the dungeon once a year? Aksu replied without turning his head, dungeon challenge token, you should know.
Jason suddenly understood, right, the rare item that can increase the number of special dungeon challenges. Aksu added, I used up one challenge token to get another chance.
The instance hasn't been opened yet. Aksu asked Jason, have you decided whether to enter the instance? Jason raised an eyebrow, can't enter? Aksu frowned, glanced around, and then stared at Jason, knowing it's a trap. Why insist on jumping in? Jason laughed, a trap? Are you referring to the one you set for me? Aksu's face darkened, silent and tacitly agreeing.
Jason still smiled, don't worry, I'm here for the skill book. It has nothing to do with you, as long as you can guarantee getting a good skill book.
Aksu nodded, that I can guarantee, but let me remind you, this is a dead-end road. Jason replied calmly, got it, thanks for the reminder.
At this moment, the light of the replica formation suddenly flared up. Aksu, holding a battle staff, walked toward the teleportation array, with Jason following closely behind. The light grew brighter, and the mist in the village gradually dissipated.
The formation vanished, and an eerie aura surged in from all directions.
Suddenly, a roar echoed through the village. The ghouls are here.
Everyone, be careful.
On the village's narrow path, a group of ragged, zombie-like villagers came charging wildly, rushing straight at the ability users. Facing these ghouls, the team members, long accustomed to such sights, drew their weapons one after another and swiftly engaged in battle. Jason was momentarily stunned as over a dozen level 7 or 8 ghouls were easily repelled.
Is it over just like that? He felt bewildered by the sudden, unguarded, and limited attack.
It came quickly and ended just as fast, resolved even before the skeleton squad could be summoned. After the first wave of ghouls was eliminated, everyone stopped in their tracks.
Cheng Feng turned to look at Jason. Little brother, what's your plan? Are you coming with us or going on your own?
Jason was unwilling to let them challenge the loot first and immediately replied, I plan to go alone.
Go alone. Cheng Feng was clearly not expecting Jason to choose to go solo. He whispered to Asu, you brought him here, so you take care of him.
Asu remained silent, but Cheng Feng added sharply, your brother is in my hands.
Are you really willing to let your brother collect your corpse after the dungeon run? Aksu clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent. Cheng Feng laughed and said, alright, going alone works too.
But since it's your first time entering the unmanned village instance, and you spent 10 million to get in, we can't just watch you leave empty-handed. You know Aksu, so let him accompany you to avoid any accidents without someone to look out for you.
Jason frowned slightly.
He originally didn't want to bring anyone along, as he could transform in times of danger, but bringing someone would require extra consideration. However, seeing Aksu walking toward him, he eventually nodded in agreement. Cheng Feng led his men toward the road on the right side of the village. Aksu's eyes were hidden behind his long hair.
After a long pause, he spoke, let's go, we'll take the left side. Just as they started moving, Jason reminded him, I won't share the spoils with you. Think it through. Doesn't matter.
Aksu said firmly, continuing forward, and Jason followed. Although he didn't know what Aksu was thinking, Jason vaguely sensed that he had been threatened by Cheng Feng.
Without asking further, he stayed alert along the way.
The village twists and turns, but fortunately, Jason has a strong sense of direction and doesn't get disoriented. Along the way, they encountered corpse demons mostly at level 1, with occasional ones at level 10 or higher, all easily slain by Aksu.
Seeing his effort, Jason teased, hey, I'm not paying you for killing monsters. That's fine, I enjoy it. Aksu, holding an iron rod, kicked open the door.
Several ghouls lunged forward, and he thrust his long staff fiercely. The sound of bones cracking echoed continuously. Then he kicked away several level 11 or 12 ghouls, his body glowing faintly golden under the protection of the indestructible ability. Aksu was about to enter the house when he suddenly felt a chilling wind approaching. Jason became alert and summoned the skeleton squad with a thought.
Boom! A dark shadow shot out swiftly, knocking Asu into the air.
A 2-meter-tall butcher boss, reeking of stench and with a bloodstained chest, appeared in the courtyard. Asu clutched his chest and spat blood. Just as he was about to get up, the butcher boss drew his blade and threw it at lightning speed, leaving Asu no time to react. The blade's trajectory suddenly shifted. Jason approached calmly with his skeleton soldiers, his expression
composed. "This is your summoned creature, level 15? Aksu exclaimed with a mix of amazement and admiration. "Yes."
Jason said, "Little thanks for your effort earlier.
"Leave this boss to me." The butcher boss, seeing its prey rescued, roared and turned toward Jason. "You little brat, how dare you? Take this blade."
The blade came flying, only to be blocked by the long sword of the skeleton cavalryman. Jason had no interest in the level 13 butcher and ordered the skeleton soldiers to attack. Skeleton saber riders charged on horseback, skeleton archers provided ranged output, and the skeleton grand mage boosted them with a battle chant. Despite having 50,000 health points, the butcher boss was brought to the brink of death within 2 turns. Jason commanded the skeleton soldiers to stop, drew his staff, and delivered the finishing blow.
2039. The butcher boss collapsed with a thud. Aksu stared in shock. "You took it down in 1 hit?" Jason nodded calmly. "What else?" He approached to search through the boss drops, frowned, and said, "Why aren't there any skill books? Did you trick me?"
Aksu snapped back to reality and replied, "Ordinary small bosses don't drop them, only specific bosses do.
For example,
the fortune teller boss at the east end of the village, and the village chief."
"Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?"
Aksu was stunned, seeing Jason's skeleton squad had already reached level 15.
He felt a pang in his heart. Was his brother really gone just like that? At this moment, Jason suddenly asked, "Why don't you come along?"
Jason stared at Aksu, leaving him momentarily speechless.
"Forget it, if you're not going, I'll go myself." "It's the fortune teller at the east end of the village, right? Then it should be in that direction,"
Jason said as he turned and left, seemingly indifferent to what had just happened. Aksu watched Jason leave, feeling a mix of emotions. Recalling the scene where Jason effortlessly defeated the butcher boss and saved him, he knew he probably wasn't a match for him today.
But he couldn't understand, when did this guy become so powerful? Wasn't he just that useless F-level summoner?
Thinking of this, Aksu felt even more disheartened.
In the end, he thought of his younger brother and steeled himself. "Wait, I'll lead the way for you." With that, he followed after him.
Along the way, Jason remained silent, while Aksu gradually began to speak. "Have you heard the story of the deserted village dungeon?"
"No."
"Anyway, there's nothing much going on, let me tell you about it."
"All right."
The name Uninhabited Village has been around for a long time. A long time ago, this place was cursed. If a villager left, the entire village would be cursed. To prevent anyone from secretly leaving and harming others, the villagers began to monitor each other, stopping anyone who attempted to leave immediately. Just like that, a few years passed, and no one left the village. Suddenly one day, a man arrived, claiming he could break the curse and let the villagers leave. The two happened to arrive at the small square in the village. The square was empty, and a locust tree in the center had already withered. Aksu pointed to a corpse hanging from the tree. "That's the man." Jason stared at the corpse. Though it was unclear how long it had been hanging, its appearance and physique were still vaguely recognizable. The corpse was dressed in a gray Taoist robe, with a string of sandalwood beads around its neck. Its neck was stretched long, and its eyes rolled back, as if staring directly at others. A gust of eerie wind swept through, and a piercing sound like glass scraping echoed in the desolate village, sending chills down the spine. Aksu said, "At the time, all the villagers wanted to leave, but only the village chief strongly opposed it."
Jason vaguely sensed something amiss. "So the fortune teller was killed by the village chief?" "That's right."
Aksu looked toward the back of the village. "We need to find the 5 lost rosewood beads to activate this boss."
Jason was slightly stunned. "Activating him and then taking him out, isn't that redundant?"
Aksu shrugged.
"I think so too." Jason sighed helplessly, could only make a remark, and continued to ask, "Taking him out will get a skill book?"
"Kill.
What type?"
"Not sure, but the skill books dropped by the level 18 fortune teller boss are mostly magic related. If you want melee skills, you can go find the village chief."
"No need."
"Are the rosewood beads all in the villagers' houses?"
"Yes, but you need to be careful, these villagers." Before Asu could finish speaking, Jason had already summoned the skeleton squad in order to search. "Search every house, leave no place unchecked."
The skeleton archmage led the team, quickly dividing into groups, one to search the west, the other the east. The two sides worked independently, moving swiftly. Aksu only heard the sound of doors being kicked open, followed by the ghastly screams of ghouls, which were then silenced. Several skeleton squads moved to the next house, repeating the same brutal search.
Aksu, surprised by the speed of the search, asked, "Don't we need any help?"
Jason shrugged. "If you get involved, you'll only make things worse.
Why not enjoy a cup of tea and tell me about the village chief boss?"
With that, he took out 2 folding chairs and a small tea table from his storage space, placing them in the center of the square, a few meters away from the old locust tree. Jason leisurely brewed tea, showing no intention of helping, leaving Asu stunned. "Don't worry, they'll bring over enough purple sandalwood beads soon."
Jason pushed the teacup in front of Aksu and asked, "Why does the village chief boss go to great lengths to stop the villagers from leaving? Is he the one who brought the curse?" Aksu was silent for 5 seconds, then shook his head. "I've never killed the village chief boss. You'd have to take him down to know the exact storyline." "I see. So what are your leaders planning to do this time?"
"They do plan to try dealing with the village chief boss." At this moment, the 2 skeleton squads completed their search and returned. Jason looked at the 5 rosewood beads on the coffee table and asked, "How do we use these beads?" Aksu pointed at the fortune teller's corpse. "String the beads around the neck completely, and it will activate the boss." Jason immediately commanded the skeleton horse archer to shoot an arrow to sever the hanging rope of the corpse. Carefully, he took down the beads and strung the 5 beads together. The moment the beads were strung, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes and transformed into black mist. "Damn it! You wretched commoners, this Grand Master kindly saved you, yet you repay kindness with enmity. Today, the mage will slaughter you all." The fortune teller boss gradually formed his body within the black mist. Jason sneered, "Repay kindness with enmity? It's you who are repaying kindness with enmity. Enough nonsense, today I'll use you to consecrate my blade." Before the words had even faded, the boss's body swelled, his eyes flashing with a red glow. The black mist condensed into a giant blade, slashing fiercely toward Jason. Faced with the fortune teller boss's ferocious strike, Jason remained calm and composed. With a swift movement, he easily dodged the attack. The boss's attribute panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Nose Destiny BOSS, level 18. Health points, 170,000. Attack, 2,419. Defense, 1,450. Agility, 1,450. Skill, unknown. Seeing these stats, Jason was not surprised. Although the 170,000 health points were considerable, they were still manageable. The tricky part was its high attack, defense, and agility attributes. Aksu nervously reminded, "Be careful, 170,000 health points won't be easy to deal with." Jason nodded, "Move farther away and get ready to attack." He ordered the skeleton squad to launch an attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows flew, hitting the boss's head with precision, and the damage numbers appeared in succession. -1,133, -1,380, -1,350, -1,220. The boss's aggro was drawn by the skeleton horse archer. The skeleton horse swordsman circled on horseback for sneak attacks, evading the boss's strikes. The skeleton horse archer provided continuous ranged output, occasionally landing critical hits. Although the skeleton soldiers coordinated well, the overall output was poor due to the boss's high level and defense. After 5 minutes, its health had only dropped by about half. Jason sighed, "The damage output is so low." Aksu was shocked. "Low? It took 5 minutes just to drop 80,000 HP. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. After transforming, Jason could kill this high HP boss in one move, yet he deliberately kept the secret. Time passed, Aksu held his tea, watching the boss's HP slowly decrease, his mind in turmoil. Suddenly, his brother's helpless cry for help echoed in his ears. He looked up at Jason, only to see him calmly sipping tea, his gaze indifferent as he watched the battlefield. Aksu quietly drew the dagger from his waist and slowly approached Jason. Just as he was about to act, a scream pierced the silence. The fortune teller boss, with only a sliver of health remaining, erupted in fury and transformed into an invisible black mist, lunging at Jason. "Quick, dodge!" Aksu threw himself forward to push Jason aside, only to be struck and sent flying by the black mist. Jason cursed angrily and ordered the skeleton squad to defend. The sound of hooves echoed as the skeleton soldiers quickly formed an iron wall of protection. Jason stared at the blood-spitting Aksu and asked in confusion, "You were trying to kill me earlier, so why did you save me instead?" A complex expression flashed in Aksu's eyes as he admitted, "I did want to kill you. That was my chance, but I don't like sneak attacks." "Oh, you like being open and above board?" Sort of. "Then you're definitely no match for me," Jason said coldly. "You can't even beat the skeleton squad, let alone me." Aksu shrugged helplessly. "Kill me if you want, cut me if you must, it's up to you." He closed his eyes, waiting for death. Jason laughed and said, "When did I say I wanted to kill you?" Aksu was stunned. "Why? I still need you to take me to find the village chief boss, so you can't die for now." As soon as he finished speaking, the fortune teller boss turned into black mist again, fell to the ground, and was left with almost no health. Aksu was shocked. "How did you do that?" Jason smirked proudly. "Would you believe me if I said I was cheating?" Aksu looked enviously at the skeleton soldier. "This is practically cheating." Then he whispered a request. "Can you do me a favor?" "What help?" "After you get out, if you can save my brother." "Are you talking about the little sidekick?" "Yes, his name is Aylin. He's my only family." Jason shook his head. "Sorry, you'll have to handle this yourself." As they were speaking, an arrow sliced through the air in the distance. Aksu became alert. "Not good. Chang Feng is trying to steal the boss." The arrow accurately shot toward the fortune teller boss's head. Jason was well prepared. A skeleton horseman wielding a saber leapt up, blocking the arrows, but was struck by one. Jason swung his staff, delivering a powerful blow that knocked down the boss attempting a sneak attack. -1,039. Defeated level 18 boss, gained evolution points plus 3,000, source crystal plus 500, skill book Azure Thunder technique. In the distance, Chung Feng roared, "Aksu, you traitor. Once we leave the dungeon, watch how I kill your brother right in front of you." Hearing the notification sound, Jason finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the distant road, Chang Feng was leading a group of people, aggressively closing closing in. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Axe's eyes darted around before decisively pointing to two diverging paths, split up. Jason understood clearly that with their current strength the two of them stood no chance against the pursuit of over a dozen people, especially with Changfeng's overwhelming level 22 advantage, making him an unbeatable opponent. Be careful, Jason instructed. Don't worry, I've worked for Changfeng for many years. He wouldn't go as far as to kill me. But you, don't let your guard down either, Axa replied. The two exchanged a glance, then immediately turned and fled in different directions. Changfeng, in pursuit, saw the fortune teller's corpse lying on the square and a skeleton machete wielder that had been shot dead. Furious, he kicked the ground hard several times. Damn it! You watched them for so long, and yet you let them snatch the boss. What the hell are you doing? The subordinates lowered their heads in silence, the atmosphere heavy. The scar-faced man stepped forward, his expression fierce. Boss, someone's turned traitor. Let me go cut off old Seven's head myself. Changfeng spat on the ground. No need, Axe's slippery as hell. I'll handle him myself. You take some men and go after that little punk. Daring to steal our turf and our goods, he's got a death wish. Yes, boss. The group split into two teams, one going after Jason, the other chasing Aksu. Halfway, Jason stopped, opened the storage space, and took out the newly acquired skill book. Would you like to learn the skill Azure Thunder Art? The skill book turned into flying sand and merged into his body. Jason felt a surge of mysterious power flowing in, and a skill description appeared before his eyes. Azure Thunder Art Level 1 throws Azure Thunder, dealing 2.5x attack damage to all targets within the explosion range, with a 10% chance to paralyze. Cooldown, 1 minute. Proficiency, 0/1000. Jason smiled with satisfaction. Damage with control, not bad, but it relies on usage to level up and can't be upgraded with skill points. Beast skills are truly awesome. He understood that ability users rely on equipment and skills to support their combat power. With his beast state, he managed to acquire full purple equipment and one orange item, achieving an attack power of 2600. Combined with skill multipliers, his base damage could exceed 6000. Adding the 100% damage boost from the Fire Spirit Staff and the 50% skill damage boost from the Wolf King necklace and bracelet, his maximum damage could reach 18,000 points. Although he couldn't instantly kill beasts, it was more than enough to easily eliminate the pursuers with weak equipment. Chase! Right over here! Scarface waved his knife and led the pursuit. Suddenly, a nearby door was slammed open. Caught off guard, Scarface was sent flying, spitting blood as he fell to the ground, roaring, "Jason is here! Kill him!" A crisp thunderclap echoed through the crowd. What is that? Light blue lightning? Throw it quickly! That's Jason's skill! Boom! A loud explosion shattered the crowd as blue electric arcs burst and surged. This ragtag group, apart from the scar-faced one at level 15, the rest at levels 11 or 12, were all annihilated in an instant by Jason's Azure Thunder technique. Jason stood on the rooftop, looking down at the scattered enemies with disdain on his face. Just this bunch of trash, and they dared to hunt me down? Wishful thinking. He scanned the surroundings and locked onto another direction. Axu was deliberately making me owe him a favor. I have no intention of carrying a burden. With that, Jason led the skeleton squad and sped off in another direction. On the other side, Axu was sprinting madly, with pursuers close on his heels. After darting through several alleys, he finally stopped running. A cold laugh came from behind. Weren't you good at running? Why did you stop? Keep running, I can still chase. Changfeng and his three subordinates split into 4 directions, blocking Asu's escape route. Asu raised the iron rod, his gaze fixed on Changfeng through the strands of his hair. Not running anymore, as long as Jason's safety is ensured. That's enough. Changfeng sneered. Safe? Do you think he can be safe? None of you can escape. You're all going to die today. Then stop wasting time, make your move. Asu assumed an attacking stance, his left foot stepping forward, the iron rod pressing against the ground, his gaze fierce like a lone wolf. Changfeng scoffed and said, "Kill." 3 subordinates charged forward with weapons, and Axa swept his iron rod horizontally, blocking 3 strikes. His movements were lightning fast. Twisting his waist to generate force, he delivered a heavy blow to the enemy on the right. Bang! The clash of metal resounded, sparks flying in all directions. The gray shield in the enemy's hand shattered, forcing him to retreat several steps. Die! Axa struck fiercely and repeatedly. Seeing the swordsman about to falter, Changfeng threw a dagger, aiming straight for Axu's right shoulder. Thud! The iron rod slipped from his hand as his right shoulder was pierced, and Axa dropped it in pain. The swordsman seized the opportunity to counterattack, slashing his long blade toward Axa's head. Axa closed his eyes, waiting for news of his death. Suddenly, he heard the whistling of an arrow. Clang! The long blade was deflected by the arrow, grazing past the top of his head. Jason's voice rang out. Axu, you're really something, huh? Meeting me and immediately making me owe you a big favor. This doesn't seem quite right. Changfeng turned his head and glared angrily at Jason. Finally found you. Delivered right to my doorstep. In that case, I'll take both of you down together. Before the words had even settled, Changfeng's trench coat billowed as he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward Jason. Facing Changfeng's sudden assault, Jason remained calm and composed.
closed. With a raise of his hand, a cold arrow shot out from a distant building. Seeing this, Chung Feng immediately dodged, losing the initiative to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Jason quickly unleashed the Azure Thunder technique. With a deafening explosion, the Azure Thunder struck directly at the spot where Chung Feng had just landed. Although his opponent was at level 22, the lack of strong protective equipment caused him to lose over 12,000 health points instantly. Damn brat, you're courting death. Chung Feng, burning with rage, waved his hand and hurled several black daggers, swiftly attacking Jason. Faced with the sudden rain of daggers, Jason had nowhere to hide. As a mage, he relied on long-range attacks to keep his distance from opponents, but once approached by assassins like Chung Feng, his advantage would vanish completely. Fortunately, the skeleton soldiers intervened in time, preventing Chung Feng from closing in and forcing him to attack with thrown knives from a distance. Jason easily countered, and the two sides fell into a stalemate. Although Chung Feng was of a higher level, Jason's strength was formidable, and their clash remained evenly matched. Seeing Jason repeatedly evade his attacks, Chung Feng grew wary. Jason, I have no personal grudge against you. This dungeon belongs to us. Don't think paying money entitles you to take the skill book. Hand over the skill book now, and I'll spare your life. Jason sneered. What a joke. Do you really take me for a fool? If you want to fight, then fight, save your breath. With that, he unleashed the Azure Thunder art once more. Bolts of lightning crackled, the explosion catching Chung Feng in its radius. Though he dodged the brunt of the blast, his clothes were torn apart, revealing his solid, muscular frame. You refuse a toast, so you'll drink a forfeit instead. Tonight, I'll butcher you myself. Chung Feng roared, 2 half-meter-long short blades appearing in his hands as he lunged at the skeletal saber-wielder. With 2 sickening thuds, the saber-wielder was knocked from its mount. The short blades stabbed again and again. Damage notifications popped up. -3,298, -3,091, -3,402. The skeletal saber-wielder was ambushed and killed in an instant. Chung Feng spun and charged at the second saber-wielder, fighting with relentless ferocity. Jason, however, remained calm and collected. You like killing? Go ahead, I'll see how many you can take down. The skeleton soldiers received the command and attacked with reckless abandon. After Chung Feng felled 2 saber-wielders in a row, Jason was left with only 1 melee unit. Chung Feng hefted a skeleton's skull, kicking aside the corpse, a manic grin curling his lips. Kid, you're not getting away today. Kneel, and I'll leave your body whole. Facing Chung Feng's approach, Jason was unfazed. If you like to kill, then kill to your heart's content. With a snap of his fingers, the skeleton archmage raised its staff and chanted. The 3 fallen skeleton saber warriors climbed back up, recovering about 30% of their health. Immediately after, the skeleton high priest appeared, chanting an incantation. Sacrificing 30% of its own life, its sacrificial skill fully restored the health of all the skeleton saber warriors. Boss Chang, please. Jason sneered. Seeing this, Chung Feng was furious. You're messing with me. He brandished his blade and charged at Jason. Jason squinted and waited calmly, looking for a flaw. Although Chung Feng was enraged, there was no opening to exploit. Jason waited for the right moment, and suddenly, a skeletal archer released its bowstring. Whoosh! A cold arrow pierced precisely into Chung Feng's right abdomen. Chung Feng fell to the ground, surrounded and attacked by skeleton saber-wielders and skeleton archers. Chung Feng, furious and clutching his wound, glared at Jason. Kid, you're ruthless. I suffered today, but I'll take your head next time. With that, black smoke surged, and his figure vanished. The level 22 Esper was forced to retreat, and Jason let out a slight sigh of relief. If not for the bravery of the skeleton squad, he might have been the one to fall today. Jason also noticed the weakness of the skeleton squad. They could handle monsters of the same level, but struggled to gain an advantage against powerful ability users. He turned to look at the injured Asu. How are you holding up? Asu leaned against a tree to stand up, his eyes full of envy. I saw your fight just now. To hold your own against a level 22 ability user, it's like you're cheating. Chung Feng is, after all, a C-level ability user with immense strength. Now that he doesn't dare to come back, you're safe for the time being. He gave a bitter smile and said, kill me. I tricked you into coming here. Jason shook his head. I said I wouldn't kill you, and I need you to take me to find the village chief boss. Aksu was slightly stunned and pointed to the east side of the square. Head that way, find the Chen family archway, and you'll find the village chief boss. Me being alive is a disgrace to you. Jason laughed. If you die, I'd have to risk my life to save you. This life is mine. Lead the way. Aksu pursed his lips and nodded. Thank you. He slowly walked toward the east side. After walking for over 10 minutes, the road gradually widened. A pavilion appeared ahead, with a plaque whose 2 characters were so weathered by time that they were almost unrecognizable. Directly opposite the pavilion stood a spacious and imposing mansion, stretching across both sides of the street, exuding an air of solemnity and dignity. As soon as they stepped into the pavilion, the light and shadows of the world suddenly shifted. Dark clouds gathered densely, pressing down slowly from the mansion, as if countless vengeful spirits were converging, suffocating all who stood there. The doors of the houses lining the street swung open one after another, and faint cries drifted out from within, sending chills down the spine. Though it wasn't his first time
time here. Ah Su couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end at the sight. He gripped the iron rod tightly, his expression tense. Be careful, the boss is in the ancestral hall ahead, Jason said, glancing back at Ah Su. The latter's right shoulder was sunken, making it impossible to support anything. Jason pointed to the path outside the pavilion and said, you wait for me here. No way. You've saved me many times. I want to go in with you, Aksu insisted. You still want to hold me back? With you here, I'll be even more constrained, Jason said, grabbing the iron rod and throwing it behind the archway. Aksu lost his support, fell to the ground, and looked helplessly at Jason. Then, take care of yourself. He slowly walked behind the archway. Jason stepped forward, followed closely by the skeleton squad, advancing ahead. The sky suddenly roared with thunder and lightning, and a ferocious face with a green complexion and sharp fangs appeared amidst the dark clouds. Those who trespass into the Jiang family ancestral hall shall die. The voice was like thunder crashing down, suffocating everyone under its pressure. Jason remained unfazed and continued forward. When he was less than 100 meters from the central building, countless corpse ghouls suddenly burst out from the doors of the houses lining the street. These corpse ghouls had significantly higher levels, ranging between 15 and 20. Their bluish skin was shrouded in a thin white mist, gathering into a dense fog. Yes, Jason knew he could no longer conceal his strength. He turned, raised his staff, and summoned a fire spirit beast. Surrounded by blazing flames, it was like a scorching sun illuminating everything, dispelling the gloom. Facing the ghouls crowding the alley, he raised his staff and chanted, Flamestorm. Instantly, a torrent of fire swept out, and the ghouls shrieked as they were reduced to ash. Though the ghouls rushed forward like moths to a flame, each boasting nearly 20,000 HP, they simply couldn't withstand the sheer force of the flamestorm. In moments, 2/3 of their number were wiped out. The remaining ghouls stood no chance. Jason cast Rain of Fire once more, and in an instant, the last of them were incinerated. The acrid stench of scorched flesh filled the street as Jason strode over the charred remains, making his way into the Jiang family ancestral hall. Bang! The main door was kicked open, and a fierce gust of eerie wind swept through. A face with a green complexion and sharp fangs reappeared in the sky, roaring angrily, Boy, disturbing the peace of my Jiang family ancestors, prepare to die. A massive palm descended from the sky, crashing down toward Jason with a thunderous force, stirring up a golden radiance. Fire Spirit Guardian skill activated, blocking one fatal blow. Jason was shocked. Without the protection of the Fire Spirit, he would have been instantly killed. He looked up and stared at the green-faced, fanged figure, noticing the other's expression of astonishment. You were actually able to block my full-force strike? The green-faced, fanged figure turned into smoke and slipped into the shrine. A tall figure appears indoors, dressed in casual clothes, with neatly combed hair, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Village Chief BOSS, level 20. Health points, 210000. Attack, 2950. Defense, 1755. Agility, 1900. Skill, unknown. Its eyes were blood red, glaring at Jason with disdain. Since you wish to uncover the secrets of my village, I shall keep you here. With a wave of the hand, black mist spread, and terrifying human faces emerged within. Jason calmly raised his staff, Rain of Flames. The blazing fire scorched, and the faces within the black mist screamed piercingly. Outside the archway, Axa gazed at the black mist filled with worry. Footsteps approached from behind. He went in. The voice was icy cold. Axa's hair stood on end as he gripped the iron rod, but a dagger was pressed against his neck. Without Jason, what are you? Daring to bite the hand that feeds you on my turf. Do you have a death wish? Ah Su leaned against the pillar with his eyes closed, silent. Chang Feng sneered, lucky for you to bring in this sucker. Let's see if he can withstand the boss's first wave of fatal attacks. Soon, I'll reap the benefits. This deserted village dungeon hasn't been cleared in years. I'm really curious about what it drops. Jason is truly impressive, challenging a level 20 boss as an 11th level ability user. Unimaginable, Chang Feng remarked while stuffing medicine. Time passed, and the sounds of battle continued in the black mist. Chang Feng calmly calculated, at this point, the boss is likely to unleash its ultimate move. Did we lose 25 or 27 people last time? Ah Su stared intently, including the two of us, a total of 29. 29? Not sure if Jason can hold on. Chang Feng stared at the time. The ultimate move should come after the third recovery. At the Jiang family ancestral hall, flames roared fiercely. Jason's fire abilities had nearly reduced the entire hall to ashes. Yet, the level 20 boss before him was terrifyingly powerful. Jason had exhausted all his skills but still found himself helpless against it. Fortunately, the boss was equally unable to defeat Jason.
Jason. The two had been locked in battle for dozens of minutes without a clear winner, with the Jiang Ancestral Hall suffering as the collateral damage. Staring at the burning hall, the village chief boss's eyes blazed with fury. "You brat, you dared set fire to my ancestors' shrine. Today, I'll take your head to appease the Jiang ancestors. Prepare to die." With that, the village chief boss unleashed a surge of power, swelling to a towering giant nearly 5 meters tall. Boom! It stomped down heavily, forcing Jason to retreat swiftly, narrowly dodging the attack. Boom! The boss struck again relentlessly, and Jason continued to fall back. Facing such a formidable monster, Jason finally understood the cruel reality of level differences. Although the village chief boss had only 210,000 HP, it possessed an absurdly strong regeneration and bloodlocking skill. Every time Jason thought he was about to finish it off, the boss would lock its health, escape, and return fully healed to fight again. After dozens of minutes of this relentless battle, even Jason was starting to falter. "Damn it, how many times does this bastard need to heal?" Jason muttered, launching another skill. A blazing firestorm engulfed the village chief boss once more. The massive fire tornado wrapped around the boss, its health bar dropping rapidly. Yet, the boss seemed to possess an endless healing source. As the flames burned, its health actually rose. "No, if this keeps up and all my skeleton soldiers die, I'll have to face it alone. I won't stand a chance." Jason was clear-headed. He knew losing his skeleton soldiers meant losing all crowd control. The village chief boss would directly target him, and with a 5-level advantage and formidable healing, Jason might not survive. His skills were powerful, but this was a level 20 boss, and their strength gap was significant. He could kill it, but if it struck back, he could just as easily fall. Breaking free from the fire tornado, the village chief boss lunged at Jason again. "Skeleton swordsman, block it!" A skeleton swordsman leapt forward, crashing into the massive boss. Though towering over 2 meters, it was insignificant compared to the 5-meter giant and was easily knocked away. "You brat, die!" The boss raised its hand, releasing a black mist attack. Jason had no choice but to raise his fire shield to defend. Boom! The golden flame shield shattered instantly, and Jason's body was blasted backward over 10 meters. He coughed up blood, realizing this time he had truly hit a brick wall. "This is a level 20 boss? Am I really going to give up now?" Jason was reluctant. After investing 5 million and nearly losing his life, only to gain an ordinary skill, it felt like a huge loss. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Jason spotted a distant house in the valley, with wisps of blue smoke rising from it. The eerie smoke gave him a strange feeling. "What's that?" The village chief boss charged again. Without hesitation, Jason dashed toward the house with the blue smoke. Seeing Jason retreat, the boss's glowing red eyes flickered with panic. "What are you doing? Stop! Prepare to die!" Hearing the furious roar, Jason glanced back to see the boss transform into a black smoke, rushing at him wildly. In this moment, Jason understood the place with the blue smoke must be linked to defeating the boss, otherwise, it wouldn't be so nervous. "Ha, looks like I've found your weak spot." Jason's heart lifted with hope. This was a golden opportunity to turn the tables. However, he was never a good runner, and facing a black smoke boss with no speed advantage was dangerous. Just as the boss was about to strike, Jason suddenly remembered his Wolf King boots. The Wolf King boots provided 744 defense and 744 agility, doubling his movement speed by 100%. More importantly, they had an active berserk skill that boosted movement speed by 500% for 3 minutes, though it had a cooldown of an hour. The house with the blue smoke was still several miles away. Jason didn't hesitate and activated the berserk skill. In an instant, the world seemed to fly backward, and the wind resistance against his body dropped sharply. "Ha ha, let's see if you can catch me now." Jason's speed surged, leaving the boss behind in a furious chase. Despite turning into black smoke, the boss couldn't keep up, helplessly watching Jason reach the house. Boom! Jason kicked open the door. A strong stench of blood assaulted his senses. Inside the spacious yard, a gruesome scene unfolded. At the center stood a giant grinding stone, from which a person hung upside down. A deep wound slashed across their belly, with intestines and blood spilling everywhere. Intricate carvings covered the grinding stone, now soaked in blood, forming an eerie rune pattern. Jason immediately recognized the pattern. It was the same as the jade pendant hanging on the village chief boss's chest. Nearby, several executioners held bone-piercing knives, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light. "Don't let him ruin the village chief's plans. Kill him." Suddenly, everyone inside charged at Jason. Realization dawned on Jason. This was why the village chief boss kept regenerating. It was fueled by live sacrifices here. "Then you all can die." Waving his staff, Jason summoned a rain of flames from above. Boom! 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 The yard was engulfed in a blazing inferno. The blood-soaked runes on the grinding stone blackened and crumbled in the fire. The executioners perished in the flames. Jason's eyes locked on the house, still billowing blue smoke. Behind, the village chief boss desperately chased. "Heh, then I'll burn this place down and see how you heal." Flame rain. Flames poured down again, igniting the house fully. The blue smoke twisted into black smoke. The black mist village chief boss screamed in agony and fell from the sky. Below the archway, Alex was tied to
to a stone pillar, unable to move, forced to watch Jason chase after the village chief boss. Halfway through the chase, Chang, standing nearby, watched as Jason set the yard ablaze and saw the village chief boss fall from the sky. Relief and joy flooded him. No wonder the village chief boss never died, he had sacrifices fueling him. Heaven knew how tough my challenge was and sent Jason to help me clear this level.
This favor is mine. Ha ha. Chang was undoubtedly a shrewd opportunist, always quick to seize any chance that came his way.
The moment he spotted that fiery creature bursting out of the black mist alongside the village chief boss, he immediately sensed a turning point in the battle.
Sure enough, things began to shift. After the house emitting blue smoke was destroyed,
the once nearly invincible village chief boss was severely weakened. Desperately, it fled, and Chang gave chase, racing all the way to where the boss had fallen. Seeing the village chief boss had shrunk back to its normal size, Chang wasted no time. Drawing his dagger, he charged forward, stabbing twice swiftly. The boss let out a furious roar and forced itself up, engaging Chang in combat. Though Chang was level 22, facing a level 20 boss one-on-one still left him at a disadvantage. Luckily, the boss was weakened and unable to unleash its full strength, giving Chang a valuable edge.
With each powerful strike, the boss struggled to resist, occasionally thrashing but unable to land any blows on Chang.
Watching the boss's health bar steadily drop, excitement lit up Chang's eyes.
Finally, it's going down.
His heart surged with joy, and he intensified his assault, wielding his dagger with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, in that lonely little house nestled in the valley, Jason watched helplessly as the building burned to ashes, yet a wisp of blue smoke still drifted upward.
What's going on? The house is burned down, but the smoke still lingers?
Frowning, Jason approached the smoky spot. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gave way with a loud crash.
Fortunately, he stepped back quickly, narrowly avoiding falling in.
Where the house once stood now yawned a deep pit, revealing a dark cavern beneath.
Surprise flickered in Jason's eyes as he stared into the pitch-black cave, hesitant to venture inside.
But blue smoke continued to rise from within, signaling something was still happening.
You check it out.
Not one to risk himself recklessly, Jason sent a skeleton horse archer into the cave to investigate. The cavern was pitch dark, and amid the smoke, a faint scent of blood lingered identical to what he had smelled earlier in the yard.
Could there be another blood altar inside this cave? As the skeleton horse archer advanced deeper, Jason's sense of danger grew.
Finally, the archer halted, signaling no immediate threat.
Only then did Jason cautiously enter.
The deeper he went, the stronger the metallic scent of blood became. He was almost certain a blood altar was hidden here. Thankful he had discovered it in time, otherwise, returning to face the village chief boss again might have meant another round of brutal healing for his foe. The village chief was indeed cunning, like a crafty rabbit with multiple burrows. At the cavern's deepest point, Jason suddenly sensed the sound of flowing liquid beneath his feet. Lighting his torch, he spotted a dark channel where blood, not water, streamed downward. Following the flow, he reached the cavern's end, where a flower bed-like structure brimming with blood awaited. The thick, coppery smell made Jason's stomach churn. He examined the altar and saw bones and various sacrificial offerings scattered around. It was clear this place had once been used for human sacrifices. So this is the real altar.
Jason stared at the massive blood-filled basin, over 2 meters in diameter, wondering how many lives this village had cost.
Suddenly, the blood began glowing with a fiery red light, as if burning from within.
What's happening? Is the village chief healing again? Back in the deserted village, Chang was moments away from slaying the boss.
He plunged his dagger in, only to see the boss's eyes flare with a blood-red light.
Locking eyes for 3 tense seconds, Chang sensed imminent danger.
Just as he moved to pull back his blade, a sharp pain stabbed his chest. The village chief's claws had pierced him deeply. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed alongside Chang's agonized scream. His ribs were torn apart, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground.
The boss opened its jaws wide and sucked out Chang's vital organs.
As Chang's eyes dimmed, the boss's body split open, and a fearsome, fanged creature crawled out, burrowing straight into Chang's chest. Moments later, Chang staggered to his feet, moving like a puppet controlled by some dark force. His eyes snapped open, now glowing the same blood red as the village chief's. After a brief adjustment to his new body, the creature-possessed Chang bolted toward the small house in the valley. Jason watched the blood in the altar burn away, slowly vanishing, his eyes narrowing in surprise. What the hell? Has the village chief grown stronger? Where did the blood go? Suddenly, sounds of fighting erupted outside. Jason frowned, then heard the system alert in his ear. Warning, your skeleton horse archer has been killed. Warning, your skeleton horse archer has been killed. 4 consecutive alerts rang out. Jason had lost all his skeleton horse archers. He immediately understood the village chief boss had come for him. Without hesitation, Jason cast a rain of flames outside. Boom! The fiery downpour lit up the entire cavern. From outside came the village chief's dreadful roar. You brat! You destroyed my altar. Come out and die. Jason paused, startled. Wasn't that Chang's voice? How had he become the village chief? Just as Jason prepared to rush out, something at the bottom of the altar caught his eye. A key? Glancing back, he saw the key lying there, hesitating briefly before picking it up. Jiang family ancestral Ancestral Hall Key, special item, can unlock a door within the Jiang family Ancestral Hall. Jason's eyes gleamed with sudden clarity.
A door to the Jiang Ancestral Hall? But didn't we burn down the hall? I haven't seen any main gates yet. Could it be?
At that moment, Chung launched another attack outside the cave.
Jason hid the key and unleashed another blazing firestorm. Seizing the boss's momentary distraction, Jason charged out of the cave amid the flames.
No sooner had he stepped outside than a black mist slammed into him. Prepared, Jason's body instantly radiated a golden glow, his fire spirit shield.
Boom!
He was blasted backward, the shield shattered on impact. Luckily, he quickly recovered some health and took the chance to sprint toward the village. As he left the cave, Jason caught sight of the village chief boss, now bearing Chang's face. His chest was ripped open, blood staining his pants.
"You brat, don't run!"
The boss charged after Jason immediately. Knowing he was no match for this foe, Jason waved his hand, conjuring fiery thorns that wrapped around the boss, restraining him. Seizing the opportunity, Jason dashed toward the village, heart pounding with determination.
Clutching the key tightly, Jason sprinted forward with all his might.
The boss, unable to transform into black smoke, could only rely on its legs to give chase, but its speed wasn't much faster than Jason's. As he ran, Jason relentlessly hurled fiery thorns behind him. Caught in the burning spikes, the boss could only roar in fury, unable to quicken its pace. Jason had no idea how many doors in the Jiang family Ancestral Hall remained locked, but this key hidden beneath the altar was clearly crucial, perhaps the only way to finally defeat the village chief boss. Pushing his speed higher, Jason soon reached the ruins of the Ancestral Hall, now nothing but ashes. He scanned the surroundings carefully but found no door that matched the key in his hand. At that moment, the boss was closing in on the village entrance, no more than 2 minutes away from the Ancestral Hall. Frowning, Jason combed through the rubble once more. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of an area with very little ash there. A charred wooden plank lay covering the ground. A spark of hope lit up Jason's gaze. A cellar. The word flashed instantly through his mind.
Indeed, the sprawling Jiang Ancestral Hall might have burned down, but the cellar beneath could have survived.
Without hesitation, Jason approached the wooden cover and kicked it hard, shattering the plank. Immediately, a deep cold breath wafted up from below, a sharp contrast between the chill rising from the cellar and the scorching heat around.
Jason grabbed a torch and tossed it down the opening.
A ripple of water shimmered in response.
A well beneath the cellar. Realizing this secret, Jason didn't hesitate and jumped into the cellar.
The well was over 10 meters deep. He ordered his remaining skeleton horse archer to follow.
Without hesitation, the skeleton horse archer leapt into the well. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere. To Jason's surprise, the water was barely half a meter deep.
Even more curious, when the skeleton horse archer landed, it emitted a dull thud.
Looks like there's a mechanism down here. Jason followed suit, diving into the well himself.
To be safe, he left his skeleton mage and skeleton priest above ground. At the bottom, Jason's hands soon found a massive lock.
He pulled out the Jiang family Ancestral Hall key and inserted it into the keyhole.
With a firm twist, the lock clicked open. Suddenly, a powerful force seemed to break free, propelling Jason out of the well.
The last white figure shot up like a rocket from the water's depths.
A ghostly glow radiated as a translucent figure took form in midair. Tall and clad in white, its face was pale and rotten from soaking too long, eyes glowing an eerie blue-black.
30 years?
I have been trapped in this well for 30 years.
Today, I am finally free. Ha ha.
The floating corpse's gaze snapped sharply to Jason, the chill in its eyes sending a shiver down Jason's spine. Where is the blue-faced ghost?
The blue-faced ghost?
Jason blinked, quickly realizing the ghost it referred to was the village chief boss. He immediately pointed toward the village entrance.
The ghost's eyes locked onto the village chief boss without hesitation.
At that moment, the cold aura surrounding the white-clad man seemed to solidify into a tangible force, and the scenery around Jason shifted. He suddenly found himself observing the village from a third-person perspective. A smiling man in white was cheered by villagers as he entered the Jiang Ancestral Hall.
He knelt on a meditation cushion, bowing devoutly to the Jiang ancestors.
From this viewpoint, Jason understood it was the day the village chose its chief, and this white-clad man was the village's newly elected leader.
Faces around were bright with joy and celebration.
The scene shifted. The village chief lay gravely ill, resting on a bed in the village square.
A Taoist priest, dressed in ritual robes and clutching a talisman, performed chants and gestures to ward off evil.
Jason recognized this Taoist immediately. It was the same priest who had been hung from the great pagoda tree in the village square. The Taoist swung a wooden sword, beheading a chicken nearby. The blood sprayed onto the village chief's white clothes, causing his body to tremble violently as he let out agonizing cries. Soon, he fell into a deep, unnatural sleep. The villagers, convinced the ritual was successful, expressed their gratitude toward the priest.
The scene changed again, now night. The Taoist priest sneaked into the Jiang Ancestral Hall under cover of darkness. Plenty of incense money this year, huh? I want 3 million.
Pay up, or your secret gets exposed. The priest's face was greed incarnate as he stared at the village chief standing with his back turned. Suddenly, the village chief turned sharply, revealing a blue-faced, fanged visage. Jason gasped the this was the same blue-faced ghost he had seen in the sky when first entering the ancestral hall. The village chief's body was clearly possessed by this ghost.
Your appetite grows ever larger. This is what you owe me. Hand over the money, or I'll reveal your secrets.
But before the priest could react, the blue-faced village chief laughed coldly and suddenly plunged a hand like a blade into the priest's chest, ripping out his heart and crushing it on the spot.
Did you forget how I survived? You dare threaten me now? What right do you have?
Swallowing the heart, the village chief shifted back to his human form and then summoned the villagers. In front of the crowd, he revealed how the priest had cursed the village and how he had discovered the plot.
The enraged villagers hung the priest's corpse from the great pagoda tree at the village entrance.
The scene shifted once more.
Behind the Jiang ancestral hall stood a well.
The blue-faced beastly village chief watched the white-clad man trapped inside, a sinister smile flickering in his eyes. He locked the man away with a heavy lock and covered the well with a wooden plank, burying the secret deep within the village forever.
The final scene showed the village's population dwindling until it became completely deserted.
The truth was laid bare.
Jason wiped cold sweat from his brow, feeling as though he had watched a chilling movie.
The blue-faced ghost had been brought in by the Taoist priest, but due to a dispute over spoils, the priest met a gruesome end.
The innocent villagers became the ghost's unwilling sustenance.
Just then, the resurrected village chief's gaze fixed on the blue-faced ghost now wearing Cheng's form. They lunged at each other, revealing their true monstrous natures. The two battled fiercely, neither yielding an inch.
Powerful skills shook the earth and sky.
Jason stood aside, carefully observing the shifting tide of the fight.
At last, the village chief seized the blue-faced ghost's neck, attempting to strangle it.
But the ghost's blade pierced the village chief's chest.
Black blood surged uncontrollably from the wound as the chief roared at Jason. Why aren't you acting?
Knowing the moment had come, Jason raised his staff.
Flame rain
poured down, striking the village chief's body first, instantly igniting a raging fire. The blue-faced ghost let out a piercing scream as it tried to flee. Jason would never give it the chance. Fiery thorns wrapped around the ghost once again, trapping it beneath the blazing inferno. The level 5 flame rain dealt devastating damage, causing the blue-faced ghost to wail in agony.
Without the blood altar's healing power, its health plummeted sharply. Its 210,000 HP drained almost in an instant.
At last, the ghost's body stiffened and turned to charred ashes amidst the flames. Meanwhile, the village chief's true form dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke, drifting upward.
Thank you, stranger. The Jiang family will forever sing your praises.
As those words faded, the sky cleared, dark clouds dispersing as if nothing had ever happened.
A melodious system notification echoed from above.
Congratulations on completing the Deserted Village Challenge. You have earned the skill book Emperor's Wrath. A golden lotus slowly descended from the sky.
Jason reached out gently and caught it.
The lotus bloomed into a shimmering golden leaf, which dissolved into countless rays of light flowing into his body. Immediately, the system prompted in his mind.
Void Burn, Level 1.
Creates a zone of void energy that burns targets inside.
Deals 5x attack damage over the first 3 seconds, then 10x attack damage over the next 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mastery, 0/1000. Reading the skill description, Jason couldn't help but smile. Not bad at all. 15 times attack damage total, devastating against immobilized beasts. Though against mobile ones, it might be tricky.
If only it had some crowd control effect. He knew that was unlikely. No such luck that everything would fall perfectly into place.
Luckily, his Thunderstrike skill had a 10% chance to cause paralysis. Combined with Void Burn, he might be able to maximize damage.
And this was only level 1. If he leveled it up, the damage could become even more terrifying. Jason silently thanked his sharp eyes for uncovering the secret outside in time. Otherwise, a final showdown with the village chief boss might have ended in defeat. Now, having unraveled the mystery of the deserted village, he was very satisfied with the reward. Even in human form, his combat power had grown significantly, another asset for his revenge plans. Checking his system, Jason saw how long he had been working today.
Current work time, 3 hours 53 minutes. Just over an hour left. Time to find a place to rest.
He found a spot and rested briefly before transforming back to human and returning to the deserted village. There, under the archway, Alex hung limply tied to a pillar, looking like a lifeless corpse. Hearing footsteps, he suddenly lifted his head and was stunned to see Jason approaching.
You're not dead? Jason glanced at him. What, were you hoping I'd die?
Alex hurriedly shook his head.
Of course not. I just can't believe you actually took down the final boss.
Bound to the pillar, he hadn't witnessed the battle or known that Chung had been swallowed by the blue-faced ghost and then defeated by Jason. Jason nodded silently, choosing not to explain.
He stepped forward and helped untie Alex. Now free, Alex's shoulder wound was already dry.
He took a few healing pills and felt his injuries ease.
The dungeon's over. Can we leave now? Otherwise, if you want to stay, I won't stop you. Jason turned and walked away, hands behind his back.
Alex seemed to think it over, then hurried after him.
I want to follow you.
Suddenly blocking Jason's path, Alex stared him firmly in the eyes and said those words. Seeing the resolve in Alex's gaze, Jason frowned slightly. Sorry,
worry, I don't need a liability. By the way, aren't you looking for your brother? He's in the slums, 3rd Street. If you want to go, better hurry. With that, Jason tossed a key from his pocket to Alex. Alex caught it, a flicker of hope in his eyes. He pocketed the key and followed Jason once more. I'm serious. I really want to stick with you. Jason felt a bit speechless. Brother, I'm not a hanger-on. You sticking with me won't help. Seeing Jason's firm stance, Alex pressed on. I know about your sister. I escaped from that lab too. I hate the lab as much as you do. Jason stopped in his tracks, turning to look seriously at Alex, who met his gaze honestly. I don't know what I can do, but I want to take revenge with you. My brother's powers were stolen just like your sister's. Jason sighed and asked, you didn't hand over the 5 million, did you? Part of it, yes. The rest I plan to keep for rent. Forget the rent. You and your brother find a safe place to stay for a few days. Once you've healed, come find me. I have tasks for you. Hearing this, Alex nodded eagerly. The two followed the path to their vehicle. Jason took the passenger seat, and Alex drove silently as they headed toward Fonglin City. After a long while, Jason finally spoke. If you have questions about this dungeon, ask now. He intended to share some details but didn't want to reveal everything himself. Better to let Alex ask, and he'd answer as much as possible. If something couldn't be said, he'd dodge it. After all, to unite in revenge, trust was essential. How's Chang? The village chief boss swallowed him. And the others? They're all dead. What about the village chief boss? I killed him, of course. And that other monster? What monster? Jason looked curiously at Alex, thinking he meant the real village chief. But Alex suddenly said, the one covered in flames. Oh right, the fire spirit beast. Jason raised an eyebrow, realizing he hadn't explained his transformation secret. He thought for a moment. You forgot I'm a summoner too. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I'm done asking. Silence fell again as the car rolled on. They arrived at Fonglin City's east gate. Entering the city, Jason and Alex stopped at a fork in the road. You have a choice. Think it over. If you don't want to follow me, you don't have to. This mission is dangerous. You could die any moment. I can't always save you. Don't worry, I'll come. By the time Jason returned to the city, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He didn't go anywhere else but headed straight to the hospital. Today was another surgery day for his sister. In the past, he'd always worried she wouldn't come off the operating table safely, but as the surgeries accumulated, his mindset gradually eased. Still, each time she went under the knife, his anxiety flared up anew. Fortunately, with Tang Qingshu watching over her now, his sister suffered far less pain during surgery. Upon arriving at the hospital reception, a young nurse waved at Jason. Back so soon? You have something here. Jason paused, then hurried over as the nurse pulled a thick envelope from the desk drawer and handed it to him. This was sent by the Chi-Tech Corporation. The nurse's face held a hint of envy. She had long hoped to work at Chi-Tech's private hospital. Jason thanked her and took the envelope back to the ward. He knew the package was from Wu Shua, but the weight of it surprised him. He didn't know what else was inside besides his registration documents. At the nurse's station, Jason didn't see Tang Qingshu. Glancing toward the end of the surgery area, he noticed the red light still on. His sister was still in surgery. So, clutching the envelope, he returned to the ward. Opening it, he found a cloth badge, a letter, and a small bottle. The badge appeared plain, a simple piece of fabric, but it was the emblem of Chi-Tech's 5th Combat Legion. Though just a soft patch, it contained encoded information about rank, contribution points, and personal ability levels. Jason touched the badge and immediately accessed his data. Jason, private 3rd class, not yet registered. Level 11, rank 1. Ability, not recorded. Contribution points, 0. After reading this, Jason carefully stored the badge away. Next, he glanced at the letter. It was a referral introducing him to report to the 5th Legion. With this letter, he could register there. Alongside was a pill. Jason picked it up and found a note beneath it. Take this pill before reporting tomorrow morning. It will prevent the detection system from identifying you as an S-level ability user. The note was undoubtedly from Wu Shua. Jason examined the pill thoughtfully, hesitating briefly before deciding to swallow it. If he wanted to join Chi-Tech, he had no choice but to trust Wu Shua. Just as he put the items away, footsteps sounded outside. The door creaked open, and Jason saw teacher Lin Shi enter. Old class rep? No class today? Lin Shi tucked her long hair behind her ear, placed a suitcase beside her, and smiled at Jason. No class today. Jia Jia's surgery is today. I came to keep watch. Her gaze fell on the envelope on the table, and she raised an eyebrow. Got through? Jason hadn't told Lin Shi yet. Yes, I struck a deal with Wu Shua. He recommended me to the 5th Legion, though I can only enter as a private 2nd class at most. Hearing this, Lin Shi's eyes dimmed slightly. That's okay. Getting into Chi-Tech is the real opportunity. But be careful, they're not like anywhere else. The factions are tangled, and danger lurks everywhere. Learn to protect yourself. Don't worry, teacher. I know what I'm doing. Good. You're smart. I won't nag. Jia should be almost done now. Let's get ready and wait outside the operating room. It's a major surgery. After this, she won't need the operating table for half a month. Jason nodded, and together Together they left the ward. Outside the operating room, they waited nearly half an hour. The green light flashed on, and both rose simultaneously. Dr. Liu, the lead surgeon, emerged wearing a mask. He pulled it down and looked at Jason and Lin Shi. All went well. Don't you trust my skills? Jason exhaled in relief. We trust you, but Jia Jia's condition worries us. Lin Shi nodded anxiously, glancing at Dr. Liu. How is Jia Jia's condition? The doctor sighed, rubbing his aching temple. You know her situation. Only by restoring her own ability does she stand a chance. Otherwise, he patted Jason's shoulder. Be prepared. Then he turned and left. Lin Shi gently tapped Jason's shoulder. It'll be okay. Jia Jia's a fighter. She's survived all these years, she'll pull through. Jason simply nodded and watched as Jia Jia was wheeled out by Tang Qingshu. Silently, they helped her into the ward and hooked her up to the life monitor. The group sat quietly around the bed. Tang Qingshu, tired, lightly touched Jason's hand. Don't overthink it. By the way, I heard you got into the 5th Legion? Yes. Reporting tomorrow morning. Congratulations. Stay safe. Thanks. Lin Shi stood, sighed softly, and gazed at Jia Jia asleep. She's still not waking. I have some things to handle and can't stay longer. Take good care of Jia Jia, I'm off. Jason nodded and walked her out of the hospital. Lin Shi stood by the roadside, waving goodbye. Go on home. It's easier to catch a taxi here. Jason waved back and returned to the hospital. Only when entering the ward did he notice that the suitcase Lin Shi brought was gone. He didn't know who took it or what was inside, but with his sister lying in bed, he had no heart to ask. Meanwhile, Lin Shi donned a black trench coat and stood by the roadside. Taxis passed by, but she never hailed one. Until an expensive black car stopped, and the door opened, she finally got in the back seat. The car sped off. The driver, silent and wearing sunglasses, stared ahead unreadably. Once inside the wealthy district, Lin Shi finally spoke. 2 pieces of news. He entered Shitek, but the bad news is, he's limited, can only be a private 2nd class at best. The driver gripped the wheel firmly and pondered before asking, when do we start our operation? Lin Shi looked tired, gazing out the window. Wait a little longer. The driver's frustration surfaced. Wait? How many years have we waited already? How much longer? Good things take time. With your temper, you won't accomplish great things. The man sighed, pounding the steering wheel in frustration, but said no more. In the slums of Foamland City, Alex dashed forward with all his might until he finally reached the rundown shack Jason had told him about. Seeing the padlock on the door, he quickly pulled out the key and unlocked it. In the corner of the shack, a boy curled up, trembling with fear. Though unharmed, his entire body shook in terror. Alex hurried over and embraced him tightly. I'm back. The boy, Alan, burst into tears at once. Patting Alan's back, Alex finally felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. It's okay now. Everything's fine. I'm here to protect you. After that, Alex took Alan to a restaurant they had long dreamed of visiting and then booked a reasonably nice hotel to stay in. That day marked the most comfortable time these two brothers had experienced in years. Lying on the bed, Alex watched Alan sleep and contemplated what needed to be done next. Early the next morning, Jason went downstairs to buy breakfast. Returning, he spotted 2 youths, a tall one and a smaller one, standing by the hospital garden. Alex brought Alan over to Jason. I've made up my mind. Jason nodded, glancing at the frail Alan. Alex patted Alan's back, and the boy softly called, Brother Ran. Have you eaten yet? Jason asked. One shook their head, the other nodded. Jason waved the breakfast in his hand. I'll head upstairs first. Wait for me downstairs. After saying that, he hurried up, placing the breakfast beside his sister's bed before quietly slipping back downstairs. Then, Jason took the two brothers to a nearby restaurant and ordered a lavish breakfast. So, what's your plan for your brother? Though Jason had grown stronger and was no longer short on money, he wasn't some benevolent rich man. Some matters had to be left for Alex to decide. Alex looked over at Alan. I plan to send him to a boarding school. I should have enough money for that. Though speaking to Jason, it seemed directed more at Alan. Alan seemed to understand he had no say and quietly asked, when do I go? Soon. Alan didn't say more, but his eyes glimmered with reluctance. Sensing his brother's feelings, Alex added, don't worry, I'll be back when I'm done. You focus on your studies. Alan nodded and resumed eating. Jason handed Alex an envelope. I've prepared some money, supplies, and equipment inside. Keep them safe. Take a rest these couple of days and settle your brother's affairs. Then head to Qingyun City. Alex opened the envelope, glanced over the contents, and slipped it into his inner pocket without a word. Taking advantage of a quiet moment while Alan ate, Jason and Alex went to the hotel's empty rooftop. That Lin Huishue is the woman who stole your sister's ability, right? Yes. Hearing this, Alex's face showed surprise. I heard Lin Huishue is almost a 5th rank now, and you. His words implied the opponent was overwhelmingly strong. Could revenge really be possible? To reach the 1st rank, an ability user needed to hit level 10 and complete the rank trial. 2nd rank required level 30, 3rd rank 50, 4th 70, and 5th 90. Each rank after the first demanded 20 levels, making advancement far more difficult than the initial stage. Lin Huishue, as
the daughter of Chi Tech Group's vice president, was nearing 5th rank in just 3 years, a speed only a massive corporation like Chi Tech could enable. By contrast, Jason was only an 11th level ability user, far behind a 4th rank like Lin Huishue. If not for Alex's recent glance at the envelope's contents, it would be hard to believe Jason's revenge target was Lin Huishue.
Yet Jason remained calm. You only need to help me gather intel on the 3rd Legion's current situation and Lin Huishue's exact rank and strength. The rest isn't your concern. Alright, once I settle Alan's arrangements, I'll get on it. Good, stay safe on the way.
Alex's gaze lingered on Jason, slowly understanding his mindset. Perhaps for Jason, this revenge was simply an action regardless of success or failure.
After a busy day arranging Alan's boarding school, Alex left Fonglin City by car. Inside Chi Tech Group's laboratory office, a man leaned back in his sofa chair, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully.
Jason left the city yesterday, cleared the deserted village dungeon, and has been hanging out closely with an exile named Alex these past 2 days.
Any other valuable leads? None so far. We've been monitoring him constantly. Keep watching. Inform me immediately if anything comes up. Jason's getting risky lately. Watch his military entrance test results closely. Understood. I'll keep sending people to tail him.
After his subordinate left, the man rubbed his eyes, removing his glasses.
Jason, why are you so determined to infiltrate Chi Tech? I'll expose you no matter what.
Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of Chi Tech Group, Wu Shua, dressed in a 5th Legion uniform, frowned over a report.
Are you kidding? We're the combat division, not peacekeepers. If there's unrest in the city, shouldn't the military or police handle it? Why dump this on us?
His subordinate looked helpless. The military says they're short-staffed and need to borrow our people to assist.
Pathetic. They can't even manage this small matter. And now they want to pull our talent away? Ridiculous.
Wu Shua sighed, examining the report carefully.
How do they know so much? Even the timing of the riot is spot on.
Must be they planted informants among the small factions to gather such precise intel.
Or maybe it's not that simple. The factions might be feeding false info deliberately.
These guys can't even judge that. Wu Shua stood and walked to the window, gazing into the distance.
By the way, has Jason reported in yet? He left the city this morning and went straight to the military testing center upon return. Has he taken the pill?
Probably not yet, but he won't betray us.
Hopefully.
That pill suppresses his ability level to A-class forcibly. With Jason, our 5th Legion can open higher-level battlefields. Jason sat quietly in the taxi, heading straight for the military headquarters. To join the 5th Legion, he first had to obtain a psych ability test report from the military. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions as he stared at the pill in his hand, its black sheen faintly glowing, hesitating whether to take it or not. Sir, the military base is just ahead.
Our vehicle can't enter. You'll have to get off here. The fare is 120 yuan.
Jason nodded, counted out 120 yuan from his wallet, handed it over, and opened the door to get out. At that moment, a soldier up ahead waved him over.
Military restricted area.
What's your business here? Jason pulled out his Chi Tech Corporation Psych Ability Physical Examination Application Report and handed it to the soldier.
I'm here to undergo the physical examination. The soldier nodded, checked the document, and after confirming its validity, allowed Jason through.
Following the directions, Jason walked along the path, made a quick stop at the restroom, then headed straight for the testing department. Many people were waiting for the examination, so Jason queued for several minutes.
Finally, it was his turn.
The psych ability test was simple: stand before a device that scanned the body, automatically detecting the quantity and level of abilities within. As Jason stepped up, the computer screen quickly displayed 2 abilities. Jason, age 18, summoning ability, F-class, dominator ability, A-class. When his information appeared on the large screen across the room, astonished expressions rippled through the crowd.
Wow, dual abilities? Didn't expect to see a big shot like this. 1 F-class and 1 A-class? How did he get that? No idea.
A-class abilities are strong,
but paired with an F-class? Doesn't seem to boost much.
What a great chance to enter the military, but such a pity the secondary ability is only F-class. Everyone sighed, lamenting the wasted potential of Jason's dual abilities.
Just then, a man in uniform approached. You're Jason? Obviously. Come with me to my office.
Jason frowned slightly, unsure of the man's intentions, but this was the military, what they said was law. He followed the man through the building for quite a while until reaching an office.
Go in. Someone is waiting for you. Jason nodded and stepped inside.
Inside, a middle-aged man sat at the desk, a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he wrote.
Hearing Jason enter, he made no immediate move and only looked up after a long moment. You're Jason?
Again with the strange question, Jason nodded.
We have your information fully. We know about your sister. You're hiding your S-class ability.
What's your purpose?
Jason's heart dropped. Wasn't that pill supposed to conceal his ability level? Had Wu Shua deliberately set him up? If the military knew, wouldn't his plans be jeopardized?
His thoughts spun wildly. Joining the military might be good, but that meant sacrificing his chance for revenge forever. His sister lay in the hospital, Steal, needing her original ability desperately.
Yet now the military had detected it. He looked up at the man whose sharp gaze seemed to pierce all lies. Jason avoided the stare. I want revenge. Who's your target? Surprisingly, the man seemed unsurprised by Jason's answer, his tone flat as if asking about lunch plans. The laboratory people. You're not telling the truth. The man wrote on the paper while casually responding. Cold sweat broke out on Jason's back. What else did the military know? Did they even know about his system? Lost in thought, he barely noticed the man's gaze fixed on him. Lin Huishue is extremely powerful. Your chances against her are near zero, let alone reclaiming your sister's original ability. But I have to try. This time, Jason met the man's eyes without fear, staring fiercely. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's face. He sensed a steely, unyielding determination. After hesitating, the man sighed. Fine. We rarely oppose personal will, but you're a dual ability user and an S-class at that. Honestly, we're cultivating super soldiers, and your abilities fit perfectly. Jason blinked, looking up at him. So we'll give you a chance. Decide for yourself. When ready, come find us. How long? 3 years. All right, I'll come within 3 years. The man smiled faintly, shook his head, and took something from his desk drawer, handing it to Jason. Keep the super soldier badge for now. Got it. It's a deal. Then he stamped a document and passed it to Jason. Go report in. Jason took the unmarked badge, pondering briefly before asking, you know what the laboratory is doing. Why don't you stop them? The man paused, set down his pen, and looked seriously at Jason. This world is different now. Chi-Tech Group's power far exceeds what we imagined. Even if we wanted to confront them, it would come at a cost. So you're fighting them now? Maybe. That's military classified. I can't tell you. Understood. Thank you. The man nodded, resumed writing, and casually said, don't tell anyone about today's meeting. It won't benefit you. And close the door when you leave. I know what to do. Jason nodded, stored the unmarked badge in his spatial pocket, grabbed the stamped ability test report, and left the military building. At Chi-Tech Group's 5th Legion office, Jason stood silently before Wu Shua's desk. Wu Shua, cigarette in mouth, examined Jason's ability test report with satisfaction. Not bad. I worried your dual abilities might keep you stuck at the military, but you came through. The military didn't care about my dual abilities. They just asked some questions and let me go. Wu Shua put away the report, stubbed out his cigarette, and produced a ready-made uniform, handing it to Jason. You'll report to the 3rd Battalion of the 5th Legion. Someone will escort you where you need to go. Thank you. Jason took the uniform, about to leave, when Wu Shua suddenly spoke. Sorry to make you endure. You could have entered the group's upper ranks. No problem. I'm here to make money, not care about grudges. Good. Don't worry, I'm forming a special squad. Bear with it for now. I'll pull you in later, with better pay. Thanks, Director Wu. No need. It's what you deserve. Jason nodded, took the uniform, and headed to the 5th Legion's outpost outside the city. The 5th Legion wasn't stationed inside the city because the military already occupied the urban area. Instead, mercenary groups, including private armies, were based outside the city limits. Chi-Tech Group's private army was no ordinary mercenary force. It was the largest non-military legion in all of Fonglin City, with an immense presence. Fonglin City hosted only the 5th Legion, while other legions were responsible for different cities. Rumor had it that Chi-Tech maintained 8 legions, each numbering over 10,000 troops. Jason had done his research and learned that private and mercenary armies were barred from garrisoning inside the city primarily due to military concerns over potential uprisings. With tens of thousands of soldiers, if a rebellion broke out, a city of just a few 100,000 residents wouldn't stand a chance. However, being stationed outside had its advantages. They were free from direct military control and could act with great autonomy. On the flip side, living conditions outside were far less convenient than inside the city, and many goods weren't easily accessible. Moreover, the greatest risk of being outside was that in the event of an authorized attack, the mercenaries stationed on the outskirts would be the first targets. Thankfully, recently, the number of beasts outside Fonglin City had dwindled, with only the South Wind Forest harboring large groups of creatures. Since the base was nearby, Jason arrived at the 5th Legion's camp in less than half an hour after leaving the city. Holding his identification, he entered the camp and was immediately escorted to the 3rd Squad of the 7th Company in the 3rd Battalion designated Chi-Tech Group 5th Legion 373. From the gate to his living quarters, Jason followed his guide for another half hour before finally arriving at his dormitory. After receiving his change of clothes and bedding, he stood before the door marked 373. The soldier who had led him and briefly explained the camp's rules before departing. Pushing open the dorm door, Jason glanced around the 8-person room, then chose an empty bed by the window to unpack his belongings. Though a private army, the camp operated like a regular legion with daily training and missions. Besides the morning drills, soldiers spent their time training or executing assigned tasks. When missions were assigned, the combat squads deployed to carry them out. Without missions, they could train and level up at the camp's dungeon training center or improve their skills. Private army missions were abundant, mostly assigned by the military, focusing
focusing on clearing nearby cities. With the sharp rise in ability users, territories once occupied by beasts were gradually reclaimed. Otherwise, the safe cities alone couldn't sustain the growing populations. Jason inquired about his squad's schedule and learned they had no missions today. They had done morning drills, then spent the day leveling in dungeons, and were expected back by evening. It was already dusk when Jason finished organizing his things. Soon, the sounds of returning squads echoed outside. Groups of 3 to 5 soldiers dragged tired bodies back. When they saw Jason, many stopped in surprise. "You must be the new recruit, Jason?" The speaker was a short, middle-aged man with a crew cut and an unremarkable face so ordinary one might doubt he was an ability user. Jason nodded, recognizing the badge with a single stripe on the man's shoulder, the insignia of a private first class. A private first class was the smallest unit leader within the military hierarchy. The man was Ho Liang, the squad leader. "Hello, squad leader Ho. I'm Jason." Ho Liang appreciated Jason's attitude and sized him up before introducing the other 6 members of the squad. Like other squads, theirs consisted of 2 melee tanks, 2 melee damage dealers, 2 ranged damage dealers, 1 support, and 1 substitute. Ho Liang explained that those recruited into Chi-Tekka's combat division generally came to make money. However, the combat division carried a high mortality rate. Even Ho Liang had only served 3 years in the 5th Legion. Most others had been there for a year or less. Aside from Jason, the 2 tanks had 3 and 2 months service respectively. Their reasons for joining Chi-Tekka's combat legion were partly financial and partly due to the excellent benefits, such as a free training center. Training centers outside were costly, but Chi-Tek offered low-level zones free to junior soldiers. Access to medium or high-level zones and skill training rooms required spending military merit. Military merit was the primary currency within Chi-Tek, earned by completing missions, and far more practical than raw crystals. After a day of grinding levels, everyone was exhausted. Since they barely knew each other, conversation was sparse, and they soon turned in for the night. Ho Liang took an interest in Jason's dual abilities and briefly discussed squad rules before bringing up tomorrow's training. "Jason, when you applied, how often did you say you'd go back to the city?" Jason had clearly stated that his sister's treatment required money and care, so he requested permission for daily city visits. Wu Shua agreed, wanting to recruit him, so Jason had this special arrangement. Leaning against his bed and reading the handbook, Jason replied, "I applied for daily returns. I'll be leaving soon." "Oh?" The others glanced at Jason with surprise. A remote archer bunking below him asked, "Bro, you've got connections to pull that off?" Jason smiled. "No connections. Just ranked 3rd in the city on the college entrance exam." The room filled with envy. "Damn, bro, didn't expect you had that kind of skill. 3rd in the ability user exam? That's serious. Didn't see it coming. Dual abilities, now that's impressive. But isn't it a hassle going back every day?" Ho Liang looked a bit envious but reminded him, "If you're going back daily, you need to keep an eye on squad messages. We might get missions anytime, and you can't miss those." Jason nodded firmly. "Don't worry, squad leader. I won't miss duty." "Good. Since you're going back, you probably won't join us for tomorrow's leveling. You know where to go, right?" "Yes. The personnel office introduced me when I arrived." "Perfect. It's late now. Brothers, get some rest." Jason closed his handbook, jumped down from the bed, waved goodbye, and left the dormitory. He didn't return to the city that night since his sister had no surgery today. His earlier statement about daily returns was mostly a heads-up for the squad. However, he had no intention of staying in that dorm filled with unpleasant odors. Glancing toward the training rooms, Jason headed straight there. Since it was nighttime, the training rooms were nearly empty. Showing his ID, he entered alone and began his first solo leveling session. Chi-Tek Group's 5th Legion training grounds were divided not only by tiers high, medium, and low but also by ability rank, such as 1st rank and 2nd rank training zones. Although the Legion boasted over 10,000 soldiers, most were below 2nd rank, which meant they shared the same training area. With so many people crowded into one zone, it naturally became quite congested. To ensure every soldier could train properly without overcrowding, the training grounds underwent extensive renovations. The area was split more precisely, separating those below level 20 from those above. Each soldier was assigned a private room for uninterrupted training. Additionally, the training was structured in a stage-clear mode. Generally, difficulty scaled with the soldier's own level, and most could only clear up to the 10th stage. Stronger individuals who surpassed the 10th stage earned extra rewards every 10 stages. Otherwise, soldiers could only train once every 10 days. Jason understood these rules well. Without such restrictions, the strongest would monopolize the training grounds daily. Entering the training zone, Jason immediately saw a display showing his current level and stats. Jason, age 18, level 11, 3200/6000 XP. Training monsters generating. As the darkness faded, Jason found himself in an empty room. A cold, emotionless voice announced, "Wave 1, level 10 Wind Fiend will appear in 3 seconds. Prepare for battle." Jason raised an eyebrow in surprise. How considerate to even give a countdown. But he wasn't worried. His strength had grown considerably considerably, and monsters at or below his level posed little threat. Instead of immediately summoning his skeleton squad, Jason wanted to test whether killing monsters here would grant soul fragments.
As a human, his Dominion talent Dark Soul required absorbing soul fragments from slain beasts to increase skill damage coefficients.
Previously, in the deserted village, Jason had barely fought monsters directly, relying on his skeleton squad instead, and had only gathered 5 soul fragments.
This was a rare opportunity to farm more.
3 seconds later, 10 blue-glowing, bat-like wind fiends appeared before him. Wind Fiend, level 10,
HP, 1000, EXP, 200, Attack, 100, Defense, 100, Agility, 100, Skills, none. Jason smiled at the experience points display. This made it clear how many monsters he needed to kill.
Checking his own progress, he saw he needed 2,800 XP to level up.
This wave could grant 2,000 XP, almost enough for an upgrade.
He recalled that with each advancing stage, monster difficulty and experience rose accordingly.
Training here was a paradise, though post-first rank leveling required exponentially more experience.
Jason was prepared for the slower progression ahead. Without hesitation, he cast
Void Burn. A 10-meter diameter blue-green void opened on the ground.
The wind fiends within immediately took damage from the void's burning energy.
-1,000, -1,000, -1,000.
Each monster's head displayed the damage numbers before collapsing.
Stage 1 cleared. Gained 2,000 XP. Current level,
11, 5200/6000. The entire stage cleared in under a second, leaving Jason unmoved. He then checked his Dominion talent status.
Dominion Stage 1 Dark Soul. After killing a wild monster, extracts soul fragments. Collecting enough fragments increases all skill damage coefficients. Current damage coefficient bonus, 0.5. Soul fragments, 5/100. His fragments hadn't increased. Did monsters here not drop them?
Before he could ponder further, the second wave appeared. Now level 11 wind fiends with 1500 HP, and base stats rising to 120 each.
Experience per monster increased to 300. Void Burn was still cooling down, but Jason had another skill, Thunderstrike. He cast it. A thunderous explosion struck. -1,500, -1,500, -1,500. Again, effortless victory. Stage 2 cleared. Gained 3,000 XP. Current level, 12, 2200/10,000. His level rose by 1.
More importantly, he gained 3 soul fragments from Dark Soul this time. Jason queried the system and learned soul fragments dropped only from monsters above his level. The higher the disparity, the greater the chance. 30 seconds later, the third wave arrived. Level 12 wind fiends with 2000 HP and 150 base stats.
Experience rose to 400 each. He cast Void Burn. Stage 3 cleared. Gained 4,000 XP. Current level, 12, 6200/10,000. Then, Thunderstrike. Stage 4 cleared. Gained 5,000 XP. Current level, 13, 1200/14,000. Void Burn. Stage 5 cleared. Gained 6,000 XP. Current level, 13, 7200/14,000. Thunderstrike. Stage 6 cleared. Gained 7,000 XP. Current level, 14, 200/18,000.
Meanwhile, in the training hall, a group of soldiers just exited the training zone, staring dumbfounded at the large screen.
Who is that? 20 stages already? That's insane. The highest record was 15. He's at 20 now. Is he even human? He's still going stage 21.
If each stage is 1 level harder, the monsters he fights are 20 levels above him.
That doesn't make sense. Usually every 2 or 3 stages, you level up. So at stage 20, he's roughly level 7 or 8.
That means the monsters are over 10 levels above him.
Over 10 levels? That's crazy. We can barely handle monsters at our own level, and this guy's fighting one's 10 plus levels stronger? Whose subordinate is he? That's some serious skill. And he's still a grunt? Wow, now he can train twice as much.
The crowd buzzed with envy.
Stage 23 cleared. Gained 24,000 XP. Current level, 19, 1800/28,000.
After reaching stage 20, the Wind Fiend's level and strength had changed dramatically. Relying solely on Thunderstrike and Void Burn, Jason found it nearly impossible to one-shot them anymore. Especially Void Burn, which focused on sustained damage. It struggled to deal full damage as the Wind Fiends became more agile. This forced Jason to finally summon his skeleton squad. With the skeletons assisting, his overall pressure eased considerably. However, facing Wind Fiends above level 20, even the squad's numerical advantage diminished. As the Wind Fiends charged at him with blinding speed, Jason's skeletons held them off briefly while he unleashed Thunderstrike and Void Burn.
Yet neither skill was enough to kill them outright.
Jason knew his monster farming streak was about to end.
Damn, just a bit short of level 20.
Although reaching level 30 was needed to advance to second rank, hitting level 20 still meant a significant attribute boost. Those skill upgrades required rank advancement. Watching his skeleton squad's health plummet under the relentless Wind Fiend onslaught, and realizing his 2 main skills barely scratched half their health, Jason sighed in frustration.
He checked his Dominion Dark Dark Soul passive. Dominion, Stage 1 Dark Soul. Upon delivering a lethal blow to wild monsters, extracts soul fragments. Collecting enough fragments boosts all skill damage coefficients. Current damage coefficient bonus, 1.0. Soul fragments, 76/500. Looks like no more damage coefficient increases today, but a plus 1.0 bonus isn't bad. Seeing his skeleton squad near death, Jason made a swift decision to give up. Though no death occurred in the training zone, injuries still accumulated. He crushed a safety talisman in his hand and instantly exited the training area. Upon stepping into the hall, Jason found dozens of people staring at him. What's going on? So many people queued up at night? Curious, Jason scanned the crowd and prepared to leave. Suddenly, voices rose. Dude, you're beastly. Stage 23? How did you do it? Yeah man, share some tips. How'd you solo that? That's insane. The highest record was 15. You just smashed it to 23. That's unreal. Jason noticed a leaderboard nearby. At the top, in golden letters, his name shone brightly. First, Jason stage 23. Second, Su Hong stage 15. Third, Zhao Shun stage 14. Realization dawned on Jason he'd accidentally broken the record. He shrugged lightly, just kept killing and made it through. The crowd was initially stunned, then somewhat displeased. Come on, man, no explanations? Seeing their disappointed expressions, Jason reluctantly revealed his gear. There's your answer. With all eyes on him, Jason left the hall. He didn't plan to finish all his training tonight, as the 2 extra attempts granted didn't yield additional rewards. Besides, who knew if there'd be missions the next day? Being punctual was key. The spectators, seeing Jason's purple great armor and orange staff, suddenly understood. Damn, he's climbing on gear power. I could do that too. Yeah right. Do you know how expensive that set is? This guy's loaded. So that's money power. Rich guy showing off, huh? Got it, I'm in too. Their envy was palpable. What they didn't realize was Jason could easily reach double digits even without those items. Gear was part of it, but without strong skills, equipment alone was useless. Back in the city, while Jason rested, the 373 squad couldn't sleep. Ho, that newbie's only level 11. If we get a mission tomorrow, will he hold us back? I heard there might be a D-level mission tomorrow. With this rookie, we'll probably need to adjust our difficulty. Why not just exclude him? 7 of us go, then we can hire a healer for an 8-person team. That's unfair. First mission and he gets sidelined? Fairness? We're here to make money, not do charity. What do you think, leader? Holian lay back, staring at the ceiling, conflicted. With family matters and a newborn on his mind, money was foremost. Still, Jason was part of the team, he couldn't show bias. But truthfully, he was short on cash and unsure how to decide. Let's be honest with Jason tomorrow and let him choose. Everyone agreed it was the safest choice, preventing internal strife. They hoped Jason understood the bigger picture and knew when to step back. The next morning, the 7 teammates ate together. Passing the training zone, they saw crowds gathered. Curious, they slipped inside and learned someone had shattered the previous record, raising it to an almost impossible stage. No way, stage 23? That's insane. Who's this godlike player? Jason, the new guy in our dorm? Holiang stared at the leaderboard in disbelief. Jason? Really? He thought it unlikely. Though Jason had dual abilities, one was A-class, the other F-class. Just as he planned to lead the team to breakfast, he noticed a notice beside the record. New recruit, She-Tech 5th Legion 373. Suddenly, the team was stunned. Squad leader, what's going on? That guy broke the record last night? Incredible. We worried he'd be a weak link, but he's a god. At that moment, Holiang's phone buzzed. Reading the message, he called out. Alright, eat up. New mission South Bay City Ruins, D-level. After a pause, he forwarded the mission details to Jason.